Prologue. Cassandra Cass Salvato. The secluded island, surrounded by the sparkling turquoise water of the Caribbean Sea, is too beautiful to miss even a single sunrise. It's the complete opposite of the harsh, sandy desert I grew up with, which is why I'm up so early, running through the sand before the rest of the house wakes up. Not having the constant shadow of guards for once is also a nice change. I feel free here, even if I know it's an illusion. It's a larger, more scenic prison than our Vegas penthouse, but a forced confinement for me and Sophie all the same, while our mobster father wages war against some other villain. Nobody gets on or off the island, except by a single boat controlled by my father from nearly 3,000 miles away. That's the only reason the guards allow me a slightly longer leash to run alone. Growing up, I never had any delusions that my father was a good, decent man. Sure, he kills his enemies as easily as he breathes, but he's not evil. Dante Salvato is simply a king ruling over his empire, which means he's the judge, jury, and executioner for anyone stupid enough to try and hurt him, his family, or his business interests. I don't want to be like my father when I grow up. I want to be better, more powerful, widely feared, and respected. But it's an uphill battle to try and prove to Daddy that just because I was born with a pussy instead of a penis, I'm not incapable of doing any of those things. I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to convince my overprotective father that I can take care of myself. Maybe if I could make fools of his big, dick-swinging idiot guards on the mat, I could convince him that their size and sex don't make them superior to me. They've probably never wasted a day training to fight with all the bulk they were born with, while I've spent years learning judo and jujitsu from a legend because I had mastered every element of boxing and kickboxing by the time I was 15. The beachfront estate grows larger as I approach it for the third time this morning, so I slow to a walk and head for the outdoor shower to rinse the sand off my legs. As soon as I remove my earbuds, the hyped-up song that was playing is immediately replaced with the sounds of water already running inside of the wooden shower stall, along with feminine moans. The swinging door doesn't have a lock, nor does it shut all the way. It's always open a few inches, enough for me to peek inside to find out who the hell is going at it this early in the morning. At first, all I can see is the slick backside of a tall, naked man with muscular shoulders tapering down to a narrow waist. His scrumptious ass cheeks are paler than the rest of his body. They're also clenching, with each thrust into a woman standing against the wall. I can't make out any of her features because the guy is blocking so much of her body. There's a flash of her brunette hair, which is enough to tell me that he's fucking her from behind, gripping her throat in one hand and the front of her body with the other. At least I can thankfully cross Sophie off the list of who is getting pounded, since her hair is raven black. If Snow White loses her virginity before me, I will kick her ass. Even though the man is facing the other direction, his blonde hair and immense height leave little doubt to his identity. Cole Brooks is the only tall blonde in his group of flirty frat boy friends that came with him to the island. And while it's certainly no surprise that his entire body is at least 6'4" or 5 inches of gorgeousness, I'm more stunned by his fast and furious style of fucking. It's the first time I've ever seen the perfect golden boy looking so angry. For some reason, I thought the kind, always grinning mama's boy would be a gentle lover. Instead, Cole fucks like he's pissed off at the world and is taking it out on the poor woman's pussy. Oh my God, yes! Not that she seems to be complaining. Her moans only grow louder by the second, along with the slapping of their bodies, making it clear she's on the verge of coming, thanks to his rough treatment of her. At least, that's how it seems to work in the porn I've watched. I don't have any actual experience other than getting myself off. And when I do, it's when I'm alone in my bed, late at night when I can't sleep, biting my lip the entire time so I won't make a sound. And I hate that Cole's technique is turning me on. My thighs clench in my spandex shorts as my panties become damp from something other than my sweat. I can't help but wonder what it would feel like to have his fingers wrapped around my throat as he pounds into me from behind. I'm unable to get a look from this angle, but I bet my father's fortune that his other hand is between the woman's legs. Oh! The woman exclaims. Cole's punishing hips don't slow down when she comes with a whimper of his name on her lips. They speed up as she moans with pleasure before he finally slams deep once, twice, then groans with his head thrown back. His ass cheeks stay clenched the entire time until he finally takes a step back from the woman. Giving her a loud slap on her ass, she yelps, then immediately drops to her knees, resting her forehead on the wall as if she's unable to hold herself up. She's petite, and the back of her head looks familiar. She's either one of the housekeepers or a lifeguard. Other than the guards, all the help on the island has been pretty females, as if my father purposefully sent entertainment for Cole and his rambunctious friends. The asshole chuckles at the woman's sudden lack of strength before turning his back to her, as if she's no longer worth a second of his time now that he got what he wanted from her. He steps headfirst into the shower, letting the water soak his hair. Smoothing the dripping strands back, he turns around with a smug grin on his face, giving me a full frontal view of his defined pecs, chiseled six-pack abs, and last but certainly not least, the indentations pointing the way down to his sated cock that still bobs against his thighs, so damn long and heavy. At least now I know why Oliver Twist constantly walks around looking so damn cocky. He's got big dick energy because of what he's packing in his pants. You want to take a picture? Might make it easier to finger yourself later when you're thinking about my dick, the smartass says when he notices me standing just outside the crack in the door, staring at him. He even fists himself and slowly peels off his condom, tossing it to the ground to give me a look at his now bare, half-hard cock. Cole then strokes his shaft slowly, knowing where my attention remains, and probably enjoying the hell out of it. Unable to even lift my eyes to his face again, I hold up both of my middle fingers in response to his taunt, before foregoing rinsing the sand off my legs and heading straight for the house. My face is no doubt fire engine red, matching my hair color. The arrogant asshole is never going to let me live this moment down. And since my father just married his mother, I may never be rid of the bastard. My reaction to his fucking and nudity was ridiculous. I'm just horny and need to lose my virginity as soon as possible. Which will not be an easy feat. What idiot would risk my father's wrath when he finds out they laid a finger on me? Despite how much skin I show or how much I try to flirt with the limited number of assholes I encounter in my sheltered life, so far nothing has tempted a man into risking the death penalty for popping my cherry. I guess that means I'll have to try a little harder. If I can convince my father to let me grapple with his guards, I know plenty of ways to put them on their backs. Although, sometimes, I may just let them mount me.
Chapter 1. Cole. A year later. Even from inside the airport, the oppressive Vegas heat hits me like a slap in the face. I already miss the cooler climate of upstate New York, but since my mom controls the purse strings of her Mafia father's inheritance and refused to pay rent on an apartment near campus this summer, here I fucking am. Back in the goddamn desert, where the stench of cigarette smoke will remain in the casinos long after Armageddon, and my balls sweat year-round. I'm not sure which of those things is worse. I'd rather be anywhere else in the world, but as angry as I am at her for lying to me my entire fucking life, I still love my mother. She's sacrificed so much for me that the least I can do is spend a summer living in the same city as her, so we maybe, eventually, meet up once or twice in her new husband's multi-million-dollar penthouse apartment. That all depends on whether I can let go of some of my resentment. While I'm waiting for my luggage to appear on the carousel, I turn on my cell phone and am bombarded by voicemails and messages. Fuck. She always chooses the worst possible times to pop back up in my life, like a bad case of herpes. And there's no point in ignoring her. She'll just double her efforts the longer I put her off. May as well get this shit over with. With a growl of frustration, I hit her contact name to return her call. She answers on the second ring. I've been calling you for hours. Where the hell are you? That's none of your business, Amber. Let me take a guess. Since the semester just ended, I bet you're visiting Mommy in Vegas. What do you want? Another $20K, she says without any hesitation. You know I'm broke, right? That's the only reason we ever fucking met, and it's one of my biggest regrets. Oh, you know you love the attention, she replies. And you're so freaking popular, I'm surprised you haven't taken any more contracts. Hell no. No more contracts. I finally see my light gray hardshell suitcase in a sea of black on the carousel and grab the handle, ready to get the hell out of here and off this call. Unfortunately, Amber isn't finished running her mouth. I could use the cash, unlike you. I heard you're the grandson of some Russian mobster, so you can either get me the money or take the contract. A contract isn't but a quarter of what you're asking me for, and you fucking know it, I tell her, while walking toward the front doors to find a cab. Right, so 4 more contracts with me should earn us both $20K. I'll give you a month to decide. I need more time than that, I grit out between my clenched teeth, preparing myself for the heat of the Vegas sun to bear down on me like a fire-breathing dragon as soon as I step outside the airport doors. Send me half within a month, and I'll give you another month to get the rest. If you don't, I go public before the summer is over, Amber demands before she ends the call. Fucking cunt, I mutter, while staring at the screen on my phone. You kiss your mother with that mouth? My head instantly lifts at the sound of his familiar voice. Dante Salvato is leaning against a concrete column in his usual custom black suit. Sunglasses cover his eyes, his arms are crossed over his chest, and 2 guards are flanking him on either side. If anything, the mob boss and his men deserve medals for being brave enough to walk outside wearing all black suits at high noon in Vegas. The bastard always makes me feel like I'm underdressed, but especially today when I'm wearing wrinkled jeans, a plain white tee, and old white sneakers. Maybe when I make millions of dollars I'll dress less casually. Until then, well, it's a good thing I'm hot enough and charming enough for women to overlook my attire. Growing up poor, I had to learn to be the fun, easygoing guy who could throw down when necessary. Standing taller than everyone else usually kept assholes away. Height that obviously came from my father, since my mother stopped growing around the age of 12. Even though I'm 1.5 feet taller than her, she could always put me in my place when I was being a little shit. In fact, my mother and I were always so close, I told her almost everything about my life, from the girls I liked to the shenanigans my friends and I would get into. But this past year, I've been so damn furious with her that I can barely breathe when I think about the whole time she was demanding honesty from me. She was lying about who she really was, who we were. I don't want to even be in the same room with her, which is why I didn't tell her I was flying into Vegas this morning to stay with Shane, a friend from high school, for the summer. So if her Mafia King husband knows my travel plans down to the minute I would step foot out of the airport, then he could find out more than he needs to know about my previous employment in New York and tell her. Insisting on being paid in cash is the only thing that has kept it a secret this damn long. And while I'm pissed at my mother, she can never find out how I made ends meet during my first 2 years of college, which means I need to figure out how to make 20 grand and fast before Amber runs her mouth. For now, well, I don't bother trying to outrun Dante or his guards. Off to my right, there's a line of SUVs with blacked-out windows clogging up the airport pickup lane, no doubt reinforcements of the mobsters. No, I won't be leaving until he's good and ready to let me walk away. How did you know my flight just landed? I lift my cheap sunglasses to the top of my head to ask the mobster, forgoing a greeting that would only be fake. Because it's my job to know things in this city, especially about my wife's son. Let's go. Interesting word choice. I'm not his stepson, but his wife's son. And fuck, I hate being ordered around by this asshole. No thanks. I don't need a ride. And if I wanted to see my mom, I would have called her. Tough shit. She'll want to see you, you little bastard. So get in the fucking SUV before I have you thrown in the trunk with your luggage. As if on cue, a guard exits the middle SUV and opens the passenger door, then waits for Dante's next command. The mob boss has an entire army of meathead genies ready to do their master's bidding. I don't know how they do it. I know there are some battles I can't win, but I will never bow down to any man, much less a mobster. There's nothing Dante can take from me since I'm broke as hell. He would never seriously hurt me, my friends, or my mother, because my mom would kill him or leave him for it. That's why I feel relatively safe being a dick to him. So where is she? Waiting in the SUV? I ask. Dreading confronting her face to face, I slowly roll my luggage down to the tailgate where the waiting guard loads it. Going to school on the other side of the country worked out great for avoiding my mom this past year. No, Vanessa is having a spa day. I wanted her nice and relaxed while you and I have a little chat, Dante replies as he follows me with his 4 henchmen a step behind. Great, I huff before climbing in the back seat, since it's got more legroom than the trunk. Once we're all loaded up and pulling away from the airport, Dante sitting next to me, he says, without glancing in my direction, "You have no idea how much it hurts your mother when you won't return her calls or texts." I don't have anything nice to say, and if you can't say anything nice, I trail off, tapping my fingers impatiently on the armrest. You need to get over it. Get over it? I scoff. She's lied to me my entire life. I don't know who my fucking father is, and now I don't know who the hell I am. You also know she had a good reason for keeping you in the dark. When I was a child, sure, but by the time I was 15 or 16, she could have explained everything to me. She knows I would have kept my mouth shut. Dante snorts his objection to that statement. Teenagers are hormonal little jackasses. If you had gotten angry at her and told the wrong person, I wouldn't have told anyone, I reiterate slowly. That was a chance Vanessa couldn't afford to take without risking your safety and her own. Do you know what her father did to her the week she was his prisoner? I can't help but wince at the word prisoner. No. He locked her in an outdoor storage building under guard with no food for an entire fucking week. She had to drink water out of a faucet, and it was probably 120 degrees in there, if not hotter. He also beat the shit out of her for hours every single day. And do you want to know why? I swallow around the knot in my throat, imagining my petite, gentle mother being hit once, much less for hours every day for a week. No, but I bet you're going to tell me why. For you. I shake my head, because that doesn't make any sense. Before I can voice my disbelief, Dante says, Yuri wanted Vanessa to tell him where you were. You're the reason she was starved and beaten so badly I barely recognized her face. My fists clench, wanting to hurt the men who would hurt her so badly. I didn't know any of that shit went down. I didn't want to see my mother for weeks. Not until Dante finally brought us back from the secluded island he tossed me on with my 3 best friends, his 2 daughters, 3 dozen guards, and a ton of beautiful women employees literally catering to our every need. My mom didn't look any different when we got home. Or at least I didn't notice if she did, when she finally dropped the bomb on me about who Dante had been waging war against. Her father, my grandfather, the head of the Russian Mafia. If you think that bastard wouldn't have done the exact same thing to you for any little thing you did that he didn't like, you're a fucking idiot. That's why she didn't tell you, Dante tells me. Vanessa was abused by that son of a bitch for 16 years. So this little existential crisis you've been having is nothing compared to what she did to protect you. You want to know who you are? You're the son of a strong, stubborn, amazing woman who loves you more than you could ever possibly imagine. Taking a deep breath as if to calm himself down, he then adds, It's time for you to grow the fuck up and forgive her. I stare at him for a moment, my jaw clenched tight, hating that his words make me feel like a giant pile of shit, but unable to resist saying to him, You loathe dealing with shit that's out of your all-powerful control, don't you? Turning his head to face me, no doubt glaring at me behind his sunglasses, he replies, When it comes to the people I love, I will always find a way to be completely in control, no matter what it takes. In other words, he'll figure out how to pull all my strings to make me sing or dance, anything to make my mom happy, even if it's a lie. The extent to which he's willing to go for her is one of the few things I respect about the bastard. I need more time, I tell him, unable to just snap my fingers and let go of the hurt and anger. And I'm sick and tired of people giving me deadlines and ultimatums today. You have until the end of the day. I snort and roll my eyes because he's an unrelenting asshole. Speaking of things you can't control, have you heard anything from Madison? I ask him. No, I haven't. His response is sharp as a knife. Dante doesn't want to talk about his missing daughter. In this case, no news is probably good news, right? Her ass better be alive, because I'm going to fucking kill her for putting me through this hellish year when I do find her. And that's exactly why she probably won't reach out, I tell him. Glancing out the window, I see the familiar sights of the Strip. Are we going to the Royal Palace? No shit, he mutters, sounding just as annoyed with this conversation as I am. Dante doesn't say anything else until we pull up to the front of the casino. A guard retrieves my luggage from the back and rolls it up beside me so I can take over. I'm not staying here. I've got plans to crash with a friend. Your mother would want you to stay here this summer, he remarks as he comes to a stop at the elevator bank. Removing his sunglasses, he tucks them inside his suit coat. Tough shit. I've already made plans and I'm not changing them. I'll visit for a few minutes, then I'm gone. No, your plans have changed. You're staying here for the entire summer, and I'm assigning you guards. Babysitters? Awesome, I huff sarcastically. And let me guess, you'll be putting me up in one of the hotel rooms? I know for a fact that there are multiple spare bedrooms in the enormous multi-million-dollar penthouse. Dante just doesn't want me near his beautiful daughters. When my friends and I were all cooped up on a private island with Sophia and Cass for a few weeks, he kept guards on their doors at night to ensure neither me nor my friends tried to slip into their beds. He didn't have to worry. Sophie is sweeter than sugar and more innocent than a Disney princess, which means sex with her would require nothing less than a marriage proposal. And Cass, well, the feisty redhead is dangerous, not just in the kick-your-ass way either. I imagine that sex with Cass would have to take place in a dark dungeon where she wears a black leather Catwoman-style bodysuit, wields a whip, and would happily bite a chunk of a man's dick off just for shits and giggles. I'll allow you to use a bedroom on the second floor of the penthouse, Dante says, interrupting my fantasy of his masochistic, domineering daughter. As long as you abide by the house rules. Do I even have a choice in the matter? Of course not. Will you abide by my rules? Yes, sir, I agree with a sigh, telling him what he wants to hear. Living in the penthouse is 100 times better than sleeping on a hotel bed where hundreds of thousands of people have fucked. You haven't even heard my rules yet, Dante mutters as the elevator finally arrives. He steps on first before holding up his palm to prevent his guards and any other guests from joining us. Rude, but whatever. It's his staff and his hotel. Right, let's hear the rules. Dante's glacial blue eyes glare at me as the elevator doors close, clearly not in the mood for my blasé attitude. Most people would be scared shitless to be trapped in a small space with the mob boss, but I know I'm in no real danger. He wouldn't risk losing my mother, because he's more than in love with her. I've known since the second I saw them together that he's obsessed with her, so he won't ever do anything to give her a reason to leave him, like permanently maim or kill me. He might slap me around, punch me or whatever, but I can handle anything he dishes out. While I'm still pissed at my mom for keeping her entire identity, my identity, a secret from me, I am happy that she has the kind of fierce protection that Dante can offer now. He will not step foot on the third floor, ever, Dante tells me. I don't care if there's a 5-alarm fire up there. You can leave the saving to the professionals. Yes, sir. I don't point out to him that he didn't specify if he meant the third floor of the casino or penthouse, and he still hasn't pressed any buttons, so we're just standing in the stuffy, unmoving elevator cabin. You do not lay a finger on either of my daughters, he says. As if sensing the sarcastic question in my head, he adds, not even if they're hanging from the balcony by their fingernails. Leave any and all saving to the professionals. Got it. No laying of my fingers, even to save lives. Again, his demand is technically vague. I don't go around literally laying my fingers on anyone, ever. Not that I would touch either of his daughters, but still, he should be more specific. Like not shoving my fingers, tongue, or dick inside of them. That's specific as hell. If you break either of my rules, I'll make you wish you were dead. Understood. There are plenty of ways for the man to screw with me that wouldn't result in my death. Injuries that I would eventually heal from over days or weeks. I have a high pain tolerance. Not that I plan on doing anything deserving of his punishment this summer. At least nothing that doesn't have a damn good benefit-to-cost ratio. I really don't like being told what I can and can't do. I do whatever the fuck I'm confident that I can get away with. You say you understand, but I'm not sure if you actually comprehend the things I would do to you, Cole. The Mafia King finally presses the bottom button on the elevator, swipes his card through the reader, and even provides a thumbprint scan. Then we're going down instead of up. Down into the pit of hell I've heard rumors about, but never seen myself until today, apparently. When the elevator doors open, I follow Dante across the concrete floor, each step of his dress shoes echoing around the wide open space, along with the sound of the rolling wheels of my luggage. "Wait here," he says, stopping in the middle of the dark space before using the light from his cell phone screen to walk over to a nearby wall. The scent of dirt, sweat, and copper hang heavy in the air that's thicker than in the casino, as if the basement is part of another world. Dante flips the lights on overhead, one row at a time, until they reach and illuminate a man hanging from a giant hook dangling from the ceiling. His face is covered in blood, a rag tied around his mouth, his wrists restrained with metal cuffs draped over the hook. His toes are a good 3 feet off the floor, ensuring he can't touch it. I can't even decipher what sort of clothing he was wearing before his blood drenched them, thanks to the many tears and slices all over his body. The guy looks like he was attacked by Edward Scissorhands. "This is Virgil, one of my blackjack dealers. He made the mistake of stealing from me and my customers," Dante explains. "Eli has been playing with him for 3 long days. I'll give you to Eli for a week if you break any of my rules." "Understood," I assure him, while avoiding the dangling man's pleading eyes and trying to ignore his muffled pleas, as if either of those things will save him. "Great. Go on up to the penthouse and send Eli down. I want to finish this up today." He hands me a plastic key card that removes his suit jacket. "Use that card to get up to the penthouse. The code at the door is currently 9462. Your thumbprint has been added to the casino's security system, so the touchpads will work for you." "How did you get my thumbprint?" I ask him curiously. "Of something you once touched," he replies. "I'm resourceful, Cole. Remember that." Folding and hanging his jacket over an empty chair, he says, "Your mother and I will both be back for dinner at 7 tonight, and you will also attend." "Yes, sir." I gladly head back to the elevator with my suitcase and make my way up. Once I swipe the card, scanning my thumb to get up to the penthouse, I enter in the code next to the door, giving the 2 stony guards stationed there a nod of my head that they ignore. I roll my suitcase in behind me, letting the door slam shut, then leave it in the entryway to go search for Eli. I find the psycho sitting in Dante's office at a small wooden table off to the side, a casual leg crossed over his knee, in one of the chairs. His blonde hair, that's more sandy-colored than mine, is pulled back in the usual man bun as he scrolls through his cell phone. "Hey man, Dante wanted me to tell you to come down to the basement and finish this up today," meaning the guy hanging on by a thread. "Oh, good." He pops up and slips his phone into the front pocket of his slacks. Flashing his teeth at me, he says, "This is always my favorite part." "No kidding?" "Well, I do love drawing it out, too. Their fear of anticipation at the beginning is almost as fun as their terror when they know it's finally the end of their existence." Yeah, the man is a sick fuck. Thankfully, he doesn't say anything else as he hurries out of the office and the penthouse, humming an upbeat tune. In the entryway, I start to pick up my luggage to begin making the trek up the stairs to the 2nd floor, when something outside catches my attention. Needing a better view of the mostly naked woman soaking up the sun from a long float in the pool, I stroll over to look out the floor-to-ceiling windows. Cass's blue bikini barely covers any of her pale skin, Her long red waves are swept up in a messy knot on top of her head, sunglasses concealing her eyes that are always glaring. She doesn't move a muscle, like she's napping. And speaking of muscles, unlike most women from school that are simply half-starved and scrawny, Cass is fit with a capital F. Her long, toned, outstretched legs and arms raised over her head are etched with the hard work of hitting the gym for hours every day. Then there are her killer breasts that look about 2 sizes too big for the rest of her body. They're the heavy, natural kind that straight men are compelled to stare at, especially when they're falling out of tiny blue triangles that barely cover her pebbled nipples. Knowing Dante and Eli will be busy with the basement guy for a while, and not wanting her to burn her pretty ivory flesh, I open the back door and pull down my sunglasses from the top of my head to keep from going blind. I barely make it 2 steps away from the door when she speaks as if she wasn't napping, but simply plotting mayhem with complete stillness. You're back. Her scowl deepens the closer I get, which is nothing new. I think the only time I've ever seen her stop frowning was when I caught her watching me bang the brains out of a housekeeper on the island nearly a year ago. The look of longing on her face, the way she was biting her bottom lip, made it clear that she liked what she saw, every inch of me, including the long ones hanging between my legs that have been swelling since the second I saw her in her bikini. Hell, I'm probably wearing that exact same lustful look on my face now. It's not the Vegas heat that has me on the verge of panting with my tongue hanging out of my mouth. I'm surprised Cass hasn't called me on it yet. Getting ahead of her incoming taunt, I remove my sunglasses to blatantly study all those tiny blue triangles a little closer, including the one between her legs. The soaking wet fabric is clinging to her cunt, creating the mother of all camel toes. Are you trying to burn up that albino skin of yours, or just add a few more freckles? I ask her. And who the hell are you trying to tempt up here with this tiny bikini cock tease? Nobody. Her response comes way too fast, just like I would if she ever put a hand on my dick. The only way that would ever happen is if she were trying to rip it off. Good, because other than me, there are no men around here stupid enough to lay a finger on you. I intentionally use Dante's vague phrasing. Well, except for maybe some of the Neanderthal guards. When Cass doesn't immediately respond, I reconsider my statement. It takes me longer than it should to reach the conclusion, thanks to my hard cock robbing my brain of much-needed blood. Holy shit, I exclaim. You're running around in a tiny cock-teasing bikini for the guards? The same guards who would gladly get on their knees and lick every inch of Dante's shoes if he told them to? It's none of your business what I wear or for whom. Damn. She didn't even deny my accusation. Cass is actually trying to fuck one of the guards. Possibly more. Maybe they already have. Why does that make me want to go bash some heads together and then bury them 6 feet under in the middle of the desert? Maybe it's not my business, but you know exactly what Daddy will do when he finds out his little girl has been spreading her legs for men on his payroll. Does that make them whores if they're also getting paid to screw you? I wonder if Dante would let me help Eli torture them in the basement before killing them. These are men he pays to protect his family, screwing one of his daughters behind his back. It's wrong. Most of them are in their 30s or 40s, married with families, while Cass is barely old enough to drink. It's fucking disgusting, like they're taking advantage of her, even if she begs them for it like a little slut. While I am lost in those sorts of thoughts, Cass slides off her float and into the water. She's faster than she looks as she swims toward me, and stronger. 1 second, I'm standing next to the pool, contemplating torturing guards, and the next, she's grabbing the back of my calves and lifting me up off my feet, tossing my ass into the pool. I sail over her head and the float before belly flopping hard. I barely remember to hold my breath in time before my face hits the water. As I blink away the stinging chlorine from my eyes, I'm asking myself if the crazy bitch really just soaked my clothes, my shoes, and my goddamn phone. And for what? In retaliation for calling her slutty ass out? I had assumed that ruining my clothes and phone would be the end of her temper tantrum. But no, I'm definitely wrong about that. As soon as my head resurfaces, I barely suck in a breath of air and shake the water out of my eyes when the homicidal redhead appears in front of me. Pressing both of her palms to the top of my head, she dunks me back down into the depths of the deep end. It's already a pain in the ass to try and swim while fully clothed, but now I'm getting fucking pissed. Cass caught me off guard twice. That shit won't happen again. My feet hit the bottom, helping me surge up to the surface. The next time my head bursts out of the water, I lunge for her. Grasping her shoulders, I shove her down under the water and then grab her wrists that are still flailing at me. When she comes up gasping, I yell at her through the droplets of chlorinated water, distorting my vision and burning my nose. Are you fucking insane? The answer to that question is apparently yes, because she continues to fight me until I slam her back against the pool wall with my bigger, heavier body, while pinning her hands on either side of her head. Let me go, she demands through clenched teeth, legs bicycling to try and knee me in the balls. Make me, I reply. You tried to fucking drown me, and my damn phone is probably ruined. I'm happy to see her makeup is running in black streaks down her cheeks, and that strands of her soggy crimson hair are hanging limply in front of her face, having come loose from her bun. I hate that the freckles over her nose and cheeks are sort of adorable. Poor baby. She pokes her bottom lip out, making me want to bite a chunk out of it. Somehow she knows the exact words to say to piss me off. I'm not ashamed of growing up poor. It's just infuriating that she doesn't know or care about how many people have to struggle to scrape by in life, while she's always had anything and everything she's ever wanted. Since I have her firmly in my grasp, I expect her to surrender, knowing that she's not going anywhere until I let her. I'm so fucking wrong yet again. The little bitch headbutts me, her forehead colliding with my own, stunning me into letting her hands go so I can focus on not sinking underneath the depths of water again or going unconscious as the patio spins around me in a circle. By the time I've recovered, Cass is swimming over to the ladder on the side of the pool to climb out. Oh, hell no. I surge up, still dizzy, grabbing her hips and pulling her back down into the water. This isn't fucking over, I warn her. That's when shit gets crazy. The demented redhead spins around with a wild, manic look in her pale green eyes, making me think she's about to claw my eyeballs out of my skull. Before I can blink or retreat, her fingernails dig into my scalp. I immediately return the favor, jerking on the remains of her bun. Our faces are less than an inch apart, both of us gasping for air, trying to rip each other's hair out, when I ask her, "What the hell is wrong with you?" A second later, our heads collide again. This time, it's not a headbutt that stuns me. It's our lips crashing together, and we're kissing? Biting? It's hard to tell what's happening at first, until Cass shoves her tongue into my mouth like she's trying to choke me with it. I give as good as I get, wanting to shove my tongue even deeper into her mouth. The clash of our tongues sliding over each other feels so damn good. Cass must think the same thing. With a low moan, her legs stop trying to kick me and wrap around my waist. Her fists tighten in my hair, but she's no longer trying to drown me. My hands immediately stop trying to rip out her hair and lower to grab her perfect, bare, round ass cheeks, squeezing them, pressing her lower body closer to mine while still treading water. Cass doesn't need any further encouragement from me to grind against the hard bulge in the front of my soggy jeans. She nearly drowns me again during her enthusiastic pursuit of impaling herself on my dick. Her bikini bottoms are thin enough that I swear the fly of my jeans is penetrating her far enough to pop her cherry if she still had one. It's fucking amazing. My cock enjoys the warmth and friction from her pussy for all of about 60 seconds before I remember the warning Dante gave me less than 5 minutes ago. Even if I would heal from whatever damage he caused me, I'm not angry enough at my mother to ruin her marriage when he retaliates against me for screwing his daughter. Not to mention the fact that Cass is most likely fucking one of the guards. Possibly more than one, as if she doesn't care about the fate that awaits them when Dante catches them. And he will catch on, eventually. Ripping my mouth away from hers, I say between gasps of breath, "You'll just jump on any dick, won't you, cock tease?" She blinks, as if waking up from a dream. Or nightmare. "How often do you think about my cock? Every time you fuck a guard with a tiny pencil dick?" Cass's hands and legs instantly peel away from mine, putting 5 feet between us before I get a face full of water. "You fucking wish," she says, as she swims back to the ladder and climbs out, swaying her spectacular ass that's in a thong, a fucking thong, as if it's just another ordinary day in her spoiled rich girl life. Like we didn't just try to kill each other and then make out in broad daylight. Hell, if I'd had on board shorts, they would have been shoved off the first second and I would have been inside her pussy the next. Foreplay and protection didn't even occur to me until, well, now. What the hell was I thinking messing with that crazy bitch? What the fuck was Cass thinking? She was definitely into it, humping me like a dog in heat. Whatever it was, both of us are obviously over it now. It's impossible to forget about the man hanging in the basement, and all he did was steal from Dante. No pussy is worth the trouble just to be one of her many fuckboys. Cass is obviously not picky about who she humps if she's screwing some guards. Is it some sort of game for her to see how many men she'll lure to their deaths like some psycho siren? I'm not sure if I pity the men or envy them. Maybe a little of both. I decide to make it my life's mission to not only find out how many guards Cass is screwing, but who they are. I want to know their names and to see their faces. I don't even know why I care. I won't go to Dante and have their blood on my hands. I don't like the thought of Cass with any of those assholes who are also paid killers.
Chapter 2. Cass. I haven't seen Cole in months, nearly a year. He's been absent almost as long as my sister, Madison, who ran away last summer before shit hit the fan with the Russians. I had forgotten how much I hate my stepbrother's cocky smirk, his infuriating taunts, and his big, stupid dick. Yes, I truly hate his dick more than the rest of the annoying bastard. I hate that his monster cock was the first one I ever saw in real life, and that he's right. It's the one I'll always compare to others. I hate that Cole's dick is twice the size of most men, and is only on par with the bats guys swing around in baseball fields or pornos. Mostly, I hate how good it felt writhing on his long, hard length in the pool. I nearly got off humping him through our wet clothes. One second, I was so pissed at him for figuring out my dirty little secret that I wanted to literally kill him to shut him up. And the next, our tongues were colliding, and I nearly drowned him in an attempt to not murder him, but to get him inside of me. I feel like a complete idiot. As if it wasn't bad enough to get caught watching him screwing some random girl on the island. Now there's this disaster to deal with. Cole will never stop tormenting me about the ferocity with which I kissed him, or how hard I grinded on him. The only saving grace is that he was obviously just as eager to fuck me. I knew he was thinking about it from the second he waltzed over to the side of the pool and stared down at me like a starving man eyeing an all-you-can-eat buffet. I'm used to men constantly looking at me that way, at least behind my father's back. I wasn't prepared for Cole to actually put his hands on me. He didn't just touch me. No, he attacked me. The asshole shoved me under the water, pinned me to the pool wall, and even pulled my damn hair. My reaction to the hair pulling was the most unexpected thing of all. I don't like being at anyone's mercy, but Cole looked so furious and stupidly hot staring me down while having the upper hand, even if it was only temporarily. I could have hurt him and got away if I wanted, but I didn't. One quick knee to his balls would have had him backing off. That's what I will definitely do next time. Not that I want or think there will be a next time. I'm sure my father has already given Cole plenty of warnings about what he will do if he touches me or Sophie. He may have been caught up in the moment in the pool, but there's no way he would have let things go any further. No man would risk screwing me in broad daylight in my father's pool. I should forget everything that happened and focus on what's most important. Cole knows about the guards, or at least he's guessed that something is up with them. I have to find out what he plans to do with that information and make sure he drops it before the bastard runs his mouth around my father and gets someone killed. That's a conversation that can wait until later, though. Right now, I need to put as much distance between us as possible. And I want to kick someone's ass. Good thing my daily afternoon session with Saul is about to start. Early mornings and afternoons, we train. For the past few months, my father has actually allowed my ancient instructor to supervise, and of course record through surveillance cameras, fighting his guards and hotel security. Saul convinced Daddy that the guards could use some training, and that the more experience I have with fighting actual big men, the better I'll be able to protect myself. Not that my father would ever concede that fact. As soon as I take a cold shower to wash away the sunscreen, I get changed into black spandex shorts and a matching sports bra, then make my way to the stairs, down to our home gym on the second floor. The luggage sitting open on top of a guest bed has me stopping abruptly in the hallway. No, that's impossible, I mutter to myself, going inside to do some snooping. Maybe Eli is just being relocated from the first floor to the second. My father would never allow Cole to live under the same roof as Sophie and me, would he? The clothes tossed around the suitcase are nothing but casual attire. Jeans, tees, boxer briefs, and socks. It all smells like a fresh, warm towel from the laundry that you want to bury your face in for whatever reason. Moving away before I stick my nose in Cole's undies, I find a laptop that I'm sure is password protected, lying on the side of the mattress as if it was recently used. There's a puddle of water on the carpet nearby. If I take a little peek in the ensuite bathroom, yep, there are the wet clothes and shoes Cole shed before leaving. Maybe he's just staying here for the weekend. He didn't bring a ton of clothes, so I'm sure that's it. On Monday, he'll be gone and everything will go back to normal. If I can just convince him to keep his loud mouth shut for 2 days, we'll be good. Slipping out of his room before he catches me snooping, I finally make it to the gym, pushing aside that asshole from my thoughts for the next few hours. Hello, my beautiful babies. I run my fingertips over each of the marble bases of the trophies. They sit on 3 individual floating wall shelves, one for jiu-jitsu, another for judo, and the third for Muay Thai, all with golden cups mounted on the top, making them well over 2 feet tall. The awards never fail to give me a much-needed confidence boost. Winning them in my first tournament, beating every single competitor in attendance in all 3 events, while barely breaking a sweat, is what truly convinced my father that I could take on any of his big, fat, untrained guards. And, just as I suspected, pinning a much larger, heavier man to the mat had the desired effect. "Dusting off your prizes?" Saul asks from behind me, when he walks into the giant open space the size of some private dojos. "The maids do that for me," I tell him. "I was just saying hello to them." The lanky, completely bald, nearly 70-year-old man wrinkles his forehead in annoyance. "We do not train for prizes. We train to defend ourselves against enemies, of which your father has many." "Yes, but if he never lets me leave the casino, then I won't ever get to kick anyone's ass for real." "I have 3 new security managers for you to throw around today." Ugh, the employees here are all so flabby and weak, I mutter. But at least they'll be a nice distraction. "A distraction from what?" he asks. "Nothing." His chocolate eyes squint at me as he comes closer. "Nothing? Is it the same nothing that gave you those bruises on your wrists?" I glance down at the insides of my pale wrists and then rotate them, finding that the shrewd old man is right. Cole gave me 2 big, ugly blue spots over each wrist bone. It's like the idiot is begging for an early death. And why is my next thought that I like the marks? Nobody has ever held me tight enough to bruise me before, not even in training or the tournaments, or late at night. I don't give opponents time to touch me. Saul rarely even lays a hand on me, only when necessary to correct my posture or position, since he knows my father watches our recorded sessions. "I fell," I lie with a shrug. "Did you fall into a man's hands? Because those are thumb and fingerprint bruises." "It doesn't matter where I fell, so drop it, before I tell my father you gave them to me." The dark-skinned martial arts legend visibly pales in fear of my threat. "It's dropped. Let's warm up." Thankfully, he doesn't mention the bruises again, while I grapple with the 3 out-of-shape guards that show up late. And I know Saul won't say a word to my father about the marks, for fear that I'll just lie and say he's responsible, rather than tell my father the truth. No, I won't tell Dante what happened with Cole in the pool. At least, not yet. First, I'll offer my stepbrother my silence in exchange for his.
Cole. As soon as I climbed out of the pool, I walked dripping wet through the penthouse, grabbing my luggage on the way up the stairs to my new room on the 2nd floor. The bedroom is twice as big as the old one in my mom's apartment, and 3 times as big as my dorm room. It has all the essentials: a king-sized bed, a tall dresser, and 2 nightstands. There's also a walk-in closet that will look empty after I hang the few clothes I brought with me. And I am very happy to find that I have my own private bathroom. Shedding my dripping wet clothes in said bathroom, I toss them over in the tub to worry about later, then pull my laptop from my luggage to send a message to Shane to let him know I won't be staying with him, and then I order a new cell phone. Being being able to just order the replacement of the $1,000 device with a click of a button is a brand new feeling for me. Before my mom inherited her mobster father's money, the unexpected expense of a new phone would have sent me into a full-blown panic. It would have taken days, if not weeks, to come up with the cash to get a new one. And then I would buy the cheapest device in the store. I would have lost sleep over being out that much cash for something as stupid as being pulled into a goddamn pool. Now, well, I don't like using what little of my grandfather's blood money my mother dumps into a bank account for me to use, mostly for tuition, and so I won't have to work during the summer. But it's worth the guilt to not have to hustle for the next 3 months, then have to keep it up while juggling the final year of courses for my business admin degree. Once the phone shit is taken care of, I make a note to figure out a way to pay Cass back for this, and soon. Then I head out to the hallway to speak to the 2 grumpy-looking guards at the front door, needing to find out who she's fucking. I should be worrying about how to make $20,000 fast, and instead, I'm wasting time on this shit. Hey, could you send, what's his name? I scratch the top of my damp head, trying to remember who is in charge of Dante's guards. It starts with a T. Titus. Can you send Titus a message from me? I ask them. Why? The scowls on both of their stern, meathead faces tell me exactly how they feel about me. A nobody whose mom married their boss, giving them orders. I have a few questions for Titus, and I don't have his number. He's in charge of casino security, right? Yeah, but he isn't going to want to talk to you. Either give me his number, or I'll ask Dante, who is currently killing a man in the basement. And I might also slip and tell him that his day guards were eyeing Cass in her bikini a little too long. Fuck you. We haven't even been inside the penthouse or near the pool today. My word against yours. The fact that they don't deny seeing Cass in her skimpy bathing suit, only that it wasn't today, is telling. Maybe it's one of these pricks who is screwing her. Nah. If I had to bet, it's probably someone who works the night shift. Her father, my mother, and her sister would be around too much during the day to try and sneak around. The guard who hasn't said a word to me finally caves, pulling out his phone to ask, "What number should we tell Titus to call?" Well, fuck. My new phone that's being overnighted won't be here until tomorrow. Just see where he is, and if he's in the casino, tell him I'll just come to him. The man snorts, making him look even more bullish. I'm not asking my boss where the fuck he is. Then tell him that I asked and that it's important to the penthouse's security. With a huff, the bull starts texting with his sausage fingers. I stand around in the hall and wait with my hands in my jean pockets, refusing to walk away until he gets a response. I'll come get you when I hear back, he eventually says. It could take a while. Leaning against the hallway wall, I fold my arms over my chest and tell him, I've got nothing but time. It's true. Without classes or needing to earn cash to live on, I'm a free man living in Vegas for the next 3 months with only one thing hanging over my head. How the hell am I going to get my hands on $20,000 in 1 month's time? I could ask my mom, but we're not exactly speaking at the moment, and she would only ask me what I need so much cash for and get suspicious. The reason I need the money is to make sure she never finds out what I did. The ding of a new incoming message on the guard's phone has me straightening. I give the bull a second to read it. Well, several seconds, since he's taking his time. Titus says he's downstairs and will meet you in the lounge where your mom used to waitress. I grit my teeth, not liking the way he said that shit. Yes, it's true that my mother was a cocktail waitress for years in Dante's casino before they hooked up or whatever. I just don't like him implying that her prior occupation somehow makes her beneath them. Yes, my mother preferred slinging drinks to drunk assholes rather than live with her insanely wealthy father while he ran the Russian Mafia. Makes you think, right? The two guards trade a look with each other, but I've had enough of both of them. Maybe they are the ones screwing Cass, and I can figure out a way to make them regret it. Not that I care. It's just frustrating to think of random men hooking up with her right under her father's nose in his damn house. How has Dante not noticed? The man knew when my plane was arriving in the airport when I just bought the ticket this morning. I take the elevator down to the main floor, then from there it's a short walk to the lounge. Titus is a big guy, Dante's second and best friend, the head of casino and hotel security. He's not easy to miss in his designer suit. I slide into the booth with him and say, "Thanks for taking a minute to meet with me." "No problem. What's up, kid?" I don't care for the kid comment, but I let it slide since the man is old enough to be my father. For all I know, he could be. My mom has no idea who impregnated her during a one-night stand when she was a teenager. The only thing I know about my old man is that he was a member of the Sigma Chi fraternity at USC. Or he was at a fraternity party on a college campus one night. It could literally be anyone in the world. "So, I've got a question for you," I start. "And I don't think Dante needs to know we talked, at least not right now." Titus arches a thick, dark eyebrow. "You want me to lie to my boss?" Again, he uses the term boss, since that holds more weight than friend. I have the feeling that Dante Salvato doesn't have many friends he wouldn't shoot in the head if they stepped a toe out of line. I'm not asking you to lie to him, just not inform him of shit he doesn't ask you about directly. Titus takes a sip of his glass of amber liquid, then asks, "And what is the shit that you want to know that he wouldn't ask me about?" "Just the names of the guards who have been on penthouse night shifts for the past few weeks. Oh, and the ones scheduled for the next several weeks." He grunts something unintelligible, then drinks the rest of his liquor, slamming the empty glass down on the table. "Why?" "Need-to-know basis," I reply, rather than rat out my suspicions about Cass to him. I'd rather be the only one who knows her secret. And fuck me, I guess the two of us have a secret that needs to be kept quiet now, too. Why the hell did I kiss her and grab her ass after the crazy bitch tried to drown me? You want me to go through old schedules and tell you who will be working the penthouse shift at night? Titus grumbles. Yes, and I also want to know if they come and go inside the penthouse during the day or night. Well, yeah, they come and go, patrolling the interior of the house every 2 hours, the entire day and night. All except the 3rd floor. And Dante approved that, letting them in the penthouse every 2 hours as long as they stay off the 3rd floor? Of course he did. Are there any cameras in the penthouse? Only ones I know about are in Dante's office. Why? Ignoring his question, I ask another. Are there cameras out in the hallway, so you know how long the guards are gone each check? Yes. The 2 guards out front take turns, so someone is always watching the elevator. Additional guards usually only come up when there's a problem, or Dante is heading out. So one guard makes the rounds of the 1st and 2nd floor at, say, midnight, the other at 2, and so on, trading off for the entire shift? Yes. Why do you ask? Like I said, I'm just curious how it all works, and who will be guarding me now that I'm staying in the penthouse. His eyes bulge at that. Dante gave you a room in the same building as his daughters? Sure, on the 2nd floor. After all, I'm legally his stepson now. Maybe so, but you also have a dick. Dante doesn't like any dicks around his girls. Eli lives on the main floor, I point out. Eli knows Dante will literally have his balls if he steps foot on the 3rd floor. And you would be stupid to consider going up to the 3rd floor, ever. Dante doesn't even like your mom to bother the girls up there. Dante read me the riot act. I'm keeping my dick in my pants. Even my wet pants. Soaking wet pants that felt every slide of Cass's pussy when she was grinding on it a few minutes ago. Was she trying to set me up, to get caught so her father would murder me in cold blood? Does she hate my mom that much that she would ruin shit between them? I wouldn't put it past the crazy cock tease. Okay, fine, Titus huffs. I'll look up the schedule and send it to you, since it's not like it's a secret or anything. You'll be seeing the same men while you're living there, which means I don't think there's any way that this request of yours could bite me in the ass. Great. Thank you. Should I text it? My phone is on the fritz right now, I tell him. Can I get a printed list? Chuckling, he says, You're a persistent little shit, you know that? I shrug, because he's not wrong. Fine. Are Dante and Vanessa home? Not yet. Then I'll bring it up as soon as I print it. Great. Thanks, man. I owe you one. You'll wish you were fucking dead if you're up to something and it comes back on me. Again, I don't doubt that he's a man of his word. The same as Dante. 10 minutes later, and I have the list in my hands, delivered in a sealed envelope. The list of guards on the night shift changes frequently, not only the individuals, but also the pairings, which means it's not going to be easy to figure out who Cass is screwing. Guess I'll be staying up late for a few nights to see who creeps up to her room. The morning Cass watched me bang that girl on the island, I could have sworn she looked like a wide-eyed, scandalized virgin seeing a dick for the first time in her life. And God, I liked that mine was possibly her first, that she couldn't seem to tear her eyes away from it. That was nearly a year ago, though, and a whole lot could change in a year. Did one of the fuckers working for her father take her virginity while he was on the clock? Did they only have quickies because he's always short on time and afraid of getting caught? If so, he's a fucking idiot. It would take me weeks to get my fill of Cass. A 5-minute fuck wouldn't do anything but leave me wanting more, while giving her a sore cunt from the smash and dash. Damn it. I don't like any of these thoughts swirling around in my head. But I can't seem to make them stop.
Chapter 3. Cass. I stand stock still outside of the bastard's new bedroom a few minutes to 7, waiting for him to emerge. My father prefers that we dress up for family meals, so I accommodated that request tonight. When I'm sitting down at the table, the long-sleeve electric blue dress will look rather modest, other than the surplus neckline that accentuates my breasts in the push-up bra. It's when I stand up that it gets sexy. Because of my above-average height and my open-toed leather mule sandals covered in silver glitter, the mid-thigh diagonal hem is a little scandalous where it's highest on my right leg. But I plan to be sitting before my father arrives late to dinner like usual. No, this dress is just a tease meant for the bastard I'm going to threaten. As soon as his bedroom door opens, he steps into the hallway and I pounce on him. Slamming my palms into his broad chest, I push his back against the wall. Rather than look alarmed or concerned in any way, Cole smirks down at me. Ready for round 2 already, cock tease? Too bad there's not enough time to even tongue-fuck you again before dinner. Oh my God, he's insane for even saying shit like that aloud in my father's house. There may not be any cameras in sight, but I'm not entirely certain that my father hasn't planted bugs in the walls to record every word whispered. The only thing I want from you is for you to keep your fucking mouth shut so I don't run mine. Cole runs his tongue over his lips. Keep my mouth shut about what? You're going to have to be a little more specific. The asshole is taunting me, trying to make me talk about what we did earlier, which I refuse to do. Ever. I lift my right leg to slam my knee up between the cocky bastard's legs to humble him, fast, but he's expecting it. Cole's hand shoots out, grabbing my raised leg. His fingers dig in hard enough to leave bruises there, too. It also causes my short dress to rise several inches, especially when he turns my knee out, revealing, well, all of me to him. "Where the hell are your panties?" he murmurs, before I jerk back out of his grip and tug the hem of my dress back down. When I look back up at his face, his golden jaw is clenched tight. His green eyes darken, as if he's more pissed about my lack of underwear than he was about me trying to drown him. Thongs are the most uncomfortable article of clothing in this world. Panties come in all different shapes and styles, you know, and you were just wearing a thong earlier. So he did watch my ass when I walked away. Only because my father won't let me swim naked. Jesus, Cole says, as he rubs his hand over his scruff while blatantly looking me up and down. "You're not a cock tease. You're a fucking walking, talking Venus cock trap. That pretty red fuzz covering your hot, wet pussy is just begging for a dick to poke around and get snared inside, isn't it?" His long index finger traces along his top and bottom lip, making me wonder how it would feel to have that same finger running around the lips between my legs. "You're an idiot." I hate that my cheeks are warming in embarrassment by how casually he talks about that part of my body right to my face, not to mention the thoughts in my head. "That's the best insult you could come up with?" he asks. "You're not flustered, are you, Cassie?" "It's just Cass, never Cassie. And stop trying to change the subject," I tell him. "If you talk, I'll talk." "Oh, right," he snorts. "You came to warn me to keep my mouth shut about how you're screwing your father's guards. And if I don't, I'm guessing you'll tell him what we did at the pool?" "What you did." I glance back toward the dining room and kitchen to make sure nobody is around to have heard his loud mouth. "What we did," he repeats, drawing my attention back to his arrogant face. "There were 2 tongues in my mouth after you tried to kill me, and I'm not the one who climbed you and humped you like a horny little monkey, am I?" I swallow my annoyance at the vivid reminder and tell him, "Next time, I'll hold you under the water until you stop fighting." Crossing his arms over his chest, Cole leans his back against the wall, his full lips spread in a shit-eating grin. "Right. Well, until then, you seem to be under the assumption that I'm scared of Dante." "You should be," I warn him. "I don't give a shit what you tell Daddy, cock tease. I can handle anything he dishes out. Dante may string me up in the basement and slice up my skin while Eli watches and jerks off, but he won't ever kill me. All your tattling will do is cause my mother pain and put a strain on their happily ever after Mafia marriage." His army green eyes roam slowly up and down my body again. "Is that your goal here, to get rid of my mother? Because she probably wouldn't leave him for giving me a beating. She may even say I deserved it. Do you think your guards will get off that easy? I don't. And it is more than one, isn't it?" Before I can answer him, the sound of footsteps on the stairs have us both glancing over to the kitchen. 2 sets, apparently. "I missed you today, Butterfly," I hear my father's deep, rumbly voice say to Vanessa. "You could have joined me in the spa. The mudroom has this bench that I think you would like." Shit, I should have gone to the dining room and sat down already. Now my father and Vanessa will wonder why I'm outside Cole's bedroom, wearing the shortest dress I own. But it's too late to do anything but take a few steps away from his door, heading in their direction. Vanessa appears first, dressed in a white dress much more conservative than mine, followed by my father in his typical black, perfectly tailored suit. They both glance down the hallway briefly in our direction, before their gazes jerk back a second time. "Cole?" Vanessa squints at him, then covers her gaping mouth with her palm. "What? How?" She looks to my father, who smiles down at her. "Surprise," my father says. "Cole flew in today and is staying with us for the entire summer." "The entire summer?" I can't help but voice my outrage. I thought he was only here for the weekend. The entire summer means weeks, months. Damn it, now my father is looking at me, at the hem of my skirt. "Cass, what the hell are you wearing?" he asks, as Vanessa jogs past me in her heels to throw her arms around Cole's neck, my dad and I temporarily forgotten. "A dress?" I mutter. "What are you even doing down here?" "Oh, I bet I can guess," he grumbles. "Sweetheart, you need to get off Cole's dick." "What?" I exclaim. Oh God, he knows. Eli or a guard must have seen us, and if he strings Cole up to torture him in the basement, there's nothing to stop Cole from running his mouth about his assumption of who I've been fucking to make the beating stop. My father scrubs his hand down his face, his eyes looking heavy and exhausted when they drop. "That came out wrong. I meant leave the boy alone, at least for a few days. You can give him hell after he's settled in, because if you run him off before the weekend is over, Vanessa will be very upset." Oh my God. He didn't mean for me to literally get off Cole's dick. It was just a very unfortunate and incredibly accurate choice of words. "I don't want anything to do with him," I assure my father. "Why are you letting him stay in the penthouse? Before he would just stay in a hotel room." Lowering his voice, he steps closer to me to say, "Cole is Vanessa's son. He's my stepson and your stepbrother now, Cass. You will behave like siblings and only like siblings. I've warned him that if he touches you or Sophie, he'll fucking regret it." "You wouldn't actually murder your wife's only son, would you, Daddy?" Straightening the sleeves of his suit jacket, he says, "If I did, I sure as hell would do it in a way that kept my hands clean." Wow. He's basically telling me that if he finds out Cole touched me, that he'll have someone else kill him and make it look like an accident. I knew it. Cole should be very scared of my father finding out we fooled around in the pool. While I may have been the one humping him, he had 2 handfuls of my ass and left bruises on my wrists. That was another reason for the long-sleeved dress tonight. My father glares down the hall. Glancing back at Cole, I see Vanessa is still hugging her much taller son, but his arms are still hanging by his sides. At my father's persistent stare, he reluctantly lifts a hand to her back. "I'm so glad you're home." "This isn't my home," Cole replies, while eyeing me and my father. "But I'll stay here until the fall semester starts." "I can't tell you how happy I am to see your handsome face. I didn't think you would ever speak to me again. I know you're still upset." Gently pushing her an arm's length away, Vanessa wobbles in her heels as Cole says, "I'm starving. Is it time to eat?" I knew Cole hadn't been around much the past few months. He didn't come home for Thanksgiving or Christmas, which obviously made Vanessa so sad I saw her crying 6 times. But I had no idea he missed the holidays because he was angry at her. He didn't know who she really was until we got back from the island, and our parents told us that Yuri Petrov, Cole's grandfather, was dead. I could see being upset with my father if he kept his entire previous life and name a secret from me. So why did Cole decide to come back to Vegas now? My father must have manipulated him into staying here, since Cole doesn't act like he's forgiven Vanessa yet. Giving the mother and son a moment alone, I slip past my father to head into the dining room, where perfect Sophie is already sitting. Fuck. Did she sneak upstairs while Cole and I were arguing? Did she see us or hear anything we said? Everything that was said? God, this is why I told Cole not to talk about it. How long have you been sitting in here? I ask my sister. She shrugs and tosses her long raven hair over her shoulder. 10 minutes or so? Daddy said there was a surprise tonight. God, you're so pathetic. I shake my head when I take my seat across from her. The surprise is just Cole is visiting for the summer. No biggie. Sophie started sitting beside Vanessa at the dinner table after she took Madison's seat when she first moved in, which was fine with me. My father always sits at the head of the table, which means there's an extra place setting next to my chair for Cole. Dinner should be fun while he's here, since we'll be close enough for our legs to touch underneath the table. Grabbing his dick during dinner could be fun too. Not that I want to touch the monstrosity, but because it would freak him out, make him nervous. The more I think about it, the more certain I am that Cole's big dick would never fit inside of me. Therefore, it couldn't possibly feel good. Getting fucked by the cocky bastard would only be painful. So I'm going to stop thinking about it and forget how that maid on the island seemed to enjoy it. She did fall to her knees afterward. Maybe she was faking her orgasm and was actually in agony. I should have asked her before we left. Has Cole seen her since we got home from the island? She probably works for my dad in Vegas somewhere in the hotel, casino, or one of his other rental properties. I bet she would be easy to find. Nah, Cole is no doubt a playboy who probably doesn't even remember the poor girl's name. I clench my teeth together, hating how much I don't want him to remember her name or anything else about her. The jackass strolls into the dining room ahead of Vanessa and my father with a confident swagger, heading right to the chair next to mine. He pulls it out and sits down, wafting his warm, clean laundry scent in my direction, especially when he scoots his chair ridiculously close to mine. I scoot mine away in the other direction, making him chuckle softly. It's so annoying how he thinks everything I do or say is hilarious. After everyone is seated, the servers bring out the salad, and my father says, "As I've already mentioned to Cass, Cole is visiting us for the summer. Sophie, do you have any problem with him staying on the second floor?" "I think it's great," my little sister says, flashing our stepbrother a smile. If I didn't know just how naive and innocent she was, I would think she's flirting with him. But no, that's just Sophie, trying her best to win the Daughter of the Year award from Daddy. "Cass?" our father asks, even though I've already made my position clear. "It's fine. Whatever." Bitching would only raise my father's suspicions. He would demand to know why exactly I don't want him staying here. As much as I threatened Cole that I would tell him about the pool, explaining to my father we kissed and he grabbed my ass after I tried to drown him won't go over very well. Although kiss seems too mild a term for how our lips and tongues attacked each other. What did Cole call it? Tongue fucking? Yeah, that's a better description. It was a deep, fast, and furious clashing of tongues. While he pulled my hair that had me so turned on, I was trying to ride his big dick through his jeans. "Cole has agreed to abide by my rules of not going up to the third floor," my father says, interrupting the replay in my head. I really should have worn panties because now I'm soaking wet again. "Do I need to tell you not to go down and torment your stepbrother on the second floor?" The fact that my father is looking right at me while talking about going down on Cole is so wrong because now I'm imagining that scenario. Would he even fit in my mouth? Doesn't matter. You just told me, I point out to my father when he pauses for my response. And I won't. Please don't break Dante's rules, Vanessa says to her son. Please? Yeah, Mom, I'll be on my best behavior, Cole snaps. His best behavior obviously includes looking at my bare pussy and making loud commentary about how slutty I am in the hallways. Does his mother actually believe Cole is the saint he pretends to be when he's around her? I've known from the moment he stepped foot in the penthouse that he was trouble. I think the first thing he ever said to me was when I was lying on a pool float, just like earlier today. He dove in, swam up to me, and asked, while everyone else was of course out of earshot, if the curls on my cunt were the same pretty color as the hair on my head. When I told him it was, he asked me if he could lick it to see if it tasted spicy like a red pepper or sweet like watermelon. I flipped him off. Then my father invited him to the poker tournament that got bombed. Well, I guess Cole finally got his proof of the color today. He'll never find out how I taste, though. I can hear him now, giving me a play-by-play of the flavor, smell, texture, and moisture levels the entire time he's licking my pussy, leaving me no choice but to suffocate him between my thighs. We all dig into our piles of rabbit food in silence after that, until Vanessa says, "Will you try to respond to my calls and texts while you're here?" "Sure, Mom, as soon as my new phone comes in." "You bought a new phone? What happened to your old one? You haven't had it long." "Oh, yeah, the old phone I destroyed when I tossed his arrogant ass into the pool. I honestly thought all the new phones were waterproof nowadays." Cole doesn't even blink in my direction. He just tells his mother, "It got a little wet." My stupid core clenches at his choice of words, drenching my bare pussy. Sighing, Vanessa tilts her head and says, "Honey, you should be more careful. Just because you have a small safety net now, that doesn't mean you should be wasteful with money." "Oh, trust me, I was furious about it," Cole mutters, before stabbing his fork into his lettuce harder than necessary. Oops, guess he wasn't happy about his device being ruined. He shouldn't have been talking shit. Everyone knows I have an awful temper. My hair color serves as a literal warning flag to not fuck with me. Cole apparently hasn't received that message yet, since he was still talking shit in the hallway. He acts all tough and unconcerned with my father's consequences, but I'm sure it's just that, an act. After the close call earlier, Cole won't even think about touching me again. And if he does, the next time my knee won't miss his balls.
Cole. "So, sweetie, what are your plans for the week?" my mom asks me after we finish our entree, some Italian pasta that had a ton of nasty tomatoes in it. I hope we won't have to have many of these stuffy dinners together this summer. "Oh, could you make a deposit to my account? If not, maybe Dante can give me a job in the casino?" She blinks at me silently, waiting for me to provide more information, just as I was afraid of. "Why?" "I was thinking about going car shopping." I come up with a lie off the top of my head. I can buy a clunker, then send the rest of the money to Amber. "Car shopping?" My mother makes it sound like I just said I was going skydiving without a parachute. "Yeah, Mom, shopping for a car so I don't have to walk everywhere." I withhold the word, finally. Having to stay on campus or use public transportation for the past 3 years sucked. Now that she inherited all that money, maybe I can at least get a car out of Amber's blackmail. "You don't need a car, sweetie. I recently sold mine because I never drove it anymore." Why did you sell your car? I ask. Mostly because it was a piece of shit that was falling apart, so it couldn't have been worth more than a few $100. Dante's guards drive me wherever I need to go. It's safer, Dante says from the head of the table. And as I told you earlier, you'll be assigned 2 guards and a vehicle, which will be available anytime you need it. Wait, you're putting guards on me all the time, and they have to drive me around everywhere? My mom says, Of course. The city can be dangerous, especially now that we're part of Dante's family. I didn't have guards shadowing me at school, so why do I need protection here? Nobody even knows who I am. Nobody will recognize my face, not unless I don't come up with the cash, Amber wants. Seeing my mother wince before she lowers her eyes is all the answer I need, especially when Dante lifts a single eyebrow and gives me a look that says, You really think she would leave you unguarded after what happened last summer? You had people watching me all year on campus? Great. Add one more lie by omission to your giant fucking pile. Cass laughs from her seat next to mine and says, Welcome to our cage, golden boy. We weren't spying on you, my mother replies. The men were there just to make sure nobody came after you. With a shake of my head, my jaw clenched tight, I tell her, I can't believe you. Life is different for us now, sweetie. You had to know there would be some uncomfortable changes. Uncomfortable? I'm going to have constant babysitters reporting my every move to you and Dante? That's way past uncomfortable. It's invasive and unnecessary. You should be glad you at least get to leave the casino whenever you want, Cass remarks, her eyes lowered to her glass of red wine she gulps down. I knew her father was strict, but he really doesn't let them leave the casino without his permission? Can you leave here whenever you want? I ask my mom. Sure I can, but I learned my lesson about complaining about guards and not taking my safety as a priority when I was kidnapped. You were kidnapped? My mom gives Dante a wide-eyed, oh shit look. When? When were you fucking kidnapped, Mom? Right after the bombing, Cass informs me, since the rest of the table is as silent as a tomb. A few days after you left, she adds. I mean, after you and your mom left the casino because of the fight with my dad. Kidnapped? Jesus. Stabbing my fingers through my hair, I give the locks a tug. Wow, I can't believe you were... And that you didn't tell me about that either. I didn't want you to worry. Worry? You could have been killed, or worse. Did they do worse? I ask, even though I'm not sure if I want the answer. It's crazy how fast all my anger at my mother evaporates after hearing the word kidnapped. She gives me a small smile. No, sweetie. Dante had his guards keeping an eye on me, thankfully, even though I didn't want him to. It was Yuri's men who grabbed me. That's how they found out I was still alive. I didn't know Dante and his men would come for me so fast, so I spilled the beans about my birth name to make sure the Russians kept their hands off me. I can't believe this, I mutter, running my fingers through my hair again. My grandfather really was a piece of work. My mom wouldn't have been so lucky if she hadn't been his daughter. He would have killed her, probably after letting his men rape her. I'm glad that son of a bitch is dead. Welcome to the Mafia, Dante grumbles. Killing my grandfather is one thing he did that I approve of. I bet he and Eli made that fucker suffer too. You can never be too careful, so trust no one but the people sitting at this table. I guess that doesn't include Psycho Eli, since he's apparently not allowed to eat with the family. And I'm not entirely sure Cass can be trusted not to kill me. The fact that she came to warn me before dinner in that skimpy dress means she must be seriously concerned I'll tell Dante about her and her escapades with the guards. I can't wait to find out who they are. but I won't be turning him or them over to Dante. It can't be anything serious like a relationship, could it? Cass wouldn't have attacked me in the pool if she didn't care about the sons of bitches. But how do they feel? Are they just using her? I'm going to figure out who they are, and then I'm going to get answers to all of those questions.
Chapter 4. Cass. After dinner, I head up to my room where I flop down onto the big, comfy chaise lounge in the center of my room. Then I unlock my phone to read my new message. Lowell said, "Can't wait to see you tonight. Get that kitty emoji ready for me." I quickly text him back. "Can't tonight. In fact, you shouldn't come up to my room for a while." Him. "Why not? My balls are aching for you," is his instant response. How romantic, telling me about his aching balls. Me. Because my nosy stepbrother is staying here for the summer. Him. So? Me. So he's already suspicious, and I don't want him to catch you up here. Him. Can you come down to me? Me. No. He'll probably be lurking around the entire penthouse. Him. He's allowed on the 3rd floor? Me. No, but he can see and hear a lot from the 2nd. Him. Fine. Is texting still safe? Me. Yes. Him. Then I've got a clip I think you're going to love. Send me a video of you playing with yourself while watching it. I need something to jerk off to until I can see you again. Eventually, a link appears after his comment, one for a popular porn site. It's not the first and probably won't be the last Lowell sends. Me. Why do you think I'll love it? Is it another girl-on-girl scene? Because that's not really my thing, I say, before clicking on it. Him. Not girl-on-girl this time. All the women around the casino have been talking about this shit. Some said they want to get married just so this fucker can visit them. One of the strippers even added the costume to his routine. It's so messed up, but the ladies are loving it. Enjoy, dirty girl. Winky face. I make sure my volume is all the way turned down before I dare click on the link. The last thing I need is Sophie coming to ask what the sounds were. Then I watch it, captivated the entire time it runs. At first, I don't see what the big deal is. In fact, the man on top of the woman is sort of old, hairy, and gross. But then, an intimidating-looking man in black leather pants and matching jacket, no shirt underneath, strolls into the bedroom door wearing a ski mask that covers his entire face. Only his mouth is visible, and his killer abs peeking out of the jacket. Whatever he says has the naked man scrambling off the woman, backing away. The masked man grabs the naked woman's ankles, pulling her to the foot of the bed. His fingers swipe through her folds before he says something that has the man scrambling over, dropping to his knees. Grabbing the back of his head, he pushes the guy's face to the woman's pussy, then holds it there until she arches her back and trembles. After she obviously comes, the masked man pushes the guy out of the way. He unzips his leather pants and takes out his giant hard-on. Once he rolls on a condom, he pulls her ass to the edge of the mattress, and then he starts banging the shit out of the woman. She turns into a rabid animal, bucking, clawing at him, desperately trying to touch his chest and abs, demanding more until his fingers wrap around her throat, holding her down on the mattress until she trembles a second time. In and out, he moves methodically, slamming deep each time, until he pulls out, removes the condom, and explodes all over her pelvis. The camera then shows a close-up of the thick, milky substance dripping down into and around her cunt. Again, the masked man grabs the other man, who is still kneeling nearby on the floor, watching them while tugging on his stubby dick. He presses the man's face to the woman's pussy again, holding his head hostage, making him lap up every drop of his seed, getting the woman off for a third time. When she's lying there in a heap recovering, the masked man wipes his half-hard dick off on one side of the man's face, then the other. The guy sticks his tongue out, trying to lick the shaft before the masked man puts his cock back into his pants and walks out. The second time I replay the scene, I put in my wireless earbuds first to listen to every word, every command, every moan. That's when I learn that the man and woman are a married couple who got interrupted. The masked man embarrasses the wimpy husband who is obviously terrified of him. He tells him he fucks like a pussy and doesn't know how to get his wife off, so he's going to show him exactly what she needs. The woman's loud moans prove just how much she's enjoying it all, especially when her husband is licking up another man's cum from her pussy. The masked man chuckles at the guy's enthusiasm, since he's clearly enjoying the way he tastes. For whatever reason, it's hot as hell the way the husband is directed to pleasure his woman before she's used by the stranger in front of him. The husband just watches every second in awe, then pleasures her again, lapping up another man's cum from her body. And after the third full viewing with sound, well, that's when I hold my phone in my left hand to record my fingers between my legs. Still wearing my short blue dress, I rub my clit with the heel of my hand while pumping 2 fingers in and out of my pussy. I come faster than ever, either from the visual stimulation or from the memories of earlier today when I was kissing and grinding on coal. A few minutes after I send the video to him, Lowell responds. Him: "Holy shit, that was fast." Me: "Thanks for the video. I thoroughly enjoyed it." Him: "I thought you would. I know you loved it when 2 men played with you. You're so damn feisty it took 2 cocks to break you, didn't it?" I don't respond to that comment. Instead, I ignore it, change into comfy clothes, then climb into bed feeling sated but still needy for a man's touch at the same time. But I can't ever have the man I find myself wanting. And if I'm being honest with myself, while sneaking around with Lowell and Matt is fun, they always leave me wanting more.
Chapter 5. Coal. When I step off the elevator and make my way to the front of the casino, 2 giants follow me. This is fucking ridiculous. "You'll get used to it," one of them says. "Better than being tortured and killed, right?" the other asks. "I suppose having shadows is slightly better than torture or death." "Are you 2 going to tell my mother and Dante everything I do, where I go, who I see?" Neither respond, which is answer enough. "Fucking great," I mutter. "It's for your own protection," I'm told yet again. Before I walk outside the front entrance of the casino, I stop and look at my phone, trying to decide whether I should call my mom and bitch some more about how unnecessary this shit is. She still can't seem to grasp the fact that I'm a grown-ass man. But then I remember her talking about being kidnapped last night at dinner, and I slip my phone back into my jean pocket. Turning to face the 2 henchmen in the middle of the mostly empty casino floor, since the gamblers are probably still hungover or sleeping, I ask, "Did you 2 know about my mom being kidnapped?" "Yeah, we were with Dante when he went after her," the slightly smaller of the 2 answers. Both have dark brown hair, kept short, and similar brown eyes. The same goes for most of Dante's guards. Which has another question popping into my head about Cass's preferred type. First, though, was it bad? It was bad, wasn't it? I asked them. "Their vehicle didn't get far before we ran them off the road and killed all 6 of the Russians inside of it." 6. 6 thugs were sent by my grandfather to kidnap and do no telling what to Dante's woman, my mother, all on the orders of either my grandfather or one of his men. Not that they knew who they had grabbed at the time, apparently. This gangster shit is so fucked up. Fine, I huff, before asking my other question. Are either of you screwing Cass? Their eyes widen. Then the two men look at each other in silence for a long moment, before they both begin to belly laugh. Is that a yes? I shout at them over their laughter. The smaller one slaps the other on the arm. I think he's actually serious. That statement is followed by more raucous laughter until their faces are bright red and their eyes are watering. The larger man swipes his knuckles underneath his eyes as he straightens. That's the funniest shit I've ever heard. Nobody in their right mind would even think about being alone with one of the Mafia princesses, much less... No, I can't even say the words. If Dante overhears, he will cut my tongue out for just speaking of such things and his daughters in the same sentence. Well, I believe him. The other guard looks just as nervous about the turn of our conversation all of a sudden. His eyes dart around the casino floor as if expecting Dante to suddenly pop out from behind a row of slot machines. Neither of you work the night shifts, do you? No. We both have enough seniority that we only work the daylight hours. Why? The big guy asks. No reason, I mutter as I turn back around and walk out the entrance. A few cars are lined up, either checking out this morning or waiting for valets to park them, none of which are Dante's blacked-out bulletproof vehicles. Where are the SUVs? They're all parked on the other side of the casino. Spinning around to face the guards who have sobered from their laughter, I ask, then why the hell didn't one of you say something? The larger one shrugs his linebacker shoulders. You didn't ask. Yeah, our job is to follow you, not tell you where to go. Staring up at the underside of the concrete porte cochere, I ask anyone listening up in the heavens, how the fuck am I going to come up with $20,000 with my constant babysitters tailing my every move? Amber wasn't wrong. I regularly get calls about taking on new contracts, and I've ignored them all for the past year. I really don't want to have to take any more just to come up with the cash she's demanding. What I need is a way to shut her up for good. Otherwise, in a few months, she'll just be calling me up yet again. If I could convince my mom to put my tuition payment into my account instead of paying it directly to the school, I could use it to pay Amber and get a student loan or some shit. When I finally lower my gaze, I see a commotion further down at one of the revolving doors. A skeleton of a brunette woman in oversized, dirty clothes is being herded away while getting chewed out by 3 casino security guards in all black attire. You can't loiter around here, harassing Mr. Salvato's customers for money, one of the men snaps at her as they crowd her backward onto the sidewalk. Let me borrow a few dollars, and I'll leave. Get lost, or I'll have the cops come arrest you. Yeah, okay. So I'm a dick for complaining about needing blackmail money and being part of a family that's so rich I have actual human shields following me around, while this woman has to literally beg strangers for a few dollars. Removing my wallet from my back pocket, I pull out all the cash I have and stride over, holding the folded bills out to her. It's not like the 20 and a few ones will put a dent in the thousands I need. The woman looks at the money, then up at my face with glazed-over hazel eyes before taking the wad. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry they're being dicks to you, I say with a nod of my head to the retreating men. But hopefully that will get you something to eat. As I turn to head back into the air-conditioned casino, the 2 guards following me, one of them says, She's just going to spend your money on drugs or booze. Then she spends it on drugs or booze, I reply. What a waste. It's not a waste, I argue, without bothering to turn around and see which of them is speaking. Maybe the cash I gave her will ease her worries for a few hours, or a few days. That's priceless. I'm guessing neither of you have ever been poor. Like you have, one grumbles under his breath. Now I do turn back around so fast the smaller, mouthy one almost runs into my chest. You have no fucking idea what my life was like growing up. My mom never made more than minimum wage, so shit was always tough for us. We were on our own. Again, the two men share a look before the biggest says, "Sorry, we didn't consider that." "No, you didn't. You don't know shit about me, and I don't even know your names. We should probably introduce ourselves if you're going to be my shadows." "I'm August." The big one holds out his baseball mitt of a hand for me to shake, which I accept. "Mike," the smaller one offers, when he does the same, shaking my hand. "I'm Cole Brooks, not Petrov. I didn't know my grandfather was the head of the Russian Mafia until last summer. My mom recently inherited his money and hasn't had to work 70-hour weeks serving cocktails to assholes for the first time in her life. I don't have access to any of his cash, so I'm broke as hell. If I did get my hands on his millions, the first thing I would do is pay you both to fuck off." "Understood," August replies. "Now, would you like us to show you where Mr. Salvato keeps his fleet?" "Yes, thank you." "Next time, one of us can go get a vehicle and pull it around to the front so you won't have to walk," August adds. "I don't mind walking," I tell him. "Where are we headed, sir?" Mike asks, as August leads the way through the other side of the casino with him at my back. "Don't call me sir. You're both old enough to be my father. And we're going to pick up my friend Shane. I need to find a poker game tonight where I can make some fast cash. Know of any place?" "No such thing. Games are all rigged in Vegas, and Mr. Salvato would be furious if we let you piss away your money," August replies. "So you're not just babysitters, you really are my new daddies, huh? I didn't have one growing up, and sure as shit don't need one now." "Our job is to protect you at all costs. That includes protecting you from yourself," August explains. "Fine," I huff. "Then I guess we're going to go hang out with my friend, get drunk, play video games, and brainstorm ways to make fast money." "If you need money, then why did you just throw some away? Or why don't you just ask your mommy for the money?" Mike questions me, his tone mocking. "Why don't you just stand there and try to look tough until the great and powerful Oz gifts you a brain, scarecrow?" "Who?" "Shut up," August grumbles to his colleague. "You're not helping your case." Then to me he says, "Why do you need money?" Like I would fucking tell you just so you can run and tell your boss. In fact, forget I asked. Fine, I agree. Let's go. If I want any of my personal shit to stay personal, I'm going to have to figure out a way to convince my security detail not to rat me out to Dante. I'll just add that to the ever-growing list of shit I need to do. 1. Keep my dick in my pants around Cass. 2. Find 20 grand. 3. Either make friends with my guards, or figure out a way to blackmail them for their silence this summer.
Chapter 6. Cass. By Monday, I'm tired of letting Cole come between me and my fun. Matt isn't scheduled to work the night shift for a few more days, and it's Lowell's last shift for 2 weeks. That's why I text him to come up to my room during the midnight patrol tonight. Lowell's response, "Hell yes. Get that pretty pussy wet for me since I won't have time to do it myself." I can't help but roll my eyes, even if he can't see me do it. Of course he won't have time to finger me before he shoves his dick inside. Which is fine, since it would probably take him or Matt all night for him to figure out what I like, and we don't have that kind of time. The two men have known about each other from the beginning, but haven't worked the same shift in months. I've even had them both at the same time. Once. We've never had more than 10 minutes at the most, even that time, which really sucked. Tonight, after Lowell finishes, I'm going to ask him again about talking to my father, getting his permission to date me. Daddy can't expect me to stay a virgin forever. I'm 21. old enough to legally drink, and more than ready to decide who I want to fuck and when. Ever since Madison ran away, our father has been slightly more lenient. Still, it's not like I can go up to him, tell him I've been screwing 2 of the men who work for him, and ask for his approval to keep doing it, and go on real dates with the men. That shit will never fly. We have to play this right. Ask Daddy to let me date first, and take it from there. What's the worst that could happen? He'll fire Lowell or Matt? Kill them? Okay, so I get why neither man want to take that chance. But I'm tired of the quick hookups where I have to get myself off because there's no time for foreplay. About 10 minutes to midnight, I re-watch the last video Lowell sent, then video myself lying naked in my bed, the selfie stick in one hand, my rose vibrator in the other this time. Maybe it'll give him a hint about which part of his body I would like to have between my legs one of these nights. I've never been on the receiving end of oral, and ever since I watched that video, I've been fantasizing about it, wondering how good it would feel. Better than my fingers or the vibrator, I bet. For some stupid reason, though, when I close my eyes, trying to get myself off with the fluttering flower petal, I see Cole's face between my legs. Not for the first time, either, unfortunately. Since we met and he asked to lick me to find out how I taste, I've wondered if my stepbrother actually likes going down on women, or was just running his mouth, like usual. Kissing him last week in the pool was a huge mistake. I still don't know how it happened. Climbing him while our tongues tangled felt as vital a need as oxygen, a necessity that I didn't know my body required before that moment. I don't want to touch any part of Cole again, though. Absolutely not. Suffocating his smug face between my thighs is more about ending him than coming on his tongue. And I'm still convinced that his dick would be more pain than pleasure. How could it not be? God, I really need to stop thinking about that part of Cole's body. I end the recording I started and try again. This time only thinking about Lowell. Only Lowell. Until a masked man interrupts his jackrabbit fucking to take me hard, but not fast. Then forces the guard to lick up every drop of his release from my pussy.
Cole. After everyone goes to bed Monday night, I once again slip out of my room like I have every night since I've been staying here. During the day, I hang out with Shane, shooting the shit until he has to get to his job in the kitchen of Sinatra's, one of Vegas's most popular restaurants. That's when my patrol starts. Thankfully, I haven't had to sit through any more family dinners, and my mom hasn't been insisting we spend time together either, giving me space until I decide to forgive her. I hate being angry at her. I'd have missed her this past year, so I'm going to try to stop acting like a little shit toward her soon. Just not tonight. Heading to the kitchen on the 3rd floor a few minutes before midnight, I keep all the lights off, so tonight's guard won't see me waiting. Both of the men working tonight, Neil James and Lowell Walsh, have been on duty since I got here last week. Every night at midnight and at 2, they've walked the 1st floor and 2nd, but never the 3rd. I go to bed after that, unable to stay awake for the 4 and 6 o'clock patrols. And just because neither of the men have made a move to the 3rd floor yet, doesn't mean they haven't been biding their time. Kaz probably warned them last week when I got here that I was suspicious, and to wait a few days before visiting her bed again. I've kept myself away from her as well. That's the easiest way to keep my dick inside my pants. And to keep breathing. I never know what that crazy bitch will do when I see her, and none of the options are great. Just as I suspected, right at midnight, I hear quiet footsteps on the stairs. Guess someone's dick couldn't wait any longer. Asshole. I'm going to make him regret his decision. I finally moved to stand on the third-floor landing, so he'll see me in the darkness in plenty of time to not shoot. "Fuck! You scared the shit out of me," the big guy mutters softly, clutching at his barrel chest, but thankfully not pulling a gun from his suit jacket. Those few seconds are all it takes for me to hate the son of a bitch. Like August, Mike, and all the other guards, he's tall, wide through the shoulders, with short brown hair. Average looks, yet swollen enough to be slightly threatening. What the hell does Cass see in him? Does she like meatheads? I put on some weight the past year when I didn't have to scrimp for meals, but I'll never be as thick as this fucker. "Cole, right?" he asks, keeping his deep voice lowered. "Titus told us you were living here on the second floor this summer." He pauses. "Wait, what are you doing on the third floor?" I throw his question back to him. "What are you doing coming up to the third floor?" "I'm just patrolling. It's my job to walk the house," he answers quickly. Yep, he's definitely Cass's guy. Or at least one of them. My fists tighten by my sides with the urge to slam them into his stupid face simply because he... What? Touched Cass? Fucked her? Has seen her naked? Rolled around in her bed naked with her? The answer is yes to all of the above. Why I give a shit who she fucks is beyond me. I just can't believe Dante could be so blind to not know what's going on in his own damn house. Cass can do better than some hired muscle who will never offer her more than a quickie because he's too scared of his boss. You're not allowed to patrol the third floor, I remind him. Oh shit, you're right. I must be tired tonight. I'll grab some coffee. The idiot makes the mistake of turning around, giving his back to me. I lunge down the steps to him, then plant my forearm across his throat. Standing on the step above him gives me an even bigger height advantage, which I need since he definitely outweighs me. At least I have the element of surprise going for me. You're tired? Really? I whisper in his ear. You were sneaking up to Cass's room, weren't you? How did you? He croaks, until I pull my right arm back to apply more pressure on his windpipe. You would be the worst spy ever, dumbass. Please don't tell Dante, he wheezes. The man is terrified. What a pussy. Here's what you're going to do, in this exact order, if you don't want me to hand you over to Dante, I tell him quietly. You're going to give me your gun, and then your cell phone. After that, you're going to walk your ass out the front door, quit without giving a reason, and never come back to this hotel or even this city again. What the? You can't make me do shit. I can't? That's seriously what you think? I pull back on my arm across his throat harder, cutting off all his oxygen. Biggie may have about 40 pounds on me, but I grew up poor as shit, learning to defend myself early because poverty paints a giant X on your back for bullies. Besides, the guard is in enough shit that he won't add hurting me to his list of transgressions. His flailing arms try to remove mine. When they don't succeed, he drops to his ass, sitting on the step, and I go with him, only removing my forearm from his throat long enough for him to concede. Okay. Fuck. Keep your voice down, I remind him. Now, remove your gun from the holster and lay it on the step beside you. He does as commanded. Again, he's too much of a pussy to try and shoot me with it. Now put your cell phone beside it. It's funny that he hesitates longer on the phone than the gun. I bet he's calculating exactly how much a new device is going to cost to replace it, and hating it since he's also losing his steady income tonight. What's your code? I ask him, once he eventually, slowly, completes that command. What code? He asks. The fucking code for your phone. Oh, It's 1111. Of course it is, I mutter. The big dummy probably never thought anyone would be stupid enough to try and rob him since he works for Vegas's Mafia king and carries a firearm. He was wrong. I start to pull my arm away from his neck, only to pull my fist back and then ram it into his nose with a triumphant crunch. Oh, goddamn fuck, he exclaims, clutching his nose, while I collect his gun and phone from the stairs and get to my feet. I enter the code right away to make sure it works. It does. Off you go, I tell him. Don't cancel this number yet either. Get a new one with your new phone, I add, before giving him a kick of my foot to his back to get him moving. He scrambles to his feet and then stumbles down the dark steps, catching himself on the railing. Dante really needs to find better security than that nutless prick. I listen for the front door to open and close, then head back to my room. As soon as I shove the gun into the back of my sock drawer, I hop into bed and start searching through his message logs. And fuck me, it's all I've ever needed in this life. There's photo after photo, and god damn it, video after video in the log and saved to his camera roll. Most of the slutty media saved are of Cass, but not all of them. I wonder if she knows that he's hooking up with other women, or at least trying to. I don't pay the other women any attention, because God, the videos of Cass are something else. She's either naked or in skimpy underwear in the mall, the little cock tease, showing off her bare, heavy tits, her pretty red pussy, her fine ass. In one of the images, there was even a diamond plug in her asshole. It's a treasure trove of pornography from the crazy redhead. She's so damn stupid to be sending this kind of shit out to any man with her face shown in some of them, much less to a guard who works for her father. I swear, it's like she wanted him to get caught, fired, and gutted for screwing her. I start forwarding every single image and video to myself in case the asshole tries to delete them from the cloud. Not 5 minutes later, I've sent myself enough that I'm about to pull my dick out to jerk it, when a message comes through from the little slut herself. He didn't even bother using a different name for her in his contacts. What a dumbass. Removing my eyes from the pornography is difficult, but I manage it to read the new message and a few of the previous ones. Cass. Where are you? I thought you were coming up tonight. The video of her masturbating came immediately after he told her to get her pussy wet for him because he wouldn't have time to do it himself. Jesus, what a selfish dick. Getting a woman nice and slick for my big cock is one of my favorite parts of fucking. A few minutes before 2 o'clock, I force myself to put down the phone and go wait for the next guard in the kitchen to come through. But he doesn't step foot into the penthouse at all. My guess is that he's a man down now that the first guy, Lowell Walsh, quit. So he had to guard the front door rather than inspect the interior for the unlikely skydiving or building climbing intruders required at this height. It sucks that I won't be able to figure out if he's also screwing Cass or not until he's back on in 2 weeks. Still, I have my hands full for now. Literally. I spend hours tugging on my cock while looking at every inch of Cass's sexy body. Tomorrow, once my brain is properly functioning again, I'll figure out my next steps.
Chapter 7. Cass. I waited up until after 2 last night for Lowell. When he didn't show at midnight, I texted him, but he didn't respond. So I thought maybe he had switched patrols with the other guard and would come up at 2 o'clock instead. He didn't show then either. And it's not like I could go downstairs and demand answers from him. All I could do was toss and turn, lying cold and naked in bed for hours, wondering what was going on with him. Had I done something to scare him off? Is he tired of risking his life for a few minutes with me? So maybe I have some serious abandonment issues. I try my best to funnel those emotions into violence when I'm training with Saul, being a badass rather than a pathetic, silly girl. Finally, the next day around noon, Lowell sends me a message. Lowell, sorry I couldn't get to your room last night. Promise to make it up to you soon. Me, why not? Did something happen? Cole better not have gone to my father. Lowell, Titus needed help on the casino floor. Relieved that's all it was and that I worried for nothing, I send back, that's too bad. Now we have to wait 2 weeks? Him, send me some tit shots to get me through the weeks. Lowell is usually more of an ass man than tit man, but I give him what he asks for, as usual. I always thought that as the woman, I would have all the power when it came to the men I was sleeping with. I assumed I would have a say in the when and where. But that's never been the case so far. It's like I'm completely powerless, and I hate it. Sex is nothing like I thought it would be. So far, I've only felt weak and helpless, and I'm not sure if I'll ever get used to that feeling. All I can do is hope it gets better, eventually. The next few nights are as boring as the previous ones. I train with Saul and soak up some sun, but there's no sign of my pain-in-the-ass stepbrother, and no family dinners, either. Curious to see if he had a falling out with Vanessa and left, I check the bedroom on the second floor and find his things are still there. I guess he's just been busy with friends, or out picking up women. I bet he's lost count of how many he slept with, just constantly going from one to the next, because he can, thanks to his looks, his charm, and his big dick. Speaking of dick, I am in desperate need of some. Matt wasn't on the schedule until 3 long nights after Lowell's last shift. By then, I was horny as hell. I need to get fucked, to get my mind off a certain cocky asshole and his body parts. But when Matt messages me on his first night back on the night shift, it doesn't look like I'll be getting railed tonight either. Matt, I missed your sexy mouth. Me, so does that mean you're coming to my room tonight? I ask, wanting to make sure we're on the same page so I don't have to stay up late again waiting and wondering. We have to be careful since my stepbrother is staying here and he's a nosy bastard. Matt, oh shit. In that case, meet me in the pantry at midnight. Me, the pantry? Matt, if he sees me in the kitchen on the 3rd floor, I can say I was making a snack. I want you on your knees, ready and waiting for me. As if Cole would ever believe that. Still, I send him back. Fine, you can fuck my mouth tonight, but next time I want you to bend me over. Matt, deal. I'm not ashamed of the fact that I enjoy having sex with 2 different guards, or that I even enjoy sucking cock. My options of men are limited, and besides, sneaking around is fun. I know that if we get caught, my father will take it out on the guards, not me. They're the ones risking their lives, so I don't mind giving them pleasure more often than I receive it. The late-night hookups started back when I first started training with the guards. They really didn't like that I could kick their asses on the mats, even though they were bigger and stronger. Late one night when I was hitting the hanging bag in the gym, Matt and Lowell had the same shift. They came in together, cut the lights, and demanded a rematch with me. I was so caught off guard in the pitch-black room that it was over almost as fast as it started. It felt surreal when they pinned me to the mat. Matt straddled my face while Lowell ripped my bottoms off. That's how I lost my virginity, in the blink of an eye. I could have fought them off. They knew that too, since I had done it before, when practicing with multiple attackers. But I didn't. I let them have at me because I liked being wanted by two men. It hurt like hell when Lowell fucked me the first time. They didn't know I was a virgin since I would tease and flirt with the guards during sessions. Both men apologized afterward with whispered pleas, begging me not to tell my father. I liked having that deadly secret over them almost as much as I enjoyed being wanted. Still, months later, and with the constant change of shift, it's only been a handful of times with each of them. And unfortunately, neither of them has ever made me come while fucking me. Missionary from behind, riding them, no matter the position, they try to rub my clit during it, and I just pretend I'm coming, since the clock is always ticking for them to get back, and I can't ever get there. If they had more time to spend on me, I'm sure the sex would be better. But they're always in a hurry, sticking their necks out as it is for the time they spend in the penthouse when they're supposed to be patrolling through and right back out to the hallway. If I'm being honest, the anticipation of when and what we'll do is probably even better than the actual sex that's always over too fast. And after Lowell's rejection, even if it was out of his control, I'm desperate to be wanted, to be used. Fingering myself is definitely more fun with a hard dick in my mouth.
Cole. The videos and photos of Cass make me obsessed with finding out more information about her late-night escapades with guards. I have a gut feeling that it's not just the one I busted. How many damn men does it take to make her happy? Why isn't one enough? Does she just like playing head games with them? I bet she gets off on holding the threat of telling her father over their heads. Cass enjoys having power over other people. She seemed to love having something on me after we fooled around in the pool. Cass assumes everyone is afraid of Dante, then uses that threat against them. What she doesn't understand is that I'm not scared of the Mafia King. He talks a big game, but I know that I'm just as untouchable as Cass is because Dante loves my mother. Even better, unlike Cass, I don't give a shit if I don't have the man's respect or approval. And that is all that Dante's daughters seem to care about. I didn't get to meet Madison, but sweet little Sophie is so desperate for attention from Daddy that she will do anything he asks, while Cass constantly trains in a variety of mixed martial arts to no doubt prove to Daddy that she's just as strong and dangerous as any man. Cass doesn't understand that Dante will never see her as anything but a liability, one of his most vulnerable weaknesses. Not because she's a woman, but because she's his daughter and he loves her. Fucking the guards is probably just Cass's way of showing Daddy she's no longer his little girl, but a grown woman. I swear she wants to get caught. The only reason she hasn't confessed to her late-night promiscuity yet is either because she doesn't want the blood on her hands when he kills her lovers, or because she's not certain how he'll treat her afterwards. Will Dante finally see her as an adult capable of making her own decisions, or a dirty little slut he's ashamed of calling his daughter? Personally, I think she's a dirty little slut capable of only making bad decisions. Someone needs to point out the error of her ways before she gets hurt by the men who are just using her. And if Dante isn't paying enough attention to educate her, then I will. 3 nights after the first guard tried to go up to her room, I'm feeling lucky. My dick, on the other hand, is feeling rubbed raw from jerking off to Cass's videos, but that's a problem for another day. When there's a change in guards on the schedule, I decide to hide out at midnight to see if either of the men turn up. I'm still in my hallway when I hear hurried footsteps upstairs on the 3rd floor. It sounds like a door in the kitchen opens and closes. Then the steps stop. Someone's in the pantry, maybe. That's the only door I know of in the kitchen. Why the hell would Sophie or Cass go in a pantry? They wouldn't, unless they were waiting for someone. Is one of the guards too scared to sneak into Cass's room? As if the kitchen pantry is better for clandestine meetings. I wait on the second floor to see who will come up to join Cass. The guard on the midnight patrol comes into the penthouse, closing the front door softly behind him. Then he climbs up the first, the second, and onto the forbidden third floor. That's when I follow him from a distance in my pajama bottoms and socked feet to keep the sound down. As soon as he gets up to the kitchen on the landing, he veers to the left. The pantry door opens and closes again, which means there are now 2 people in the narrow closet. With my new phone in my hand, already full of Cass's videos and photos I forwarded from the asshole's device, I sneak into the kitchen. I turn on the flashlight and camera app when I'm standing outside the pantry. It becomes even more clear that my hunch was right when I hear a masculine groan. I'm dying to see what they're doing on the other side, while at the same time afraid to fucking look. Seeing some asshole acting out the shit I've only been able to do with Cass in my fantasies is going to suck. I want to be him, whoever he is, at least for the next few minutes. I want it to be me she's touching, and me who gets to be inside of her. She wouldn't need to use her fingers or toys around me, because I would be there to pleasure her whenever she wanted. Unlike these guard pussies who can only spare a few minutes every few hours, every few weeks. Unable to wait a second longer to find out what they're doing on the other side of the door, I turn the handle of the doorknob, that of course doesn't have a lock, and immediately start snapping photos with the flash on my phone before my eyes can even take in the scene. When they do, my dick twitches with enthusiastic interest. Cass is kneeling on the floor, completely fucking naked, her long red waves flowing down her back. Her tea or sleep shirt is tossed to the side. Her right hand is shoved between her legs, and her left is on the base of the guard's cock that's still in her open mouth. He's still fully dressed in his black suit jacket, pants around his ankles. He stands there frozen, staring at me with a look of terror on his face, the whites of his eyes showing, his jaw gaping open. "Wow," I mutter, unable to speak any other words. I was severely unprepared for how damn hot the sight of Cass naked on her knees, sucking off a man would be. She doesn't even get in a hurry when she pulls her lips off his dick. That's not very long, or very hard anymore, if it ever was. "Please," the man croaks out. "Please what?" I ask. "Please don't send these photos to Dante." When I shine the light from my phone that was mainly on Cass up into his eyes, he winces and nods. "Give me your phone and your gun." With a shaking hand, he pulls up his pants to remove both, giving me the gun first, then his phone. "Now, get the fuck out of here, quit, and don't think about coming back." He rushes to tuck his dick back into his pants, hurrying past me in the pantry doorway while still zipping up. "You're an asshole," Cass remarks, before she swipes her fingers over her lips, then presses both of her palms on the floor as if to push herself up. "Don't get up just yet. I like seeing you naked on your knees," I tell her. Before she can move, I place the guard's gun and phone on one of the higher shelves in the pantry, keeping them out of her reach, as I step inside the small space and slip my phone into my pocket. Shutting the door behind me, I flip the switch for the overhead lights, crowding her in the small illuminated space between the shelves full of food on either side of us. I'm standing so close to her that if she turned her head toward me, her nose would brush my pelvis. From looking down at her from this angle, I have a great view of her tits. "Are you the reason Lowell was a no-show the other night?" she asks, with her eyes still lowered, while mine trace her puckered nipples. "Yes, Speaking that one word is harder than it should be.
You took his phone and his gun too?
I did. Grabbing the shelves on either side of the pantry so she can't leave without going through me, I add, "You really shouldn't send pornographic images and videos to random assholes." A blush spreads across her freckled cheeks, then down her neck, as if she's more embarrassed that I saw her masturbating than she is that I caught her with a dick in her mouth. That's when I find myself admitting to her, "My dick is raw from all the times I watched you fuck yourself." She snorts at that, making her big, heavy tits bounce. I barely hold in a groan. Still, I manage to say, 20 fingers, 2 tongues, and 2 cocks weren't enough for you. Or is it even more than that? How many guards are you trying to get murdered, Cassie? She wipes her mouth again with the fingers from her left hand, making me remember where her right hand recently was. Then, instead of answering my questions, asks, "Where have you been?" That was definitely not the next question I was expecting. I figured she would tell me it was none of my business, or to go fuck myself some more. It takes me a moment to comprehend that she's not asking where I was earlier tonight, but where I have been the past few days. "I've been out." Leaning down, I grab her right wrist and lift her fingers to my mouth to suck them dry, then lick each one of them, making Cass shiver. When I'm done, I drop her wrist. She fists her now damp right hand. "Out," she repeats, as if not satisfied with my response, and my finger licking didn't interrupt our conversation. "Spending time with a friend from high school. Why? Have you missed humping on my dick?"
"No,"
she huffs. Then she finally tips her head back to stare up at me.
"I've only missed trying to kill you."
Her pale green eyes look dead serious, at least until they lower to my bare chest and arms, then my abs, before eyeing my erection jutting out my pajama pants. When they lift again to mine, there's less murder and more lust filling them.
"Well?"
Lifting an eyebrow, I ask, "Well, what?"
"What do you want?"
Her breasts move up and down faster, as if she's breathing a little harder. "What do I want?" I repeat.
"What do you want to not tell my father about Matt and Lowell?"
"Oh, you don't want Dante to know that you suck his guard's dick in the pantry at midnight, or fuck them in your bedroom?" Cass glares at me, but she doesn't respond. "How desperate are you, cocktease?" Through clenched teeth, she says softly,
"I should just let you be a fucking narc."
"He'll kill them without a second thought."
"I know,"
she says simply. "Wow, you are a ruthless little bitch," I tell her. "And I'm going to enjoy fucking your filthy mouth whenever I want in exchange for keeping your secret." Her eyes lower again to my bulge, and she doesn't respond for a long moment. Eventually, she says,
"Brave of you to even think about trying to fuck my mouth, knowing that I could easily bite a great big chunk out of your dick."
I murmur, while retrieving my phone from my pocket, then adding the best photo, the first one with the greatest look of surprise on the guard's face, to a new text message to Dante. I show her a quick glimpse of the screen. The slightest scrape of your teeth, and I hit send on this message to Daddy, followed by the text log with Lowell.
"I told you that I don't give a shit if my father kills them."
Well, that's disappointing. I really wanted to come down her throat. Here's hoping she's bluffing, because I'm not. Then I should just go ahead and hit send now, before the asshole even gets out of the casino. Before my thumb can move, Cass groans and scrubs both of her palms down her face.
"Wait."
Hell yes. She might be cold as hell, but at least she still has some semblance of a heart. Take my cock out of my pants, I instruct her, keeping my phone in my hand, ready to get down to it. I've been hard ever since I imagined what she was doing with that asshole in the pantry. The reality is even better than my imagination, and Cass's tits are much more beautiful in person, and bigger, so much bigger, more than a handful, the kind that are the perfect size for running my cock in between the two mountains. But that won't feel nearly as good as her hot little mouth sliding up and down my dick. Take my dick out, I repeat. Treat it like it's your favorite dick when you put it in your mouth, and then you're going to moan like you love the taste of my cum more than anything else in the world when you swallow it. I hate you, she whispers, at the same time her hands reach up for the elastic waistband of my pajama pants. Right back at you, I grit out, when she's not the least bit gentle jerking the pants down over my shaft, or fisting my dick when it's finally free. Her grip is tight, rough, and oh so good. Put me in your mouth, now, I tell her, when she just stares at it and squeezes. Her eyes roll up to mine. Without looking at my shaft, her lips part wide, then stretch even more when she guides the head of my big, fat cock over her warm, wet tongue. Fuck me to hell and back, I groan to the ceiling when she applies suction. Her enthusiasm grows from that point on, taking me oh so deep, bobbing her head faster and faster, like sucking cock is literally her favorite thing ever, while her fingers lower between her legs again to play with herself. I'm jealous of all the other dicks that came before mine, and all the guards who know how good Cass is at giving blowjobs. She's obviously done this plenty of times before to be so amazing at it. Even when she reaches down to squeeze the shit out of my balls, the edge of pain only makes the experience that much better. God, yes. Finally able to command my body again, I reach down and grasp the back of her head to bring it forward, setting the pace. Her eyes stay locked on mine, while I have to fight to keep them open so I can watch my dick slide in and out of her stretched lips. There's murder in them again, but she keeps sucking me down. I slam down her throat, faster, harder, until tears leak from her eyes, and surprisingly enough, her nose nearly touches my pelvis. Her mouth is my new heaven, and even grabbing my balls in a vice grip can't stop me from coming much longer. Oh God, swallow every drop like a good little slut, I warn her, a second before I explode down her throat. I can't help but notice that Cass doesn't make a sound, not a groan or muffled moan the entire time, even as her fingers keep moving between her legs. She doesn't give my extra-large cock a single gag, which is a little disappointing. What I wasn't expecting while I'm still shuddering, head thrown back, coming down from my euphoria, is the click of a phone taking a picture. I glanced down to find Cass looking over at the device extended in her hand, memorializing this moment with my dick still buried in her mouth. She must have had the device tucked against her leg where I didn't notice it. Not that I care. I'm not even pissed at the new evidence of what we just did, or when she twists my balls a little before letting them go and allowing my sated cock to slide out of her mouth. Thanks, cock tease, I tell her, patting the top of her head like a good dog. I knew you would suck me dry like a pro.
Chapter 8. Cass. I don't know what the hell I was thinking last night. I should have just let Cole send the stupid picture, wake my father up in a murderous rage, and then gone back to bed. Instead, I let him think he was manipulating me into sucking his dick to keep Matt alive. And while I had felt Cole's long, hard inches between my legs in the pool, I wasn't prepared for how thick he would be, stretching my lips. I didn't want him to know that I enjoyed sucking him down, filling my throat, tasting his release, or hearing his curses when he got off. I didn't even mind him calling me names. I came on my fingers right after he told me to swallow like a good little slut, holding in my moan because I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of knowing I enjoyed pleasuring him. No, I let him think he won this round. What the well-endowed idiot doesn't realize is that from now on I literally have him by the balls. He apparently likes a little pain with his pleasure, but I don't think he will like when I use his blackmail against him. It'll be my new fun game, since the asshole convinced Lowell and Matt to quit. And I'll definitely need a distraction after tonight's rejection. Maybe I'll go to Cole's room. No, that'll make me look too damn desperate. I'll wait for him to come to me. And he will. Unlike the guards, he won't be confined to only sneaking around every 2 hours during the night for a handful of minutes.
Lachlan will be coming over tomorrow night to meet you both,
my father announces at the family dinner that night, hitting my ego right front and center.
Who is Lachlan?
Cole asks as he walks in late and takes his seat next to mine. I force my eyes to avoid looking at him, no matter how badly I want to. It's unfair how pretty his face is when his body is also fucking amazing. He got ripped over the last year. I would have licked every defined inch of the cocky bastard last night if he had told me to.
Lachlan is the man who owns the Emerald Paradise. You met him briefly before the bomb,
my father reminds Cole.
Oh, right. In Madison's absence, Lachlan is growing antsy,
my father explains.
Sophie has agreed to meet him and consider marrying him in Madison's place to keep the peace. Isn't she a little young? Cole asks. She's 18, and it's her decision.
Thankfully, my father doesn't mention that the Irish prick picked Sophie over me and wouldn't budge. I don't know why, but I don't want Cole to know. He would use that information to rub the man's rejection in my face. After all, it's not even been 24 hours since his dick rubbed the back of my throat before he came in my mouth. I swear I can still taste his salty flavor on my tongue, no matter what I drink, eat, or how many times I brush my teeth. It's not a bad taste, which is why I loathe it so much. I don't want any part of the cocky asshole.
Will Lachlan be staying for dinner tomorrow night? Vanessa asks. No.
My father's answer is swift and final.
He can marry into our family, but he'll never be family.
A few minutes later, my father adds,
Titus is short 2 of the regular night guards, so everyone should lock up tonight until he figures out the schedule.
Why did the 2 guards suddenly quit? Cole asks, and I can hear the smirk in his voice.
I didn't say they quit,
my father replies, catching Cole in his stupid taunt.
But yes, they did both walk out. Neither said why. You wouldn't happen to know the reason, would you?
I hold my breath as my father stares straight at Cole, who I see shake his head from the corner of my eye.
No, sir. I'm sure you'll find even better men to replace them.
I'm sure I will too, he agrees. Well, that was the perfect opportunity for Cole to rat me out if he had wanted to. But he didn't. And I think I know why. He wants another blowjob. After all, Cole said he would enjoy fucking my filthy mouth whenever he wanted in exchange for keeping my secret. We'll just see about that. I don't have to wait long for Cole to come back for more. The asshole barges into my room near midnight that night, which is unexpected since I locked my damn door. And seeing him in nothing but thin cotton pants is way too distracting. "What the hell?" I ask as I scramble out of my bed in my shorts and tee to confront him. Hot or not, he needs to learn how to knock. "How did you even get in here? My door was locked." "I know. I unlocked it," he says with a carefree shrug of his shoulders without further explanation. "You're an asshole," I say, as I get in his face and shove his bare chest that unfortunately doesn't move. Smirking down at me, he asks, "Why am I an asshole now?" "Because you should knock before busting in on someone." "Why? What were you doing that I interrupted? If you were fingering yourself, then it's not like I haven't seen you do that plenty of times before, over and over again on my phone." "That's not what I was doing," I scoff. "But now, I will have to fuck myself even more often, because I'm horny and bored out of my fucking mind since you made Lowell and Matt both quit." He fake pouts at me. "How sad. I'm sure you'll find another dick to suck soon. Did you always have to get on your knees for them, or did they sometimes return the favor?" "You know what? I think it's time for you to get on your knees," I tell him. "My turn?" he asks, arching a blonde eyebrow as if that's the last thing he expected me to say. The prick came in here to demand another blowjob for his continued silence on the guards. "How do you figure that?" he asks. "Because now the tables have turned. I could tell my father that you made me blow you in the pantry as blackmail and show him the photo of your dick in my mouth." His grin spreads even wider. "But you won't, because then you would have to admit how slutty you are to Daddy when you explain to him how I caught you and the guard. Then Daddy would know you're a whore. Or that the guards were whores he was basically paying to fuck your mouth. Then 2 men would die." 3 men, I correct him. "You forgot about yourself. It could be worth all the blood on my hands just to see you strung up in the basement." I expect Cole to make some ridiculous comeback or to backpedal, beg me to keep quiet out of fear. Instead, he attacks me. Grabbing the back of my neck, he pulls me to him so his mouth can cover mine. My stupid tongue darts out to caress his for some unknown reason. While our kiss grows more frantic, Cole yanks my tee over my head while walking me backward until the back of my legs hit the mattress. He pushes me down on the edge, then drops to his knees, tugging my panties and shorts down my thighs as he goes. I wasn't sure if he would actually go down on me, but I'm happy to find out he will. Neither Matt nor Lowell ever did. Their excuses were that there wasn't enough time for them to give me oral. There was always time for me to suck them off, though. Thoughts of them quickly disappear from my head when Cole's rough hands grip my thighs, spreading them apart so he can bury his face against my pussy. The tease runs his nose through my wet core before he finally lets his tongue follow the same path. "Oh my God," I moan as I sprawl on the mattress. On his next lick, I cry out. My back arches and I make an embarrassingly loud whimper when he stops. Cole chuckles from between my thighs, no longer tonguing me, and I want to smack him in his stupidly handsome face. "You can't keep moaning like that, or your sister will hear you through the walls." "I don't care." "I do. Muffle it, or I'm walking out." Groaning, I lift my head and shoved my fist between my teeth. Cole eyes the move and says, God, I need to fuck that mouth of yours again. I expect him to abandon his mission of licking my pussy, to climb up on the bed and do it right then. But thankfully, he ducks his head and his tongue flicks over my clit again. His dark green eyes lift to mine, watching me, making sure he keeps up the pleasure bordering on pain. It feels so good, so overwhelming. When I'm right there at the edge of an orgasm, his tongue lowers to prod my dripping wet core. Watermelon. It sounds like he murmurs against my flesh. Your pussy may not taste like it, but it sure does gush like one. Screw you, I tell him, between pants. Keep licking my clit. Of course, he doesn't do as he's told. No, his tongue is replaced with a finger that runs around the outside of my pussy before shoving inside, making me gasp. Hotter than an oven, slick as sin. He adds a second finger, and we both groan at the invasion. And so much tighter than I hoped you would be. But not for long. I'm not a virgin, I blurt out, before shoving my fist back inside my mouth. Do you think I care? He chuckles darkly, then tells me, I was going to fuck you tonight either way. Clit, now, I demand. When he chuckles again, his warm breath floats over my sensitive flesh. Finally, the tip of his amazing tongue flicks rapidly over my clit again, while his two fingers thrust in and out of me, filling me, stretching me, taking me higher and higher. When I finally shatter apart, I come so hard, my teeth nearly draw blood from my fist. The next thing I know, Cole is on his feet again, hovering over me at the foot of the bed. His pants are gone, and he's stroking his long, hard dick before rubbing the head through my wet folds and clit that are still sensitive. I throw my head back on another muffled moan around my fist. So damn wet and hot, he groans, as he keeps rubbing. I lift my hips, gripping the covers next to me in my free hand, trying to angle my pussy for him to enter me. He does. At least I feel the first few inches of his dick penetrate me, once, twice. On the third thrust, he groans and pulls back. I open my eyes just in time to see cum pulsing and dripping over his knuckles and onto my pussy as he strokes himself in a mad rush. His head is tipped back, jaw clenched tight as he rides out the pleasure, just like he did last night. When his fist slows and his eyes lower back to me, I can't help my giggle, still riding the after effects of the happy endorphins. That was fast. Cole's cheeks redden with what looks like embarrassment, before the usually cocky bastard says, That was just the warm-up. Oh, really? I ask. I expect him to tuck his dick away and get the hell out of here, like the guards who were on the clock. Instead, Cole leans over me, his mouth covering one of my nipples, sucking, nipping at it before moving to the other side. It feels good, but I'm still yearning for him to fill me. He takes his time, not caring what I want. When he eventually pulls back, he grabs my waist and flips me over to my stomach like I weigh nothing. Before I finish gasping in surprise, his tongue glides over my pussy, licking up the mess he made, then focusing on my clit until I come on his tongue again. I'm still recovering from my second most intense orgasm ever, when he shoves me further up the bed. His cock then slides all the way inside of me, so deep I cry out, before his palm slaps over my mouth. He doesn't give me time to recover or adjust to his girth. His hips begin to pump in and out, slow but deep, making me gasp each and every time his enormous dick bottoms out inside of me. I'm already on the edge again, about to come, when he leans over my back and whispers in my ear, You're going to come all over my cock, aren't you? God, you're so fucking wet and tight. Guess your guards preferred blowjobs to burying their dicks in your cunt. I nod, and my moan is muffled by his palm. I shouldn't like being controlled in such a way, especially when he wraps my long hair around his other fist, using it like a rein. God, he's big. So big it would hurt like hell if I weren't literally dripping wet. And where did he get the latex from? I didn't hear him open a condom. He must have had it in his pajama pants, so certain that if he broke into my room, I would bend over for him. And that's exactly what I'm doing. At least I got pleasure in return. A lot of pleasure. 3 incredible orgasms. Even after I'm lying spent, sweaty, and recovering on my knees and forearms, Cole keeps fucking me, proving he can last longer than the first time. He even lets my hair go to reach around and rub my clit, getting me off an impossible 4th time before he finally slams deep inside of me one last time. His palm muffles my cry when the sudden swell of his cock erupting has my walls contracting around his shaft again. Jesus, Cass, he mutters, when my tremors and his own finally stop. 4.5 freaking orgasms, all of which he was responsible for giving me. Jesus, he repeats. His palm slaps my ass, making me gasp before he finally pulls out of me. I lie there in a puddle of lust, tingles still rippling through my body, but especially between my thighs, hating the aching emptiness he left behind. Cole moves away from me, then he says, "Now we're even." After giving my ass one last slap, he walks out of my bedroom as if his world hasn't been flipped upside down like mine.
Cole. I need a goddamn cigarette, and I don't even smoke, or particularly like the smell. That's just how damn good sex was with Cass. She was magnificent, and I was an embarrassment to my gender thanks to how fast I came the first time. I shouldn't have put my bare cock anywhere near her soaking wet pussy, but I couldn't resist. I've never done that shit before. Put it in without a condom covering me. I wasn't prepared for how much better fucking would feel without the barrier. Cass was so hot and tight that I lost it. Coming after 3 thrusts was still ridiculous. Cass actually laughed at me. Any other woman probably would have too. She'll never let me live that shit down. At least I made up for my fuck-up the second time, doing it right and safe with a rubber I brought with me just in case. Hell, who am I even kidding? I was hoping to use the condom when I slipped it into my pocket before sneaking up to Cass's room. Going down on her was more fun than usual. Either she was extra sensitive tonight, or she doesn't have much experience with having her pussy licked, because Cass was so receptive, gasping, squirming, demanding that I lick her clit as if she was worried I wouldn't finish her off. But I did. Twice. I've never gone down on a woman after coming on her pussy, so that was the first time I've ever tasted myself. The urge to push my cum inside of her pussy, rather than clean it up, was strong. Stupid, but strong nonetheless. Now that it's all over, and I'm back in my room, I don't know what the hell to do with myself, other than take a seat on the edge of the bed. My legs are still wobbly. I'm surprised I didn't fall down the stairs on the way back and break my neck. Why did I feel the need to up and leave Cass so fast? I have no clue now. I think I just didn't want her to dismiss me first. It's not like Cass would have ever asked me to stay with her. Or would she? Either way, I needed distance afterward, a chance to try and recover without her judgmental eyes on me. At least I know that she enjoyed herself too, coming 3, maybe 4 times. Will she admit that she wants to do that again with me? Probably not, if for no other reason than to be stubborn. I already want her again, but it's not up to me. All I can do now is wait and see what Cass decides happens next. I won't break into her room again. No, the next time, I'll make her come to me, as difficult as it may be to sit back and wait.
Chapter 9. Cass. The night after Cole broke into my room, I'm sitting on the chaise lounge in the corner, cooling down from a late workout, not thinking about fucking Cole, when my bedroom door opens without a knock. For a second, I think it's my stepbrother coming for another round. Instead, it's a man I've never seen before. "Get out!" I shout while scrambling to my feet. "Nice to meet you too, Red," the stranger in a suit, hands and neck covered in ink, says, as he takes in my black yoga pants and white sports bra. I arch an eyebrow at his familiarity when I'm standing in front of him. He's tall, but not as tall as Cole, and handsome, but in a less pretty boy way. This must be Lachlan Dunn, the Irish mobster who decided he doesn't want me before we ever met. Asshole. "How original," I remark. "Who the hell are you?" I ask, pretending like I don't know who he is. He grins and then trails his fingers over my dresser, picking up a hair tie. "See, I knew you and I would never work out. You're too difficult." Oh, hell no. First he busts in my room without knocking, and now he's insulting me? "Stop touching my shit," I warn him. Tossing the hair tie back down, he turns away from the dresser and comes toward me. His face lifts, nostrils flaring as he inhales loudly. "You've been a busy girl," he murmurs. "It reeks of sex and rubbers in here." Oh my God. Now that he mentions it, he's not exactly wrong. It smells like cum and latex. "Screw you," I exclaim, refusing to admit anything to him. "Don't worry, I won't tell Daddy you're not an innocent little virgin. Although, I do wonder what he'll do when he catches whoever it is you're screwing in here in secret. Killing them swiftly would be letting the poor bastard off easy." My heart freezes in my chest at his blatant threat. My dad killing the guards would be awful, but killing Cole? That would be catastrophic. Please don't tell him. Begging is my first instinct, even though I fucking hate doing it. Especially to this asshole I don't even know. When he doesn't say anything, doesn't agree not to run his mouth, I reluctantly add, I'll do anything." "Anything, huh?" He smirks at me, and I give him a nod of agreement. Dicks are all the same, just various shapes and sizes. I can pretend his is Cole's. I'll do whatever it takes to keep this asshole from blowing up our family. At least he's not repulsive. "You gonna get on your knees to keep me from sharing your secret?" he asks. I lift a single shoulder, resigned to my fate. Goddamn Cole. "If that's what it takes." "Forget it. I won't rat you out," he says in a rush. "I've seen all I need to see." "What does that mean?" I ask him. "It means that I haven't changed my mind about you. I still prefer Snow White." "She's a child," I yell at him, before remembering he's holding all the cards here. Taking a deep breath, I cross my arms over my chest and ask, "Is that why you want her? You have some sort of sick pedo fetish?" "She's legal and only a year younger than you, right?" he replies as he makes his way back to the door. "And red, green isn't a good color on you. It clashes with your hair." I flip off his back when he thankfully leaves. Heading to my trash can next to the dresser where the hot cum on rubber scent is the strongest, I find not just the torn open condom wrapper, but the actual used condom tossed inside, left for all to see. I'm really going to fucking kill Cole. How could he put me in this position? What if my father had come in with the Irish mobster and seen the evidence of what we did last night?
Cole. When my bedroom door flies open, I'm a little surprised by how fast Cass is coming back for more. I thought it would be weeks, if ever, before she would come crawling to me. My enthusiasm for naked time is quickly extinguished when she throws some shit at me. I don't realize what it is until I pick it up off my chest just as I get a whiff. I'm going to have to call you back, I say to Amber, ending the call to try and talk sense into her before the fight with my stepsister begins. What the fuck, Cassie? I ask, tossing the phone down and holding the condom up gingerly between my thumb and finger.
Who is that?
She asks. No one. And why are you busting into my room throwing used rubbers on me? I really, really hope this is mine from last night. Rolling out of my bed, I go toss the condom into the bin in my bathroom, then wash my hands. Of course, Cass follows me.
I can't believe you threw that in my trash can,
she yells at my back while I'm drying my hands on a towel. The trash bin is usually where used rubbers go, Cassie. Turning to face her, I add, unless, I'm so sorry. Did you want me to put it in a shadow box so you could keep it forever and always? Oh, or would you prefer to scrapbook it? I could press the condom right onto a page called Cass and Cole's First Fuck.
Listen up, smartass,
she starts, hands planted on her hips, her body trembling with rage.
The housekeepers didn't come today and take out my garbage.
Oh, wow. Did you have to take your own trash out, you spoiled little rich girl? How dare those entitled bitches take a day off?
Lachlan was in my room tonight.
Lachlan? The guy from the casino bombing? I ask in confusion. What the hell was he doing in your room? I demand. And why the hell do I even care? He's not the first man she's had up there. But my face still smells like her pussy, so she should at least wait to fuck someone else until after that shit fades.
He's marrying Sophie,
Cass huffs, as if that response comes anywhere close to answering my question. Again? Why was Lachlan in your bedroom if he's marrying Sophie? Rubbing her forehead, she says,
because my father was trying to convince him to change his mind.
Oh. Dante wants Lachlan to marry you instead of Sophie?
Yes. I am older, and she's Sophie.
But Lachlan isn't going to change his mind? I really don't like the thought of Cass up and marrying the Irish prick. I'm not finished fucking her yet. It's going to take more than one night to get her out of my system. Maybe I was secretly hoping we could bang like bunnies all summer until I have to go back to school. I ran out the guards, which helped reduce my competition. I wasn't planning on the mobster moving in on Cass.
No, asshole. Lachlan is not going to change his mind after meeting me, and because you left your trash behind last night, he could smell the rubber or cum or the mixture of both in the air. He knew I had had sex with someone recently, and if he tells my father, I will fucking kill you.
Is he going to tell Dante? I ask.
He said he wouldn't, but I can't read him. He may have been lying. You better sleep with one eye open from now on, jackass.
Why? Are you planning on sneaking back in here later to climb on my cock while I'm unconscious? Cass groans and says,
Hell no.
Oh, have you replaced your fuck buddies with new security guards already? Tell me, Cassie, do you ever double up and let them fuck you at the same time?
Wouldn't you love to know?
She asks through gritted teeth.
Is that what you jerk off thinking about? 2 guards spit roasting me?
God, no, I reply. I don't want to think about her with one man, much less 2. Her casualness about being double-teamed makes me think she's actually done it. Now that I've thrown away the evidence of our fuck, you can get the hell out of my room, so I can finish my phone call that you interrupted. I'm not actually going to call and plead with Amber again tonight, but I want to see what Cassie will do, if she'll actually leave or if she'll attack me again. She doesn't attack me. No, she just turns around, walks out of my bathroom, and then slams my bedroom door on the way out. Once she's gone, I realize I probably should have been more careful. It wouldn't have taken but a moment to wrap the condom and wrapper up in some toilet paper to hide the evidence. If anyone should be upset about the mistake, it should be me, the one who Dante would string up in the basement. So I have no clue why Cass was all worked up about it.
Chapter 10. Cass. The next day, I'm still angry at Cole for not panicking like I am about Lachlan's discovery, and also because he's talking to some girl when I interrupted. Is she someone he goes to school with in New York? Is she his girlfriend? Vanessa has never mentioned Cole seeing anyone seriously, and if he is, he's a cheating bastard. I should repay the favor by telling his mother how he went down on me twice and fucked me. I set out to find him the next day while Vanessa and Sophie are out shopping for a wedding dress. My little sister is trying on freaking wedding dresses for a ceremony in 3 weeks when she's still a child. I'm not jealous, and I don't want to be forced into an arranged marriage to a man I don't know. I'm just furious that Lachlan wouldn't even consider me as an option to replace Madison. Only Sophie would do. Why is it that men love to be the ones to ruin the virginal maids? I find Cole sitting on the sofa on the second-floor living room, typing away on his computer. "What are you doing?" I ask. His head comes up, then his eyes rake over my black sports bra and spandex shorts, lingering a little longer on my bare midriff and chest for only a moment before his gaze returns to the laptop screen. "I'm just sending your sexy little videos to every porn site." "What?" I whisper. "I'm joking," he mutters, without looking up at me. "So, what are you actually doing?" With a heavy sigh, he says, "I'm just doing some research." "Research? On what?" I ask, taking a seat in a chair next to the sofa. "Why do you care?" Wow, he's in a shit mood today. Is it because we didn't fuck last night? Because I threatened to kill him? I wouldn't actually try to drown him or anything. Probably. When I don't respond and don't leave, Cole eventually answers me. "Since I don't have anything else to do this summer, I'm looking for my father." Oh, that's the last thing I was expecting him to say. And based on his tone and refusal to make eye contact, I'm guessing it's a touchy subject. One I shouldn't give him hell about, or he would never forgive me. So I don't say anything bitchy. Instead, I just say, "You don't know where your father is?" "I don't even know his name," he explains. I have no clue how to respond to that statement. Thankfully, I don't have to before Cole adds, "You have no idea how lucky you were to grow up with your dad around. And you have no idea how lucky you were to grow up with Vanessa," I quickly reply. His head comes up again, eyes landing on me. "Sorry, I forgot that your mother disappeared." "It's fine." "What does Dante think happened to her? That Yuri Petrov killed her?" "Nobody knows for sure," I tell him. "She was just gone one day. I was still a baby." "That sucks. I'm sorry, Cassie. That couldn't have been easy. I know Dante's not easy either, but at least you know who's responsible for, creating you." Nodding with that sentiment, I find myself telling him. For years, Dante would make up shit whenever I asked about her, where she was or when she was coming home. He would say shit like she's traveling for work or visiting her family or on a vacation and would be back soon. And of course, she never came back. I was a teenager before I realized he had no idea where she was but didn't want to tell me. I wish he hadn't left me with that hope. Hope is better than nothing, Cole says. I'm not so sure about that. He never told me anything about her. I don't even know what she looks like. It's not like my father would keep photos of all his dead girlfriends hanging around the house. I doubt that he avoids hanging photos out of anything except his own pain and guilt. Maybe he can't bear to see the women he feels like he's responsible for losing, all of your mothers. 3 innocent women are 3 too many. Yes, it is, I agree. I know it may be fucked up, but I hope she was killed. Cole stares at me silently for several long moments with pity in his eyes, rather than thinking I'm a bitch. Because if she was murdered, it means she didn't make the decision to abandon you? I nod my head, surprised he grasped that sentiment so fast. And ready to change the subject, I ask him, "What do you know about your father?" "Not much." "Because Vanessa refuses to give you more information?" "Pretty much," he agrees, shoving his fingers through his short hair. "All I know is that my father may have been in the Sigma Chi fraternity at USC in the fall of 2002. Or, hell, he may have just been at one of their parties at the frat house. So far, I've found that they had 20 members who lived in the house that year. Not that the one she slept with lived there, but they apparently fucked there. I was just doing research into the men to see if I looked like any of their photos. Since I have my mom's hair and eye color, nothing is really jumping out at me." I consider that information for a long moment, then ask, "What about your height?" He arches an eyebrow. "What about it?" "Well, you're more than a foot taller than your mother, so your father must be a giant." "My grandfather was tall, so not necessarily. But that's not a terrible idea. Maybe you could see if any of the frat bros played basketball." Cole chuckles. "I may be tall, but I'm shit at basketball. At all sports, for that matter." "Then the athletic gene could have skipped a generation." "Maybe." He clicks away on his laptop for a few minutes, eyes moving over it as if scanning through images. "What will you do if you manage to narrow the list down? Ask him for a DNA test?" Shrugging, he says, "Hell if I know. I mean, whoever my father is, he doesn't have a clue that he conceived me almost 22 years ago. I doubt he wants me butting into his life, his family. Of course, he'll assume that I want something from him." "Do you want something from him?" I ask. "No, I just want to know him. It's not about money. Yeah, sure, I could use cash, but it was never about that, even when I grew up poor. I just feel like I'm missing a part of myself." "That's how I feel about my mother," I admit to him. And while Dante may assume that she was killed by the Russians, I can't help but wonder if she just up and left. That's why I hope he's right. "You really think she could have abandoned you and your father on purpose?" "Anything is possible." Cole shakes his head. "No, Cassie, I don't buy that for a second. You were a baby, and there's no way she would have left you behind on purpose." "Well, I guess we'll never know, since she hasn't been found, not even her body, if she is dead. That's why I do hope you get your answer someday." "Thanks. At least I know my father didn't really have a choice. I mean, it sucks, but I'm angry at my mother for never finding out who he was at the time. She could have used his financial support, and I would have liked to have grown up with a father in my life. But she refused to go back and find him to tell him back when she had the chance. It's fucked up. Vanessa was probably just trying to protect you, and herself, I tell him. If he had been a dick and turned his back on her, that would have hurt her too much. So she turned her back on him. After all, she was dealing with a lot of shit, getting a new identity, being a teenage single mother, and all while hiding from her psycho mobster father. Yeah, that's true, he agrees with another sigh. I guess I can't really understand her decisions if I didn't go through the same shit myself. Closing his laptop, he leans back against the sofa and says, All I know is that if I were a father to some kid out in the world, I would want to know, even if I have a family, or it would upend everything. It would be my responsibility to step up and be a father, no matter how old the kid was, even if he was grown by the time I found out about him or her. I can't help but ask him, Are you expecting some girl from New York to come up pregnant sometime soon? Maybe the one he was talking to on the phone last night? No, God, no, he replies. I always use protection. I'm not stupid. My mother ingrained that shit in my head from the time I was like 13. That's when she gave me my first box of condoms. 13, I say in surprise. My father thinks I should still be a virgin at 21. Yeah, 13. She told me that she didn't want me to use them until I found a girl I really cared about, but that if I was going to have sex, that I better not even think about doing it without a condom on before any serious foreplay starts. You didn't with me. What? He asks. You, didn't put a condom on with me. At least, not at first. I try and fail to hide my smirk, remembering how fast he came. I put one on when it counted, he remarks. One that I remember you throwing at my face just last night. You deserved it, I tell him. My room still smells like rubbers and cum, even with it gone. I nearly choked on perfume to try and cover it up. Chuckling, he says, Poor little rich girl. After flipping him off, making him laugh harder, I ask, Are you going to Sophie and Lachlan's wedding? Yeah, I guess so. I still can't believe Dante's letting her get married. He must be desperate for the alliance with Lachlan to give up his little girl. Must be, Cole agrees. Are you jealous? What? I huff. Are you jealous it's Sophie and not you getting hitched? No. Good, he says, before he gets up and walks away with his laptop tucked under his arm. And I have no clue what that means, or where we stand after that little heart-to-heart. Fucking Cole may have felt great, but we're lucky we didn't get caught. Tempting fate again. My violent father wouldn't be smart. Cole obviously feels the same way. I hate how disappointed that makes me.
Chapter 11. Cole. I don't know why I'm so relieved when Sophie ends up officially married to Lachlan. Maybe it's because I'm still hoping to have Cass as a fuck buddy this summer. God knows I need the distraction. I sent Amber the first $10,000 yesterday, barely making her 1-month deadline. The cash was in advance for the contract I said I wouldn't ever take again. It was the only option, though. At least I don't have to fulfill it until I get back to New York in the fall. I could have gotten more money if I agreed to more contracts, but I'd rather take my chances on the cash appearing out of thin air over the next month rather than take more contracts right now. So yeah, thinking about Cass takes my mind off that shit. Not that we've fucked again since the first night. The house has been insane with my mom running the wedding preparations the past 3 weeks. I'm also glad that shit is over now, so everything can go back to normal. Another benefit of Sophie's marriage is that she'll no longer be sharing a wall with Cass on the 3rd floor, making it one less person to worry about catching us together. That is, if we ever fuck again. I've told myself that Cass will come begging for more once things calm down. I hope I'm right, because seeing the homicidal redhead in her sexy gold dress today nearly had me coming in my pants. Hey, Cassie, I say, when I finally catch her standing alone, eating what I know is her third slice of cake. Not that I'm judging or anything. She's probably stress-eating, feeling jealous that her younger sister got married before her. Cass swallows her last bite, eyes narrowing at me like I'm the bane of her existence.
Yes, dickhead?
Yikes. There's some serious venom lacing those two words, even from the Black Widow. Still, I'm not the least bit deterred from her perilous web. Staring at her chest, I ask her, did the seamstress screw up and make your dress 2 sizes too small in the chest? Or did you intend for your tits to be spilling out of the top?
Oh, shut the fuck up, she huffs. I gained a few pounds since the fitting. All the cake tasting or whatever.
She is so full of shit. The fitting was just like 2 or 3 weeks ago, right? And you gained about 10 pounds all in your tits?
Apparently so, asshole. And you're the only one who seems to have a problem with it. Well, you and my father.
No shit, I snort. I figure she'll tell me to fuck off or something else as cheerful now. Instead, she says,
I almost had to marry Lachlan.
What?
Right before the ceremony was supposed to start, Sophie froze up and got cold feet.
Oh yeah? You would have played bride in her place?
Yep, I would have.
I knew the wedding started a few minutes late since I was sitting out here on the balcony waiting and watching the sunset, but I had no idea that Cass would have married Lachlan today if Sophie had refused.
Too bad, too, because apparently Lachlan has a very talented tongue, Cass adds.
What are you talking about? I ask her, growing angrier by the second. How the hell would you know that?
Oh, just that Sophie said he went down on her to convince her to marry him.
Wow. Staring off at the Irish prick, Cass bites her bottom lip and says,
I bet he fucks like a god, too.
Are you always this horny? Or are you extra aroused today, cock tease? I ask her. Now she takes her attention off the groom to blink at me. Your hard nipples are trying their best to entice a mouth to come suck on them. Every man and several women up here are getting hypnotized by them. Myself included.
Then that's their problem, not mine.
So you're not horny?
I didn't say that.
Now her pale green eyes sweep over my chest, down my stomach to the front of my pants, staring at the fly pointedly.
I'm always horny.
Always. And yet it's been weeks since we fooled around. Does that mean you replaced your guards? I ask with my jaw clenched tight. Her darkening gaze lifts to mine.
Not yet.
Of course, I was already fairly confident that she hadn't, since I still stay up most nights past midnight, watching for visitors on the 3rd floor.
I did dance with a few potentials last night at the club.
You went to a club last night?
Yep.
Does Dante know? I ask.
Of course he does. Your mother was my and Sophie's chaperone.
My mom? I exclaim, causing several people I don't know to glance at us. You went clubbing with my mom? Giving me a wink, Cass says,
She turned a blind eye when we needed her to.
Jesus, did you fuck someone?
No, I didn't, but Sophie did.
Seriously? I ask in surprise, as I find the bride in her ivory gown sulking at the railing. Who did she fuck?
Lachlan.
Last night?
Guess he couldn't wait for his wedding night.
Her eyes land on the Irish mobster again, and I want to go shove him over the railing. Why haven't you snuck into my bed and climbed on my cock yet, Cassie? I ask her quietly, needing to know what's going on with her, with us.
Why haven't you broken into my room again to lick my pussy and come in 3 pumps?
She returns fire. And fuck me, that's a low blow. I remember lasting long enough for you to come screaming on my cock. Now she stares me down as if she's pissed off.
Are you still jerking off to my videos?
Yes, I admit. But the real thing is so much better than the videos. Admit you loved my tongue and my big cock filling you up. You liked when I shoved it down your throat too, didn't you? The woman just fucking walks away without another word, heading to the nearest trash can to throw her empty plate away. I assume that's a no. That maybe I shouldn't have brought up the pantry blowjob because it pissed her off. But then she turns around and comes strutting her fine ass back over to me, tits bouncing beautifully, and says, "Maybe." Maybe. She's too proud to say yes, but I'm certain that's exactly what her maybe means. You know, our parents are both so busy that neither of them would notice if we disappeared for a few minutes, I inform her.
Right, because all you really need is a few seconds, right, Cole?
You know exactly how long I can last, Cassie. So, what do you say? I could remind you how good I am with my tongue.
Fine,
she huffs, as if it'll be an awful chore and not more of the best sex of my life.
I'll meet you downstairs in the Rose Bridal Suite.
Hell yes. See you there, I agree, before I immediately start making my way to the door leading inside and down the stairs. I glance around to make sure no one is paying attention to me before I slip through, jogging down the steps to find this Rose Suite place. I barely have time to even snoop through the few things left behind when the door opens and Cass comes in. She shuts and locks the door, and then she's hiking up her skirt. When I turn to face her, she jumps me, throwing her arms around my neck and wrapping her legs around my waist. I stagger back, shocked at her abruptness, but all for it. Glancing around while she slides her tongue into my mouth, I aim us toward the closest hard surface, or soft one, any surface. Right now, the floor is looking good, but the sofa is even better. I fall backward onto the cushions, and Cass rides me down. She doesn't break our kiss to undo my pants and pull my dick out. Not slowing down to get completely undressed is fine with me. When she tugs her panties to the side and begins to line my dick up with her wet heat, I pull my lips away from her nipping teeth. Whoa, wait. Condom. Let me grab a condom.
It's not a problem. Need you inside me now, she says,
and then she's sinking down on me without further delay. Let me lick it. Fuck, I groan, since she's soaking wet and tight as hell without my fingers stretching her first. Lasting for more than 3 seconds with her bare pussy slamming all the way down on me will be the greatest feat of my life. God knows Cass hasn't let me live down the last time it happened after barely penetrating her. And with her riding my dick hard and fast like she's a jockey in a horse race, determined to finish first, it's nearly impossible. I try to think about ugly toes and hairy backs, even hairy toes to hold off, but her bouncing tits call to me. I reach up with both hands to squeeze them, and the woman bats my hands away, then guides them to her ass cheeks, which are just as nice. I nearly come, thinking about taking her where that diamond plug was shoved, but I'm big, and it would be one hell of a tight fit. So tight. Shit, I'm gonna come, especially with Cass crying out with every downward thrust, like it hurts her and feels amazing to take all my dick. She doesn't slow up, so it must be good for her. Thankfully, Cassie clenches around me in record time, too. I'm able to keep my balls from erupting until she's slumping onto my chest. Oh, God. Oh, fuck, I groan when I finally let go. I come so hard and for so long with her fully seated on my dick that I worry the mess we just made is going to leak down her thighs and get all over my suit pants and her dress. But Cass is quickly scrambling off me before I recover, looking for tissues to clean herself up. Grabbing a few from a dispenser, she runs them between her legs, then tosses them on my chest.
Thanks for not busting a nut before me this time, she says.
After giving my cheek a patronizing double slap of her palm, she walks out of the room, leaving the door open, knowing my wet dick is still hanging out of my pants. I scramble up on wobbly legs, using the same tissues as Cass to clean up, then tuck my dick away. That woman is going to be the death of me. Quite literally, if Dante finds out I'm fucking his daughter, or if my mother finds out I went bareback. Cass must be on the pill. She wouldn't have forgone protection if not, right? Which is not all that surprising, since she's been so promiscuous with the guards. For once, I'm thankful for those bastards, because it means even more pleasure for me when I get to bury inside of her slickness. All I know is that she better not have fucked those assholes bare. Chapter 12. Cole. The 2 weeks following the quickie at Sophie's wedding, Cass is even icier to me than before. She doesn't speak to me or even look at me during our forced family dinners now that it's just the 4 of us. Me, my mom, Cass, and Dante. Even though it sucks, it's probably for the best not to keep it up, to chance letting it become more than just great sex knowing what I have to do at the end of August. There haven't been any new guards visiting Cass's room or kitchen either, at least none that I know about. She even told Dante one night that she's no longer working out with his employees in the gym. Why he ever agreed to that shit, I have no clue. Probably because he thought it would help Cass learn how to better defend herself. In reality, he just gave a bunch of assholes the chance to roll around with his horny daughter. Not that she's been horny enough to visit me, and I haven't attempted to break into her room again. That was a one-time thing. If she wants me, she knows where to find me. After all, it's easier for her to sneak downstairs than for me to sneak up to the 3rd floor. I sleep most of my days away, other than the one morning my mom made me go play tennis with Sophie. That didn't go over well with her new husband, so I don't plan on going back anytime soon. One afternoon, around lunchtime, I am woken up after a late night jerking out to videos of Cass to loud voices and slamming doors on the main floor of the penthouse. I make my way down to find out what's going on, since it's the most excitement around here since the wedding. Once the wedding was over, Dante and my mother have constantly been lurking around the penthouse, and my guards haven't given me any space when I leave it. "What's going on?" my mom asks Dante when they meet outside the hallway near his office, and I'm still on the stairs. "I thought I heard Sophie." "You did," Dante mutters. "She's home, and I'm going to fucking kill Lachlan Dunn." I have no idea if Dante is just saying that because he's angry with the man, or if he means it. You never know with the Mafia King. "What happened? What did he do?" my mom asks as I eavesdrop. "Sophie won't tell me. She was just sobbing and wouldn't stop. She begged me not to make her go back to him." "Oh no." Sighing, he adds, "She also asked me to get her some pregnancy tests." "Oh shit," my mom mutters. "Yeah," Dante agrees. "If you see 2 women in the penthouse, they're her new guards, the ones that Lachlan hired. I offered to pay them more to stay on since Sophie seems to feel safe with them." "Good, that's good," my mom agrees. "Is there anything I can do? Should I go downstairs to the pharmacy and get some tests?" "Yes, get a dozen. I want Sophie to be damn sure either way." "Okay, I'll be right back," she agrees. Going up to her toes, she gives Dante a peck on the cheek before starting for the door. "Take your guards with you, Butterfly," Dante yells out. "Always," she agrees. "Is everything okay with Sophie?" I ask Dante when I make it to the 1st floor. Now I'm feeling guilty that I didn't tell him about the belt marks on her ass I saw when we played tennis the other morning. Mostly I kept quiet because I didn't want to have a conversation with the Mafia King about his daughter's ass, and second, because for some reason, I think Sophie cares for the fucker. So it would be a shame if Dante overreacted to the belt whooping by killing him. "No." "Is there anything I can do?" Dante's jaw tightens. He shakes his head and then freezes. Looking back toward the door my mom just went through, he says, "Actually, I need to have a word with you in my office." Shit. Yeah, sure. What if he knows about me and Cassie, and he's going to take his anger at Lachlan out on me? Well, his anger at me and his anger at Lachlan, because I know he would be homicidal if he found out I fucked the only daughter he has left. Unless Sophie is back home for good. I follow the Mafia King into his office, where he shuts the door behind me. Never a good idea to be completely alone with an armed mobster. I should start carrying one of the guns I stole from the 2 guards. Then Dante says, "Have a seat. I want to talk to you about something before your mother comes back." "Okay, sure. What's up?" I ask, trying not to sound like a scared little pussy. I knew the consequences when I fooled around with Cass both times, and I have 0 regrets. Well, no regrets except for one, coming too fast the first time. "So here's the thing," Dante starts, leaning back against his desk. "Your mom isn't going to like me having this conversation with you, but I hope you and I can convince her to come around. That is, if you're even interested." Okay, now I'm fucking confused. Dante is the one who seems a little nervous as he tugs at the knot of his tie before going around to take a seat behind his enormous desk. "Lachlan Dunn was going to be my successor, either when I died or when I decided I had had enough of running the legal and illegal businesses in the city." "Oh, wow," I say in surprise. "I thought you would leave it all to the girls." "You think my daughters could handle being in charge of all this?" he asks, gesturing with his hands to the office around us. I honestly have no clue. I don't mention that I could see Cassie ruling the entire city, hell, probably even the state or country, with an iron fist. "So here's the thing. Your mother has made it clear that she doesn't want you to have anything to do with the Mafia." "Right, yeah. I mean, she lied to me about everything my entire life and hid us from her father to keep me from being part of the Russian Mafia. I don't mention that I'm still a little pissed off at her for it. I love my mother. I know how much she sacrificed to raise me on her own with no support, but she still could have told me the truth once I got older. And better yet, if she knew who the hell my father was, he could have been helping us too. I guess I also have some anger about that part of my life, growing up without a father figure. My mother never even dated until I went off to college, and I would never call her ex-boyfriend Mitchell a person to admire or consider a role model. So while I completely understand Vanessa's hesitations, I told her that I would still like to ask you if you have any interest in being part of this world," Dante explains. "Being part of it how?" I ask. "Being my heir, taking over for me someday, possibly soon." Jesus fucking Christ. You want me to take over your drug trafficking empire? That and my casino, properties, and all other businesses. You're a smart kid, Cole. Business is what you've been studying, right? Yes, but I pictured running a small company, not the underground in an entire city. So you're not interested? I didn't say that. I just said that I never imagined such a thing was even possible. My mother made sure I didn't know anything about my grandfather's mob. I know you're not like him, that you have a code of ethics that you live by, while he was all for killing innocent people. It's a dangerous lifestyle, Dante says, steepling his fingers together on his desk with the understatement of the century. But I think you've got a good head on your shoulders, with enough charisma and ruthlessness to be able to keep people in line, to make people want to have you lead them. That's one hell of a compliment coming from the Mafia King. Is this some kind of trick? I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything right now, he replies. Just think about it, and let me discuss it with your mother. She's going to be fucking furious that I asked you. I'm not a child anymore, and I know she's always going to want to protect me, but shouldn't this be my decision? It should be, yes. Then can I talk to her with you when she gets back? Are you sure? It may get ugly. Grinning, I tell him, I can handle her. Then we can try and convince her together. It's been almost a year since I first brought the idea up. Last summer, actually, before we took out Petrov. Damn, I say, since that's another surprise. You barely knew me then. We'd only met, once? And then there was the bombing. Let's not go there, he interrupts. I'll just say that I had a good feeling about you as a leader. You seem easy enough to get along with, but I think you've got some teeth that will come out if necessary.
Thanks, I guess.
You're your mother's son. She's a tough woman who has been through hell. I'm sure you get it from her, he replies. And I would never say this in front of her, but you also have your grandfather's blood in you. Some of the Russian holdovers who have been trying to cause problems might be happy about the idea of Yuri Petrov's grandson taking over for me someday.
I take it they don't like you very much after you killed him?
They can't fucking stand me. I'm surprised they haven't tried to kill me yet.
No kidding.
I allowed the ones who couldn't stomach taking orders from me to pack up and leave town. That was about half of the Russians. The ones that stayed are no doubt still unhappy. With your help, there might be something there worth salvaging. They employ a lot of people in their bars and restaurants. Not to mention, I would hate to lose the benefits of running illegal funds through all of those legit businesses.
Okay, so I don't know shit about the illegal side of business, I tell him honestly.
Grinning, he says, "Trust me, it's nothing you can't learn."
Well, I cleaned out the pharmacy, bought every kind of test and brand they had, my mom says, when she barges into Dante's office as if it's no big deal to disturb him when the door is closed. Then she sees me sitting there on the other side of his desk, and her brows hit her light blonde hairline. Cole, what are you doing in here? Did you hear the fuss about Sophie? I would beat that Irishman's ass if I could for hurting her.
Cole's actually in here to discuss something with me, Dante says. I've asked him if he's interested in being my heir.
You did what now? Mom exclaims, dropping the bag in her hand to the floor.
Now calm down, Butterfly.
Dante gets up from his chair to walk around the desk toward her.
I know you were opposed to him being a part of this world.
I did everything under the sun to keep him away from my father for 20 damn years. You knew how I felt about this.
Yes, I knew how you felt about it last year when I first mentioned it, but not how Cole felt about it, Dante replies. He's a grown-ass man. He deserves to make his own decisions now.
My mom scoffs as if her husband has just waged war. Never. It's never going to happen. Now I get to my feet to add in my 2 cents. I want this, Mom. It's not a big deal. Not a big... She scrubs her palms over her face and says, The fact that you don't think it's a big deal just goes to show how much you know about the Mafia. Nothing. You know absolutely nothing. I can learn, though. No. You aren't going to learn anything except what they teach you at school in New York.
Butterfly,
Dante starts, but she cuts him a look that has him closing his mouth. How could you? How could you talk to him about this behind my back while I was gone to find pregnancy tests for your heartbroken daughter?
You know I appreciate everything you do for me and my girls, but I have to start thinking about this seriously. There's a $1 billion empire that will be left behind when I'm gone.
I can't even fathom $1 billion fucking dollars. It's more than I could ever dream of.
Somebody I trust has to run it, or a lot of people will be out of a job, losing the way they support their families. Then the city will be infiltrated with the types of drugs that send kids to the hospital and cemeteries. I don't want that to happen, and I doubt you do either.
Of course I don't want nasty-ass drug dealers to take over the streets of Vegas, but I do not want my son to be the one in charge either, she huffs. What about Cass? Dante reels back a foot as if she's struck him in the face.
What about her?
He asks softly, calmly. Why aren't you having this discussion with her, your own daughter, your flesh and blood? Cass is a smart girl, tough as shit, and more ruthless than most men I've ever met. She trains with guards and can probably take out 6 without a weapon, using her own 2 hands.
That's a bit of a stretch, Dante says, crossing his arms over his chest. Yes, Cass is strong and can win a hand-to-hand fight, but that doesn't mean that she's emotionally capable of running a legit business, much less an illegal one where people need to be handled in a particular way.
Oh, But you think Cole is emotionally equipped for such a thing?
Dante stares at her and grits his teeth. I know what you're implying, Butterfly. I am not being sexist.
Oh, really? Because it sounds like you are, Dante. You wanted Lachlan Dunn to be your heir, and now Cole, while never once considering your own girls.
Because they are girls. Girls, not women who can bring powerful men to their knees.
Cass could, my mother says simply. In fact, I think we should bring her down here to join this conversation.
My mother pulls her cell phone from her pocket and starts typing. Don't you fucking dare, Dante warns her.
So it's okay for you to talk to my son without my approval, but I can't invite your daughter down here to ask her what she thinks about all of this?
A moment later, there's a swift knock on the door. Vanessa, Dante grumbles, using her actual name instead of the pet name because he is fucking furious. My mother strolls right over to the door and opens it wide.
Come in, Cass. We were just talking about you, and I thought you should at least be able to participate in this conversation since it affects you as well.
Cass's pale green eyes widen a bit, then fall right on me. I give the slightest shake of my head to tell her this is not what she thinks it's about. Our parents haven't found out we've fucked behind their backs.
What's up?
She asks, sounding out of breath.
Is this about why Sophie came home bawling?
Your sister is going through a tough time right now. Try not to be a raging bitch to her, Dante says, causing my mom to huff in outrage. What? He asks her.
Did you ask Cole not to be a raging bitch to Sophie too?
No, because he doesn't actively try to kick people when they're down, or seem to enjoy it.
And you think I do?
Cass says in disbelief. I'm not sure why, though, since it's true. Sophie is vulnerable, and she might be
knocked up,
Vanessa finishes for Dante. Picking up the discarded pharmacy bag from the floor, she says,
We've got some tests for her. Oh,
Cass replies, brow furrowed.
I can help her take them.
Not if you're going to make her feel worse, Dante says.
I won't, I swear.
She sounds like she's being sincere, which is odd.
That's kind of you, Cass,
my mom says. Then,
back to the reason why we called you down here. Your father is considering who will take over the family business when he's dead.
I didn't say dead, Dante grumbles. Maybe I want to be able to spend more time with you and have less stress on my shoulders.
Not at the expense of my son, you're not.
What? Cass asks, looking between them as if trying to figure out what the hell is going on. She doesn't look at me again, though. The girl has this way of sometimes making you feel like you're a piece of shit, one that doesn't exist, all at the same time. It's a hell of a trick. Dante clears his throat and says, Since Lachlan has fucked everything up, he can forget about being my successor. Not to mention, I wouldn't put it past him to kill me just to get his greedy hands on my money. Since he's no longer a viable option, I've asked Cole if he would be interested in learning the ropes.
Cole?
Cass repeats, again making my name drip with feces.
You want Cole to be your heir? Why? Why not me?
I love you, Cass. You know that, Dante starts. And I would do anything to keep you safe.
So you'll keep her safe by putting my son in danger, my mom butts in.
They're all in danger, Vanessa. All of us will always be in danger. That is a fact.
I know that, Dante, but putting Cole in charge would be painting a giant bullseye on his back. Maybe Sophie and Lachlan will work things out.
No, fuck that. That son of a bitch is dead to me. Even if he miraculously makes Sophie forgive him.
So you chose Cole over me? Cass says. Why? Because he's a guy?
His gender doesn't have anything to do with it.
Bullshit,
Cass and my mom say at the same time. Dante glares at them both. Honestly, Cass, I didn't think you would have any interest in being in charge. She huffs and crosses her arms over her ample chest that I want to bury my face in, or my dick. It's a shame I didn't get the chance to do either of those things the times we fooled around.
What else do I have to do? You won't let me date or go out. I train in the gym all day. That's it. That's my entire life. And I want more. I want to learn how to run your companies, the legit ones, and the drug trafficking.
You do? Seriously? Dante asks. Or do you just not want Cole to be my successor?
I can do anything he can do, even better, and I'll prove it to you if you give me the chance. I think you should give her the chance, Dante.
My mom's eyes narrow at me.
If Cole insists on wanting to do this too, then let the two of them fight for it.
And you're going to root for Cass instead of your own son to win? Dante asks her.
Yes, Cass is just as capable.
I scoff, just as the little bitch says,
Thank you, Vanessa.
She only wants you to win to keep her precious son out of harm's way, Dante informs her.
That's not the only reason. I think Cass is fully capable if you would just give her the chance to prove it.
Somehow I've apparently found myself on Dante's side, with my own mother and the girl I've been fucking gunning for me. I know Cass. She's vicious on a good day. When something this big is at stake, there's no telling how far she would go to win. She nearly drowned me for teasing her in the pool.
So, Dante, what do you say? My mother asks him. Are you willing to give Cass a chance to prove herself, or not?
The man looks like he's on the verge of erupting like a volcano. Fine, he grits out through his clenched teeth. I'll give Cole and Cass the chance to prove themselves to me for the next 2 months until Cole has to return to school. At the end of the summer, I'll pick one of them as my successor.
How? Cass asks. How will we prove ourselves?
I don't know yet. Possibly a series of challenges within both worlds to see how you handle things.
And someone else has to be the judge of each challenge, my mom speaks up to say. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair.
Fine. I'll figure out some way to have an outside judge make the decision for each challenge. Whoever wins the most over the summer wins. No debate, no argument. Agreed? He asks, looking right at my mother.
Agreed, if that's okay with Cass and Cole. Sounds good to me,
Cass agrees.
Yeah, I'm fine with it too. Then it's settled, my mom replies. Now, Cass, could you and Cole give me and your father a moment alone?
We both easily agree, not wanting to be in the middle of the fight they're about to have. My mom hands Cass the bag of pregnancy tests, and then as soon as we get out in the hallway and shut the office door, the yelling begins.
Fuck, I mutter. Don't worry, Vanessa can take care of herself, Cass says as we retreat.
I was more concerned about Dante getting his eyes clawed out. I watch as Cass's lips nearly lift in a grin. Is it messed up to let them fight like this over us? I ask her.
If you want to stop it, you could just bow out.
Me? You bow out.
You're a nice guy, which means you don't have what it takes to be a gangster, Cass informs me.
Oh, but you do have what it takes because you're a raging bitch?
You're not even a part of this family, she says when she starts up the stairs.
Fuck you. That's one of the more vicious things she's ever said to me. She pauses with her hand on the rail to look back at me.
I didn't just mean that you're not my father's blood. I also meant that you're never around. You'll be going back to New York in the fall.
I know all that, but New York isn't forever. I only have 1 more year before I'll get my degree. And trust me, I'm well aware that Dante only thinks I'll be a good leader because I'm Yuri Petrov's grandson.
That's not something I would brag about. Yuri was a piece of shit who deserved to die slowly at my father's hands.
I know that. I'm not proud to be related to him. I'm just pointing out that Dante believes his men would prefer to follow me over him, and definitely over you.
You're a dick.
I wink at her. You love my dick. Before she can respond to that, there's a sound of a loud crash coming from the office. Should we see if they are okay? I ask. But before either of us move, More sounds filter down the hallway that has me following Cass up the stairs.
I think they're already having make-up sex,
Cass mutters as she climbs. That was fast. Cass snorts.
Not as fast as you, but yeah.
Jesus, you're never going to let me live down that one little time, are you? I ask. Then give her ass that she's swaying in front of my face a slap.
You're the one who added in the word little.
That is not a word you can ever accuse me of being, so don't even try. Rolling her shoulders back, she says,
Whatever. Your dick is never coming near me again.
My feet freeze on the second floor landing as she continues walking up to the third floor. Oh yeah? I ask, hoping my disappointment isn't obvious.
Yeah, you're my enemy now.
Your enemy? I repeat.
That's right.
Looking over her shoulder at me, she pulls the plastic bag to her chest and says,
I've got more important things to do than you, so let the games begin.
You don't stand a chance of winning, Cassie, and it has nothing to do with your gender. I've been studying business administration for 3 years while you just, play around with guards on the mats and call it training? Do you fuck your instructor too?
You're an asshole. My trainer is like 70.
So, I didn't think you were that picky.
Obviously not, if I let you inside of me, she replies.
And I let her have the last word, while praying she's not serious about never letting my dick near her again.
Chapter 13. Cass. Before dinner that night, Sophie took pregnancy tests that were all negative, yelled at her husband loud enough for the entire penthouse to hear, and then made up with him loud enough for all of Vegas to hear. I had to put in my earbuds and go down to the gym for a jog on the treadmill to escape Sophie's screeches and Lachlan's loud-ass swears. I'm stretching on the mat, lying flat on my back, staring up at the ceiling, with deafening rock music playing in my ears, when Vanessa's face appears above me. I remove one of my earbuds to pause the music. Cass, can we talk for a second? She asks. Yeah, sure, I agree. Sitting up, I pull my knees to my chest. Vanessa rolls over a giant blue exercise ball and takes a seat on it. The petite woman doesn't look any worse for wear after her and my dad argued and then made up. It's like all hell has broken loose and everyone in the penthouse is fighting and fucking today. Not me and Cole, though. I meant it when I told him never again. I've got a million different plans to start putting in action, starting with convincing my father to make me his heir over Cole. I just wanted you to know that I'm not rooting for you to win this competition just to keep Cole safe. I want to keep you safe as well, of course, she explains. I get it. I mean it, Cass. Dante has kept you sheltered from the worst aspects of this world. Are you sure you want to be a part of something so dangerous, so violent? I am, I tell her honestly. I need this more than you know. And then, even though the words burn my throat, I add, thank you for inviting me into the conversation and insisting that Daddy give me a chance too. With a small smile, she says, you're strong and smart. Just as smart as Cole, even if you didn't choose to go the college route. I just wanted to make sure you knew where I stood and let you know that I'm here to help. You would really try to help me beat your son? I ask in surprise. Absolutely. Anything you need. Nodding, I ask her for the truth. Do you actually think there's any chance my father would ever let me take over for him? If you win, he'll have to, she replies as she gets to her feet. I'll make sure of that, and I'll also ensure that the contests are fair and judged by unbiased individuals. Then I can't wait to prove what I'm capable of to them, I tell her. Me too. Later that night, at a family dinner with the four of us, my father says, "I'm working on ideas for your first competition. Hopefully we'll be able to get started soon. I would like to have a few days to make sure everything is settling down between Sophie and Lachlan first." "It sounded like they made up," I remark. "After Sophie had Lachlan by the balls," Cole adds with a snicker. "I don't want to talk about that shit," my father snaps. Your father is still a little testy because Sophie called Lachlan Daddy in front of him, Vanessa informs us with a girlish giggle. "Jesus," Cole mutters, followed by a chuckle. "Butterfly." Heeding the warning in his tone, Vanessa bites her lip to calm her laughter. I hide my grin behind my napkin. Figuring now is as good a time as any to broach the next part of my plan, I say to my father, "Now that Sophie's marriage may actually last more than a month, can we talk about my dating life?" "Your what?" Daddy grumbles, at the same time Cole chokes on his sip of water. "You don't have a dating life." "That's right," I tell him. "I don't. Yet. I want to start dating." "No." My father says the one word as if it's the end of the conversation. "Dante," Vanessa starts, "how can Cass prove to you that she's capable of taking over your empire if you won't even trust her enough to go on a few dates?" "I don't like it." My father shakes his head and eyes me. "You're all I have left if something happens to you. You can't keep Cass locked up in this penthouse forever just because Madison ran away and you rushed Sophie into a marriage," Vanessa says, laying into my father as only she can do. "You are never going to let me live down arranging Sophie's marriage, are you, Butterfly?" "Only if Sophie is a happily married woman a year from now," she replies honestly. "Let's hope she will be," he mutters. "So, about me dating," I start again. I can feel Cole glaring at the side of my head, like he's confused and pissed. Maybe he thinks I'm about to rat him out. Or maybe he just doesn't like the idea of me with other men. While I enjoy his jealousy, it's also none of his business. "How about this, Daddy? I'll let you choose the men I date." "You'll let me choose who you go on a date with," he repeats, as if it's some sort of trick. "Yes, set me up with someone, anyone you approve of, and I swear, I won't bitch or complain." Cole's knee rams into the side of my thigh, but I ignore him. "Okay," my father agrees way too quickly and easily. "I choose no one." Sighing, I say, "Daddy, please. You picked Lachlan for Sophie, and she sounded happy enough with him earlier today." My father rubs his temples as if he's trying to permanently purge the sounds of my sister's happiness from his head. "It seems like a good compromise to me," Vanessa offers. "You can fully vet each man before you let them leave the casino with Cass." "Who says anything about her leaving the property?" he huffs. "Fine, they can stay here and get to know each other in Cass's bedroom," Vanessa replies with a grin. "Out of the penthouse it is," Daddy quickly amends. "I'll think about it." "Thank you." "Is there any particular criteria you're looking for?" Vanessa asks, seeming very excited about the prospect of playing matchmaker. I guess she doesn't have much to do now that the wedding planning is all over. "Rich, with damn good security," my father supplies for me. "Sure," I agree, since I know he won't budge on the security issue, and that's not something broke men have. I do add, "and attractive, obviously." "Obviously," Vanessa agrees with a roll of her eyes. "But what is your type, Cass?" "Oh, I don't really have a type." Cole snorts and tries to cover it up as a cough. I know exactly what he's thinking, that I'm a slut, so I'm not picky, or that I'm into guards. I decide to continue ignoring him, like I plan to do from now on. Eventually, he'll hopefully get the hint. Cole doesn't get the hint. In fact, he breaks into my room late that night. I'm propped against the headboard, still awake, and doing a little research on my phone in the private browser when he barges in. "What the hell was that about, Cassie?" he asks when he's standing at the foot of the bed. "What was what about?" I ask innocently, while closing out my search tabs, not even letting myself glance in his direction. "Why did you ask your father to choose men for you to date?" "Because you convinced my guards to quit," I remind him. "Besides, I've never had a chance to go out for dinner or do whatever else it is that people do on dates." "They fuck, Cassie. That's what people do on dates." "Oh, well, that sounds perfect," I tell him with a smirk. "And I don't want to just date and fuck them. I want a husband." Finally, I look up at the cocky bastard standing in my bedroom, shirtless, in a pair of thin cotton shorts that leave little to the imagination. "A husband? Are you fucking high?" he exclaims. "Come on, Cassie." He climbs up and kneels on the foot of the mattress, but I shake my head. "Don't, Cole. I meant what I said before. We're enemies. I'm not fucking you again. It's over. And my name is Cass. Cassie makes me feel like a dog." "That doesn't make any sense," he says, refusing to budge. He needs to leave, and soon. The blonde jackass is too tempting kneeling on my bed, mostly naked. It does to me. Cassie sounds like Lassie. "You know what I meant. I wasn't talking about your damn name. I meant, why do you all of a sudden want a husband?" "I don't owe you any explanations," I tell him. "Now get out of my room." "Fine," he says, as he slips off the bed, getting to his feet. "But don't forget that if you're dating men, then I can do the same with any woman I want. And thankfully, I don't need my mother to set up dates for me." Asshole. He's such a fucking asshole. "My father doesn't let me near any men other than the guards and my instructor," I yell at him, louder than I should have. At least Sophie doesn't live here anymore to overhear. A tiny bit of my outburst may have been caused by the thought of Cole fucking a bunch of random women. "Yeah, and look how well that turned out with the guards." "Fuck you, Cole. Get out." When he actually does as I demand and leaves, I wish I could call him back. It's so stupid. I shouldn't want him. He's been nothing but a pain in my ass since he came back to Vegas. And now, he's not just my stepbrother, he's also my competition. As much as I enjoyed the great sex, I have to focus on the future now. And that future cannot involve Cole.
Chapter 14. Cole. It takes a few days before I get the chance to question Dante about whether he's actually going to set Cass up with a man to date, possibly even marry. Shit hit the fan over at Lachlan's the very next day. Sophie was almost killed by Lachlan's half-brother Flynn, who also turned out to be the one responsible not only for the casino bombing a year ago that killed a bunch of people, but also for a drone attack on Sophie. Oh, and he sent exploding drones to take down Lachlan's plane that never left the airport. Dante and Eli happily agreed to help question Flynn for all the juicy details. The asshole also confessed everything to the district attorney before he met his end, which is apparently why Dante called me back into his office today. "How's Sophie?" I ask when I take my usual seat across from Dante's desk. "Still shook up and recovering. She was lucky. Lachlan's guards and Sophie's weren't, but several of them will make it." "That's good that they kept her safe." "I still can't believe she stabbed Flynn in his dick." "No shit," I agree with a chuckle. I'm surprised he didn't bleed out then and there. Lachlan allowed him medical attention, but only to keep him alive long enough to talk. And talk he did, Dante says, as he leans his head back against his tall executive chair. Flynn told us that it was Russians who funded all of his attacks. The Russians? Did he give you names? No. He claimed he didn't know them, and Eli hurt him enough that he would have provided them if he had. Flynn said they only spoke by phone, then transferred funds to him, he tells me. My IT team is looking into the phone and bank records, trying to track the fuckers down. Hopefully you'll get a lead. If I don't, I'll need you to try and infiltrate the Russians by telling them you could be their next boss. Just let me know when and where you want me. I'm working that out. For now, you should get changed into something comfortable. Your first challenge is in an hour. Oh yeah? I'm starting with Cass's strength, hand-to-hand combat. Don't feel bad if you can't beat her in this event. There will be plenty of other ways to prove yourself. What's the challenge? You'll both go against Cass's martial arts instructor, Saul. Whoever lasts the longest and impresses him wins. Thank fuck I don't have to fight Cass directly. I didn't want to accidentally hurt her, even if she's more likely to injure me. And I definitely don't want her father to see me get hard when we're going at it. Which leads me to the question I've been eager to ask him. You're not really going to set Cass up on dates with random men, are you? Sighing, he shakes his head and says, Vanessa is helping me make a list of potentials. It's only slightly better than the alternative. What's the alternative? Cass sleeping with every man who steps foot in the penthouse, he responds, knowing his daughter well. I would rather be stabbed in my dick than let her end up anywhere near Eli. Eli? I say in surprise. Now that he mentions it, the psycho does live in the penthouse. He's always around, making him easy prey for Cass to sink her claws in. Eli is a sadist. He's the last person I want near my girls. No kidding, I agree. So who will you let near your daughter? That's the question I'm trying to figure out. I have a feeling that Vanessa isn't going to let me put it off for long either. Her and Cass are ganging up on me every time I turn around. I feel the exact same way. For the first time in my life, it feels like my mom is doing everything she can to screw me over. Being gung-ho against me becoming Dante's heir, I can understand. She grew up in the Mafia and hates everything about it except Dante, apparently. But helping Cass not only beat me, but also find her a husband? It's so fucked up. Not that my mom knows that the thought of Cass dating other men makes me crave violence more than I ever have in my entire life. An hour later, and I'm in my sweats and a tee, ready for the first competition to take place in the second-floor gym. Dante and my mom come in with an older, gray-haired man in tow. Vanessa, Cole, I want you to meet Saul, Dante says. He's been Cass's instructor for years, and he's agreed to be the punching bag and judge today. Won't he be biased toward Cass? I ask honestly. I wish, Cass huffs when she strolls in last. Seeing her in her tiny black shorts and matching sports bra feels obscene with her father in the same room. That's probably why she wore it, to try and throw me off. In fact, I stare long enough that I forgot what we were even talking about when she joins our huddle. But Saul is a man with strict morals, Cass says. He wouldn't let me win just because I'm his favorite student. You're my only student currently, Saul remarks. And I have no favorite. I only have pupils who are willing to work hard to become whatever they desire. Cass rolls her eyes, but smiles fondly at the man. Cassandra is right, the man says, using her full name. I think it's the first time I've ever heard it. I've got no skin in this game, as they say. Dante is paying me 10 grand to be a fair judge. Besides, Cass may be rusty, since she's been slacking off on her training lately." "What do you mean she's been slacking off?" Dante asks the guy, voicing my same question. When I first got here a few weeks ago, training was all she did. Not once, but twice a day. "Cass didn't tell you. She's canceled our lessons every day for the past week." Cass busies herself pulling her long red waves up into a messy bun when everyone turns their attention to her.
"I had PMS," she mutters, "and I don't have to train unless I want to, right?" "That's right, honey," my mother agrees. "Cole, do you have any problem going against Cass's instructor?"
"Nope." Seeing that the instructor is in fact as old as Cass claimed he was, and that he doesn't seem to have any interest in her, I don't have any ill will toward the old man. Still, I won't mind throwing down with him. While Cass may have years of training, I'll at least have a height and weight advantage. "Ladies first?" I ask. "And what are the rules?" "There are no rules," Dante says. "Cass?"
"I'd rather go last."
"Fine, I'll go," I offer. I pull my tee off over my head so the other man can't use the material to grab me, and also to try and throw Cass off balance. "Let's go, old man." "Being so cocky will only lead you to quick embarrassment," Saul replies, before the two of us meet in the center of the mat and then begin circling each other. I've never seen the man fight, so I have no idea how he plans to attack. He doesn't at first, waiting for me to make the first move. When I make a grab at the back of his neck to bring my knee up to his face, he's ready. His fist slams into my gut, momentarily stunning me long enough to sweep my legs out from underneath me, taking me down to the mat. I roll into the fall, quickly gaining the upper hand and grabbing for his throat. A second later, Saul flips us so I'm underneath him. I jab my fist into his throat, but he's already moving again. Taking my right arm with him as he goes, he twists it awkwardly, so I have to roll with it. Once I'm on my stomach, his elbow digs into my kidneys while still leveraging my arm. I cry uncle when my shoulder pops, losing to the man almost as fast as I came the first time with Cass, who is laughing at me yet again. Letting my arm go, the old man stands up and adds insult to injury. "Unimpressive. I could have killed you when you hesitated and tried to grab me instead of hitting me." "My bad," I say, as I roll to my back and sit up, clutching my throbbing shoulder. "I've only ever been in street fights, where guys start out fighting dirty, like hitting you in the back of the head when you're not looking."
"When have you been in street fights?" my mother asks.
"There were plenty growing up. Most stopped by my sophomore year of high school, when I finally towered over everyone," I admit to her. "Well, if Cass lasts longer than you, which should be easy, she'll win this round," Dante says, sounding disappointed in my performance. I fully expect the crazy redhead to show me up as well. After all, I've been on the receiving end of her brutality when she tried to drown me in the pool. Her and Saul face off right away, since he's not even out of breath from our short brawl. They circle each other, both waiting for the other to make the first move. When Saul does a fancy spinning kick that would have made me look like a fool, his foot heads right for Cass's belly. She grabs at his ankle while stumbling backward and falling on her ass, bringing him down with her. "Fuck," she mutters. Releasing the man, she holds up her palms to put a stop to the match.
"I twisted my ankle."
"Is this some feign to lure the old man in and then punch him in the nuts?" I ask. Not sure I'm buying her sudden injury after she went apeshit on me without breaking a fingernail. When she tries to stand up, though, she winces and sits back down. I feel like a huge dick when she says,
"I think I sprained it."
"Oh, shit." "What happened, Cassandra?" Her trainer leans down for a closer look, and she doesn't attack him. Dante and my mom move closer before I join them. "Let me see." The old man's hands on her foot and ankle have me seeing red. I don't like anyone touching her body. But he only prods the area with his fingers and says, "I don't feel any swelling."
It fucking hurts to put my weight on it, Cass mutters. Maybe we should get it x-rayed just to be safe, my mom suggests.
"I'll call Dr. Gates and arrange it," Dante replies.
It's not a big deal, Cass says. Let me just ice it and see how it feels later.
She's lying. I would almost bet my nuts she's not actually hurt. But why fake an injury? To let me win after my pathetic performance? No, Cass is a lot of things, but she's not that magnanimous. "Let's call this one a draw," Dante says. "What do you say, Saul?" "I say they should both hope they never get attacked while walking alone in a dark alley."
Thanks, asshole.
Cass and I both mutter at the same time, while simultaneously flipping the man off. The two of us must have been spending way too much time together lately, and unfortunately, not nearly enough.
Chapter 15. Cass. I hobble around on my ankle for the next few days, wishing I could forget about how things went down in the gym. Wishing I wasn't such a fucking idiot. I should have kicked Saul's ass. That's what I should have done. And instead, I panicked, which is not something I'm used to doing. Ever since then, Cole has been watching me like a hawk, as if trying to figure out what's going on with me. And each and every time, I tell him to fuck off. Then I make a point of asking my father, when Cole's still in earshot, about when he's going to set me up on a date. Cole needs to give up and leave me alone once and for all. But it's like the more hateful I am to him, the nicer he is to me. It doesn't make a damn bit of sense. Today, I'll have to beat him fair and square and hurt his ego at the same time. When we pull up at the shooting range just outside of town, Cole looks awfully smug. I couldn't help but notice that he's been wearing a gun underneath his clothes lately. Most likely, it's either Matt's or Lowell's firearm. Just because he carries a gun around doesn't mean he can shoot it accurately. Part of being a mob boss like my father means always being armed and ready to blow the heads off fuckers. That's why Daddy taught me and my sisters how to handle a gun when we were preteens. He told us that it was an important life skill for us to know, but that guns are not toys and should be handled carefully. I've always liked the way all that power felt in my hands when I pulled the trigger and the bullet exploded out, heading in the direction I pointed the muzzle. Madison tried unsuccessfully to improve her shot, but Sophie hated touching a gun. She would rather just beat someone with her tennis racket rather than shoot a hole in them. The fact that Sophie apparently sliced up a man's dick recently is crazy. I refuse to believe it was my baby sister and not her mobster husband who wielded the knife that ripped into Flynn Dunn's manhood. Anyway, Daddy keeps his guns locked in his safe, and apparently Madison even stole one when she left. He bought me my own for my 18th birthday since he still refused to let me get my driver's license, even once I was legally an adult. Finally ready to see if you're any good with your piece? I ask Cole when we climb out of the SUV and head to the outdoor shooting range. Oh, you know exactly how good I am with my piece, he replies quietly. I'm also a decent shot with my gun. Your gun? One of the 2 guns I confiscated from your fuck buddies. His comment somehow manages to make me horny and nauseous all at once. My bed has been lonely the past few weeks. I haven't even felt like getting myself off, which means that the last time I had an orgasm was at Sophie's wedding, riding my stepbrother. Whether or not Cole realized it that day, it was an angry fuck. I was furious at him, but unfortunately, still wanted to jump his bones. Once we get set up to practice in our own shooting lanes, I realize that Cole is actually a decent shot. But still, He's only average, at best. He probably has no idea that since having my own gun, I've set up a target and practiced on the roof near Sophie's tennis court several times a month. While hand-to-hand fighting is my preferred method of violence, because you never have to worry about having a loaded weapon on you, I also know that a gun is more deadly than my hands will ever be, without needing to be face-to-face with the bad guy. I refuse to ever let myself be taken and killed by one of my father's enemies, like supposedly happened to my mother. "Before we begin," my father says loudly to get our attention. I remove my earmuffs and Cole does the same as we turn toward him. He's standing and observing with Vanessa and his head of security, Titus. "Your accuracy with a handgun won't prove to me if you'll be a good leader or not, but it will help me feel more confident about your ability to protect yourself. If you can't protect yourself, you'll be dead fast. You can't depend on the guards to always be around or armed. So, show Titus what you can do. He'll be the judge of today's challenge." The big man crosses his arms over his chest and says, "My decision will be easy. Whoever hits more bullseyes out of 50 shots wins. There will be 10 targets positioned at various distances, 5 shots for each one. May the best marksman win." Markswoman is what he should have said, because a few moments later, I'm the clear winner. "Damn, Cass," my father says, as he and Titus examine each of the paper targets. "She killed it," Titus remarks. "Hands down winner. Sorry, Cole." "Great job, sweetheart," Daddy says when he wraps his arms around me in a hug. "I'm so damn proud of you. I had no idea you're an amazing shot." "Congrats, Cass," Vanessa says as she hugs me as well. "Yeah, congrats," Cole offers. "I thought I had this one in the bag and you made a fool of me." "It's not that hard to do," I remark with a grin. He not so subtly rubs his middle finger over his temple. "From now on, I want you both to keep a gun on you at all times, unless you're sleeping, and have one close by, even then. Like maybe under the mattress," Dante tells us, giving Vanessa a wink. "Titus can help you purchase a good, comfortable holster." "You kept a gun under your mattress?" I ask my stepmother, when I realize that's obviously what my father was referring to. "Not just any gun, a loaded and cocked gun with the serial numbers scratched off," my father answers for her. "That's badass, Mom," Cole says. "How did I not know that you were armed?" The petite woman shrugs. "You didn't need to know about it. But of course I would do anything to protect you, sweetie." She wraps her arm around his back to give him a side hug. "And don't think I didn't notice that you've been walking around with a gun shoved down the back of your pants. Get a holster, honey, before you blow your ass off." Cole laughs and tells her, "I know not to keep a bullet in the chamber." "Yes, well, accidents happen. I want you and Cass to be safe. Don't get trigger-happy in the penthouse, please." "I second that," Dante says. "Don't shoot any unsuspecting guards doing their jobs by patrolling the house, either." I glare at Cole when he opens his mouth, warning him not to make any snide comments about me taking down the guards right now. "Well, we better get home," Vanessa says. "Cass has a date tonight." "I do?" I ask in surprise, looking between her and my father. "I reluctantly agreed to let a man who passed all my background checks take you out," Daddy says. "Are you excited?" Vanessa looks like she's about to burst from excitement. "Sure," I agree, even if that's the furthest thing from the truth. I don't want to have to go on a blind date with a random guy my father and her picked for me, but it's a necessity. So I'll suck it up, get ready, and give it a try. and I will not even glance in Cole's direction to see his reaction to the news of my first date. Chapter 16. Cass. Theodore Rousseau II prefers to be called Theo. He's 25 years old, the son of Theodore Rousseau Sr., a man who owns a bunch of retail stores, including the luxury outlets in Vegas. I know. Luxury outlets sounds like an oxymoron, right? He says, directly to my breasts, while we eat our dinner in an upscale restaurant surrounded by guards at every nearby table. But it's a string of luxury brands sold at discounted prices because of irregularities that occurred during manufacturing. Most of the time, you can't even tell. It's just small things like the lining in a purse is inside out or some shit. Nothing major, but the items sell for a fraction of the original price. Sounds great, I tell him, unsure what else there is to be said. And, you work for your father? I'm the head of the maintenance division, he says proudly, again, to my chest. We handle anything from changing a light bulb for the merchants or repairing the air conditioning. That's mostly what we do. Change out AC units when they crap out. And you enjoy that? Repairing things? Oh, yeah. I couldn't just sit at a desk all day. I would go crazy, he says with a smile when he finally lifts his gaze to my face. What about you? What do you do? And then a second later, he's right back to gawking at my boobs. My forest green knee-length sleeveless dress isn't even revealing tonight, but my push-up bra is apparently doing its job well. Oh, I don't do much, really. I spend a few hours training most days, a variety of martial arts. Not that I've done that recently. Nice. So you could probably beat my ass? Oh, I could definitely kick your ass, I tell him, before taking a long sip of my wine. That's hot, he says with a grin. What do you wear when you're working out? Is it bad that I'm picturing you grappling with another chick in a bikini? Let me guess, and we're also rolling around in a mud pit? His eyes widen. Yes! How did you know? Lucky guess, I say to him. Then to our passing waiter, I hold up my hand to get his attention. Are we ready for dessert? The young man asks. No, thanks. Could you bring our check, please? Right away, he says with a wince before hurrying off. What? Oh, you're ready to leave? Theo asks. Apparently, he's not the brightest bulb in the box of ones he has to change. Yes, I am more than ready to go. Do you want to stop by my place? It's nearby. No, Theo, I don't want to go back to your place. He may be a tall, dark, and handsome man, but I'm getting a pervy vibe from him. Not in the way the guards would check me out with lust in their eyes for me, or how Cole looks at me like he's thinking dirty thoughts about the two of us together. Theo seems like the type of man who wants to fuck every woman in the world just to check them off his list of conquests.
Cole. Cass actually went out on a fucking date with some motherfucker my mom chose for her. I thought she was just trying to make me jealous, but then she got ready after we got home from the shooting range, put on a sexy green dress with high heels that made her legs look divine, and left the penthouse with an army of guards. Which is when I came up with a plan that I have no choice but to execute, with my own guards trailing me. What are we waiting for? Mike asks, as the three of us lurk around the shadows next to the hotel, waiting for Romeo to return from walking Cass up to the penthouse. You'll see, I tell him. The fucker better not get invited inside. There's no way Dante would allow that after the first date, right? How long is this going to take? The guard whines. I was supposed to get off hours ago. Don't blame me for that shit. I'm on property grounds. Do you two really need to babysit me out here? Yes, August answers. As soon as we walk away, you'll probably leave. Then our asses will get fired. Then tell your boy to stop complaining, I reply. A moment later, a man leaves the hotel and heads toward the vehicle parked right where we're waiting. Once he goes by, I step out of the shadows and have the muzzle of my gun pointed at the back of the fucker's head before his guards even notice me. Stop walking and turn around. Oh shit. One of my own guards grumbles as they both step up beside me to face the pretty boy's security detail. Dante would not approve of these dickheads' failure. They could never protect Cass. Finally, I hear their guns cocking behind me. What the hell are you doing here, Cole? August asks me. I just want a quick word with Alvin, Simon, and Theodore, I tell them. Won't take but a second. What do you want? The jackass stammers. My cash? My watch? I just wanted to give you a warning. But sure, I'll take your money, your watch, and your phone when we're done here, along with all your guards' devices and shit too. Don't make a move for anything until I tell you to. Oh, and before I forget, what's your passcode? What passcode? The one to get into your phone when it doesn't recognize my face. It's 1234. Jesus, you idiots really should make it a little harder to break into them, I mutter before getting to the point. So here's the deal. You're not going to see Cass again. You're not going to call her or even think about her. You and your men are all going to pretend she doesn't fucking exist. Is that understood? Dante will kill you for this, he threatens. Who do you think these men holding your guys at gunpoint work for? Or who is watching this go down in the security office right now? I ask him. He didn't like how you treated his daughter tonight. Oh shit, he whispers, eyes darting around in search of the surveillance cameras in the parking lot. Oh shit is right. Now slowly use your right hand to retrieve everything of value you're carrying and then toss it at your feet. He removes his wallet first and drops the entire thing, then his watch, followed by his phone. Good boy. Now, tell your men to place their weapons on the ground, then do the same. Do it. Do what he said. Nobody fucks with Dante Salvato. That's right, I agree, letting him continue to think the Mafia King is behind this holdup. After a few clicks and clacks of shit hitting the pavement, I ask August and Mike, Is that everything? Looks like it, August answers. Then you gentlemen are free to leave and never return. Walk slowly. Keep your hands up in the air until you get to the vehicle, climb inside, and drive the fuck off without looking back. Nobody moves for a moment. Then finally, when Theo turns around to walk away, his guards follow him. August and Mike come up on either side of me, still aiming their guns at their backs along with my own. The three men pile inside a silver Bentley with tinted windows, then pull off as directed. When the taillights finally disappear, August and Mike lower their guns to their sides, and I do the same. What the fuck was that about? Mike huffs as he puts his piece back into his shoulder holster. A little warning would have been nice, August grumbles as he holsters his gun as well. Your job is to shadow me, not give me directions, I remind him. Turning around, I take in the bounty left behind on the ground. This was a damn good haul. I remove my hoodie, since it's hot as hell tonight, and turn it into a bag. Seriously, man, what the fuck are you thinking? August demands. I guess you could say I'm a klepto who doesn't mind getting up close and personal with targets. What does you being a sex fiend have to do with robbing those dicks and nearly getting us all killed? Mike asks. August laughs first. Then I can't hold my chuckle in either as I stand up, tossing my makeshift sack over my shoulder like a deranged Santa. He said klepto, not nympho, dumbass, August explains. Potato, potato, he huffs. No, it's not even close to the same thing, August huffs. Kleptomaniacs are compulsive thieves, while nymphos are sex addicts. Oh. But the shithead still hasn't answered our question, August mutters. What were you thinking, Cole?
You both saw how shit that guy's security team was, right? Cass wouldn't ever be safe with him, so there's no point in her going out with him again. And I like taking shit from ungrateful assholes.
That money you gave to that homeless chick, did it come from an ungrateful asshole?
Maybe.
Who the hell do you think you are, Robin Hood? August demands.
Why? Do you want to be my Little John?
Your Little John? That rapper that shouts, yeah, and okay in a bunch of songs? Mike asks. Yeah, Mike, that Little John, August says, followed by a howling bark of laughter.
As soon as we're back inside the casino and on the elevator heading up to the penthouse, August snickers, and then we both lose it. I belly laugh until my side hurts and tears run down my cheeks. Mike glares at both of us, only making me howl louder.
What's so damn funny now?
You are, August tells him with a shake of his head, as he swipes the arm of his suit over his face to dry it too.
I need to find a new job before you two get me killed.
Chapter 17. Cass. Since I can't sleep, and only because I can't sleep and for no other purpose, I get up and quietly make my way down to the second floor, to Cole's room. I don't even really want sex. I guess I just want to maybe rub my date in his face a little, even if it was the most boring, awkward hour of my entire life. Cole's door is unlocked, so I turn the handle and slip inside, finding him wide awake, sorting through a pile of something on his bed. Hey, can't sleep? He glances up and asks me, as if my wandering in here at this time of night is the most normal thing ever. No. You? Wide awake, obviously, he replies. How was your date? I debate lying and saying it was wonderful. Instead, I tell him the truth. He couldn't stop staring at my boobs for more than 3 seconds. Well, I can't say I blame him there. Cole lifts his eye from the phone in his hands to look directly at my chest. Your breasts are perfection. I don't point out that he doesn't usually stare at them while we're talking. He only seems fixated with my boobs when my shirt is off, and I'm only wearing a sports bra, or when they're falling out of the top of my dress. You're just saying that because you want to get your hands on them. Smirking, he adds, and my mouth. Can't forget my mouth. But that's not going to happen, I remind him. Right, because you and I are enemies, he says simply. Yep. There are no timeouts in this competition? No. Too bad, he mutters with a grin, before his attention goes back down to the phone. Okay, then. What are you doing? I ask, wanting to know what's more captivating than my breasts if he thinks they're so perfect. Oh, I'm just sorting through my new goodies. As I walk closer, I'm able to make out the shapes of 2 big black guns, a watch, various wallets, and 2 more cell phones. Where did you get all of this stuff? The lost and found, he answers without missing a beat. The casino's lost and found? I ask in disbelief. Something like that. Smirking while swiping through the phone in his hand that has a different case than his, he says, Jesus, you want to see something seriously fucked up? Sure. He pats the space on the bed next to him, so I pull my leg underneath me to take a seat. Cole holds the phone's screen up in between us and hits play. There's then a young woman undressing on the screen, 20-something and pretty. Why am I not even a little surprised that you're watching porn? I scoff, when I see the woman undressed down to a mismatching black bra and green and white panties. I wish it was porn, he murmurs. Cole scrolls through the videos on the camera roll and plays another one. This time it's a different woman undressing and putting on different clothes. Tilting my head to the side, I ask, is that a changing room? Took you long enough. Ew, you're disgusting, I tell Cole as I get to my feet to leave. He stops the video and levels me with a look. These are all videos on your date's phone. What? Theodore is a pervy bastard, he remarks. Let me guess, he works in his daddy's outlet's maintenance department, right? Yes. How did you know that? He has unlimited access to all the clothing stores, even when they're closed, right? So he must have installed cameras over the women's dressing rooms. Tossing the device to the mattress, he says, Ew, and that means there are probably underage girls, which is a serious federal criminal offense. Why do you have Theo's phone? I told you, lost and found. Cole, I say with a sigh. Really? Aren't you happy to find out now instead of later that he's a nasty pervert? He asks. Now you can help me decide what to do next. How would you feel if you were one of these women? I can tell you how I would feel if it were my mother being watched like that without her knowing it. If I were one of those women, I start, I would probably kill him. Prison would be a better punishment. Lots of people would try to kill him in there, every day of his miserable existence. Do it, I say with a smile. Yeah? His family won't be a problem? Nah, fuck them. If his father knew what he was doing, then he deserves to rot in jail too. Agreed, Cole says. So it doesn't look like there will be any wedding bells in your future. He's just the first. He won't be my last date, I tell him, before I force my feet to walk out of his bedroom.
Chapter 18. Cole. August and Mike took the pervert's phone to the police station, telling them he'd dropped it at the casino while visiting over the weekend. We haven't heard anything about charges yet, but those things take time. I'm sure the cops will have to make sure the videos and shit were on the phone before the guards took possession of it, and aren't just setting the fucker up. I bet it'll be enough to get search warrants for the stores, which will lead them to the cameras and who put them there easily enough. And while all that is fine and dandy, I still can't figure out what's going on with Cass, why she's so damn set on dating more assholes and refusing to get naked with me again. That's where my head is at when the four of us are finishing up another family dinner tonight. After Flynn's attack on Sophie, he told us that the Russians were funding him. It looks like they finally decided to retaliate against me for killing Petrov, Dante remarks, as soon as he finishes his tiramisu.
How will we find out if they're the culprits?
My mom asks him, her brow pinched in concern. Well, Butterfly, you're not going to like it, but we could send Cole and Cass to some of the Russian businesses.
No.
All they would have to do is talk to employees, ours and theirs, see if anyone seems suspicious or angry at me personally.
I said no,
my mom repeats, as if he didn't hear her the first time.
It's too dangerous.
All in a day's work in the Mafia, Dante replies. Besides, the kids will take their guards with them and be armed at all times. Cass has proven to me that she can take care of herself. Cole, too. It'll be fine, Mom, I assure her. I mostly just like the idea of time with Cass outside of the penthouse walls. It'll sort of be like our own date. They're bound to love me, right? Yuri's charming, handsome, long-lost grandson come to fill his shoes.
Don't make me barf up my tiramisu,
Cass mutters. Glancing at her plate, I point out, you barely touched it.
Cole's right. He'll probably be relatively safe,
Mom huffs.
Cass can make her own decision, but she will be in more danger. I'll do it, she says right away. Just tell us what you want us to do.
Okay, Dante says, looking uneasy thanks to my mom pointing out the danger to his daughter. My people were placed in charge of each establishment a year ago. There are still plenty of Russians around, though, mixed in with more of my employees now. Petrov owned bars with casinos and whores, golf clubs, restaurants, and of course he has drug dealers in every establishment.
I thought prostitution was illegal in Vegas, I remark.
Oh, it is, Dante responds, and it's why I don't deal in them. Petrov got around the law by calling his girls escorts. When I took over, I got rid of most of them, only keeping a few for his regulars. I don't particularly like being in the flesh industry, and Lachlan would probably prefer if we didn't cut into his business. But for now, there are still a handful of whores. They don't take any new customers upstairs, only vetted regulars, so we don't have to worry about the police doing any type of sting operations. Now that Lachlan has finally given me his law enforcement contacts, the blackmail he has on the higher-ups, it's no longer much of a concern.
So you want me and Cass to just wander into some of these businesses and hang out, chat up whoever is chatty? I ask him.
Exactly. By being on the ground, you will hopefully see or hear things the others could have missed. Especially you, Cole. I don't want you to hide the fact that you're Yuri's grandson, or my potential heir. Brag about it. Act like you hate me. Do whatever it takes to get in with the Russian holdovers. We need an inside man.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. I agree. And if he plays into being one of them, he'll be safer, Mom remarks. But Cass, they'll only ever see her as the enemy's daughter.
That's true, Butterfly, Dante agrees as he looks to Cass. You'll need to make sure they all know that you won't take anyone's shit. Got it?
So I can kick their asses if I want? She asks.
If they provoke you, then yes. Punch them, shoot them, whatever. I don't care. The guards will be there to make sure it doesn't get out of hand. Just be aware of your surroundings. Don't start anything, and don't get dragged into shit if you're heavily outnumbered.
Understood, she replies, with a twinkle of what looks like anticipation in her eye.
I have some people looking into all the accounting books for the Russians' businesses, making sure nobody is skimming off the top. So far, every penny has been accounted for, but I wouldn't put anything past the bastards who stayed once Petrov was killed. They're still loyal to him, no matter what lip service they may pay me. And they always will be, which is why we have to keep them close.
Why not just kick them all out of the city? I ask him.
Because I don't have enough employees that I trust to run all the fronts. It shouldn't come as a surprise to you that I'm laundering money through the places, just like Kozlov did, but on a much larger scale. So for now, I need them. If I could, I would sell every last building and give your mother all the proceeds.
My mom scoffs. I don't want a dime of his dirty money. When should we get started? I ask.
As soon as you two are ready.
Tonight? I suggest, looking to Cass. Unless you have another hot date to get to. Tonight is fine with me, she agrees. Then let's head out at 10. Give everyone time to get good and wasted before we start trying to get them to talk. A little after 10, I'm waiting downstairs on the main floor, leaning my forearms on the stair rail when Cass's heels finally start to click-clap down them. While I figured she would dress up, I didn't expect her to look so damn sexy. The lime green halter-top dress, decorated with iridescent glass beads, connects to the short skirt by thin straps similar to the one across her sternum. Other than that 1-inch strap, the V at the front plunges down clear past her belly button, down to the top of the skirt hugging her hips. You like? She asks when she reaches the bottom of the stairs, even doing a full circle in her gold heels to show me her bare back other than the tiny skirt, and her long red waves that sway at the top of her ass. When I try to make a comment, nothing comes out. In my white dress shirt and black pants, I'm going to look like a chump next to her. We should leave before Daddy sees me and makes me change, Cass says, strutting over to the door where 4 male guards are gathered waiting for our departure. They all freeze as if being held at gunpoint when she approaches. Finally, August, working overtime tonight, moves. He opens the main door for Cass to walk through.
No wonder Dante doesn't let her leave the casino grounds. The woman makes smart men stupid just by walking toward them. I'm surprised Cass doesn't start a riot every time she leaves the premises. Maybe she does. I can already tell that it's going to be a long fucking night. Dante gave our guards a list of formerly Russian-owned establishments listed by what he believed to be safest to most dangerous. No surprise, we're heading to the first one on the list, a sports bar that's only a few blocks from the Royal Palace. Dante could have an army of guards there in seconds. We haven't been in the bar for 10 minutes, barely enough time to order 2 beers, and Cass to ask for a glass, when 2 older men approach us at the counter where we're waiting for our drinks. "Can I help you, gentlemen?" I ask. The taller, leaner man with bushy eyebrows says something in Russian. "Sorry, I don't have a clue what you just said," I tell him. "You're Yuri Petrov's grandson, aren't you?" he asks in English. Wow, they recognized me even faster than I expected. "So I've been told," I respond coolly. "Your mother didn't teach you our mother tongue. What a shame," the one with visible nose hairs remarks. I'm not sure if my mother even knows any Russian." "Of course she does," Eyebrows says. "Yuri and his old lady never spoke English unless it was necessary to communicate with outsiders." With that comment, he gives away that he knew my grandfather well enough to meet his wife. He then glares at Cass, making me certain these men are biased against anyone not born Russian. There's no way they could know she's Dante's daughter. My observation is further proven when Nosehair says to Cass, "You could earn good money for us, koreshikaya suka." I'm certain whatever he called her in Russian wasn't a compliment.
"Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not a whore," Cass replies. "And even if you insinuate such a thing again to me, I'll show you all that my father taught me. Here's a hint. It's not a shitty language."
"What are your names?" I ask, turning my back to Cass as if I couldn't care less that she's there. "I'm Liv," Eyebrows says, "and this is Oni," he says, referring to Nosehair. I hold out my palm to shake each of their hands. "I bet you have a lot of great stories about my grandfather you could tell me." "So many stories," Liv assures me. "Yuri was the first to be reckoned with. We can't help but wonder if he passed that trait on to you as well." "Me? I'm a nobody," I tell them truthfully. "Just a kid born to a struggling single mother. We scraped by and earned everything we ever had, which is how it should be." They say something in Russian to each other that I take to mean they agree. I figured that their generation would respect those who claw their way up, rather than have shit handed to them like spoiled little rich girls. "You should come back tomorrow night for our poker tournament. Men only," Oni tells me, while giving a pointed look at Cass. "Unless you want to be our entertainment, Red." I don't even have time to even think about how Cass would react to his comment. She moves so fast, she's a blur, getting off her stool, stepping in front of me to grab and twist the right wrists of both men at the same time, so there's an echo of the loud snap. Fuck, that had to hurt. Our guards are instantly at attention, moving in close, hands on the butt of their guns, ready to back her up.
"Guess you won't be able to enjoy any personal entertainment for a while," Cass says to them. "Good luck finding someone else who wants to touch your shriveled old cocks for you."
It takes every ounce of strength to keep from laughing at the men. Their faces are the brightest red under the sun, angry, embarrassed, and in severe pain, but neither make a sound more than a grunt. "We should probably head out," I suggest, getting between her and the assholes before they try to retaliate out of anger. "You made a mistake in insulting and then underestimating her, gentlemen. You would be smart to not let it happen again." Before we make our way out of the bar, where all eyes are now on us, a young blonde woman comes out from the back and speaks to the men in Russian as she calls over others to drag them out.
"Sorry about that," she says to me once they disappear, her palms smoothing the skirt of her black, hip-hugging dress. Those old fools like to run their mouths and get pissed when someone fights back. I'm Inessa, the assistant manager. I help run things here. You must be Cole.
Yeah. How does everyone know who I am? I ask her.
There were pictures of you.
Pictures?
In the papers and online from a wedding. Everyone has been curious about the mysterious grandson that has been talked about for nearly a year. We were wondering where you were. No social media accounts?
No, not for me. I don't need my mother tracking my every move when I'm away at college. Her blonde brows lift.
So you're a college boy?
About to start my senior year in the fall, working toward a business administration degree.
Very impressive.
Not really, Cass mutters from behind me. I hear the stool squeak as she climbs back on it, so I retake my seat as well.
And you are?
Inessa asks, once I'm no longer blocking Cass from view. Cassandra Salvato, I say in introduction. Inessa holds out her palm, but Cass looks at it with disgust. She goes by Cass, and she's in a bad mood, I say to excuse her rudeness. Your friends were running their mouths to get a reaction out of her. I don't think it was the reaction they were hoping for.
I guess not,
Inessa agrees with a smirk.
Can I get you another beer? Something to eat?
No. I'm fine, thanks. Cass? I glance over my shoulder to ask. Her glare is the only answer she gives me before she takes another small swig from her mostly full glass of beer. I think we're both all set for now, I inform Inessa. Smiling, she says,
Well, it was nice to meet you, Cole. If you need anything, just ask.
Oh, hey, Inessa, I call out when she begins to walk away. What time is the poker tournament tomorrow? Turning back around, she says,
It starts at midnight in an attempt to see who gets the most drunk so the others can take all their money. Are you thinking about attending?
Maybe. Do you play? She shakes her head of long, straight, light blonde hair that's similar enough to my mother's that I know I could never, ever fuck her. That's probably why I've always preferred brunettes. Or feisty redheads.
No, men only. And I'm not a gambler.
So you just run things around here? I ask. Flirting with her will be easy, even if it won't lead to anything else.
Yes, I took over things for Anton Kozlov. You may have heard of him.
Grinding my teeth together, I tell her the truth. I heard of what he had his men do to my mother. It sounds like she curses in Russian. What was that?
Sorry, I said that he brought shame on our name, and I'm glad he is dead. He is dead, isn't he? Nobody has seen him in nearly a year. There were rumors that Dante Salvato's torturer, Eligor, tore him apart, limb from limb.
Probably something like that, I agree, even though I don't know for sure.
Your mother did not teach you Russian.
Why does everyone seem so surprised about that? I had no clue she spoke any language but English.
These men here prefer to speak it in business dealings. They like being able to keep secrets, to have the upper hand on their opponents and rivals.
Right, well, I guess I fall into one of those categories now.
No, you are family.
I barely hold in my cringe at that disgusting thought. I don't want to be a blood relative to a murderous bastard. The fact that these people think that being related to Petrov is something to be proud of is disturbing. I'm proud to be my mother's son. She raised me to do what's right, to appreciate everything I have, and that being rich isn't worth sacrificing your soul, since that's the asking price in this world. I don't see stealing from the undeserving as wrong, not when I only keep what I need to get by and give the rest to help others who weren't born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Or the ones like my mother, who walked away from the silver spoon because she knew there was blood dripping from it and always would be.
So, will I see you tomorrow night at the tournament?
Inessa asks, making me realize I was lost in my thoughts for too damn long. Yeah, maybe. Liv and Ani invited me, or they did before their wrists got injured.
I'm sure they would still want you there. Smiling, she adds, "They think you are young and green, making you an easy target." "Then they don't know shit about me," I assure her. "Oh, God, I'm going to barf," Cass murmurs from behind me. "Can we please leave now?" "Nice meeting you," I say to Vanessa as I get to my feet. "See you again soon." "Soon," she agrees, with a sweep of her eyes down my body, the look full of interest. "And I would be more than happy to teach you our mother tongue." "Ew," Cass scoffs as she heads out the door in a hurry, her guards behind her. As soon as I follow her outside, she turns to me and says, "Jesus, Cole, I thought you were going to fall to your knees and eat her pussy right there in the middle of the bar." "I was just being nice," I tell her truthfully, as we both start to the SUV. "You should try it sometime. Haven't you ever heard the saying that you catch more flies with honey than vinegar?" Cass stops walking when we're halfway to the SUV and holds up her palm toward me. "Seriously, stop talking about nasty shit before I throw up all over your shoes." When she clutches her stomach and swallows hard, I realize she's not being sarcastic. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. That place, those people, just made me feel ill," she grumbles. Then softer, "Do you think they could have poisoned my beer?" "You're the one who poured the bottle into the glass," I remind her. "Yeah, after the bartender opened it." Shit. I turn back to the bar, then to the SUV. "Should we go to the hospital and get you checked out?" "No, I'm fine. I'm just ready to go home." "If they poisoned you?" Shaking her head, she says, "I doubt that they poisoned me. They know my father would blow the place up with them inside of it if they did something so stupid." "Desperate people do stupid things." "Why would they be desperate?" she asks. "Because when Dante took over, most of them either lost their livelihood or had most of their earnings from illegal shit ripped away. Nobody likes losing money." "Well, they can go to hell for all I care." She turns and starts walking slowly the rest of the way to the SUV. One of her guards hurries around to open the back passenger door for her, even though 2 guards have to squeeze into the back first. Wonder if he's trying to get in her panties too. "Seriously, Cass," I say to her as I climb into the vehicle and sit in the second row next to her. "When we're in these places, pretending to like them could help us worm our way inside their tight-knit group. Don't you want to find out if they sent drones after your sister?" "God, could everyone please just get over it? A few flying robots took aim at Sophie. So what? She survived. She's fine." "You've obviously never been through anything traumatic in your life." "Like you have?" she asks, as we finally pull out of the parking lot heading back to the casino. "Other than surviving poverty, being bullied by rich entitled brats, and surviving the casino bombing that killed 22 people and injured dozens of others, no, I haven't been through shit." "Sorry," she says quietly. "I forgot about the bombing. You weren't hurt." "Trust me, even if you walk away from a disaster unharmed, you still have to deal with the fact you could have been killed, but you lived when others weren't so lucky," I tell her. "Do you have any idea how close your dad and my friends and I were to being in that room when it exploded? We were within feet of it, and if there had been a poker table available for us, we would have been sitting down when the bomb went off. So how about you talk to me about how survivors of shit like that should feel after you've been through it yourself?" For the life of me, I can't tell if it's what I said, or if she just couldn't hold it in anymore, but at that exact moment, Cass bends at the waist and pukes all over the floorboard of the SUV, including my shoes.
Chapter 19. Cass. "Don't tell my father I threw up," I say, as I wipe my mouth on a napkin one of the guards handed to me. Cole and I are standing on the sidewalk near the casino, waiting for the men to clean up the floorboard. "What if you were poisoned?" Cole asks as he shakes off his ruined dress shoes. "Then I'll die." "Cassie." He stares me down, army green eyes locked on mine, as if trying to determine if I'm serious or not. "If any of these guards risk their lives by ratting me out and Daddy asks you, Just tell him that I drank too much, I say, loud enough for the men to hear me. Fine, he huffs as he takes a step closer to me, but I'm going to keep an eye on you tonight. I'm not fucking you, I tell him, certain that I would throw up on him if we tried. You just barfed our entire dinner all over my shoes, Cassie, so don't worry. I can promise you that vomit isn't an aphrodisiac for me. So then we'll what? Have a slumber party? Stay up all night watching movies and talking about boys? I ask him. You can sleep. I'm just going to make sure you keep breathing and don't suffocate on your vomit. Sounds like it will be a blast, I huff. Well, how did it go? My father asks when Cole and I finally get back to the casino. He's waiting in the first-floor foyer with Vanessa, both of them in pajamas, which is weird as fuck to see. You're back earlier than we expected. Two old bastards don't seem to like you very much, Cole tells him. And everyone wants to know why I can't speak the mother tongue. Mom, are you fluent in Russian? I may have been once, but I'm probably a little rusty now, Vanessa answers. Those first few years, I had to work extremely hard to avoid letting my accent slip. Until English came so naturally to me, I lost it. My nanny is the one who insisted on teaching me English, or I would have never known much of it. She was the only one in our entire household who spoke it. Right. Because it's a way to talk shit in front of people without them knowing it, Daddy explains. My family did the same, speaking mainly in Italian until the second generation when my father was born in the U.S. and went to private school in the States. My grandfather refused to learn English. My father only spoke Italian when he was pissed. Waving a hand in the air, he asks, "What else did you learn tonight?" The older assholes were Liev and Oni, Cole informs him. They should be considered enemies until proven innocent. Don't forget about Inessa, I add. Cole's eyes cut to me as he huffs. She's completely harmless. Inessa Kozlov, my father asks. She did mention taking over for a Kozlov, I remark. Is she his daughter or something? Cole asks. A little too interested in the conniving blonde bitch. She may look all sweet and innocent, but she had a thigh holster under her slutty black dress. I could tell by the way she stood, so the holster wouldn't rub her other thigh. No, she wasn't his daughter. Inessa was Anton Kozlov's second wife. Wife, Cole repeats. But she's so young. Russians like their arranged marriages more so than the rest of us. She could have been married off to Kozlov as soon as she turned 18. Or 16, Vanessa adds. It was frowned upon, but happened if the groom was high up in the chain of command and insistent. Your father wouldn't let me have you at 16, Daddy says to Vanessa, with his brows raised. Yuck, I mumble, as another flip of my stomach has me clutching my abdomen. Cole's eyes follow the movement, and I shake my head at him in warning. I'm not saying I would have married you then. I'm just saying it wasn't on the table, my dad explains to his wife. Anyway, back to Inessa. She's obviously an adult now, helping to run things at the sports bar. She could potentially be a good match for you, Cole. What? I exclaim, then have to swallow down a mouthful of vomit. My father shrugs. The Russians could be easier to handle if Cole joined the family with a marriage. Hell no, Cole huffs. You keep that arranged marriage shit away from me. Agreed, Vanessa exclaims. Daddy holds up his palms in surrender. Fine, it was just a suggestion. My son isn't going to be married off to some crazy Russian bitch to help your business, Vanessa thankfully tells my father. So don't even think about it. Like I said, it was just a suggestion, Everyone calm the fuck down. I've just heard that Inessa is a very attractive girl. Cole chuckles. That doesn't mean I want to be tied down to her. Okay, I'm going to bed, I tell them, unable to stand there and listen to this conversation any longer. Cole, don't forget to tell them about your invite for tomorrow, I say on the way up the stairs. What invite? Vanessa asks. The old men, Liev and Oni, invited me to a midnight poker tournament. You do remember what happened the last time you went to a poker tournament, right, sweetie? Yes, Mom, how could I forget? But unless Dante is planning on blowing up the bar, I think I will be safe. No fireworks are on the schedule this week, my father responds with a grin. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Cole says, just as I raise my foot to start up the second flight of stairs. He wouldn't dare. Cass has felt sick since leaving the bar. Might be best to check her for poisoning. Poisoning? Dante exclaims. Cass, get your ass back down here. Why didn't either of you say something sooner? I'm fine. I'm going to bed. Her color did look a little off, Vanessa chimes in. I'm fine, I yell back. I'll have Dr. Gates come to your room then. It's late and completely unnecessary. The good doc won't mind a late-night house call for Dante, Vanessa shouts back. And it's better to be safe than sorry. I groan and continue the hike up to my room, more certain than ever that I'm going to fucking kill Cole. Hello again, Cassandra, the middle-aged doctor says when she walks into my room half an hour later, with my father hot on her heels. It is a shame to have to see you again so soon. How is your ankle? It's fine. I'm fine, I assure her. We think she could have been poisoned, Daddy tells her. I didn't want to mention that on the phone. Should we take her straight to the hospital? Let us have a moment alone so I can further evaluate the situation, and we'll see, Dr. Gates says to him, herding him out the door in her navy blue power suit. Why don't you wait in your office and I'll be down shortly. I can't believe it actually works when Daddy leaves and she closes the door in his face. Returning to my bedside with her tote bag, she sits down on the mattress and says, So, Cassandra. It's just Cass, I remind her. Right, Cass. You said you've thrown up since leaving the bar? How many times? She doesn't have a tablet or even pen and paper. I guess my father doesn't like her to have any records of her visits. Just the once in the car. She stares at me, unblinking, waiting, as if she knows I'm lying. Shit. And twice when I got up to my room. Then, if you were poisoned, hopefully your body has expelled the toxin. I doubt I was poisoned. I should have just said it was food poisoning when I barfed in the back seat. But you don't think it was food poisoning, either. I shake my head. No, nobody else got sick after dinner, so... Have you been running a fever? Had chills? No, neither. Have you recently been around anyone who had a stomach virus? Nope. Nodding, she gives me a small smile before asking, When was your last period, Cass? Recently. Could you give me a date? Last week. So, you're obviously not pregnant? She asks in the form of a question rather than a statement. Obviously. So, I don't need to offer you a certain pill that's prescribed when a morning after pill doesn't work? No, I'm good, thanks. Probably just a stomach bug. Her hawk eyes hold mine. Just so you know, I could get you that medication, if necessary. Your father would never have to know about it either. Barking out a laugh, I ask her, Do you have a death wish, Dr. Gates? I don't, but my priority is always first and foremost to my patients, regardless of who pays my bill. I'm not your patient. Sure you are. I don't need any of your pills. So, are we finished here? Yes, unless you will allow me to press on your abdomen. No. That's what I thought. With a heavy sigh, she gets up and heads to the bedroom door, hefting her bag onto her shoulder. How about I call in a prescription for nausea? She asks. Fine, I agree. Opening the door, she goes on to say, assuming that you're still alive in the morning, I think you'll be just fine. Great. I'm sorry you wasted your time coming over so late. I'll keep an eye on her tonight, Cole says from the hallway, making me roll my eyes. Then a whispered, she's not, pregnant, is she, Doc? It's probably just a stomach bug, Dr. Gates tells him. Then louder, make sure she stays hydrated and have Dante call me if she gets any worse. Worse? Cole asks. If the vomiting is uncontrollable, the abdominal pain intensifies, or she starts running a fever, those sorts of things. Okay, thanks. I'll just give my report to Dante and see myself out, Dr. Gates tells him. Cole appears in the doorway a second later, still in his untucked dress shirt and slacks. So you're probably not going to die? Doesn't look like it. I'll come back in half an hour, once Mom and Dante go to bed, he says quietly. You don't have to do that. Someone has to make sure you don't choke on your own vomit tonight, remember? Would you prefer to have my mom bunk with you? I shake my head. Then I'll be back in half an hour. Try not to suffocate on your barf before then. I'll try, I mutter. I'm curled up, nearly asleep since my nausea has passed when I hear my bedroom door open and close. There's some rustling as Cole undresses, then a dip from the other side of the mattress when he slides underneath the covers. He doesn't get close enough to spoon me, but his palm reaches over to feel my forehead. I don't have a fever, I murmur, and I haven't choked on my vomit. Now either go to sleep or leave. He huffs out a sigh when he pulls his hand away, then settles into the mattress. Good night, Cassie. Good night, Cole, I reply, not bothering to chastise him for the name. I think it's growing on me, which is a very bad idea.
Chapter 20. Cole. Today's challenge isn't going to be fun, Dante tells us when he calls us to his office, along with Eli. It's been a few days since Cass survived her poisoning, or whatever made her sick, and this is the first competition since the shooting range. For half a second, I thought Cass might have been knocked up by me or one of the guards, but the doctors said she wasn't, and Cass was fine the rest of the night. The next morning, when I had eventually fallen asleep, Cass woke me up with a repetitive slap to my face to wake me up, sending me back to my room without any interest in morning sex. What are we going to be doing? Cass asks her father impatiently, with her hands braced on her hips. Even in black leggings and a blue tank, she's sexy as hell. She's still skipping training with Saul, so I have no idea what she's been up to the past few days. As far as I know, she hasn't been on any more dates. As for myself, I've been hanging out at the sports bar with my guards, playing poker late into the night with the old men, and flirting with Anessa. I haven't asked Cass to tag along, figuring I would have more luck infiltrating without her. Not to mention that I don't want to take a chance that someone might poison her again. Cass can think what she wants about why she got sick, but I would put my money on the Russians. A man who betrayed me, who betrayed Vanessa, putting both of our lives in danger, has finally been dragged back to Vegas, Dante explains to us. You are both going to interrogate him, make him tell you all about himself, what he did, and who else he may have run his mouth to, before my men caught up to him in L.A. And once you get all the information you can get out of him while making him suffer for his sins against our family, You'll decide if he lives or dies, and how to end him if you go that route. The way Dante talks about killing people so easily will take some getting used to. The fact that the man who is about to be in a world of hurt caused my mother pain means it's a little easier to stomach. Still, I can't help but ask, what if one of us wants him to die and the other thinks he should live? His fate is ultimately up to Eli. He will be in charge of this competition. No guards will be joining you. Eli will oversee every aspect and choose the winner based on questions, technique, and your final decision. You should both know that he will thoroughly enjoy every second of torture. Eyeing the sadist, Dante adds, Eli has been warned that his dick better stay in his pants unless he wants me to saw it off and shove it down his throat. Yes, sir. The blond man, dressed like a GQ model in his gray suit, agrees with a mock salute. You'll have until tomorrow at this time to complete this assignment. On the elevator on the way down to the basement with Eli, he tells me and Cass, I'll save you both some time. The man hanging in the basement is Gavin Perkins. He's a 28-year-old stripper from a ranch in Wyoming. He became Dante's enemy when he set up Vanessa's boyfriend, Mitchell, to sleep with some of Kozlov's whores, thinking they were freebies, running up a debt he couldn't pay. The debt was the reason the thugs beat up Vanessa when Mitchell, of course, couldn't pay it back on time. He also humped Vanessa on the floor in front of everyone in the strip club when her ribs were still bruised from the beating. That's when Dante intervened. So my dad is just jealous of him? Cass asks. Did you miss the part about this guy being responsible for my mom getting beat on by Russian assholes? I ask her. She had a few bruises, but it wasn't anything major, and that's how she ended up catching my dad's attention. He moved her into the penthouse while her face was all fucked up. That's not all, Eli says, as the elevator finally reaches the basement. He leads the way into the empty concrete level to the man hanging naked off to the side underneath the fluorescent lights. It's such an odd sight that I almost miss it when Eli says, Gavin here also ran his mouth about Vanessa and Dante, which got back to Petrov. Ran his mouth about what? I ask. How did it get back to Yuri? I'm sorry, Eli. Please don't kill me, the man cries, tears streaming down his face. Part of me even feels sorry for him. Or it did, until Eli says as he stares up at the man, Gavin saw a private photo Dante sent me of him and Vanessa looking cozy together in bed. He brought it up with Mitchell when he apologized for setting him up. I only told Mitch that Vanessa looked happy with Dante because he was worried she was being held against her will. The monster was obsessed with her, the man shouts. That's the truth, I swear. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything, anything. Turning to me and Cass again, Eli says, Whether he had good intentions or not doesn't matter. Mitchell then informed Petrov that Dante and Vanessa were a real couple, and that Dante was in love with her. And that was bad. Why? Cass questions Eli. Because your dad and his mom had a plan to act like she was his hostage only. Turn Vanessa over to Petrov to reunite with his long-lost daughter, so she could get close enough to kill him. But Yuri knew they were lying straight away, I say in understanding. Which is why Yuri kept my mother locked in a shed for a week without food and beat her every day for hours. Ding, 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 Eli deadpans. We have a winner, folks. In this world, even small secrets can have catastrophic consequences if they get out. The information Mitchell got from Gavin here could have cost Vanessa her life. Thankfully, Dante came up with a brilliant plan to rescue your mom, which included the silent skills of me and a few friends.
So we should kill him?
Cass asks, causing Gavin to sob louder. Eli pulls a flask from inside his suit jacket and takes a big swig. Should you kill him? Should you kill me for letting the asshole see the image? That's the question that has to be answered, isn't it? 30 minutes later of standing around, listening to the man's explanation and pleas while Eli gets drunk, Cass comes up to me and asks,
Which way are you leaning?
Honestly, I don't know yet, I admit. My mom could have died because of him, but I don't think he meant any harm.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Cole. I didn't mean any harm to Vanessa, I swear. I was in love with her. You have to let me go, Cole. That's what Vanessa would want you to do,
Gavin shouts, making me want to punch Eli in the dick for telling him our names. For some reason, when the captive begs me personally, it makes it harder to want to hurt him.
He fucked up, and he should pay.
Cass looks over at the restrained naked man and sighs.
But he's so damn pretty.
So you think we should let him live just because he's pretty? I scoff at the sentiment, mostly hating that she's not wrong. I may be a straight man, but I'm not blind. He's got a perfectly tanned, sculpted body with a movie star handsome face. I bet he made a killing stripping.
That's the same reason why I couldn't cut him up,
Eli interjects with a sigh as he climbs onto a workbench while staring at the man. I thought the bastard was so beautiful, I couldn't ruin even an inch of his skin. Now I think I want to flay him open from head to toe. Seriously? I ask.
Please, Eli, Gavin begs. Please don't let them kill me. You can fuck me however you want, as many times as you want for the rest of your life.
Wow, I mutter. Cass raises a single red eyebrow at Eli.
Does my father know you fucked him?
Oh, yeah. Dante walked in when I was edging him with my mouth the night he humped Vanessa on stage.
You edged him with your mouth?
Cass repeats. He sucked his dick, but wouldn't let him finish, pulling off every time he got close, I explained to her. That's it, Eli says, pointing his finger at me.
I knew what he meant,
Cass huffs. Eli adds, I also fucked him while he was strung up. Cass grins at that.
I didn't know you were gay.
I'm not gay, I'm bi. I fuck men and women, sometimes at the same time, Eli responds nonchalantly. I doubt Dante would want you talking to his daughter about who you fuck, I can't help but point out. Eli removes his attention from Gavin to look me up and down. What about you, Blondie? Do you play for both teams? Nope, I'm firmly in the hetero camp, thanks. Not that I care what you or anyone else does. People should fuck whoever they want, and screw the rest. I can't help but glance at Cass when I say that.
Since you and Gavin have a history, would you really let me or Cole kill him?
Cass asks the sadist. You gotta do what you gotta do, Eli mutters, definitely tipsy, if not full-out drunk on whatever was in the now empty flask. It's your call. I'm just here to supervise and judge you on your decisions. So then you don't have an opinion? I prod him. No, not really. It's more like I know Dante's preference, how he would like this to go after spending nearly a year tracking the bastard down to drag him back here to Vegas. Whichever one of you gets closest to his decision wins. What is the current score of this little competition to be Vegas's next top dog, anyway? There's still plenty of time left to decide, I remark.
I'm ahead,
Cass tells him, with her chin raised proudly.
The hand-to-hand event was a draw, but I easily won the round at the shooting range.
You were able to tie Cass in hand-to-hand? Eli asks me. It was a draw, I repeat. We fought against the instructor. I sucked, and Cass hurt her ankle in the first few seconds. You hurt your ankle the first few seconds? Her eyes narrow at Cass, who nods. Eli then studies her from head to toe before saying, I find that very hard to believe. I know you're dangerous. I've seen you training with Saul and the employees. You're deadly. Nothing would hold you back, especially not a sprained ankle. You threw the challenge, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Cass mutters way too fast as she moves closer to Gavin as if to get away from the conversation. Considering Eli's assessment, the fact that he knows Cass better than I do, I follow the feisty redhead. Is he right, Cassie? Did you actually hurt your ankle or what?
Yes, I hurt my ankle. It may have just been a sprain, but I didn't want to make it worse. You know, in case I ever have to actually defend myself.
Oh my God, she's so full of shit. How did I not realize that before now? Right, like that day would come the same week as a sprain, Eli says sarcastically, not buying her lies either. Cass crosses her arms over her chest defensively.
It could have. I've started dating guys, you know.
Oh, I've heard. The casino rumor mill is all abuzz about you being on the market. And what have people been saying about her? I can't help but inquire. Oh, this and that, Eli responds, then chuckles. Most male employees say they would give their left nut to hit that. Apparently, you caused a ruckus a few weeks ago. Even though you live in the penthouse, only a handful of staff have ever seen or even heard of you or your sisters before Sophie got married and you attended the fundraiser here in the casino a few days later. I can't even repeat what has been said about the dresses you wore to both events, and then one out to a bar the other night.
People are talking about me and my dresses?
Cass asks, sounding surprised. Yes, people are talking about you, which is why your father has been sick with worry lately. The photos from the wedding were everywhere online. The wedding was also when the Russians saw photos of me. Where do all these photos of us show up? I ask Eli. Page 6 loves when rich people get married. Someone from the wedding must have sent them the photos, and they published them. The gold dress was coveted by men and women. Was there a reason why your tits were out, Cass? Like, did the dress shrink up or something in the wash? You should watch your fucking mouth before Dante cuts out your tongue, I warn him. Eli shrugs and laughs. Dante won't care if I ask her a question. And I'm the only one who cuts out tongues around here. It's a bloody business. I think Dante would care that you asked his daughter a question about her tits.
My dress was a little snug, that's all, Cass huffs. It's not a big deal. I gained weight before the wedding.
Why? Depressed that Lachlan didn't want you? Eli asks her.
I could have had him if I wanted, she replies.
Oh, yeah? Cocky. I like it, the man says with a smirk. Could we please get back to the torture and murder? I grumble at the two of them before Eli whips his dick out and Cass gets on her knees.
Chapter 21. Cass. To kill a man or not to kill him? That is the question. And I have to come up with the answer. Of course, I know Gavin needs to die. That's what my father expects and what he would do himself. But knowing you need to do something and actually doing it are two very different things. Over the past few weeks, ever since Cole arrived, I've changed. The old Cass would have already jumped on Gavin's back and choked the life out of him. The cocky blonde asshole has made me go soft. Tomorrow. I'll kill Gavin tomorrow. I just need to give myself a day to convince myself to go through with it. After all, Daddy said we had 24 hours to decide. I want to sleep on it, I announced to Cole and Eli. Unless you're ready to make a decision now, I ask my stepbrother. Nah, I can sleep on it too, he agrees. So we'll just leave him hanging here? He's right. We're supposed to torture him, punish him before making the final decision. Walking over to the beautiful naked man, I look up at him since he's hanging high enough that his feet won't ever touch the floor, putting his cock nearly at mouth level. After what Eli said about edging him, I figure that's the reason behind this particular position. I run my fingernails over his defined six-pack abs, lower to his thighs, leaving red lines behind before following the same path all over again. Gavin remains still the entire time, watching me, waiting. I'm not even sure if he's breathing. I have to admit that I do like having a man at my complete mercy. It doesn't take long to see that Gavin, despite his terror for his possible looming death, likes what I'm doing too. Nice dick, I tell him honestly, as his long shaft swells. He's not as big and thick as Cole, but it's still pretty perfect, just like the rest of him. Yeah, you can do anything you want with it, he replies. I'll fuck you so good. And my tongue. I have an amazing tongue. Make me your sex slave, and I'll eat your pussy all day, every day, Cassie. It's just Cass, I inform him, as I run my index finger along the underside of his hardening shaft, hating how he picked up Cole's stupid nickname so fast. What about your balls, Gavin? Can I do anything I want to them, too? Before he can answer, I grab them and twist, making him shriek and flail in his restraints. Just because I'm a woman doesn't mean I'm soft, I tell him over his screeching. My father wants you dead, so there's nothing that will save you now. Especially not your dick or tongue, you pretty fucking man-whore. I dig my fingernails in his sack to add a little more pain before finally letting him go. When I walk back over to Cole, he straightens his spine, and Eli jumps down from his seat on the workbench. Cole says, "That was terrifying." At the same time, Eli mutters, "That was so damn hot." I want to sleep on it, I announce. What about you? Yeah, I'll sleep on it too, Cole agrees. I start heading for the elevator with him on my heels. Eli doesn't join us as we ascend to the penthouse in silence. Only once we're past the guards and inside does Cole finally speak. I can't believe you touched his dick. It's a nice dick, I say, when I start up the stairs. Maybe I should get a cast of it to use for a dildo before killing him. So you really are going to kill him? He asks from behind me. Yes. How? I'm not sure yet, I admit. Honestly, I don't want to dwell too much on the act. Just because killing is a part of running a mafia doesn't mean I'll ever enjoy it. I could do it for you, Cole offers. I come to a stop on the second-floor landing, where I know we have to part ways. Turning to him, I say, I don't need you to kill for me, especially if you're too squeamish to make the call yourself. Squeamish? I'm not squeamish. I'll go kill that son of a bitch right fucking now. Golden jaw clenched, he says, Trust me, I really want to after you admired his cock and he offered to be your sex slave. Why? Because you want the position? I ask him with a smile. Get on your knees. You get on your knees, he replies, as he backs me up to the rail. There's a pantry on this floor, too. Good, I say. His army green eyes sparkle with anticipation before I add, Why don't you go lock yourself in there and tug on your dick while you remember how hard you came in my mouth, the one and only time you'll ever be inside of it. Should I record it and send you a video? You know, So you can finger yourself to it like you did for months after watching me fuck some girl in an outdoor shower? Did the girl really come, or was she just screaming out in pain? I blurt out, for some unknown reason. Oh, she came on my dick so good and for so long, her legs collapsed as soon as I pulled out of her cunt. You remember that part too, don't you? Well, if the sex was so great, why don't you find out where she's working for my father to go again? She works here at the hotel as a housekeeper on the 5th and 6th floors. He replies, way too fast. Holy shit, he found her. Did he go looking for her? I could have had her every day in every room on those floors this summer if I wanted her. I bet Dante would even let me bring her up to my room every night. So why haven't you? I ask him. Because I'm enjoying this stupid fucking game we're playing too much to give it up. Me. The game he's referring to is fucking me. And he's basically saying he hasn't been with anyone else because he knows if he does, I'll never touch him again. I told you that this game between us is over. It's not over, Cassie. You're absolutely going to fuck me again before I leave in August. He promises, before the cocky bastard walks off down the hall to his room. It takes a great deal of restraint for me to not follow him to his bedroom, tear his clothes off his incredible body, and give in to him. Instead, I go up to my room, lock the door, and touch myself, while watching a different video of the masked motherfucker, as I now know he's called. In the new scene, a different husband is furious about being interrupted by a stranger during his boring and lame sexy time with his wife. The masked man has him eat her ass and pussy so they can both screw her at the same time. The husband lies down on the mattress, taking her in the ass while the masked man mounts them both. At the end, the masked man pulls out, takes off his condom, then comes all over the wife's face, and some of it drips onto her husband's face, too. Whoops. When they're through, the wife turns her head to kiss her husband, with the other man's cum all over her mouth. By that time, the husband is no longer angry, just sated. In fact, he even licks her face clean. God, the way the masked man pounds into the woman, it's like he's screwing her and her husband at the same time, getting them both off. And it is so hot. When they all finish, the masked man leaves the woman sprawled over her sweaty husband, looking happy as hell together. I fall asleep that night, dreaming of myself in a similar scene with Cole and the masked man banging me at the same time. The next morning, Cole and I seem to have the same idea about skipping breakfast, since he's sitting in the kitchen on the first floor with a cup of coffee between his hands, his handsome face grim. Ready to go watch me get this over with? I ask him. This is my kill, Cassie. No, he's mine, I tell him. Showing me the gun tucked in his new shoulder holster, he says, not if I put a bullet through his head first. Or maybe second. I might put a bullet through his dick first. I have my gun too, I tell him, lifting my pants leg to show him the ankle holster. And did you forget that I'm a better shot from further away? Cole chuckles. So, we're going to go down there with guns blazing like we're at the OK Corral? Guess so. Let's fill the fucker with lead. A few minutes later, and Cole and I are standing 10 feet away from the limp, rotting corpse of Gavin, still hanging from the ceiling but not as high as he was yesterday. His bare feet are askew on the floor. The basement smells like a god-awful combination of feces, piss, and sex. There's definitely a hint of latex and semen in the air. What the fuck? Cole whispers. Lifting the collar of his tee up over his nose, he asks, Did you do this last night? No, I thought you did it, I tell him, covering my face and mouth with my palm.
It was me,
a slurred voice says from the dark corner. Eli stumbles toward us, a mostly empty bottle of scotch in his hand.
I killed him. Fucked him one last time before choking him to death. He may have been dead before I...
He burps loudly, the sound echoing around the concrete basement.
Before I finished. The first time. Definitely dead the second time.
Wow, that's so fucked up that I have no words. Now what? I ask Cole.
You gotta dig him a hole,
Eli says. He takes a swig from his bottle.
In the ground.
We have to get him out of here and go bury him? Cole asks.
The least you can do since I did the dirty work for you. And I mean, it was dirty. No DNA, and don't get caught,
Eli says, before he staggers over to the elevator, leaving me and Cole alone with the dead man. Now what? I ask Cole.
You heard him. We have to dispose of the body.
How? Where? I'm at a complete loss. I may have talked a big game about a shootout with Cole to kill the man, but seeing him deceased for hours is so gross.
I think we're going to need more manpower.
My father said no guards, I remind him.
Fuck. You gonna help me get him down, drag him out of here, and bury him?
I try to think this through, to come up with a plan. Yes, we're going to need shovels, right? And tarp?
Right. And you think you can do this without throwing up?
Cole teases. Rolling my shoulders back, I tell him, absolutely. I don't have a weak stomach.
Says the woman who puked on my shoes less than a week ago.
Maybe I was poisoned, since I felt fine ever since. I should go shoot everyone in that bar, starting with Inessa.
Fine by me, Cole agrees. Those assholes cheat at poker worse than I do. It's ridiculous how many hands I should have won but didn't.
So that's where you've been going every night? Smirking at me, he says,
Why? You been missing me in your bed?
No. In fact, I have a date tonight, so we should hurry up and get this done. I wave a hand at the corpse, as if it's no different from taking out trash. Not that I would know how to do that, either. Still, I refuse to back down or look queasy. I can handle this. I will handle it. Cole insisted on driving the SUV after he grabbed the keys from August. I reluctantly agreed since I don't have a license, something the jackass thought was hilarious. But I get the last laugh, because before Gavin is in the hole we dug for him in the desert, there's puking. Thankfully, it's not me this time.
Fuck,
Cole groans as he lifts the bottom of his tee to wipe his mouth on the hem of it, showing off his abs. Not that I think he did it on purpose. He looks too green to be trying to seduce me with a dead man rolled up in the tarp 5 feet away. Yuck, I remark, while leaning against my shovel, catching my breath. Grave digging is not for the weak. I'm already missing my training sessions with Saul, but those will have to wait.
No kidding.
We were almost finished, so what made you barf now? All this dirt?
No, Cole says. There was a turkey vulture flying over us. I was ready to stop digging, but then I thought about what will happen if he resurfaces with the bird, and yeah, that's disgusting.
If you say so. Make sure to cover up your pile of DNA, too, I mutter, before I slam my shovel into the ground to keep going.
Now we're even,
Cole says a few minutes later. Even how? I ask, remembering all the times he's said those words to me.
We both puked on or near each other.
Right, I agree, using my foot to push the shovel deeper.
You're hot even when you're digging, you know that?
The bastard smirks.
Yeah, right. Should I take my shirt off to see if you think I'm hot digging? Shut up and keep shoveling, I tell him. I have a date tonight, remember? Couldn't forget, it sounds like he murmurs. But it's barely past noon. It takes me hours to shower and do my hair and makeup. You would look great if you met him right after we got done. Snorting as I dig, I say, that would certainly make a great first impression when he asks what I did today. If he can't handle a little murder or body disposal, then it'll never work, Cole says, as he digs twice as fast as me. He is bigger, more muscular. Not that I'm paying attention to his biceps flexing in his T-sleeves or anything. How do you imagine it will work, being in a relationship with someone lesser while you rule the city? So, you think I'm going to beat you? I remark with a smile. I didn't say that. I'm just asking how it would work if you do become Dante's heir. I have no idea, I answer honestly. But I'm ready for a serious relationship, for a husband. No, you're not, Cassie. You're just jealous that Sophie got married first and Madison is off having an adventure while you're stuck here, digging a grave with me. And you just sound jealous that I'm going out and fucking other men, I tell him, while tossing dirt at him. I'm not jealous. I just don't get why you don't want to fuck me again, but you want to date strangers. Those two things are not even close to being the same. You were a mistake that will be gone in a few weeks while I'm looking for something permanent. Cole doesn't respond to that comment. In fact, we don't talk much more while we finish our task, which is disappointing. I guess I was maybe hoping that he would bitch more about me dating and put up more of a fight to stop me. Not that he could stop me, but the sentiment would have been nice.
Chapter 22. Cole. After a full day of disposing of a dead man's body, I am beat. I just want to fall into bed and sleep. But Dante is waiting for us when we walk into the penthouse. Well, he asks.
Have you spoken to Eli?
Cass asks. He was drunk out of his mind. All I could get out of him was that I should ask the two of you what happened to Gavin. Great. Is Eli trying to set us up? Or is he giving one of us the chance to claim the victory? Before I can figure out how to play it, Cass tells her father,
You shouldn't have asked Eli to kill a man he'd been in a relationship with.
Whoa. I am so damn shocked at how she just chastised her father that I almost laugh. Dante is not amused. I don't remember asking your opinion.
Well, he did what you wanted. The least you owe him is a vacation.
I'll take your opinion under advisement, Dante replies sarcastically. Now tell me what happened.
Cole and I were both ready to kill Gavin this morning, but he was already dead, Cass explains. We disposed of him in the desert.
No kidding, Dante mutters. You both look like you've been rolling around in dirt.
Even worse, digging in that dry-ass shit,
Cass replies.
Can I go shower now? I feel disgusting.
Who deserves the win? Dante asks, looking between us. Eli, I suggest. He killed him. Cass, he says as she starts to walk away.
Guess it's another draw. I'm still ahead overall.
Turning to me, Dante says, Are you good with a draw? That's fine with me, I agree, eager to go get a shower and wash the fucked up deed from my skin as fast as possible. While I would rather crash early tonight, there's another poker game in the sports bar, and I'm still trying to get in good with the Russians. I shower again, since I still feel gross, before heading out. From the top of the stairs, I spot Cass's date talking to Dante and my mom in the foyer. I watch him for a moment before I quietly backtrack up the stairs to the third floor. Breaking into Cass's bedroom is easy enough since she didn't bother to lock the door. After hearing the door shut, She steps out of the bathroom wearing a short sapphire blue spaghetti-strap dress and matching heels that elongate her beautiful toned legs.
What do you want, Cole? I'm about to leave.
Oh, I know you are, I say, while letting my eyes roam up and down her body no less than 3 times. When I force myself to stop and meet her pale green gaze again, I ask, "Have you seen this prick? He looks like a little boy playing dress-up in his daddy's suit. You've got at least 5 inches on him." Cass doesn't look disappointed like I had hoped after my incredibly accurate description of the man waiting downstairs. No, she grins while strolling up to me and palming the bulge forming in the front of my jeans, taunting me.
Maybe he'll have 5 inches on you where it counts.
Heh, funny, but we both know that'll never fucking happen, I reply. He's definitely not worth you leaving here looking that good. At least turn around and let me bang you against the wall one good time before you go. That remark has her removing her hand and taking a step back, her arms folded over her heavy tits, straining the top of her dress.
Get out of my room and stop picking the lock for fuck's sake.
I would find your rejection more believable if you had actually locked your door, or weren't standing in front of it now, blocking my way out, I tell her, before I lean in and swipe my tongue over her painted red lips, tasting her lipstick. Just like I knew she would, Cass moans, and then her back slumps against the door. Her lips part from me, letting my tongue slide inside and coax her tongue to come play with it. After about a minute of kissing her deeply with my body flattening hers to the door, a silent demand for more than our tongues to fuck, Cass's palms clamp onto my shoulders. She pushes me down to my knees, and I easily go. I don't bother hiking up her dress. I just dive underneath her short skirt to tongue the crotch of her panties. Blue thong panties to match the dress and shoes. A thong for this fucker? I thought you hated them. At the light touch of my tongue teasing her again, her thighs open wider, giving me better access to the ache. I hook a finger in the crotch of her panties to tug them aside and attack her clit. Cass moans and tips her hips forward, inviting me to keep going. Her palms, both pressing on my head through her dress, demand that I don't even think about stopping until she comes. I swear I have her gasping, her legs trembling, and her pussy gushing for me in record time. Good thing it was quick, and she was quiet, because somebody knocks on her bedroom door that she is still pressed against while I'm lapping up her endless arousal.
Cass, are you ready? Alistair is here, my mother informs her. Yes, she answers, her voice still shaky, but her palms still clutching my head. I'll be out in just a second.
I gently bite the inside of her thigh, making her yelp.
Everything okay?
My mom asks, while Cass slaps at my head through the material.
Yes, just twisted my sore ankle,
the beautiful liar replies.
Okay, I'll let him know you'll be down soon, my mom replies.
Then she adds,
He's so cute and sweet. I think you'll like him.
I finally pull my head out from underneath Cass's dress to stand up. With a huff of annoyance, Cass has to reach down and fix her panties that I left askew over her cunt on purpose. Have fun on your date with the Munchkin man, I tell her quietly, while licking the taste of her from my lips.
I wonder if he's short enough to eat me out without kneeling. That could be fun.
You're so full of shit. You don't want a man who is smaller than you.
How would you know?
She asks. Because you love trying to climb me like a fucking tree. I don't think I've forgotten the night of the wedding either. You know, when you jumped me, then rode me hard and fast like a rodeo star? That was the last time we had full-on sex, wasn't it? And it was months ago. Jesus.
I was drunk that night,
the woman lies with a straight face. Bullshit, Cassie. You didn't touch a drop of alcohol.
How do you know?
Because I watched you all night, and I tasted your lips and tongue, remember? Shaking her head, she says,
I told you that we have to stop this, Cole.
This? I ask, as if I don't know exactly what she's talking about.
Don't come to my room again, or I'll tell my father.
Now that fib makes me snort. No, you won't.
Want to bet?
She says, sounding dead serious. Why? I ask, wanting to know her reason for putting a halt to us fooling around when she obviously enjoys herself.
I told you.
Because I'm your enemy? Your competition? You're so full of shit.
And you're just a horny frat boy who can't keep his dick in his pants.
Oh yeah? In case you haven't noticed, my dick hasn't seen any action in weeks. Since the wedding, actually. I'm the one who just went down on you, making you scream and come on my tongue.
You only did it because you're expecting something from me in return.
I can't deny that I want to fuck Cass, or have her get on her knees for me again. But that's not all this is it? I'm so damn confused and hard without any sign of relief in sight, while she's going on a date, that I don't say anything in response. I just step away from her, going to her bathroom to clean up and give her time to slip out of her room so I can sneak out. The bedroom door opens and closes softly as Cass takes the hint and leaves. I hate every single night that she goes out with some random asshole, while I'm left wondering if she likes him and if she'll kiss him or fuck at the end of the night. Or worst of all, if she'll marry him someday.
Cass. I hate that Cole was right. I can't get past my date's height, no matter how nice he may be. Too nice, actually. I would walk all over him, literally, and he would probably beg me to embed my heel into his flesh a little harder. I need someone who will challenge me, not back down in a fight, which is stupid logic. I should want to be with someone who always lets me win, right? Beggars can't be choosers, except, no, I can't marry Alistair James. I couldn't even spend one night with this man without worrying I would break one of his bones. It's Cole's fault for being tall as fuck and strong enough to pick me up and carry me. Not to mention that he's also spoiling me with amazing orgasms. He's so much better than the guards who were just, After 5 minutes with Cole, it's impossible to forget a second of it and not crave more, constantly. Other than tonight, I had been holding strong, not caving, and fooling around with him because he's my competition. I can't get distracted from my goals. I have to prove to my father that I'm capable of handling anything he throws at me. And if he thinks Alistair is worth a date, then I'll try my best to feel something for him. So, what is it that you do? I try to make chit-chat with the quiet man sitting across from me in the casual Japanese restaurant, my guards observing from the sushi bar. I don't mind that things are more laid back than in the fancy restaurant Theo took me to the other night. The customers here aren't as snobby or staring at us. I was a cop for a few years with Vegas Metro, and now I own my own PI company. Oh? I say in surprise, since he seems too small to be a cop. Under his suit jacket, he must have a few muscles. So, why did you leave the police department? His fingers drum on the table like I make him nervous. Or, more likely, my father has made him uneasy after reading him the riot act before I came downstairs to meet him. But when he speaks, he does so confidently. Because there was so much corruption in the force that it felt like I was constantly being pulled in two directions. Brass would tell us to fight crime in the city, but then they would trash cases that were slam dunks because someone paid them off to look the other way. It was exhausting to figure out who I could trust, who was there for the right reasons. So, I left. Isn't PI work sort of similar to police work? Yes, but at least now I know who I'm working for up front. I can refuse the cases I don't want.
When my mentor retired, I took over his agency, so now I'm my own boss. It's the best of both worlds. What sort of cases do you take? I ask, as I clench my fists in my lap. I'm trying to resist the urge to grab my phone from the purse hanging on the back of the chair to bitch out Cole for possibly ruining all other men for me. Nothing shady, Alistair says. Mostly it's just cheating spouses, stolen property, missing persons, like your sister, Madison. He winces and adds, Sorry for blurting it out like that. It must be hard. No, it's okay, I assure him, since mentioning my older sister doesn't come close to triggering me. She's most likely out in the world living her best life with her newfound freedom. You've been working on finding Madison for my father? Yes, ever since the night she left, along with every other PI in town. I can't say I'm surprised that my father would go to such drastic measures in his search for a girl who doesn't want to be found by him. And there are no new leads? Alistair shakes his head. No, I'm certain your sister left the city in private transportation of some kind, within days of sneaking out. The possibilities are endless, since we don't know if she left that night or the next day. There's no surveillance video of her after she left one of the kitchens in the royal palace. Well, she couldn't have just disappeared, right? I mean, she's obviously still alive. Maybe she used a disguise? That's the belief, since we haven't, found her body. Sorry. I nod and take a sip from my glass of water. Missing people are nothing new in my life. My mother disappeared when I was a baby, I admit. His fingers stop drumming momentarily when he says, I know. I'm sorry. If he apologizes one more time for anything, I'm going to kick him in the shin. But his response was so quick, I ignore his constant apologies to ask him, How did you know about my mother? Giving me a small, sad smile, he says, Your father hired every PI in town for that case, too. But that was 20 years ago. You were only, 5? 7. And you're right, I wasn't aware of the initial search, but Baker, my mentor, he had the case file when I went to work for him 2 years ago. It's still open. Still open? As in, you're still getting paid to look for my mother? He nods. Charlotte May. The sound of her name makes me feel like I've been dunked in a tub of ice-cold water. The cash reward for her and Madison on top of the yearly retainer fee is enough to have all the PIs hoping to find new evidence. Not that the money is the only reason, he quickly adds. An innocent woman going missing is always taken seriously by private investigators. There's a reward for finding her? I knew my father would likely offer every penny he has to find Madison, but for my mother? I thought he just moved on to Sophie's mom and forgot all about her. Mr. Salvato is offering millions of dollars, not only to find her, but just for new evidence. There hasn't been any in years, though. Again, I'm sorry. Wow, I murmur, unable to hide my surprise. I even forgive the PI for his millionth apology of the night. I could give you a copy of the file, if you want, he offers quietly. Seriously? Sure. I don't think your father would mind. But just in case, could we just keep it between us? Yes, absolutely, I assure him. Thank you, Alistair. You're welcome, Cassandra. It's just Cass, not Cassandra, I tell him with a genuine smile. While there may not be any explosive sex in our future, and probably not any wedding bells, it's impossible not to like Alistair James. I can see why Vanessa encouraged Daddy to pick him for my blind date. He's a nice, decent man who would treat any woman like a queen. But I just can't see myself with anyone who doesn't make me horny and homicidal all at the same time. Maybe there's something seriously wrong with me.
I blame my mobster father and missing mother for making me so fucked up that I don't want a happily ever after like everyone else. No, I want a love that's so intense it has the potential to drown me, to pull me under and refuse to ever let me go. A soul-deep, violent type of love that lasts not just this lifetime, but survives whatever comes next. And I hate that I can never tell the one person I think I could potentially have that with the truth.
Chapter 23. Cole. Tonight's poker game at the sports bar will no doubt be just like all the others. A bunch of smug assholes speaking in Russian, trying to con me out of more money by cheating. I think Inessa is even in on it, since she wanders through the room constantly to refill drinks and shit, most likely to peek at my cards. But what these fuckers don't know is that I hustled rich frat boys for the past 3 years to make a little side money. I'm not some sucker they can fuck over every single time. Not that I would let them see how I really feel about them. No, I continued to lose, to let them think I'm a stupid kid. After all, I'm supposed to be working my way into their group, pretending I want to know all about my piece of shit grandfather. All I need to know about Yuri Petrov is how awful he treated my mother. Dante told me that he starved her and beat her for an entire week last summer, demanding that she tell him where I was. No telling what he did the first 16 years of her life. I'm certain that Yuri's men are no different from him. None of them treat women very well. Just while I've been at the poker games, I've seen them smack female employees around and shit. The escorts around here are so out of it, they don't even know where they are anymore. Why anyone would want to screw someone so spaced out, I have no idea.
Back again so soon?
Inessa says when she comes up beside me at the bar. I am having a beer since it's only 10. I have 2 hours to blow, but came here to distract myself rather than sit in the penthouse thinking about Cass on her date. I can't seem to stay away, I reply with a smile, rather than the truth, which is that I need to find out who wants Dante and his entire family dead.
You're early for the game,
she remarks. Resting her forearm on the bar, she brushes it against mine.
I could keep you company down here, or upstairs if you want.
My balls are still blue and aching from not getting any relief after going down on Cass. But I don't want to fuck Inessa. I should want her. Cass constantly rejects me lately, and she told me to quit coming to her room, which means I should take the hint that it's over and done, whatever we were doing. And sure, Inessa is beautiful, but she's also still the enemy. But mostly, she's just not Cass. Taking a long swig of beer, I try to figure out how to let her down gently. Sorry, Inessa, but I can't.
Can't or won't?
She asks with a tilt of her head, her pretty blue eyes narrowed at me. Can't.
Do you look so sad and lonely because you're having a spat with the red-headed girl? Salvato's spoiled daughter?
What? No. Why would you think that? I ask in confusion. She shrugs, as if to say it's obvious that I want Cass.
Aren't you two together?
No. Cass is just my competition.
Competition for what?
Moment of truth time. Here goes nothing. Dante told me it was fine to tell them, but I haven't done so yet. Now is as good a time as any. A competition to see who will be your next boss.
Oh.
Her brow furrows as she considers that.
Salvato is going to hand over the bar to you, or her?
Don't sound so excited, I reply with a chuckle at her obvious contempt. And not just this bar, but everything he owns in the city, including all the Russian establishments.
Well, I think you would be great. I just don't see the others here tolerating a woman in charge. If not for my marriage to Anton, they wouldn't allow me to help manage this place. Not that I'm allowed to do much.
Cass can handle it, I assure her, She could handle anything.
I could help you win over the others and defeat her, you know. Unless you're loyal to Salvato,
Vanessa says, but I barely hear her, because I'm thinking about Cass. And thinking about her only makes me want to see her, to crash her date. Is she home, or still out with the munchkin? What if she doesn't come home, but instead goes back to his place? The odds are low. Still, thinking about another man touching her feels like I'm burning alive from the inside out, even if the chance is small. You know what? Tell the guys I can't make the game tonight, but maybe I'll catch the next one, I say to Vanessa before walking away, heading for my guards who are playing a game of pool. They can still keep an eye on me from the billiards room while giving me some space, which I appreciate. What's up? August asks, leaning on his pool stick. I need you to find out from Cass's guards where she went on her date tonight, and then take me there.
Cass. After dinner, Alistair has the guards take us to his office, making good on his offer. I wait on the sofa in his lobby while he grabs the file. It takes longer than I expect. The guards agree to wait outside, able to clearly see into the office in the middle of the closed business center, thanks to the floor-to-ceiling windows at the front entrance. "Here you go," Alistair says when he returns and hands me an accordion file full of documents. I pull out the stack of papers. The photo on the top of the stack of a pretty, young, red-headed woman makes me gasp. "You look just like your mother," Alistair says, when he stands next to the chair looking over my shoulder. "That file is all yours. I made copies, but thought that you should have the originals. There are other photos." I pick them up and shuffle through them slowly, seeing the life of the woman I never knew. The woman who brought me into this world and then disappeared. The photo of her with a small brown-haired girl makes my heart stop. That's Madison. I don't think she ever remembered my mother, but maybe she did. She was probably only 3 years old when she left or went missing. She was young, possibly too young to remember much about her, Alistair agrees. You'll notice that most of the file is records of bank accounts, social media posts, that sort of thing. There wasn't as much surveillance video back in 2004. Well, there was, but it was mostly stored on servers in-house for businesses, predating the use of the cloud. So if someone erased a day, then it was lost for good. There were no backups. Since Alistair doesn't seem in a hurry for me to leave, I keep shuffling through the paperwork with him narrating over my shoulder. It takes a little longer to decipher the handwritten notes. Your mentor suspected my father? Baker would never have said that to Dante Salvato's face, and I hope you'll keep that to yourself as well, since he's happily retired now, he explains. But in the end, Baker knew your father was innocent because he never gave up, and he kept offering more money for information. He was desperate to find Charlotte, and failing that, to find conclusive evidence of what exactly happened to her. Guilty men don't want PIs digging around for dirt on a cold case. I can't believe Daddy worked so hard to find her, I whisper, mostly to myself. In the pile of documents, I come to what looks like still photos from a video recording. The images are taken from far away, like in a retail store, but it's definitely my tall, thin, red-haired mother. She's carrying a bag that is so full of books you can see them peeking out the top. That was the day before her disappearance, Alistair remarks. She walked to a bookstore close to the Royal Palace and purchased a stack of children's books. The receipt is in the file, too. I flip to a few more pages and see the list of titles. All my favorite books from my childhood. We still have all of these in our library. My father refused to donate them even after we had all grown up. Your mother bought them for you and your sister. It's not fair that she never got a chance to read them to you, Alistair says. She was your age when she disappeared. I hadn't ever thought about her age at the time she left, but damn, she still had her entire life ahead of her, and someone snuffed it out. Seeing the file, my mother buying children's books, I feel more confident than ever before that she didn't abandon me. What mother buys out the entire children's section of a bookstore before up and leaving her child? Her 2 daughters. The way she smiled so warmly while holding Madison makes me think she loved her as if she was her biological daughter. The one thing that does surprise me about everything I've read, my mother didn't have a single bodyguard with her. It's surprising because my father is so strict about my sisters and I not going out alone, or even Vanessa or Cole being unprotected, despite how much we all bitch about it. I think I'm finally starting to understand why he's so insistent about the extra security.
Chapter 24. Cole. How would we know where Cass went on her date? Mike asks, when we're walking out of the sports bar. Because we're going to ask her guards, you dipshit, August tells him, as his eyes scan the dark parking lot. His phone is already in his hand, as if he's ready to text or call them just as soon as we get safely to the SUV. The guy takes his job seriously, that's for sure. Mike starts. Why do you care where they went? It's complicated, I mutter. Are we going to need backup? August asks seriously, while holding the rear passenger door open for me. I'll never get used to being part of a rich mobster family, even if I become the one in charge. I promise I won't interrupt their date. I'll just observe, I tell him. Yeah, right, he huffs with a roll of his eyes before he slams my door shut. What I'm asking them to do is incredibly stupid. I know that. But then I thankfully hear August say to Mike through the door, You drive. I'll see what I can find out. 15 minutes later, I'm a little confused when we pull to a stop on a side road next to a strip mall of closed businesses near the outskirts of town. The only lights on in any of them is the office of Alistair James, private investigator. Cass's SUV is the sole vehicle in the lot, other than a black classic Mustang. Is Alistair James the short guy Cass went on a date with? I ask the 2 guards, while wedging myself between their seats to stare out the window as if I'll suddenly develop X-ray vision or some shit. Yup, August nods from the passenger seat as we all stare out the front windshield. And he's a PI? That little guy? Yup. Why the hell would he invite her to his office for a date? Did they go to dinner yet? They finished eating at Mizu Japanese restaurant and sushi bar almost an hour ago, August replies. They've been in his office for an hour? I exclaim, while reaching for the door handle. That's locked. Let me out before I come over this seat and put your head through the windshield, I warn Mike. August swivels in his seat to glare at me in the dark interior. What happened to just observing? Before I can answer him, movement draws my eyes back to the office. Cass and the shrimp are walking out the front door together without a single guard. They stop right outside the door where she turns around and hugs him. That's it. Just a hug. No kiss. I can tell from the distance there wasn't even a peck on the cheek. I knew it. There's never going to be anything other than friendly vibes between the two. And if the shrimp is a PI, then he's probably working on Madison's missing person case. What's the play here, buddy? Mike asks. You gonna go rob the little PI at gunpoint like you did her last date? Nah, he's not a threat. Then why was she here for an hour? It looks like it's strictly business between them. Possibly friendship. I don't even like to say that word or think about Cass enjoying spending time with a man who isn't me. She thankfully climbs into her SUV, and it pulls away a moment later. Before we can follow, the apparently very observant shrimp suddenly starts walking in our direction. Shit, he made us, Should we bail? Mike asks. Nah. I press the button to roll down my window to find out what he wants. You're Cole Brooks, right? Whenever someone says my last name now, it feels like a lie, even if all my personal documents are technically legit. Brooks isn't the name I would have been given if my mother hadn't run away. Still, it's better than the alternative. Or should I call you Cole Petrov? Brooks is fine, I tell the little guy. Why did you bring Cass here tonight? Smiling at me pleasantly, he says, If she wants you to know why she was here, then she'll tell you. Do you have news on Madison? Sighing as if in defeat, as he glances to the office's front windows, he says, No updates on Madison, unfortunately. I gave Cass what I had on her mother, Charlotte. Cass's mother? Jesus, that's an old case. And what information was that? I ask him. Since you're probably going to keep stalking me until I tell you, fine. I'll tell you what's not a secret. Charlotte May was a live-in nanny for Dante Salvato. She was 21, the same age as Cass, when she disappeared. She didn't have any guards shadowing her, so wherever she was headed that day, she was alone, likely unarmed, and she wasn't seen or heard from again. Fuck, I mutter. I can't imagine how hard it must be on Cass to have the ghost of her mother haunting her after finding out all this new information tonight. Is this the part where you tell me not to see her again? Alistair asks. Bingo. No wonder Dante hired you. You're very perceptive, I tell him. Have a good night, he says with a wave before he turns around and walks back to the office. Are you going to tell us what this horseshit with Cass's dates is all about or not? August asks. Not. And you both better keep your mouths shut, I warn them. After today, I know a great spot in the desert to bury dead bodies.
Chapter 25. Cass. When I get home from my date, Cole is still out, likely playing poker with the Russian mobsters again. I could have sworn I heard my locked doorknob turn when I was going through my mother's missing person file again. But if it was Cole, he didn't break in. He just walked away. The next morning, I'm heading outside for a swim when my father finds me. Thankfully, I'm wearing a cover-up over my skimpy bathing suit he wouldn't approve of. Morning. How did your date with Alistair go? He asks, already dressed for the day in a button-up and suit pants, but no tie or jacket yet. Turning to face him, I tell him the truth. Oh, it was fine. He's nice. Daddy arches one black eyebrow. You say that like it's a bad thing. Clutching my button-down cover-up tighter so he won't see how much skin it's hiding, I tell him, no, I like that Alistair is nice, but I guess he's just not my type. We did talk about how he was looking for Madison. Yeah, Baker, his former boss, was my go-to PI for years. Alistair told me that you hired Baker to look for my mother, too. Glancing down to adjust the sleeves of his suit jacket, he says, I did. Not that he had any more luck than the others, but he always gave me an update every 6 months to tell me there was nothing new. She didn't have any guards, I can't help but blurt out. My father's blue eyes lift to my green ones. How did you know that? I saw the file. I don't tell my father that I'm in possession of the file, in case he tries to take it from me or punish Alistair for giving it to me. After all, I did promise the PI that I wouldn't tell him about it. Back when Charlotte, your mother, lived with me, my father was still running things. I asked him to put guards on her, especially after what happened with Maria, Madison's mother, but he refused. Why? Sighing heavily while staring out at the patio, he takes his time answering me. My father told me that he couldn't afford to hire men to babysit all of my girlfriends. He said that if I cared about a woman,
then it was my responsibility to protect her. I did care for Charlotte. I was with her longer than anyone else. She was a good mother to you and to Madison before she disappeared. She was too kind for this world and breathtakingly beautiful. You look just like her. If I had to bet, my father sees the face of a woman he failed to protect every time he looks at me, at Madison, or at Sophie. While Sophie's mom was initially believed to have died from complications of childbirth, it seems like she could have been murdered by someone Yuri Petrov hired instead. When Madison left, it must have been like bad déjà vu, huh? I ask him. He nods, face solemn. It was my worst nightmare on repeat. I won't rest easy until I know Madison is alive and safe. I'm sorry, I tell him, thinking Alistair's constant apologizing may have rubbed off on me. I won't bitch about the guards again, or leave unarmed. Good, thank you. He heads for the kitchen, and I say to his back, but you can't keep me caged up forever, either. He shifts to face me again. I know that now. You're all grown up. The past few weeks, that much has become abundantly clear, even though I wish you were still a little girl I could keep close. You make it sound like I'm up and leaving. Won't you, if I make Cole my heir? Are you going to make him your heir? I ask, holding my breath. I'm still giving you both time to prove yourselves to me. I haven't made up my mind. While at first I may have thought Cole would be a good fit, now I really can't decide which of you would do a better job of running things. I want to beg him to send Cole back to New York. He can't win. He can't stay here. If he does, the Russians may kill him for being a traitor and siding with my father. Cole's about to finish his business degree. He could live a normal, legitimate life, away from the crime and violence. He would be so much safer. Vanessa was right to keep him in the dark about her family. Everything okay? My dad asks. Yes, fine. I was just thinking that you should find me another man to date, since I didn't feel a romantic connection with Alistair. Tilting his head at me, he asks, What's the rush, Cass? I didn't think you would want to settle down for years once you had a small taste of freedom. I'm growing up. Having someone to always be there for me, it doesn't sound so awful. Then I'll talk to Vanessa, and we'll decide who to set you up with next. Okay, thank you. Is Cole giving you a hard time? He asks, before I can escape out the door to the patio. What do you mean? I know he's probably just as competitive as his mother. No shit, I remark with a chuckle. I just don't want him taking things too far to try and win, like convince you that you aren't up for all this. Shaking my head, I tell him honestly, no, he's never made me feel like that. He'll be good at the business side of things, and at understanding regular people, even if the Russians won't accept him. You mean the working class? Of course he's better with them, Daddy says. Cole has had 20 years of being poor, scraping by to make ends meet. With one word, Vanessa could have changed that. He could have grown up living in a mansion, being waited on by servants, going to the best schools money could buy. And while he may not appreciate Vanessa's sacrifices, the sacrifices he also had to make, one day he'll be thankful to have experienced what he did, because he'll never take anything for granted. And you think me, Sophie, and Madison do? Sophie never cared much for material things, and Madison, by now the money she took from me must be running low. She'll learn plenty of lessons from having to earn a living to get by. You, however, still don't know what that's like. Not that I do either. I'm not saying that as a criticism. It's simply an aspect of life that we hopefully won't ever have to experience. Just remember that one day, everything you know and love could disappear as fast as your mother did. There are some things out of our control, things that no amount of money can buy. So, I guess it's good that you're ready for a relationship, to find the things that are more important in life than money and power. If you say so, Daddy, I tell him, needing to end this conversation before he sees the tears welling up in my eyes.
Chapter 26. Cole. I have a new assignment for you two, Dante says, when Cass and I report to his office one Monday a few days after Cass's date with Alistair. The Mafia King's words are a big damn relief, too. Every time I get a text from him, ordering us to come down to his office, I worry that he's found out we've been fucking, or that we were fucking.
What do you need us to do?
Cass asks, as if ready to take on the world in her black slacks and pretty blue blazer. Guess she's moved on from the casual athletic gear and is ready to look the part of a Mafia princess. I want you two to figure out which of our house employees gave Lachlan details about my family. Somehow he knew too much. I think he was provided photos and information. After your mother's deaths, I've kept your birth certificates off the public records, thanks to an inside source in the courthouse. Things have worked out with Lachlan and Sophie, but that doesn't mean that I want to keep the rat working here, or let them off scot-free if they've already quit and fled. My IT team hasn't found any big deposits in any current or former employee accounts, so Lachlan probably paid in cash. It had to have been someone who came into the penthouse, not just a person who worked in the casino. So you want us to find the person responsible for running their mouth and make an example out of them? I ask for clarification. Exactly. Going over to the table and two chairs on the far side of his office, he slaps his palm down on a laptop sitting next to two legal pads and a box of pens. We don't really have an HR department here, but you can find the employee histories on here, who currently works in the casino, their position, home address, etc. You can also find previous employees who could have left in the past few months after passing on information. Since there's a high turnover rate, it's not a short list.
You mean because you're so picky and fire people for blinking wrong?
Cass teases her father with a grin. I pay them well, so I can fire them for blinking wrong if I want. Now get to work. I need a name by the end of the day.
Today?
Cass repeats. It's a priority, so yes, today, he responds. Find them, scare them. Since no one was harmed, I'll let them live this time, but we can't let them get away with it. Understood? Understood, I agree. Dante doesn't want the person killed or seriously injured, but he wants us to make them suffer in some way. Since they could have been giving information to someone shady who wanted to harm the girls, I am more than happy to help. When Dante walks out of his office, Cass mutters to me,
If it were so damn urgent, why did he wait this long to search for them?
He's been busy with planning the wedding, and then the drone attack and Flynn's rampage against Lachlan.
I think he just forgot,
Cass says with a smirk.
My old man is slipping.
Dante isn't slipping. He probably has been trying to get Lachlan to give up the name, but he refused to tell him his source.
Maybe,
she agrees. Sighing with her hands on her hips, she says,
There's only one laptop with the information on it, so how do you want to do this?
Let's pull up the employment history to narrow down who had penthouse access during the 6 months or so before the wedding, then weed people out from there.
Weed them out how? He just said there were no big deposits to their bank accounts. They could be sitting on the cash.
Nah, people who make what house staff make would spend some of it, I assure her, as I take a seat and open the device. We just have to find out who needed the money or bought themselves an extravagant gift.
And how will we do that if purchases won't show up in their bank account because they used cash?
Glancing up at her, I grin. Easy. We'll use social media.
Social media?
She repeats, as she slides a chair over to sit next to me.
You think some selfies will out our rat?
It's stupid how much I enjoy the way she says our, like we're working together as a team. I know we're not, that we're competitors, but most of the time it feels like we're more partners than enemies. Yes, I think we'll find our rat based on the photos they posted to social media, which is why I don't fucking use it. If a normal person makes a big purchase or is going through hard times, then they would share that shit online, complain, or brag to their friends. That's how we're going to find our rat by the end of the day. Going through a bunch of people's socials is going to take forever. There's no way we can figure out the culprit in a single day. Good thing there are two of us. We can split up the list and use our phones to search online. Fine. And if I find the rat before you? She asks. Then you win. Even though this was all your idea? I shrug. I didn't say it was guaranteed to work. Fine, she huffs, pulling out her phone from her slacks. Let's start by narrowing the list down to the time period and then going through each name. Even though there's a 50-50 chance that Cass could luck up and find the name of the culprit, I'm not all that concerned. The rich girl doesn't have a clue what sort of real-world problems would cost a fortune, or the type of purchases that are extravagant for a middle-class worker. As expected, hours later, when we've both reached the bottom of our divided lists, the only thing left to do is trade lists to see if one of us may have missed something pertinent. And of course, as I correctly guessed, Cass did overlook our rat. Got her, I announced triumphantly. After hitting print on the photo of the woman who ratted out the Salvados, I lift my arms and do a little dance on the way to the printer on Dante's desk. A hard copy of her photo isn't really necessary, it's mostly just a trophy to commemorate my win. Cass jumps up and joins me at the printer to see who I discovered as our rat, grabbing the page as soon as the machine spits it out. She stares at the photo, her brow furrowed. I remember her. How can you be so certain that out of all the employees, this is our rat? Stabbing the page with my index finger, I tell her, because that woman, Annette Davidson, quit a few weeks ago, posted online that she was taking time off for herself, and then recently claimed that her husband bought her a new wedding set for their anniversary. Cass shakes her head and looks up at me, not bothering to hide her confusion. I don't get it. What am I missing? Of course you wouldn't get it, Cassie. Middle-class people don't just quit a job cleaning hotel rooms because they have so much extra cash lying around that they can afford to take time off from the daily grind. Most live paycheck to paycheck, especially at her age. At her age? Glancing down at the image again, she says, She's young, maybe 26, 27. Exactly. And her husband looks like he's around the same age as her. They haven't been working long enough to accumulate a big fat savings account. They live in a modest house, which likely means that neither of them comes from rich families. And they sure as shit haven't been married long enough to reach an anniversary that would deserve that many new diamonds. You sound so certain. What if you're wrong? I don't intend to show up at their house empty-handed and pointing fingers. I'm going to get more proof. Where exactly will you get this proof? She asks. And while I can tell she's disappointed she overlooked the woman, she also looks excited to solve this mystery. Maybe she's also hoping I'm wrong so she can rub it in my face. We're going to go to a local jewelry store and talk to a gemologist. Now you're just making shit up, she grumbles, handing me the page. A gemologist? Yeah, the expert who cuts and sets diamonds. Heading to the office door, waving my photo proudly like a victorious flag, I ask her, Are you coming with me or not? Fine, whatever, she says as she follows me out. I'm curious to see if you're actually right, or just talking out of your ass like usual.
Cass. A short drive later to a local jewelry store with our 4 guards, and we have our answer. Cole, the cocky bastard, is right. Assuming this set is made of real diamonds and not cubic zirconia,
Then you're looking at 2.5 carats, give or take. An actual gemologist, an ancient one in his 80s with snowy hair, declares just from looking at a few photos of the ring online provided by Cole's phone. And how much would you sell that set for if those are real diamonds? He studies the photos for a few more moments, zooming in on the one the woman took of a close-up of the ring. Just off the top of my head, I'm guessing we would sell it for 15 or 16,000. Cole whistles as if that's a lot of money. Glancing at me all smug and shit, he says, Cassie, this couple drives a truck and a car that isn't worth $15,000 combined. I'm telling you, she stupidly splurged on the diamonds, but she probably kept part of the cash stashed away. If you say so. I do. He sounds so damn confident. And since I have no way to challenge his explanation, I tell him, then let's go make her regret her incredibly stupid decision. The gemologist pales a little at that comment. Then he eyes the big men in black standing behind us like giant statues, as if just now noticing our guards. Don't worry, we're not going to kill her or seriously injure her, I say to him. Then to Cole, what exactly are we going to do to her? Since this is my win, I get to decide. Fine, let's go, I huff, letting him have this one victory, even if it means the two of us are tied in the quest to become my father's heir. We drive to the address Annette Davidson used on her employment documents. The house looks similar enough to the one in the background of her recent posts, making us assume she still lives here. Their truck is also in the driveway, but not the sedan. And when we walk up to the door to knock, with our 4 guards trailing us, no one answers. How disappointing. They're not home. Now what? I ask Cole. Now we wait for her to get home. Wait? It could be hours. Yeah, it could be. He agrees. Did you have more important plans tonight? Yes, actually. I check the time on my phone and swear. I guess I'll have to reschedule since we all rode here in one SUV. What plans are you rescheduling? He asks with a smirk and tilt of his head like he thinks I'm lying. I was supposed to meet Alistair at 8. Cole blinks at me silently while I type out my message to him. What? I ask after I hit send, and he's still staring at me. You're joking, right? You're not actually going out with the Munchkin Man again. Would I have sent him a message asking to go out tomorrow instead of tonight if I wasn't? I respond, holding up my phone and giving it a side-to-side jiggle. The truth is that we were just going out for pizza as friends, and then to a show. Mostly, I just wanted to enjoy my freedom of being able to leave the casino with the PI until my father chooses another blind date for me to go on. Show me, Cole demands. Fine. I pull up the message log and turn the screen around to show him. He reads each text and even lifts a hand as if to take the phone from me to scroll up, but I pull it back and slip it into my slacks before he can grab it. Why? He asks when his eyes find mine again, a scowl on his face. Oh, he's so jealous. And I enjoy it a little too much. Why, what? I hedge, as if I have no clue what he's talking about. Why are you going out with the shrimp again? Alistair is nice, and stop calling him shrimp and munchkin. It's not his fault he's directionally challenged. So you're going to see him tomorrow night instead? Yep, that's what I suggested in my message, isn't it? Well, then I guess there's no reason why I shouldn't go see Inessa again tomorrow night. I swallow down the bitter taste of fair play in my mouth. I hate just hearing her name. Still, I say, you can do whatever you want, Cole. He stares at me as if waiting for me to say more, like he expects me to beg him not to see another woman when it's the best thing he could do. So instead of giving him what he wants,
I decide to change the subject. Can we at least wait in the SUV instead of on these people's porch?
No, he responds. Hey, Mike, do you mind?
Cole inclines his head toward the door, then says,
Cassie's guards can take the back. August, you mind moving the SUV to give us the element of surprise? They don't have a doorbell camera, so we should be good.
Is it wrong that I don't even know the names of my guards? Before Cole, I would have known a lot more than the buff men's names by now. Lately, it doesn't amuse me, or even seem worth the effort to flirt with my father's men. Yet another reason why I hate my stepbrother.
Don't get killed while I'm away,
the biggest man grumbles, before walking back to the vehicle.
Move aside,
Mike, Cole's other guard, tells us, until we're on the other side of the porch. He gets a running start, then plows his shoulder into the door. There's a crunch of wood when it snaps under his weight. A moment later, the door opens.
After you,
Cole says with a wave of his arm inside. Great, now we'll be charged with breaking and entering.
Like they would report us once we confront them for being rats. And besides, Mike is the one who broke inside.
I glance back at the street, the surrounding houses. The neighbors might have seen us.
Nah, it's dark. Everyone's busy having dinner and shit. We're good. Even if we did catch charges, I'm sure Dante could get us out of it.
Or Alistair, I add. He was a cop, you know. I bet he still has connections. Cole grumbles something under his breath as he follows me inside. Now what? We gonna sit and watch a little television until they return? I ask him, while also curiously examining what a middle-class home looks like on the inside. The oversized furniture and photos on the wall make it seem cozy and comfortable.
No, we're going to find where they're hiding the rest of that cash,
Cole says, as he starts down a hallway. God, he's so full of himself. Good luck with that. I'm going to sit right here and let you do the dirty work since this is your win, I say, before flopping into a recliner and pulling the lever to raise my feet. Definitely comfy.
Then I guess you won't be getting a piece of it. Mike, you want a cut? I'll have whatever you find in cash. I'm guessing there's about 10 or 15,000.
Hell yeah,
Mike says. I'll turn this place upside down for a little extra cash, the guard says, before he starts going through kitchen drawers and cabinets like he's being timed.
Why would Lachlan pay someone $30,000 for intel on me and Sophie? I ask Cole, before he disappears down the hallway.
Because the rich bastard was desperate for intel and could afford it, he says simply.
I barely have time to take in the row of tiny Aztec pottery sitting on the mantel before the smug asshole yells, "Found it!" from the bedroom. Cole returns to the living room grinning a moment later, a black metal box in his hands.
They stored it in the fire safe. No lock. So trusting.
How much? I ask, slamming my recliner closed to go look when he sits the box on the sofa and pulls out a wad of bills. There are so many bills, it takes a while for him to count them all.
7,000,
he finally says. So you were wrong. Didn't you say it would be $10,000 to $15,000?
Guess they spent a little more already. But I was right about her being the rat and her having cash. And since I found it, I'm keeping it all.
Rolling my eyes, I say, so we just wait here to let her know that we know?
Yup.
He puts the box on the table and sits down where it was, while I reclaim my recliner that rocks too. I'm not sure how anyone could get up and leave this furniture. I could sit here all day. August comes through the door, so Mike says to him,
I'll check on the guys watching the back door, then be ready to watch the front once they get home. I'll hang out here with the principals,
the other man responds before sinking into a chair identical to mine.
It's not often that we get to sit down on the job. Enjoy it while it lasts, Cole tells him with a grin.
Reaching for the remote on the table, he powers on the flat screen hanging on the wall, then scrolls through the guide as if he's kicking back at home. But then again, I guess there's nothing better to do. Cole puts the television on an old sitcom, then props his shoes on the coffee table, hands behind his head to get comfortable. We wait a little over an hour before we see the headlights of a car pulling into the driveway. "Showtime!" Cole says with a clap of his hands when he pops up off the sofa and turns off the television. "I'll be with Mike, making sure they don't call the cops or make a run for it when they see the front door," August tells us, before he hurries out the back. Why is he going out that way? I can't help but ask, as I get to my feet and remove my gun from my ankle holster. "To come up behind them," Cole replies, as he removes his firearm from his shoulder holster. "Are you ready for this?" I shrug. They don't look like the type to shoot at us. I've also had time to examine the photos on the wall of their wedding. "Probably not, but be prepared, just in case." One of my guards comes back inside and even stands directly in front of me, which is a little annoying since it's hard to see around him, but I let him shield me until everyone is back inside. "Keep your hands up and walk in slow and easy," I hear August say when the broken front door is peeled open. "There you go, just like that. We're all armed." "Oh, what's going on?" the 20-something heavy-set man asks when he appears in the living room first, followed by his much smaller wife. Her eyes dart around the room at each person, then widen when she sees me peeking my head out from behind my guard.
"Oh, shit."
"Oh, shit is right," Cole says to her. "You were paid about, what, 30 grand to give up details on Dante Salvato's daughters by Lachlan Dunn, weren't you?" Her jaw drops open momentarily, as if surprised that we figured it out. Or that Cole figured it out.
I thought he was a family friend," she says softly.
"Bullshit," Cole snaps at her.
"But he just married Sophie, didn't he?" she asks.
"Yes, but you couldn't have known in advance if he was going to use the information you provided to harm the girls, could you?" I vehemently oppose being called a girl, but I let it slide this time. The woman shakes her head. "Give us the rings and we'll leave. We already found your cash stash and confiscated it." The woman, Annette, glances up at her husband as if asking his advice. "You heard him. Hand it over, baby. I knew this would bite us in the ass." Finally, she lowers her hands. Twisting the rings off her finger, she holds them out. August reaches over her back and plucks them from her. "Thank you, ma'am. You're lucky we're only taking back what you made off your betrayal," Cole tells her. "And good luck finding another job in this city now that your me time is over. You're going to be blacklisted at every hotel." "Head out back whenever you're ready, boss," August says. "I'll keep an eye on them until you're both secured in the car." With a nod, Cole heads for the back door, with me following him, my guard behind me. We gather Mike and the other guard to load up the SUV parked down the road. A moment later, August slides into the passenger seat, then twists around to drop the 2 rings into Cole's waiting palm. "Nice work tonight, gentlemen," Cole tells them. He holds the rings up to the windows, the streetlights glistening off the diamonds. "What are you going to do with the rings and the cash?" I can't help but ask him. Not that I want him to give me a diamond or anything. That's just silly. "I'll take the rings back to the gemologist who helped us earlier and see what he'll give me for them." "Then what?" He slides the rings onto his pinky finger, the only finger they will fit on. "Then I'll settle up some old debts." I have no clue what that means, so I just say, "I wonder what your mother would think about you being a petty thief." "Fuck you. Dante sanctioned this theft, and Theo deserved it," he replies, while staring out the window. And for the first time in weeks, it feels like there's a massive crater expanding between us. Cole has never acted so distant before. I should be happy that he's finally taking the hint, but all I feel is dejected.
Chapter 27. Cole. The SUV is so quiet on the way home that I have to break the silence. Why are you really seeing the Munchkin Man again tomorrow? We both know you're not the least bit interested in fucking him, I say to Cass. She keeps her gaze out the dark window.
I told you, I'm ready to settle down and get married, have a home of my own, and stop calling him that.
Bullshit. A few weeks ago, you were just looking for a good time with anyone, I say, barely holding back the word guards. Now all of a sudden you want to be tied down? It doesn't make any sense, Cassie.
You don't need it to make sense, because it's none of your goddamn business, she snaps at me.
I consider that for a second, before asking her, do you seriously think it will give you a leg up on becoming Dante's heir if you have a husband to help you shoulder the burden of running the city?
Hell no. Whoever I marry won't have a say in how I run things illegally or legally.
So what role exactly will this man play in the marriage? I can't help but question her plans regarding her future husband.
I don't know yet. Watch the kids while I handle business.
You want kids? I say in complete disbelief.
Yes.
Now her gaze turns to me.
Why do you sound so surprised?
I don't know. I guess I just don't see you as a mother. Sophie, yeah, sure, but you?
Why the fuck can't I be a mother too?
Wow. It's been a while since the bitchy cast came out to play. Guess I hit a nerve. Maybe because you have one hell of a temper. The first time your baby won't stop crying, you'll probably shake the shit out of them.
Fuck you.
Maybe it's a trick of the streetlights, but I could almost swear her eyes glisten before she looks away. Is she crying? No, that's ridiculous. Cass doesn't get her feelings hurt about anything. Unless maybe she has her feelings hurt about everything, which is why she sometimes gets so damn violent. Right now, I think I not only hurt her feelings, but she's legit angry at me for what I said. Cassie, why are you so pissed off at me? I ask. What is it about a comment on hypothetical mother shit that upset you?
Just because I'm a bitch who can kick your ass and every other man's in this SUV doesn't mean I would ever hurt an innocent baby, she shouts.
Whoa, okay, point made, I reply. I shouldn't have assumed. I guess I was just surprised that you were being serious about wanting kids.
Why? Because you don't?
No, I don't. At least not anytime soon. I would need a real job, steady income, time to sow more wild oats before I could be a halfway decent father to some kid.
Then we have two entirely different futures planned out. My plan includes becoming my father's successor. I'm his daughter, and since one of my sisters is still missing and the other cries at the drop of a hat, I'm the only one who is up for the task.
You seem to have forgotten that not only am I your competition, I'm Dante's hand-picked choice to be his successor.
Not anymore. He recently told me that I've impressed him.
Good for you. Is that all this competition is about? Getting Daddy's approval? Because he's going to expect you to do the actual job of running shit if you win.
I know that, and I can handle anything that comes my way.
Just because you can handle shit doesn't mean you should. Sighing heavily, she turns back to me.
What the hell does that mean?
It means while you're making business decisions in your ivory tower, you'll never understand how those decisions impact others, all the hundreds, if not thousands of middle-class workers like Annette that Dante currently employs. I will never understand how someone could sit on billions of dollars instead of doing something decent with it.
You mean like charity?
Cass asks, not sounding like she's being sarcastic, but she's trying to understand. Yes, charity. You know why my mom won't give me more of my grandfather's inheritance than what I need to cover basic tuition and fees?
No. Why?
Because I bet she's already given it all away.
Given it away? To whom?
I don't know. to help the homeless or needy kids in Vegas. All that blood money she got from my grandfather can finally do a little good. I'm not saying all of Dante's money should be handed out, but I think he could do more than sit on it in his fancy penthouse at the top of his hotel and casino.
So, if you become my father's heir, you'll give most of his money away?
I didn't say that.
What about the fentanyl trafficking?
Cass asks. What about it?
Would you stop that too?
I don't know enough about it to say either way yet. But as long as Dante is earning off illegal businesses, his ass is on the line. I don't think I can see the benefit of running a drug business with the threat of prison constantly hanging over my head.
So you think he should stick to legit businesses?
Yes, I guess that's what I'm saying.
I agree, Cass replies. I wouldn't want to continue the fentanyl. Not necessarily because drugs are bad and kill people. I just wouldn't want to pay for the consequences of getting caught dealing it and be thrown in prison for years, especially when I have a family. Daddy is lucky he hasn't been arrested yet.
I'm sure Dante takes plenty of precautions, greases the right hands, pays feds to look the other way, that kind of thing.
Nothing is foolproof, though.
No, it's not, I concur. Have you told Dante your thoughts on going legit if you become his heir?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't want to disappoint him, she says,
eyeing me again across the dark back seat. He won't be disappointed in you if you don't believe the benefits outweigh the risks of drug trafficking.
I didn't care about the potential consequences of getting caught before,
she says, and then stops abruptly. Before what?
Before this competition started. Now I think I can understand why Vanessa kept you away from your grandfather. She knew that was the only way to keep you safe from him and from becoming him. It's why she doesn't want you to win.
I get it, I do, I tell her truthfully. But I can handle it.
If you say so.
Sighing, I try to blow out some of the tension growing between me and Cass. Then I get an idea. Are you hungry?
A little.
Then let's go find something to eat. Mike, can you take us by a grocery store?
A grocery store?
Cass repeats in surprise. You've never been in one before, or ever shopped for food, have you? I ask her.
No. Food just appears in our fridge or on the table at dinner time, she says. If I want something, I let the house manager know, and it arrives moments later.
Must be nice to avoid the lines. But let me show you what you're missing out on. Her brow furrows as the SUV pulls into the lit-up parking lot.
Why? It's not like I'll ever have to shop for my own groceries.
Just humor me.
Fine,
she agrees.
Cass. The outside of Smith's supermarket doesn't look like much, but a few minutes later, when we walk inside, my jaw gapes open at the rows of freezers stretched out before us. There's an entire row dedicated to ice cream. I didn't know ice cream came in all these flavors, I remark, as I try to read the labels of the containers through the glass doors. Is there an aisle of soda like this one? Or what about some chocolate? Does chocolate get their own section? That's what you want to see? Ice cream, soda, and chocolate out of this whole store. Oh, maybe some peanut butter, too? Chuckling, Cole says, "Follow me." He leads me to an entire section filled with candy bars. Oh my God, there are so many to choose from, and they all look so damn good. When Cole looks at me again, I tell him, Daddy doesn't ever let us have junk food. Well, grab what you want. It's on Annette. I doubt the guards would tell Dante that his adult daughter is hoarding candy in her room like a kid at Halloween. You don't think Daddy will ask for the cash back or the rings? I question Cole. Nope. How can you be so sure? Because it was never about the money. For Dante, it's about punishing the betrayal. So, you're going to keep it all? Mostly. The rings should cover all I need for now, so we'll spend the cash. Half an hour later, we pull up to the checkout line with a full buggy. I watch as the cashier swipes each item over a scanner that beeps, automatically adding it to our total, which is pretty cool. Not that I would admit that to Cole.
"We're also going to be purchasing some gift cards," Cole tells the cashier.
"We are?" I ask him. "How many and for what amount?" the 20-something woman asks, looking tired and bored. I guess the scanning and beeping would get old after a few hours.
12 cards with $500 on each.
$5 on each? The clerk looks up from her task for his clarification.
"No, $500.
Cole corrects her, causing her eyes and my own to widen. "Why do you need a dozen gift cards with that much money on them from this store?" I ask him.
"Because it can buy a dozen people groceries for nearly a month if they are stingy. And they will be, since we're giving these cards to the women's shelter," he answers, while counting out bills from the wad of cash he seized from Annette.
I'm sure it's a stupid question, but I want to know the answer. Why do women live in a shelter?
"Because they don't have anywhere else to go. Most have kids and are running from abusive husbands or fathers."
"Like your mom did?" He pauses his counting.
"Something like that. But unlike my mother, most of these women can't afford to leave the city where those abusive assholes are living. It's usually only a matter of time until the fuckers find them again."
"So why not buy plane tickets to get farther away?" Cole blinks at me like I'm stupid.
"Because these women may not have IDs with them, which you have to have for planes, and if they had money for tickets, then they won't have anywhere to go once they relocate, no job either. Starting over is expensive. I don't have enough to give them for all that yet."
"Yet? So you're saying that you really will sell everything off if Daddy makes you his successor?"
"I would sell every property of my grandfather's in a heartbeat. Dante survived without them before, so his financial structure doesn't really need them."
"And all the employees that will be out of a job? I thought you cared about the middle class."
"Those people can be hired at the casino or put up in Dante's condos and shit until they figure it out."
"You sound like you've planned it all out."
"Just some thoughts I've had when I think about what I would do if someone gave me $1 billion to spend however I wanted. My mom got a lot of Yuri's money and probably gave it up. Someday, I would like to track down all of his offshore bank accounts and empty them out too. I bet his buddies know where they are. They're probably living off it right now."
"I'm sure Eli could help get them to talk. I wonder why my dad hasn't had him try yet."
"Because he knows it will start a war. First, we would have to pull the rug out from underneath them. Then we can question them."
"Well, you should hurry, or you'll have to wait until Eli's back from his vacation. Unless you're going to torture them yourself?"
"I will if I have to," Cole says. "But I doubt there will be time to do any of this shit before I have to go back to New York."
"Because you think you're going to lose to me?"
"Because win or lose, I'm going to finish my degree. I'm too close not to, now."
"Right," I say, knowing that, and hating it all the same. I've gotten so used to seeing him all the time. Teasing him and arguing with him is fun. I'll miss having him around when he has to go back to school.
"I'm sure Dante will wait for his successor to take over in a year, if not longer," Cole says. "He's just making plans right now."
"Probably. But you won't have to worry about coming back to Vegas after you graduate," I assure him. "Because he's going to choose me."
Chapter 28. Cole. Cass is out on her so-called date with Alistair tonight, which makes me fucking furious. The little fucker never actually agreed to stop seeing her now that I think about it. He just anticipated what I was going to tell him when we spoke outside of his office, that I was going to warn him not to see Cass again. Instead of trying to worm my way in with the Russian crew, what am I doing tonight? I'm sitting on my ass in bed, going through screenshots of the text messages between Cass and the first guard I caught creeping up the stairs to her room that I sent to myself. I can no longer see the originals since the son of a bitch canceled service on the phone and apparently deleted everything from the cloud, just like I knew he would. And while I have read every message he sent back and forth to Cass once before, I realized that I never actually clicked on any of the links when the phone was working. From the thumbnails, I can tell they were obviously links to porn sites. The asshole sent a lot of those to her at the beginning, mostly girl on girl, I noticed from the tiny photos below the links. But one of the thumbnails looks awfully familiar. Too bad I can't click to confirm, but I'm almost certain it's a video where a masked man in leather shows up in a couple's bedroom. The man, shocked and scared of the stranger, asks, "Who the hell are you?" And the masked guy says something like, "I'm the bullcock your wife craves," before he grabs the woman's ankle, pulling her to the edge of the mattress. He then fingers her, realizes she's not wet, and makes the husband lick her pussy until she comes before railing her. Then, when the masked guy is done, he comes on the woman's pussy before putting the man on his knees again, face between her legs, telling him to lick up all his cum from his wife's pussy. The husband moans and jerks off while cleaning up his wife. And as the masked man starts to leave, the husband asks, "Will we see you tomorrow night?" The masked man tells him to grow a pair and fuck his wife's brains out himself. Anyway, the video isn't all that problematic. It's the message after Cass sent him a video of herself masturbating to the scene that catches my attention. The guard says, "Holy shit, that was fast." Cass replies, "Thanks for the video. I thoroughly enjoyed it." And he says, "I thought you would. I know you loved it when two men played with you. You're so damn feisty, it took two cocks to break you, didn't it?" It took two cocks to break her? That's what he fucking said. And I don't like his wording. Not one little bit. Cass doesn't respond to his comment. She doesn't say anything to him for a few days, when she finally told him the coast should be clear and to come to her room that night. Since Cass would probably never tell me what the hell he meant about breaking her, I decided to go right to the source. I told the asshole to leave town. Time to see if he listened. Since he canceled the phone, even though I told him not to, I'm betting he's still in town. Since I can't go to Dante and ask to use the laptop with the employee information in it, I'll have to figure something else out to find out where he lives. After I get dressed, I call August to see if he can help and if he's up for an outing tonight. "What's up, man? Cass on another date?" he says as soon as he picks up. "Yes, but that's not why I'm calling," I say to him as I pace around my bedroom with the phone up to my ear. "Could you get me the address for the two guards who used to work here? One is named Lowell and the other was Matt. They both quit recently." "Why?" he asks. "Because I want to pay them both a visit." There's a long pause before he grumbles. "Does this have something to do with Cass?" "Maybe." "If you're going to fuck them up and make me and Mike an accomplice, then I'm going to need you to give me details." "And will any of the details get back to Dante?" "Not unless he asks me questions about the details directly while I'm hanging up in the basement." "Good," I say, trusting his word. Both of those guards were fucking Cass during their night shifts. "No shit?" "No shit." "So Dante would probably be more than happy if they got fucked up." I consider my stepfather's perspective on the situation for a moment. "Yeah, definitely." "Then I'm in. Give me a few minutes to discreetly get the addresses and fill in Mike. Meet you in the lobby in 30. "Sounds good," I agree, before ending the call. Thankfully, Lowell lives alone in a small rundown house. A car is in the driveway, which is another great sign. Instead of breaking down the door, I picked the back door lock with one of Cass's hairpins, while Mike watches the front of the house and August covers my back. Once we easily break inside, we go unlock the front door to let Mike in before the three of us quietly head for the bedroom that's down a short hallway, our guns in our hands. Mike, help me drag him out of bed to make sure he doesn't pull a weapon. August, you flip the lights as soon as we grab him so we can watch him and he can see us, I whisper to them in the living room. The big man nods in agreement. Mike does the same. Slipping into the dark room, his mass alone under the sheets is easy to make out, and we're lucky there are no witnesses in bed with him tonight. Mike joins me at the foot of the bed, where there's no footboard in the way. I nod in the darkness toward the feet. If we each grab one of his legs, we can keep our weapons in the other. Understanding me perfectly, I grab one foot at the same time Mike takes the other, and then we pull. Lowell is screaming before his ass and all the bedding hit the floor. That's when the overhead light flips on thanks to August. "What the?" he starts as he lifts a hand over his bleary eyes to blink up at us in the bright light. "Grab the bedding off him," I tell Mike, so we can make sure he wasn't sleeping with a gun. Mike rips the comforter and sheets away, handing them to August, who tosses them into the hallway, while Lowell starts to try and get up. "Sit your ass down," I tell him as I hunch down and point the gun in his face. "You! What do you want?" "I told you not to cancel the phone number, and I told you to leave town. You didn't listen to me." "Fuck you," he huffs, which is when I stand up and slam my booted toes into his face. "Ow! Fuck! What the hell is wrong with you?" Lowell shouts while clutching his bleeding nose. "I've got a few questions for you, Lowell. We can do this here, making it quick and easy, or we can take you to Dante's basement, where it'll be slow and agonizing. I'm talking a very long week for you." He blinks at me, then at August and Mike, who have their big-ass guns pointed at his head. "Fine. If you're not honest with me, we're going to take you straight to the basement," I warn him. "You sent Cass links to porn?" "Yeah, so? You already knew we were fucking." I grit my teeth at his easy admission. "I do know you were fucking. Now I want to know what you meant about breaking her." "What?" Pulling out my phone from my jean pocket with my left hand, gun still in my right, I show him the screenshot of his message after she watched the scene. "I'll read it for my friends here to keep everyone in the loop," I tell him when I turn the screen back around and recite it. "I know you loved it when two men played with you. You were so damn feisty it took two cocks to break you, didn't it?" Putting my phone away, I ask again, "What the fuck did you mean about it taking two cocks to break Cass?" "It's not as bad as it sounds," Lowell mutters, while his face loses all color. "Then enlighten us. Tell me everything from the fucking beginning." He swallows so hard, his Adam's apple bobs as he glances at the guards, then me again. "Matt and I were one of the first groups to grapple on the mats or whatever with Cass. She kicked our asses." "I'm not surprised," I tell him. "She would taunt us, rubbing her tits in our faces, grinding on our cocks on the sly. The girl was a complete fucking cock tease." "Keep going," I say through clenched teeth. "How did you go from grappling to fucking her?" "Just ask her, man. She loved it." "I'm asking you, asshole," I say when I squat down and put the muzzle of my gun against his forehead. "Give me the details now." One night, Cass was in the gym late. Matt and I saw her, and, we fucked her. At the same time." Jesus. Disposing of a dead body doesn't have anything on hearing this shit. I feel like I'm going to throw up all over the asshole. Not only that, but the agonizing pressure building up in my head may actually cause it to explode any second now. You and Matt approached Cass alone in the gym, and then fucked her at the same time? With all the cameras around in there? Bullshit, I spit.
We flipped off the lights, so it was pitch black.
You turned off the lights first?
Yes.
Before she knew you were even there? I grit out, having an idea where this is headed. He nods. Keep going.
We found her, then had her right there on the mats. She was into it.
Did she tell you that? I ask.
No, none of us said anything, because of the cameras.
Who was where after you found her? I ask slowly. While I don't want to know any details, I need to know them all.
I was between her legs. Look, man, I didn't know she was a fucking virgin, or that Matt was going to straddle her face like that.
Yep. My head is definitely going to explode. There's not enough room in it for this shit. Cass was a virgin when this son of a bitch snuck up on her and fucked her on the floor of the gym. She lost her virginity while another man straddled her face and fucked her mouth at the same damn time. You held her down, I say, a statement, not a question.
It wasn't like that. She wanted it, I swear. She came so fucking hard.
Bullshit, I yell, letting off some of the pressure before my head pops off my body in a million pieces. She couldn't tell you no, stop, or anything else with her goddamn mouth full of him, could she?
I'm telling you, she loved it. If she didn't, why did she keep begging us to sneak into her room to fuck her?
My finger pulls back on the trigger before my aching head can even comprehend what it's doing. The blowback of Lowell's blood, and possibly brains, are what snap me out of the haze as I sink to my knees, my legs refusing to hold my weight any longer. Whoa, August says into the silence, following the loud pop of the gun going off. My ears are ringing, but it sounds like he says, "That's gonna leave a stain."
Could one of you get me a towel?
I ask them through the shock. My lungs are locked up, refusing to inhale or exhale. I just killed a man who hurt Cass. I killed him in, well, not cold blood. His blood and brains on my face are definitely still warm. A blue, damp bathroom hand towel appears in front of my face a moment later. Thank you, I say as I take it and scrub the soft, wet fabric over my eyes first, then my nose and mouth. What a fucking mess, I bitch. Finally looking up at the two men standing there watching me, waiting for my next move, I can't help but ask them. He deserved to die, right? That fucking prick deserved worse than a bullet through his brain, August replies. I can't believe he admitted to that shit. Taking the virginity of one of Dante's daughters? And I mean taking it. Shut up, I tell Mike, even if I am stupidly relieved that I wasn't overreacting after all. Just because Cass kept fucking these two men doesn't mean the first time wasn't. I can't even think that goddamn word. We need to find his phone, then roll him up in the bedding, August suggests. Mike, find sheets and another comforter for the bed. Cops will think he just left town after we clean up. Don't worry, kid. This won't come back on you. Thanks, I tell him. Give me a minute and I'll help, I promise. You still want to go to that other address tonight? August asks. Hell yes. I want this done and over with tonight. After cleaning up Lowell's place, the guys and I have a similar visit with Matt. Except this time we wake him up in the dark with Mike holding his legs, August pinning down his wrists by his sides, and me straddling his face, the muzzle of my gun pressed to his lips. Open wide, motherfucker. One of the guards must twist some body part because Matt's mouth opens on a scream, allowing me to shove the muzzle of my gun inside of it, as deep as it can go, then deeper, making him gag on it. Did Cass make similar sounds when you shoved your dick down her throat and Lowell took her fucking virginity? I ask him. He shakes his head no, but it's impossible to know whether he's answering my question or just trying to fight the three of us off him. I pull the gun out of his mouth so I can hear his confession. Matt sucks in loud breaths as I hold the muzzle to his forehead. You fucked her mouth while your buddy fucked her pussy?
Yes.
You held her down, shoved your cock down her throat in the dark gym without asking her if she wanted you?
She did want it. I don't know what the hell she told you, but she liked it. If she didn't, she could have easily thrown us off, like in training sessions.
You mean the training sessions, where she kicks your asses one at a time with her instructor watching?
Yes.
And your little bitty dick and lols couldn't handle being taken down by a woman, so you went after her together while she was alone?
She was always rubbing up on us, acting like a slutty cock tease. We didn't know it was the first time, I swear. Cass loves sucking cock. She gets off on it.
I don't bother looking away this time, even knowing the mess that killing him at such close range will make. It takes longer than the first time for my ears to stop ringing, for sound to return. You good? August asks me. Cole, are you good? I'm just fucking great, I lie. I'm no better than these men who took what they wanted from Cass. They used her, like I did when I blackmailed her in the goddamn pantry. This dead asshole called her a cock tease, like I've done so many times. Just because she rolled around on a mat with them, kicking their asses and taunting them, doesn't mean she wanted what they did to her. I pray that I'm wrong. Because if Cass didn't want to give me that blowjob, and I manipulated her into doing it, I'll probably put this gun to my own head. Cole, Mike says, snapping me out of those dark thoughts. We should start cleaning up. Yeah, we should, I agree, as I climb off the dead man, wearing his blood and brains. But I don't have a fucking clue where to start.
Chapter 29. Cass. Pizza and 3 hours of laughs at a comedy show with 5 headliners was exactly what I needed. Alistair's company was nice too, even if all we'll ever be is friends. I wonder if he would marry me if I told him he could have all the mistresses he wanted. That wouldn't be fair to him, though. The PI is a nice guy who deserves to find a nice woman to worship. Even though I've made it clear there's nothing but friendship between us, I can't help but wonder if I'm still somehow leading him on. I need to stop seeing him and move on. The clock is ticking, after all. It's nearly 1 a.m. by the time I get home. Daddy wasn't even waiting up for me this time. He just sent a message saying that security had told him I was back home and asking if I had fun. I sent him a quick yes and goodnight message on the way up the stairs. I stopped momentarily at the second floor, but trying to make Cole jealous by busting into his room and waking him up would be silly and immature. It's best if he starts seeing someone else, even if it is that Russian bitch and I want to claw the eyeballs out of her skull. Heading up to my bedroom, I walk in and flip on the lights, then barely hold in my scream of surprise. Cole isn't asleep downstairs in his bed. No, he's sitting on the edge of my bed in jeans and a stained tee with ketchup or wine splattered all over it. He's facing me, waiting for me, and his eyes are all wrong. There's no jealousy, lust, or humor in them when they lift to mine, which is unusual. It's usually one of those 3 things. Tonight, though, I have no idea what is going on in his head. All I know is that I don't like it, and I want him to go back to one of the other 3 emotions instead. That's why I try to prod him. What are you doing sitting here in my dark room? Waiting for me to get home from my date so you can talk shit about his height? Cole blinks, but the fogginess in his gaze doesn't clear. He just stares at me with shame in his army green eyes. What did you do? I ask him as I approach him. Oh my God, he fucked Inessa tonight. That's why he looks so ashamed of himself, like a puppy dog who got caught pissing on the rug. I shouldn't care. I won't let him know that I care. You can fuck whoever you want, I tell him indifferently, as I toss my purse on the dresser while grinding my back teeth together. You and I are done, after all. I don't know how many times I have to say it. I didn't fuck anyone, Cole says. His voice is oddly flat, but I stupidly believe him. And I'm so relieved it's ridiculous. I'm sorry about that night in the pantry and the other times. Huh? I ask, since I'm so damn confused. The pantry? Why the hell is he bringing that up now, tonight? Not only bringing it up, but apologizing to me. So you're finally feeling guilty about blackmailing me? Why the attack of conscience now, all of a sudden? Lowering his eyes to the carpet, he says, Cassie, I know about the 2 guards. No shit, you're the reason they both quit. I remind him. Is he sleepwalking and talking or something? Because this conversation is so bizarre. Cole shakes his head. No, I know they took your virginity. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, I blurt out. Still refusing to look up at me, the bastard says, They told me they held you down in the gym. That's so fucked up, Cole. I can't believe you would actually use my first time to make me feel bad. Now he lifts his head, eyes finding mine. To make you feel bad? I'm not apologizing to make you feel bad. I just wanted to tell you that if I had known what they did, I wouldn't have ever forced you in the pantry. You know that, right? I'm sorry. Wow, I mutter. Shoving my fingers through the front of my hair, I try to figure out what to say here. He thinks that he took advantage of me? I mean, technically, yes, he did, but I didn't mind. Did I want 2 cocks in me when I lost my V-card? Hell yes, I say, causing Cole to wince. So, fuck you, you nosy bastard. It was none of your business. Then I feel the need to also add, and you know for a fact that I like it hard, that I wanted it rough, don't you? You didn't want them, he responds quietly. Yes, I did. I liked being wanted, and I don't regret it. Cassie, they were angry and horny from you kicking their asses. They forced themselves on you. Fuck off, I huff. I'd rather have either of them than you any day of the week. Now the anger finally returns to Cole's eyes. You're lying. And even if that was true, too fucking bad. I killed them both tonight. He what? I shake my head, unable to find the words. No, you didn't. I did, he says, as he gets to his feet. Holy shit. That's not ketchup on his shirt. It's blood. I read their text to you and went to ask them questions. They gave me the wrong goddamn answers. You were a virgin and they made sure you couldn't say no. That's the definition of no. It wasn't like that. If they had forced me the first time, then why would I keep fucking them after that night? I ask him, my eyes and throat raw and stinging. I honestly don't know, Cassie. Maybe you were hoping for more. More? You asked them both multiple times to talk to Dante, to really be with you, and they both refused. They were pussies and fucking idiots. Oh, and what about you? Like you're a saint who would go shout that you fucked me from the casino floor? Don't compare me to them, he grits out, jaw flexing. I didn't know. I thought you were into it in the pantry and all the other times. If I didn't think you wanted me, I never would have touched you.
That's not even what I was referring to. I meant that Cole was also too scared of my father to admit to him that we slept together. Hell, every man is, except for the ones he sets me up with on blind dates. Don't try and act all innocent, Cole, I tell him. I know exactly how you like it too. I saw it with my own eyes before you hate-fucked me the first time. And then I drop a bomb on him, just so he'll shut up about Lowell and Matt. I also know your secret. I don't have any secrets, he says so fast I would know he's lying, even if I hadn't seen the proof. You're really going to lie to my face and tell me you're not the masked motherfucker or whatever his name is in all those pornos? He has the audacity to snort out a laugh. The masked what? I have no clue who or what you're talking about. You fuck women in front of their husbands and with their husbands, I say, watching his face closely for a reaction. He doesn't give me one. No, standing there like a statue is his response. So where's your mask, Cole? Why don't you put it on and fuck my brains out like you do those married women? We have a staring contest, each of us waiting for the other to blink first. Cole loses. God damn it, he growls. Turning away from me, he rubs his palm over the back of his neck. That shit, the marriages, they're not real. It's all fake. Even the orgasms? He gives me a gruff chuckle. No, those are real. Why in the world would you do those videos? I ask him quietly. Pacing away from me, he goes over and punches my hanging bag. I was desperate. It was my freshman year of college, and I needed cash. It sounded better than it turned out to be, but I don't regret it. I don't regret it either, even if you don't believe me, I reply. Spinning around, he comes up to me, standing less than an inch away. If that's the truth, then swear it. Fine. I swear I liked it. Liar. Fine. It hurt like hell, I admit. Happy now? No, I am anything but happy, Cassie. Not every second was great the first time. My only complaint is that they didn't always care how good it was for me when we hooked up. Did they even try to get you off? Sometimes I did it myself. The thrill of getting caught, doing something dirty and forbidden, was actually what got me off the most. Now the jealousy returns to Cole's eyes. Did they go down on you? I shake my head. They preferred when I got on my knees. You were the first to ever do that. Reaching up, Cole gently cups the side of my face. He runs his thumb over my bottom lip before asking, Do you regret any of the things you've done with me?
Cole. It takes longer than I had hoped for Cass to answer my question. There's a flash of sadness in her eyes that she quickly blinks away before shaking her head, causing my thumb to run along her bottom lip.
No, I don't regret being with you, even though I should.
Good, I reply with a heavy exhale of relief. Running my hand down to her neck, I stroke the pad of my thumb along the column. I still can't believe she figured out it was me behind the mask. Then again, she does enjoy eyeing my dick. You know, I start, I can be gentle.
I don't want gentle,
Cass says. Are you sure about that?
Yes.
So I should keep hate fucking your brains out? I ask, bracing for her rejection yet again.
Yes,
she answers, rather than telling me no, or that we can't fuck again because I'm her competition. Right now? I ask, just to be certain I'm not reading too much into her yes.
No, Cole, tomorrow. I'm ready to get some sleep,
she scoffs.
Yes, right now.
Pulling her neck forward, I press my lips to her smirking ones. When her tongue swipes my lips, wanting me to open them, I ask, "How was your date tonight?"
"Platonic,"
she whispers between kisses, which is all I need to hear as I shove my tongue into her mouth, giving her a preview of what I'm about to do to her pussy. Sliding my hands down her back, I grab her ass and lift her off her feet, taking her to the bed and tossing her down onto it with a bounce. Peeling my stained shirt over my head, I tell her, "I'm going to lick your pussy, and then I'm going to fuck you at least once, maybe twice, since I want to see your face, but I love watching your amazing ass from behind."
"Whatever you want,"
Cass says as she lifts her dress up, 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 revealing her incredible body and a matching pair of red lace panties and bra nearly the same color of her hair.
"As long as I get there first."
Hell, I may come just from looking at her. Grabbing her ankles, I pull her until her ass is on the edge of the bed before kneeling on the floor. Another thong for the munchkin man?
"I can't wear any other type of panties with most of my dresses,"
she says, her voice hitching when I begin to lower the offending clothing down her thighs.
"So it's either a thong or none at all."
"None at all," I tell her as I toss her panties over my shoulder. My palms slide up her smooth ivory legs and part her thighs for my mouth. "Stop wearing panties, and I'll eat your pussy every time you show me your bare cunt."
"Neil,"
she says, followed by a moan when I swipe my tongue through her folds.
"I liked sucking your cock,"
she gasps as I wriggle my tongue inside her dripping wet pussy. I pull back long enough to tell her, "I'll let you prove that to me later," before diving back in. Each teasing swipe of my tongue after that has Cass whimpering. Her hips buck, trying her best to get me to lick her needy clit. Eventually, she gets tired of me refusing her and grabs my head with both hands to push my entire face between her legs. I hold out my tongue and let the controlling woman rub her pussy up and down on it, guiding it to the exact spot where she wants it. Her hips move faster and faster, as if she's worried I'll suddenly withdraw my tongue, denying her the pleasure she needs from me. God, I love that she needs me, even if it's only for orgasms. Several hours later, after I've fucked Cass from the back, sideways, and missionary, we lie beside each other, sweaty and spent in the quiet room. Our heavy breathing and the air conditioner blowing are the only sounds in the entire penthouse at this time of night. When Cass eventually leans over the side of the bed, searching for her phone, I pop her killer ass with my palm. "Hey," she huffs at me over her shoulder. "My cum hasn't dried and you're blowing me off for your phone?" "I'm not blowing you off. I just wanted to watch your videos again." "God damn, that's even worse than abandoning me for your phone," I tell her as I slap my hand over my eyes. The mattress settles as she lies back down next to me. "For whatever reason, those videos are the hottest things I've ever seen." At least she's aroused and not disgusted by the fact that I'm the masked motherfucker. I do actually have the mask with me, I admit to her. "Really?" Cass rolls to her side and lifts my hand from my eyes. "What about the rest of the outfit? The leather jacket and pants?" she asks, her light green eyes sparkling with desire. "Yes, I have it all." "Surprise me with it sometime?" she asks. "Surprise you?" "Yes." "Fine, but promise me that you won't try to kill me if I sneak up in here in the middle of the night wearing it." "I won't. The unexpected is hot," Cass says, followed by a long pause. "It's why I didn't mind Lowell and Matt turning off the lights and cornering me in the gym that night." "No, nuh-uh," I grumble with a shake of my head. "I don't want to talk about them ever again." "You pulled the trigger?" she asks. "Yes." "Both times?" "Yes." Running her finger down the center of my chest to my abs, she whispers.
That shouldn't be hot, should it?
Before I can figure out how to answer her question, Cass climbs on top of me, straddling my waist to align our lower bodies yet again. I'm glad I'm not the only one who can't seem to get enough.
You know,
she starts, and presses her lips along my jaw, then down to my neck.
I let you fuck my mouth to keep you from ratting us out to my father, who would have killed both men slowly. It was all for nothing now.
I'm sorry. Giving my cheek a slap of her palm, she says,
Stop apologizing, jackass.
Fine. Stop talking about other dicks that have been inside of you. Cass lifts her head. Her eyes narrow as she stares down at me.
How many cougars have you been inside?
3.
Only 3?
Only 3 cougars, I answer, since I can't tell her the total number of women I've been with. Before she can ask, I tell her. I did 2 scenes with each woman. For the record, they were all unmarried women pretending to be married.
Uh-huh. But you're done with all that now, right?
I have to lower my eyes from her when I admit the truth. I had to take another contract for one more scene.
What? Why?
Cass asks, rearing back like I just slapped her in the face. Because I needed the advance. I used that money, along with the cash I'll get from selling the rings we got from the rat, to keep one of the cougars from sharing my identity with the world. My mother may have actually killed me for that. Cass frowns.
Someone's demanding money to keep your name a secret?
Yes, and it wasn't the first time either.
What a fucking cunt,
Cass remarks. After a minute, she leans her face closer to mine and asks,
Do you want me to kill her?
Grinning up at her, I say, killing her might be easier than finding money again in a year, or whenever she comes back wanting more. I know my name will probably come out eventually by someone who knows it's me. Actually, I wouldn't have put it past the old Cass from a few weeks ago to out me to my mom and Dante. Smiling from ear to ear, she says,
I wouldn't have put it past her either.
I finger one of her red curls hanging over her shoulder and wrap it around my finger. So then, what exactly has changed between us? I can't help but ask.
As much as I hate to admit it, and wish I didn't, I like fucking you, Cass explains. And if I outed you, then that would probably stop.
Probably, I agree with a grin. But not necessarily. Is that the only reason you wouldn't out me? I ask, as her lips find mine.
Yes.
I want to call her a liar. But then Cass rubs her wet pussy along my dick, and I decide to keep my mouth shut.
Chapter 30. Cass. Why don't you just give up on trying to beat me and just go back to New York? I ask the gorgeous man tangled up in my sheets with me again tonight. I hope Cole stays until the sun comes up like he's done for the past 3 nights. My bed feels so empty without him in it. I feel empty without him inside me. It's pathetic, really. I should punch myself in the face. He has to leave. He has to. But when Cole props his head up on an elbow with a smug grin on his sturdily handsome face, I forget why he needs to go away. If I left, who would make you come? The cocky bastard asks. When I don't respond to his question, he quickly sobers up, his smirk slipping away. Wait, you're serious? You really want me to leave? Like, right now, on the next flight out to New York? Yes, I answer honestly, even if it's only half of the truth. Jesus, Cassie, that's pretty damn cold, even for you, when I'm still lying here naked with you. When he rolls out of bed, getting ready to leave, a surge of panic tightens my chest. I grab his arm to stop him, even though I know I should let him go. I need to let him go. I just wish I knew how to tell him the truth. That's not how I meant it.
Then how did you mean it? He asks, jaw clenched tight in anger. I need this, Cole. You're about to finish your business degree. You can get any job you want while this life is it for me. This is my only chance to prove to my father that I'm not a silly, stupid, weak girl. With a heavy exhale, he lies back down on his side of the bed. His fingers reach up to comb my damp, sweaty hair back from my face. His serious eyes don't even dip down to ogle my bare breasts. You're not a silly, stupid, or weak girl. I know you could run this city just as well as I could. Probably even better. But I can't give up. Then you're going to lose, I tell him. I'll do whatever it takes to win. His hand drops from my hair. Are you going to see Alistair again? Probably, I reply truthfully. The PI is growing on me, as a friend. If I keep seeing him, maybe it could be more. Probably not, but maybe. You're not going to kill him too, are you? I meant it as a joke, but Cole glowers at me. Why? Why would you kill him? Do you need a reason? You seem to be on a streak lately. Cassie, he growls. Why would you see him again? You know why. Cole scoffs. Because you want to marry him? That's fucking ridiculous, and I don't buy it for a second. You and I both know you don't want to fuck him, and I don't want him to lay a finger on you. This, you and I, is only temporary, remember? You'll be leaving soon, one way or another, and I need to start planning my future. You have plenty of time to plan the future, he exclaims, sounding angry at me. And there are other options. Like what? Sitting up with his back against the headboard, he stares at the wall and says, like, I don't know, you could ask Dante if you could come back to New York with me. What? I bark out a laugh, certain he's joking. He probably won't go for that, I know. So I could see about transferring to a school closer to Vegas. It would suck since not all my courses will transfer. No, Cole, that's not... I can't go to New York, and you can't stay. I scrub my hands over my face, wishing he would just give up. No, he just snorts. You say it like the fate of the world hangs in the balance and will end if I don't leave Vegas. Your world may end if you stay. What are you talking about? He asks. When I don't give any further explanation, he says, Hold on, are you threatening me? No. Maybe? Looking up at him from my pillow, I ask, Would it convince you to leave if I did? I'm not leaving until the end of the summer, no matter what, and I wish you would consider keeping this going. Keeping what going? I ask. Us having sex? That's all this will ever be between us, Cole, and you know it. There's no way you would ever risk my father finding out if we went to him and told him we want to be together. Wow, you are so naive if you think it's that easy. I laugh. Daddy will kill you. He told me he would. That he would make it look like an accident so it didn't blow back on him. There's no way. If he didn't kill you, then he would seriously hurt you, or have Eli string you up in the basement and torture you for days. He may even cut your dick off. You're overreacting. I'm not. I know my father. We can never tell him about us. We can't tell Vanessa either because she would never keep it from my father. Fine, Cole mutters, followed by a sigh as he leans his head back to stare up at the ceiling. Do you want me to stay or go tonight? Stay, I say without hesitation. Just for one more night? He chuckles as if he knows I'm so full of shit when he gets up and turns off the light.
The past few days, the nights we've spent together, we've done more than fuck. It feels like, I don't know, the beginning of something really good. I should have told Cole to go. Part of me wonders if he's only been staying to use me as a distraction, so he doesn't have to think about the 2 men he killed. But deep down, I know that's not the only reason. And I also know that we are so fucked. The next morning, Cole is gone by the time I wake up. And while I want to be angry at him for abandoning me, I know it's for the best that he sneaks back into his room before anyone in the penthouse wakes up. But the abandonment still stings more than it should today. A shrink would probably say that I have issues because my mother went missing when I was so young, that I have a fear of other people leaving me, which is why I'm so bitchy. Pushing people away before they can leave is like a defense mechanism. And I have no doubt that Cole has some of the same issues because he never knew his father. His mother likely gave him new trust issues by lying to him his whole life and never trying to find out who his father is. I can't do anything about the 20 years Cole didn't know he was the grandson of a Russian mobster, but maybe there's a chance I can help convince her to give Cole a name or whatever information she can remember. Later that morning, I find my stepmother sitting alone on the patio having breakfast. "Hey, Vanessa." "Morning, Cass. There's plenty of food left, enough to feed the entire casino," she says as she surveys the buffet of fruits, muffins, eggs, bacon, and nearly every other breakfast food on the table. I'm not really hungry, I admit, as I take a seat at the table in the chair across from her. But could I ask you a question? "Sure, hun. Is it about the competition? Because you're killing it. Your father has been blown away by how well you're doing." "It's not about that, but I'm glad to hear that," I say. "The question I have for you is sort of personal." "Personal? Okay, hit me," she says, pushing her plate away. "Why haven't you ever told Cole who his father is?" Vanessa's green eyes that are a little lighter than Cole's widen. "Oh, wow. That was probably the last question I expected you to ask me." "Sorry, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to." No, it just caught me by surprise." Her brow furrows. "Why do you ask?" Fuck. Why am I asking? What reason do I have for caring? I come up with an explanation as fast as I can. I heard him talking about trying to find his father the other day. It seemed important to him, and I guess I can relate, since I wish I could find my mother, even if she's dead. Right. Well, she wraps her fingers around the mug of coffee sitting in front of her. It's not that I've intentionally kept Cole's father's name from him. You haven't? No, I was young and stupid, and I guess I didn't want him to know that his father could be one of several men I slept with during that time period. And I don't recall their names. That's horrible, isn't it? No, I wouldn't slut-shame anyone. It was more than 20 years ago. It was irresponsible, Vanessa replies with a heavy sigh. But I was embracing my freedom for the first time in my entire life. I felt sexy and wanted. Most likely, Cole's father is one of 3 men I slept with at the Sigma Chi fraternity at the University of Southern California. Well, fuck. Cole already knew all that. I've told him it was one of the guys in the frat. I just never explained that there were multiple men who could possibly be the one. That makes me a bad mother. No, I doubt a son would want to know about his mother's promiscuity. But, at the same time, he doesn't really seem like a prude. I point out to her without mentioning that he pretends to fuck married women in front of their husbands and with their husbands in pornos. Oh, I know Cole probably wouldn't bat an eye. Maybe I should tell him the truth. But it's not like it matters, though. Without a name. You think it's a lost cause? I surmise. Yes, she admits, her shoulders deflating. And I hate that for Cole. I always have. But you're certain they were a member of the fraternity? I ask her. Yes, definitely. One of them had a room there. His roommate was another participant, as well as their friend, who I'm almost certain was also their frat bro. Okay, this is something. Just because the pool of Cole's potential fathers is larger than expected, that doesn't mean it's an impossible task. All we have to do is figure out how to get the men from the fraternity to all take a DNA test. Should be easy, right? Yeah, I'm going to need to make another plan.
Chapter 31. Cole. Dante usually texts me and Cass first thing in the morning when we have a competition. So when I get a group text from Dante late in the afternoon telling us to come downstairs, I know this is the big one. Dante either knows Cass and I have been fucking and that I've been sleeping in her room until 5 a.m. before creeping back to my bed, or, and much more preferable, he knows I killed 2 of his former guards in hot blood. I'm not sure if the consequences will be worse for the fucking or the murders. Definitely the fucking. But I can handle it. In fact, I'll be relieved to admit to Dante that Cass and I have been hooking up, that we want to keep hooking up, and see if he'll let her come to New York with me in the fall to keep at it. Trying to transfer this late would be too much trouble, and I think Dante would prefer if we're not even in the same city as him when we're fucking. The opposite side of the country should be far enough to avoid his wrath. Hopefully. What's going on this late? Cass asks when she reaches the main floor before me. I'm a few steps behind when I see my mom and Dante standing near the door with suitcases. Vanessa and I are going on a little vacation, Dante informs us. And you're leaving us behind? Cass huffs, crossing her arms over her chest as if she's indignant when I know what she's really thinking. Hell yes. If they're not here, we won't have to be as worried about sneaking around. It's nearly our 1-year anniversary, my mom says with a smile. Otherwise, you would both be invited, of course. No, I get it. I held up my palms and plead with her. Please don't say another word. Grinning, Dante tells us, while we're gone, you 2 are going to be in charge. We are? I ask in disbelief. Yes, we'll be away for 6 days, 7 nights. I want you 2 to alternate days when you're in charge, meaning an entire day and night. Being a mob boss is sort of like being a doctor. You're always on call, he explains. Not much of what happens in the middle of the night has to be handled immediately, but it's possible. So alternating 24-hour shifts for the next 6 days will work out best. Eli will be around. He'll screen all of my calls and emails. I won't even have my phone with me. Wow, Cass says in awe, as if that's highly unusual for her father. I will have mine, my mom tells us, holding up the device. But only call it if there's a fucking emergency, Dante adds sternly. An emergency in which one of you or Sophie is dying, or you hear news on Madison. Understood? Yes, sir, Cass mutters. Whoever is on the shift can use my black card for whatever you need, he says, pulling out the card from inside his suit jacket and then handing it to me. If you need help, you could ask Eli, but it's going to be a strike against you for this competition, Dante explains. The amount you each spend on the credit card will also be taken into consideration as well. Whoever Eli says does the best handling of shit at the end of the week when Vanessa and I return wins this round. Sounds easy, I remark. The grin that Dante gives me says that's the stupidest shit I've ever said.
No parties, no people up in the penthouse other than family. Is that understood? My mom asks, with her eyes narrowed directly at me. We're adults, Cass reminds them. And you are adults who are living in our house, my mom points out. So until you are adults living in your own place, you won't have any visitors up here trashing our home. I don't point out that we're literally living in a hotel with a ton of rooms with beds. I guess they don't give a shit if we're screwing people, as long as we don't do it in the penthouse. As soon as my mom hugs us, and Dante hugs Cass, guards grab their luggage, and then they walk out the door together. Do you think they set it up to cause chaos just to see how we handle it? Cass turns to ask me as soon as the door shuts behind them. Most likely. I wouldn't put it past Dante, or Eli. What's that? Eli asks when he comes waltzing out of the kitchen, munching on a red apple. He does enjoy torturing people, Cass agrees loud enough for the psycho to overhear her. He gives us a wink. Exactly. But we can handle whatever he throws at us, I say confidently, slipping the credit card into my pocket. In fact, I'll take the first shift. I know I'm in for it when Eli throws his head back and cackles. I'm going to fucking kill Eli. 2 hours after our parents are gone, and shit goes sideways in the casino. I have no doubt that the sadist is somehow behind the cigar that started the fire at a blackjack table. A fire that spread to one of the main floor bars and required the entire fucking hotel to have to be evacuated. Before the firefighters came and put the damn thing out, I was on the phone hiring contractors to come in first thing in the morning to begin fixing the damage. Then, to keep guests from leaving, I had the front desk give everyone a $100 casino credit they can use at the spa, bar, or at any of the tables or slots. Dante would lose more than that if they all up and left, so it seemed like a necessary expense. Once the fire was put out, 3 front desk clerks called in sick tonight. I had to not only help learn how to administer the credits to guests, but also check people in, handle guest complaints and requests, and at one point, I even had to carry a little old lady's luggage to her room. When I finally get to head up to the penthouse, I'm way too wired to sleep. So, after a quick shower, I decide to slip on my leather pants and jacket, then the mask to sneak into Cass's bedroom and wake her up. She's sitting up in bed, wide awake with a lamp on, playing on her cell phone, so there goes my plan. Nice mask, she says with a grin as she eyes my outfit. Thanks. When I notice her shoulders are bare, I say, please tell me you're naked under there. Rather than respond with words, she just tosses the covers back to reveal her gorgeous, completely nude body. God, yes. Tonight was awful. I need to fuck away the crazy, I tell her. I didn't say we were going to fuck. Oh, yeah? Maybe I'm just lying naked in bed waiting for you because I wanted you to go down on me. Oh, I'm definitely going to lick your pussy, I say, as I remove my leather jacket and then the confining leather pants. Then, I'm going to fuck your brains out. Keep the mask on. She doesn't argue with my plan, which is a surprise. And, my dad and your mom won't be in the penthouse for a whole week. I doubt if we'll ever get this chance again. Does that mean we're going to be fucking all week? I ask, as I hop on one foot, struggling to tug down the stubborn leather pants leg. Why not? We'll get it out of our systems. Once they're back, though, we'll be done, she replies. Done? Just like that? I say in disbelief, and in disappointment. There's not much time left in the summer before you go back to New York. I think we could actually convince your father to let you come with me, I tell her, as I continue to fight with the leather pants. If you don't want to tell him we're fucking, then just say you want to take some classes, or get out of Nevada. Like that would ever happen, she mutters with a roll of her eyes. Besides, it's better this way. Now, shut up and be the masked motherfucker who fucks my brains out. At the foot of the bed, I grab both of her ankles to drag her body down to the edge of the mattress, causing her to squeal. Then I kneel on the carpet and run my tongue through her folds. You're soaking wet, I remark after my first lick. I was watching your videos.
Oh yeah? I ask, while probing her pussy with one finger that slides right inside of her. Did you get yourself off while watching?
Maybe.
Your fingers don't feel as good as my tongue, do they?
No, she replies. Now shut up and lick me. Faster.
I do as I'm told, attacking her clit with the tip of my tongue to get her off fast. I'm not playing around tonight. I want to bury my dick inside of her wet cunt for hours. That's why I fuck her with 2 fingers to get her ready for me while licking her. As soon as Cass gets off, I'm on top of her. I have both of her wrists pinned above her head before her eyes blink open. Put me inside of you, I order, still wearing the mask as requested. She's not teasing me either tonight. Cass frees one hand and reaches between us to grab my cock to line it up. With the slightest pump of my hips, I'm filling her up.
Yes,
she shouts at the top of her lungs, and I don't even care. There's no one on the 3rd floor to hear her. Our parents aren't even in the casino. I want to make her scream so loud her voice is hoarse tomorrow. I don't give her time to adjust to my size. I slam deep, over and over again. Cass gets louder with each thrust, and I don't dare cover her mouth as I watch her face and the place where our bodies are connected. My dick looks so nice, ramming in and out of her spread thighs. She squirms around underneath my heavy weight as if trying to take me deeper, or rub her clit against my pelvis at the right angle to get off. I know I could easily reach down, and she would come as soon as my fingers touched that bundle of nerves. But I prefer to draw out her pleasure, enjoying the challenge of trying to make her come with just my cock slamming inside of her.
Let me ride you,
Cass says between gasps. No.
Please.
She practically whines that one word, not sounding anything like the usual feisty Cass. You'll take my cock however I want you to tonight, I tell her.
God, yes. The mask is so damn hot, she says as she stares up at me. Fuck me harder.
I try to fuck her harder. I do. But when it becomes obvious that Cass isn't going to come at this angle before I blow my load, I pull out of her pussy long enough to flip her onto her stomach. Rather than lifting her ass up off the mattress, I flatten her with all my weight on her back, pinning her wrists with one of my hands to the small of her back. I use my knees to push her legs together before entering her through the tightest of spaces.
Oh God,
Cass cries out when I eventually squeeze all the way inside. Leaning down, I swipe my tongue over her ear and ask while continuing to fuck her. You like being so tight my cock has to fight for every inch?
Yes, more. Oh.
The last scream sounds like she's in immense pain. I would think she was, if not for the walls of her pussy finally contracting around my shaft as she comes, shaking and moaning on it. I'm right behind her, shoving deep one last time before my balls empty. I groan at the immense pleasure of her milking me dry. I slowly rock into her a few more times to savor every second, making Cass whimper loudly and writhe, just as there's a knock on her bedroom door. It swings open a second later, because fuck me, I didn't lock it. I got distracted by seeing Cass awake, as if she was waiting up for me, and because our parents weren't home. Before I can even blink, Eli is a blur of movement, a blur that jumps onto my back. His forearm slides in front of my throat, cutting off my air in a chokehold as he pulls me out of Cass and off her. We roll onto the floor with a loud thud, Eli taking the brunt of my weight with a grunt.
Eli, stop it,
Cass shouts from where she's kneeling naked on the side of the bed.
It's Cole, you jackass, it's Cole.
Reaching down, she rips my mask off my face to prove it, since my hands are busy trying to keep his arm from cutting off my oxygen. Fucking hell, Eli says, as he drops his arm from my throat and scrambles out from underneath my naked ass. I thought you were trying to get him off you.
I was squirming around trying to draw out the best damn orgasm I've ever had during sex, Cass admits, which fills my chest with pride. God fucking damn it, Eli grumbles as he looks up at Cass, then staggers to his feet. Both of you put some clothes on for fuck's sake. Reaching for the front of his pants, he presses his palm to the bulge there. I'm hard as a goddamn rock, wanting to pound into every single hole in this room. Sorry, man, I say, as I rub my sore throat and catch my breath. I couldn't get it up for gay porn. You were going to do gay porn? Cass asks, from where she hasn't moved on the edge of the bed. I can't tell if she's disgusted or aroused by the thought. If my dick had been on board, the masked fatherfucker would have been a thing, I admit to her. But no amount of female fluffing before takes could keep me hard enough for penetrating a guy's hole, though. I'm just not attracted to men. Stop talking about holes and hard dicks. We've got problems, people. Eli presses his fingers to his eyes. Maybe if I blind myself, Dante won't blame me for seeing this shit and not telling him. No, wait, he would still kill me. What the hell are you two thinking? How? Why? Fuck! He presses his fingers deeper, trying not to look at Cass or my nakedness, apparently. Calm down, Eli. It's not that big of a deal, Cass huffs, but her cheeks are the rosiest of red now. Not just from arousal, but from embarrassment. Hell, I'm not a fan of Eli seeing us screwing either. Put some clothes on, I tell her, and it could be worse. I crawl around the bed to pick up my leather pants and pull them on. At least Eli didn't see much of you, because I wouldn't let you be on top. Thank fuck, Eli grumbles. I don't think I could talk my way out of this if I had seen Cass bouncing naked on your dick. You can't tell Dante or Vanessa, I warn him, as I stand to finish zipping my pants. And what the hell are you doing busting into Cassie's room in the middle of the night? There's a minor emergency that couldn't wait. And no, I can never get enough torture. When you didn't answer your texts and weren't in your room, I heard noises up here and came to check on Cass. You do know you're supposed to keep your phone on you at all times, right? Well, what's the emergency? I ask him, without mentioning that I left my phone down in my room after my shower. Eli holds up a finger. Wait just a second. I'm trying to figure out if there's anywhere on the planet I can flee to that Dante won't find me. Tapping his finger to his lip in thought, he says, There has to be some corner of this great big world. After all, Maddie found it. Maddie? Cass exclaims before I can. Madison. I meant Madison, obviously. Then why did you call her Maddie? I ask him. You know what? I'm not the one knocking on death's door by fucking the boss's daughter, so I don't have to answer any of your fucking questions. Now get dressed and come downstairs. I'm coming too, Cass says. It's not like I can sleep now. Let me go change into normal clothes and I'll be right down, I promise Eli, as I urge him out the door. When he's out in the hallway, I glance over my shoulder at Cass. I'm sorry I didn't lock the door. Are you kidding? Seeing two men roll around the floor like that was the icing on my big O cake. In fact, when I think about it later, Eli will probably be naked too. How about you just think about how hard you came underneath me instead? Climbing out the bed, she picks up the black ski mask and says, I'm keeping this. And how will I be able to put it on and sneak up on you? Cass considers that a moment before tossing it across the room to me where it lands at my feet. That's what I thought, I say with a grin as I bend down to pick it up. Come on, you fucking idiots, Eli roars from downstairs. We just did, I holler back, as I reluctantly trudge down the stairs to my room.
Chapter 32. Cass. Cole doesn't seem very concerned about Eli catching us together, so I'm not either. After all, he can't tell my father he walked in on me and Cole fucking without admitting to seeing me naked. The man isn't that stupid. Eli's casino problem actually turned out to be pretty damn urgent, and he swears he had nothing to do with it. So the third shift restaurant and custodial staff decided tonight would be a great time to go on strike, Eli says as we wait for the elevator outside the penthouse. He hands Cole a stack of documents 2 inches thick. Do you think Dante knew that when he left? Cole asks. He looks so handsome and normal in his black pants and blue button-down, the sleeves rolled up to reveal his tan, muscular forearms. He's like a Ken doll who can dress up in a multitude of outfits and still look hot. There's goofy frat bro Ken, serious businessman Ken, kinky masked man Ken, and now ready to handle shit Ken. If Dante knew they were going to strike, he didn't tell me, but it's possible he did know and is using this as a test, Eli explains. Your job is to negotiate a settlement with them without costing Dante too much money, but without letting them continue to strike. Okay, so what is their current salary? I ask, while Cole flips through the stack of paperwork Eli gave him. That depends on the position, Eli replies. Waitstaff are paid the least, no more than $20 an hour, and the chefs make about $30. $30 an hour? I repeat, my brow creasing as I do the mental math. That's all? How do they afford to live on that much money? Well, rich girl, Cole starts, without looking up from his paperwork. They have to budget, only buy the shit they need like housing and food, then save up and pray that they don't have any emergencies until the next payday. What kind of emergency? An emergency like their kid gets sick and has to go to the doctor, he answers. Don't they have medical insurance? I ask. Eli snickers as he watches and listens to us discuss salaries after recently pulling Cole's dick out of me. Yeah, Cassie, they may have medical insurance, but that shit doesn't cover everything. There are copays and deductibles. When I don't respond, Cole finally glances up. Seeing the look on my face, he can probably tell that I don't know what either of those things are, which makes me feel like the idiot Eli called us. Have you ever been to a doctor? Whenever Sophie or Madison or I got sick, a doctor just shows up and checks us in the penthouse. That's because you're rich as fuck, Cole says with a crooked smile, just as the elevator doors finally open on the lobby floor. The rest of us have to schedule an appointment to go into the doctor's office. The copay before you get to see the doctor could be $50 or $150. Then, after the doc finishes the exam and does any blood tests or whatever, the office sends you a bill for what the insurance company won't cover, or won't cover until you meet your deductible. When I continue to stare at him, he says with a sigh, a deductible is usually a few $1,000s that a patient has to pay out of pocket before the insurance will step in and help with costs. Well, what's the point of having insurance if you still have to pay so much money out of pocket? I ask, as the three of us make our way to the front desk. That's the question everyone who has it wants to know, he grumbles. The system in this country is fucked, and that's only an example of one type of emergency that could bring an unexpected expense to a middle-class working family. Biting my lip, I start to drop it, but am too curious. What are others? Car trouble is a big one for those that can afford them. Cars are expensive. Most people make payments every month because they can't afford to buy a car for the full price. Then you have to have insurance on the car to drive it, get it inspected, and pay taxes every year. If it breaks down and is not under warranty, then you have to pay whatever it costs to get a mechanic to fix it, which is never fucking cheap.
Mechanics charge you for parts and labor, the time it takes them to work to fix it. A new transmission could cost a couple grand.
Eli contributes. But it takes weeks for the employees here to make that kind of money. I can't help but point out.
Exactly, Cole says. It sucks to be poor. People treat you differently.
How different?
Like you're trash?
Eli offers. Were you and Vanessa treated like that? I ask him.
Constantly. But now I know why my mom never wanted to get promotions to management or take better paying jobs. She was trying to maintain a low profile so nobody would notice her.
She would rather live in poverty than have her father find her and you?
Yes,
he answers, as we come to a stop in front of the empty front desk. Guess those employees decided to strike too.
And I don't blame her. He was a monster. She didn't want me to have anything to do with Yuri. He would have probably taken me from her and raised me to be his protege.
So then, if the Mafia is so bad, why do you want to be my father's heir? It's not much different from being Yuri's.
It's 1,000,000 times different, Cassie, Cole mutters. Your father doesn't kill people without a good reason. I'm glad he ended that asshole Mitch that my mom used to date, the one who got her into all the mess with the Russians. I had no idea they showed up at our apartment and beat her up. She didn't tell me, and I was in New York.
What would you have done if you had known?
Fuck if I know. Kill Mitch to start with, I guess.
And since Cole killed 2 men, my former men, I don't doubt he would have done the same to protect his mother.
Everyone must be out front, Eli says as he looks down at his phone. Security is on the way. You'll need them before we go out there.
Once 4 guards show up, we walk outside to where dozens of employees are picketing with their signs in their hands. I stand back and watch Cole work, with Eli and the guards staying close to him. He finds the woman in charge of speaking on behalf of the casino workers, and they talk for maybe half an hour before she turns and tells everyone to go back to work, that all their demands will be met.
Dante isn't going to be happy with you giving them everything they asked for, Eli remarks, as they walk back over to me. You're supposed to negotiate, not cave within minutes. This is going to cost him so damn much. It was my decision to make, right, while he's gone? Cole asks, refusing to back down. Yes, but nothing. I did what I thought was best. Just because giving them the raise and extra days off they asked for is not what Dante would have done, doesn't mean it was the wrong thing to do.
Guess we'll see what he says when he's back, I remark.
God, I need a vacation,
Eli groans as he scrubs his hands over his face, and we all head back inside the casino.
Maybe I can try to find Madison while I'm traveling. Why do you think that you can find her when dozens of PIs haven't had any luck? Cole asks, as we wait for the slow-ass elevator. Isn't it obvious? He asks, looking at Cole like he's an idiot. PIs don't use my interrogation techniques.
Why haven't you used your interrogation techniques to find her before now? I ask him.
I was hoping Madison would turn up before I left a trail of carnage all over the country. It's still weird that you called her Maddie, Cole points out. I can call people any fucking thing I want, and she was mad all the time, so it just made more sense to shorten Madison to Maddie.
Cole and I both say, at the same time we give each other a knowing look. That's when a thought suddenly occurs to me. I've always assumed that Cole calls me Cassie just to annoy the shit out of me, but maybe it's actually a pet name, like Eli calls Madison Maddie, and my dad calls Vanessa Butterfly.
Cole. Oh, I was thinking that we should each write up the events of the day after each of our shifts, so we'll both be caught up on everything. And then we can give the reports to Dante when he gets back, I tell Cass, when we're walking up the stairs to the 3rd floor.
That's a good idea.
Thanks, I reply. And now we know for certain that Eli is going to be a pain in our asses all week, I remark, when Cass and I are alone in her room once again. Especially now that he knows we're fucking.
No shit,
she agrees, as she starts to undress, and I do the same. Then she asks me the question I've been wondering.
Why do you think Eli would give my sister a pet name?
No clue. I smirk while unbuttoning the top of my shirt as the dirtiest thought occurs to me. Unless Eli was fucking her. Imagining Madison and Eli together for even 5 seconds causes my smile to fall. Hold up. I gesture with my thumb over my shoulder toward the closed and now locked door. Do you think that psycho is the reason Madison ran away?
Nah,
Cass immediately responds, without even taking a second to think about it.
Madison wanted to be free, to go off to college and live on her own. She wouldn't have wasted a minute on a man who is infamous for his torture techniques.
You wouldn't think so, but everyone has their kinks, I say with a grin.
Is that right?
Yes.
So what are your kinks, Cole? Other than women pretending to be wives in need of your big, fat cock.
Strolling proud and naked around her bed, I grab the back of her head, pulling her up against the front of my body, my dick sandwiched between our bare skin. My kinks. Feisty redheads who can kick my ass and attempt to drown me in pools, obviously.
Whatever,
she says, without the usual bite, and a tiny grin, because she likes my answer, even if she won't admit it. God, she's so damn stubborn, and I love that about her. My lips capture hers, kissing Cass hard. When I pull back, still gripping her hair, I ask, Your turn. What are your kinks, Cassie? Besides sneaking around with stupid men behind your father's back.
That is not a... I don't get off on that,
she huffs, not the least bit convincing. I lift a single eyebrow, ready to challenge that statement.
Well, maybe a little,
she finally admits. Of course you do. What else do you get off on?
I guess you're pretty hot in a suit, especially when you're being a badass.
Me? I'm a badass in a suit? I thought you said I was a nice guy. Now my grin is probably bigger than any of the ones on a toothpaste commercial, flashing the majority of my teeth, since that's the best compliment I've ever received.
You may try to be a nice guy most of the time, but you're not. Not really. You were a dick to the rat when you robbed her. You have killed 2 men, and would have killed your mom's boyfriend. So I guess you're sort of a badass.
Ah, so hybristophilia is your thing, I tease her. Brow creasing, Cass asks,
What the fuck is hybristophilia?
Being attracted to or aroused by hearing about or watching a crime take place.
That's what that is?
She asks in surprise.
I can't believe that's even a thing. Is hybristophilia, like, normal?
I nod, happy that those things turn her on. Oh yeah, it's very normal for women apparently. I slide my free hand down her bare back to cup her ass. Something about evolutionary, primitive instincts women have toward powerful, dangerous, dominant men. The type of men who prove to women with their criminal behavior that they'll be able to protect them and their offspring. I lift her off her foot, and Cass automatically wraps her long legs around my waist and hooks her arms around my neck. I swear, we fit together perfectly. We have since that day she jumped me in the pool. Hybristophilia is probably why the masked man is so popular breaking in people's homes.
Are you fucking with me?
Cass asks when we're face to face, our bodies nearly entirely pressed together. No, I'm not fucking with you. It's actually a legit thing. Look it up.
Trust me, I am not aroused by your criminal behavior because I think it in any way proves that you could protect me or our kid, she huffs.
God, the words "our kid" coming out of Cass's mouth makes me rock hard, which is ridiculous. Pushing those idiotic thoughts aside, I lay her down on the bed and hover above her. Maybe it's more of a subconscious thing, I suggest.
Doubtful.
So then why do you want me, Cassie? I thrust my hardness between her legs, enjoying the way it makes her squirm.
I don't know. Maybe you're right about how you're supposedly forbidden.
Shoving her fingers through the sides of my hair, she gives it an impatient tug, wanting me to kiss her again. When I don't budge, she sighs.
And I guess you're attractive enough?
What about me do you find attractive?
What about me do you find attractive? You go first.
Fine. Leaning back, I examine the abundance of beauty before me while sliding my palm up her thigh. From the freckles scattered over her nose and cheeks to the cute ones hiding along her shoulders and even a few on her arms. They're like tiny kisses from the sun, because not even it could resist touching her. Every fucking thing about you is attractive to me. Cass scoffs.
That was a cop-out response. Every woman has boobs and a pussy.
I wasn't even looking at your boobs or pussy, I tell her honestly. But yes, you're also incredibly sexy. Oh, and feisty. I like that you have your own opinions and don't back down no matter what. You're beautiful. Would be even if you were bald. But with all that thick, wavy red hair, it makes my dick so hard to see it, touch it, smell it.
Sounds like someone also has a hair kink, she replies with a smirk.
No shit. I don't bother denying it. I just reach for a strand to curl it around my finger. If only convincing Cass to tell our parents about us was that easy.
Why my hair?
She asks. Because it's impossible to see it and not think about wrapping the long red strands around my fist and pulling it when I'm fucking you from behind. Now she actually frowns up at me.
So you want to use my hair as a rein, like I'm a fucking horse?
Yes. She rolls her pale green eyes.
That's ridiculous.
Well, that's true. And now it's your turn. Why are you attracted to me? Other than my big dick and the fact that I'm handsome enough. When she bites her lip in thought, but doesn't speak, I take a guess. I bet you like my height. She shrugs.
I guess being tall isn't unattractive.
Leaning down, I swipe my tongue up her neck, making her shiver. Admit it. You like tall, physically imposing men who are bigger than you.
Okay, fine.
What else? I ask, nipping at her shoulder.
You're pretty.
That has me rearing back to stare down at her. Pretty?
Like, more than handsome. Pretty. Your face is not feminine or anything. It's just perfectly symmetrical, and you have nice eyes.
Your pale green eyes are stunning, I reply, wanting to move away from her pretty comment. They get darker when you're pissed off, or when you're turned on.
You've caused plenty of both emotions.
True enough. Now what else? I ask. She nods to our lower bodies that are nearly joined.
You have a beautiful cock. It's big enough to let me know it's there, without ripping me apart every time. Not too thick or veiny. It's nice and smooth.
You keep talking about my cock like that, and you're gonna have to put your lips around it, I warn her. And you haven't seemed inclined to suck me off since the time in the closet, despite your claim that you liked it. Reaching down between us, she wraps her fingers around my hard shaft and gives it a squeeze, making my eyes close on a groan.
You mean the time that you blackmailed me into sucking your dick?
Yeah, that time, I reply softly, still regretting it.
We both know I could have gotten up and left if I had wanted to, she remarks. And I haven't done it again since that night, not because I don't want to, but because it would feel like I'm letting you win.
Gazing down at her, my eyes soften in understanding. Is that why you like when I go down on you? Because you see it as beating me? Cass shrugs again. Trust me, Cassie, It's no hardship for me to lick your pussy. And when it comes to sex, I haven't been keeping score. As long as we both enjoy it, then we're both winning, right?
I guess so,
she agrees. Ready to end the conversation for now, I lower my lips to hers. When she's fully into our kiss, I slip my fingers between her legs, finding her wet and ready for me. She's always ready for me, because she wants me more than she'll probably ever admit. And by the end of this week, I hope she'll want me enough to tell our parents about us and come to New York with me in the fall.
Chapter 33. Cass. After our long night, Cole sleeps in. I shower, have some breakfast, and then go look for Eli. He's in my father's office, slouching in the executive seat behind the big wooden desk, as if he's pretending he's in charge.
"What's up? Your shift doesn't start until 6 tonight."
I know. Sitting up straighter, he says,
"Have you come to beg me not to tell Daddy you're fucking Cole?"
No, I know you won't, because you don't want to admit you saw me naked.
"Fine,"
he huffs, slouching again.
"What do you want?"
I sort of need your help with something, I admit, as I take a seat in one of the 2 less comfortable chairs in front of the desk.
Okay.
2 things, actually, and I need you to keep them both quiet.
Oh, something else, you mean, other than the fact that you're fucking your stepbrother?
This isn't going to cause us many problems, but I need your help since I don't know how to book reservations at the hotel yet. Cole told me he got plenty of experience with it yesterday, which gave me an idea.
"Who do you need to make reservations for?"
Eli asks. See, that's the thing. I'm going to be inviting 20 men to a Sigma Chi fraternity reunion, so we'll also need to reserve a ballroom for this weekend. A small one is fine, and then rooms for them. I hope all of them will show up on such short notice, but if we can get 10, that would be a win. Eli barks out a laugh.
"Do I even want to know what you plan to do with 20 frat bros?"
I want to get samples of their DNA. Now he just stares at me blankly.
"You want to invite all those men here to swab them with a Q-tip and run their DNA?
Yes.
Why the fuck would you want to do that, Cass?
Because one of them could be Cole's father.
Holy shit,
he whispers, before he leans over and starts slamming his forehead into my father's desk. Eli, stop, I tell him before he splits his head open. When he does as I ask, I add, please don't tell Cole. I don't want to get his hopes up, in case it's all for nothing.
Don't tell him what?
He says with a longer, louder bark of laughter.
Don't tell him that you're trying to find his father, or don't tell him that you're head over heels in fucking love with him.
Whatever, I scoff. I am not in love with him. We're just screwing, and we're getting it all out of our systems this week. Rubbing at his now red but thankfully not bleeding forehead, he says, You are so full of shit, it's about to start running out of your ears. My nose wrinkles in revulsion at that metaphor. Gross.
Seriously, Cass, you know your father will lose his mind when he finds out, right? And poor Vanessa, it won't end well for her either. I can't pretend like I'll miss Cole. There's only room for one handsome blonde man in this penthouse, and that's me, he rambles. Nothing is going to happen because other than me and Cole, you are the only other person who knows about us, and you're not going to say a word, right? Right, Eli? I repeat when he doesn't respond. What about your guards?
He asks quietly. What about my guards?
Your guards and Cole's must know you're humping by now.
How would they know?
Let's ask them, shall we? He suggests. Those men are paid to be observant. I'll have your lead guard, Brian, come in first, then August.
He types out the messages on his phone while I dig my fingernails into the leather chair arms and tell myself he's wrong. Less than 2 minutes later, my guard, Brian is his name, apparently, walks through the open office door in his usual black suit.
Hey, Bri.
Bri? Maybe Eli gives everyone nicknames.
Thanks for meeting with us,
Eli says to him, still seated in my father's chair like he's king for a day.
Quick question. If I strung you up by your ankles from the chains in the basement, put a knife to your dick, and asked you who Cass here is fucking, your answer would be Cole.
He blurts his name out in less than a second. Oh my God, I exclaim, jumping to my feet to turn to face the man. How did you...
You two have been making eyes at each other all summer, he replies simply.
Making eyes?
Yeah, eye contact, as in the look that says, I can't wait to fuck you again.
That is not true, I argue.
I've been talking with Sam, August, and Mike, trying to figure out how to handle this when Dante finds out. And he will find out, Eli says confidently. I can't believe he hasn't noticed yet.
Wow, I huff before sitting back down, elbows on my knees, face buried in my hands. Everyone knows. It's only a matter of time.
So, what is the plan? Eli asks Brian. Since I'm now in the same category as being fucked over by their stupidity.
I look up in time to see the guard shrug his wide shoulders.
Our plan is to deny noticing anything, let the boss assume that they were better at hiding it than they were, so we never noticed anything. It's not like we are ever inside the penthouse, and they've never fucked in the SUV or while we're guarding them, so we figure we should be clear. Well, hell, good for you all, but now I'm fucking screwed, Eli grumbles.
Pushing the executive chair back a little, he props up his feet on my father's desk, crossing them at the ankle as if he has nothing to lose.
I live in the penthouse. I won't have the same plausible deniability as you four. Dante will know that I know and kill me for not telling him. Which means...
He looks at me, then heaves a heavy sigh.
I have to tell him.
No, Eli! Surging from my chair, I plant my palms on the desk in front of him. You don't have to say a word. I swear that once my dad and Vanessa are back, it's over, for good. He scoffs at that.
Yeah, right.
It is. Cole is leaving for New York soon. Once he's gone, it'll be like it never happened, especially since I plan on marrying Alistair or someone else soon.
Why in the world would you marry...
Eli trails off, then grits his teeth.
Brian, leave and shut the door.
He orders the guard like he's his boss. When the door shuts, he holds up a finger to me.
No, nope, don't tell me. I am fucking done trekking through your piles of shit-filled minds, woman. You swear to me it's over when Dante gets back, and I'll keep my mouth shut about you and Cole and everything else.
I promise, I agree. Even if it sucks to even think about him not coming to my room again after this week. Straightening up again, I ask him with a calmness I don't feel. Now, will you help me with the reservations or not?
Fine. At least that won't get me killed.
Oh, that was the other thing. I'm also going to need your help killing someone. Eli slams his head onto the desk again, followed by each groaned word.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Chapter 34. Cass. While Cole is still knocked out from the night before, his scruffy golden jaw making him even hotter than usual, I search for his phone. It's still in his pants pocket, so I retrieve it and go through it to try and find any messages from the woman blackmailing him. It's not too hard to pick her out since her contact name is actually Cunt. Once I'm caught up on their conversation, I send her a quick text telling her to come to Vegas to get the rest of the money, that the flight and hotel will be covered, and someone will even pick her up from the airport and contact her with all the travel details. Then I copy down her phone number and delete the sent message before blocking her. This bitch has bothered Cole for the last time. Then, well, the next trick to pull off will be a little bit trickier. I decide to make the calls from my father's landline in his office after I compile the list of names and numbers. The first phone call of 20 will be Norman Lopez. Clearing my throat, I try out my best apologetic assistant voice when his receptionist patches me through. "Hi, Mr. Lopez. This is Mr. James Singletary's secretary. I am such a ditz. You were supposed to be invited to Mr. I check my notes to remind me of the name. Singletary's Sigma Chi reunion this weekend in Las Vegas. I just realized when I didn't see your RSVP that I accidentally left you off the email list. Mr. Singletary will be furious and probably fire me if you aren't able to come. He was looking forward to seeing all of his college buddies. Please tell me you don't have plans this Friday and Saturday." After a little social media research that I learned from Cole, I determined that James Singletary is the wealthiest of the crew. He's the president and CEO of some software company and loves to show off all his foreign sports cars on social media.
I have a tea time with my father-in-law," Norman Lopez replies, which sucks. But then he says, "For the Sigma Chi boys in Vegas, I could probably get out of it." Eli strolls into the office in his stuffy suit and glares at me sitting behind Daddy's desk in his chair. "Great! That would be so amazing. As I mentioned, all expenses will be paid. Your airfare and your hotel room are on me. That's how desperate I am to fix this mistake."
"Well, how could I turn down that kind of offer? Tell James I'll see him Friday."
Thank you so much. Have a good week, and I'll email you the itinerary with flight information soon.
As soon as I end the call, Eli barks out a laugh.
"Now you just have to do that whole spiel how many more times?"
Leaning back in relief that my plan worked for at least one man, I tell him, 19. That was just the first one. I really should have called James Singletary first, since I'm claiming it's his event. It would be suspicious as hell if he's not in attendance.
"And how exactly are you planning to get their DNA from these men once they're here? Ask them to please open wide?"
Wincing, I admit, I don't know yet. That's going to be the tricky part. But first, we need to get them here. We can figure that out later.
"And even once you have all their DNA, they may not be a match for Cole's father," he points out.
One of them hopefully will be.
"Why can't you just ask Vanessa to narrow down the list?"
Because she can't remember, I tell him. She slept with several guys in the frat in a short amount of time. Holding up the legal pad with the list of names and numbers, I tell him, these are the ones that were members of the fraternity that fall, 9 months before Cole was born.
"Well, good luck, and let me know if you need me to hold them down for you to swab their mouths," he says when he shoves his hands in the pockets of his slacks and turns to leave.
You would really do that for me? I ask him.
"Restraining unsuspecting people is one of my favorite pleasures," he replies.
Of course it is, I mutter with a smirk.
Cole. The week running Dante's businesses with Cass flies by. I finally bought me a few suits on Dante's credit card. They're not tailor-made, but I look pretty damn good in them. And whenever Cass and I aren't dealing with emergencies, we're fucking. Any and all surfaces of the penthouse have been used since Cass apparently doesn't care about the patrolling guards seeing us and telling Dante. There's been at least 2 occasions when we've been caught in the act by them. Not that either of us cared enough to stop. And of course we had to go back to the pool and finish what we started there.
"Now, I'm glad I didn't drown you that day,"
Cass says as she rests her soaking wet head on my shoulder after our second round in the warm water. I'm still buried inside of her bareback as we hold each other and recover, since condoms have been long forgotten. We haven't used any of the annoying rubbers since the first time we fucked, which makes things easier. I don't have to keep a stash on me or stop in the middle of things heating up to roll the tight, desensitizing bastards on. Being in Cass is heaven, and I never want to wear a condom again. But I will with anyone other than Cass. Not that I want anyone else. As if thinking the same thing, Cass mumbles without lifting her head.
Don't make another video.
With a scoff, I stroke my palms up and down her back when I tell her, "You think I want to? I don't have a choice. The contract is signed, and the only way I can get out of it is to pay them the advance back. I would have to use my tuition money."
Then pay them back. Use Daddy's credit card.
I can't. Dante will want to know what 10 grand was for, and then my mom would find out. Lifting her head, Cass's eyes glisten in the moonlight as she looks into mine.
You say you would tell our parents about us, but you won't tell them about the pornos?
That's different. My mother never needs to know about the pornos. We can't hide this, us, from them much longer. Cass starts shaking her head before I can finish my sentence.
We can't tell them. There's nothing to tell them. We're just fucking.
This isn't just fucking. Trust me, Cassie, I know the difference. You don't wake up with someone you're just fucking every single morning, have all your meals with them, and spend the entire day and night together.
We won't be doing any of those things once you go back to New York, she points out.
Not unless you come with me. We wouldn't have to tell Dante why right away.
No. I want an arranged marriage with someone Daddy approves of, and I want it to be soon, within weeks.
When she says shit like that, I want to dunk her head under the water until she comes to her senses. That big fat lie of yours stopped being funny weeks ago, I tell her. So stop saying that shit. I'm not jealous of some hypothetical man, Cassie. God, you're the most stubborn, confusing woman I have ever met.
This was the last time, she says,
as she lowers her legs from my waist and lets my neck go. What?
I just thought we should end it where it started.
You seriously don't want me to sleep with you tonight? I ask her in confusion.
No.
And we're never, ever going to fuck each other again?
That's right, because it was just sex.
After that proclamation, she swims toward the pool ladder. And just like the last time, I want to grab her leg and pull her back down into the water with me. But I let her go. I watch her grab a towel, dry off, and then head back inside without me. I don't know what the hell is going on with her. It has felt like she's been pulling away from me all week. Then every night, we would fall asleep together, and I would tell myself I was just imagining things. I was right, though. Cass just threw in the towel on us, and I have no fucking idea why.
Chapter 35. Cass. I've been keeping myself busy with the arrangements all day Friday, trying to keep my mind off Cole. But since this is all for him, it's not been an easy task. Ending things with him last night, yet again, was the right thing for both of us. If I keep repeating that sentence to myself over and over again, maybe I'll eventually believe it. I was able to get 15 out of 20 fraternity guys to attend our fake reunion on such short notice, which was a small miracle. Daddy won't be happy about all the airfares on his credit card or the free rooms, but if we find Cole's father, then it'll all be worth it. Now the hard part. Free lap dances for a DNA clinical trial? Seriously? I ask Eli when I catch up to him in the front lobby Friday after getting his text. It's my very last shift before Daddy and Vanessa come home. Hell yes, Eli replies smugly. I told them it was for a very important clinical trial to end erectile dysfunction. And you think that will actually work to convince them? It already is working. I shake my head in disbelief. No way. Get a straight man drunk, offer him free titties in his face, and he'll do anything you fucking want, especially to cure ED. We should have all the samples for you soon. Wow,
That's great. The dancers are aware that DNA is for a paternity test, but not for whom. They're collecting and labeling each sample as they get them. And getting paid extra, obviously.
Thank you. I owe you one, I tell him, while throwing my arms around his neck.
I didn't take you for a hugger. Stop it before someone sends a photo to Dante.
Sorry, I'm just nervous, I say, with a forced smile when I release him.
Do you know where you're going to send the samples yet?
He asks, straightening the sides of his suit jacket like I wrinkled the material in seconds. I've already spoken to a local testing facility that can have the results within 24 hours.
So maybe before the men leave on Sunday?
Holding up my crossed fingers, I tell him, that's the hope.
And they're going to be able to process this many samples over the weekend?
He asks in disbelief. For a small additional fee per sample that I've already promised them.
Paid for by Daddy's black card?
He guesses with a raised eyebrow. Of course. I didn't think you would mind.
Oh, Dante won't mind. At least, not unless Vanessa minds.
Oh, shit. Vanessa, I mutter, slapping my palm over my forehead. Do you think I should have told her before doing all this?
Yes, you should have told her. How do you think she's going to react to you tracking down Cole's daddy behind her back?
He may not even tell her. I don't even know if he'll want to meet him, if he's even one of the men in the group that showed up.
Cole will want to meet his father, Cass. But sure, leave telling Vanessa up to him.
She won't be angry with me, will she? I mean, Cole has been wondering who his father is for 21 years.
And you somehow pulled off the impossible in one weekend. If anything, Vanessa may be a little ticked about that.
I'm trying to stay optimistic. I am, but what if Cole's father is not here? This whole plan may be for nothing if he's not one of those 15 men.
It's not nothing. This is definitely something, Cass. And even if your plan doesn't succeed, you should still tell Cole. Won't you have to anyway in order to get his DNA sample?
Crap, he's probably right. I've been trying to avoid Cole since the other night in the pool, our last night together. Maybe I could steal Cole's toothbrush or find a strand of his light blonde hair.
I know what you're thinking,
Eli says.
If you fuck up the sample, then this really is all for nothing. You have to tell him and swab his damn mouth.
Why should I tell him and get his hopes up? I ask him quietly, not mentioning that we're not exactly speaking to each other at the moment. I've been avoiding Cole and he hasn't sought me out. Not that I want him to.
Cole should know that you went to all this trouble for him.
It wasn't that much trouble. I only made a few phone calls. You did most of the hard work, scheduling all the reservations and arranging the food and servers for the ballroom, then the strippers.
Cass, you know what I meant. Cole should know that he's more than just a fuck buddy for you.
That's all we are, asshole. He's my stepbrother, and I think he deserves to know who fathered him. Don't make it more than it is. Besides, we're no longer fuck buddies.
Why not? You think you love him more than he loves you? If you can't see that the boy feels the exact same way about you, then you're a fucking idiot.
I squash down the hope trying to spring up in my chest, like an elephant stomping on a ripe tomato. It doesn't matter. It's over. He's leaving soon.
Only for a year.
Biting my lip, I admit. He mentioned trying to convince Daddy to let me go with him to New York.
I knew it!
Eli exclaims triumphantly, both of his arms raised in the air like he just scored a touchdown.
And you shot him down, didn't you?
Of course I did. I told you, we're done.
Why, Cass?
Because he can't stay, or
what?
Or he may not survive the fallout. You know that as well as I do, Eli.
Bullshit. I think you're just scared to tell him the truth about everything. You're afraid he'll bail like a pussy, like those two guards you were fucking.
I gasp indignantly. How did you know about them?
Two young, hot-as-fuck men on the night shift quitting around the same time, fleeing this place like their dicks were on fire? Oh, and recently reported as missing? Yeah, I figured you and Cole had something to do with it. I also heard from security that Cole confronted one of your dates in the parking lot at gunpoint. And despite all of that evidence, you still doubt how he feels about you?
Shaking my head, I tell him the truth. It doesn't matter how he feels. I'm not worth it. My father's wrath or ruining everything between Daddy and Vanessa.
You don't know for certain that it would ruin anything.
I raise my brows at him and he rolls his eyes.
Your father can sometimes be reasoned with, especially if Vanessa is on your side.
Those are long shots and you know it. Sighing, I mutter, besides, there's still time for me to fix this, quietly, without anyone else knowing.
If that's how you wanted this to go, you would have ended it already, as soon as Dante and Vanessa left town at the very least. So stop lying to yourself.
Swallowing around the lump in my throat, I tell him, I know I should, but
you may as well come clean before your father is the one demanding DNA tests.
Shaking my head adamantly, I tell him, no, he can't make me give him a name. I won't, no matter what.
Dante may not force you to talk, but he could have me string up every man who has ever stepped foot in this casino until he finds a match, your stepbrother included.
There's no reason for him to question anything if I get engaged or married soon.
You would tie yourself to a stranger just to keep Cole out of the crossfire? He wouldn't want you to do that, Cass, to take on that burden alone, and you fucking know it.
Then I won't give him the chance to do anything stupid.
Speaking of stupid things, your VIP guest should be arriving any minute now. Her plane just landed. I didn't want to put that in a text message, but that's why I told you to come to the front desk.
Okay. Well, that's good. I'm ready to get this over with, I tell him.
Are you sure? I could do it for you.
No, I need to be the one who handles her. You can watch, of course.
Oh, I'm definitely watching. How do you plan to start? He asks.
I'm not sure yet. Do you have any suggestions? What hurts the most?
If I had to choose, either knives or fire.
Great, let's do both, I say, while watching the front door. Eli doesn't leave my side, more excited about this than I am. I instantly recognize the middle-aged brunette when she walks through the doors like she owns the place. That's her. That's the cunt extorting Cole, I tell Eli. He gives some sort of finger-pointing circular motion to the guards at the door, and they immediately pounce on her. After half an hour of tormenting the indignant, whiny bitch, I'm tired of looking at her fucking face. Tired of remembering that Cole has seen her naked and been inside of her. Thank fuck he wore a rubber in those videos because she's probably a nasty bitch. Gagging her was the first thing I did, having learned my lesson from conversating with Gavin. There's not a damn thing I want to hear from her mouth. Holding the lighter to her hair and letting it burn wasn't nearly as satisfying as carving the C-U-N-T into her stomach with a knife. Even if no one will ever see the label since she's not long for this world, it still felt really fucking good to label her for exactly what she was. Lower her down, I instruct Eli, who has happily stood by and watched. Then to her, after he complies with my order, I say, I think I remember in one video that you liked Cole's hands around your throat. I doubt you'll like mine as much. My fingers grab onto her neck and squeeze. Watching the cougar's face change into such a variety of colors feels almost like creating art. She's dead, Cass, Eli informs me several minutes later when he comes closer to examine her. Well, he's right. There's not a twitch left in her, so I let go and step away from her corpse. Can I take over? the crazy bastard asks. Ew. I know exactly what he wants to do. And while it's disturbing as hell, I also think it's highly appropriate for the skanky whore. Knock yourself out.
Fuck yeah.
I'll, go check on the floor and then come back to help you get rid of her. Just text me when you're done.
I can handle the body dump if you'll help me load her up. It's the least I can do for this fun-filled afternoon,
he assures me. You're a sick fuck, Eli, I tell him with a shake of my head as I walk to the elevator. And it's kind of awesome. His cackling laughter follows me all the way up to the lobby.
Chapter 36. Cole. I can't find Cass or Eli, and neither have answered my messages for hours, which is weird as fuck, since it's still Cass's shift. She should have her phone in her hand in case of an emergency. Unless she's off somewhere handling an emergency off-site. Cass has been avoiding me since last night in the pool, and I've been trying to give her space. Space to miss me. Yeah, it's probably stupid to think she'll come crawling back to me when she's made it clear she doesn't want me anymore. Since I'm already tired of waiting, I was going to act like I just wanted her to give me the rundown on what happened during her shift before I take over tonight. And when I can't find or reach Cass and Eli both at the same time, my first horrid thought is what if they're fucking each other? I seriously doubt it, but once I'm suited up, I go look everywhere in the casino and then ask security if they know where they're at. They told me neither Cass nor Eli have left the grounds today. That's when I decide to go check the basement for them just in case. It's the only place I haven't been. The elevator doors open to the giant concrete room, and there the two of them are together. Thankfully, Cass isn't naked. She has lost her black suit jacket and rolled up the sleeves of her green blouse, while she does the last thing I expected with Eli, helps him drag a plastic-wrapped body toward the exit. Holy shit, I say, when I jog over to them to find out what's going on. What the hell happened? Who the hell is that? Guess, Eli says cheerfully, when he and Cass drop the body. The torturer looks awfully chipper tonight. I don't want to know what he did to the deceased. I just want to know who they killed and why. Since the end that looks like it might be covering the head is closest to me because they were probably dragging the person by the feet, I go around and rip back the layers of plastic. And even with most of her hair either missing or burnt to a black crisp, I instantly recognize the dead woman. Oh, fuck. Ding dong, motherfucker, Eli says. Surprise, the witch is dead. Cass's face is blank, but I know that behind her eyes, she's nervously awaiting my reaction. Witch, old witch, Eli sings, and stares at me as if waiting for me to finish the lyrics. The only thing I can come up with is, the cunty witch is dead. Cass giggles. She actually fucking giggles before showing me the dead woman's stomach, where either she or Eli carved C-U-N-T into the flesh. She laughs again, covering her face with both hands. You two are so messed up. Singing the Wizard of Oz and shit? You started it, I remark as I walk toward her. How? When? How? I repeat, at a loss for words. You said one of the women was blackmailing you. Gesturing to the deceased, Cass says, I found her messages in your phone and pretended I was you when I asked her to come to Vegas for more cash to keep her trap shut. She fell for it. And now she's no longer a problem. Oh, okay, I mutter when I'm standing in front of the gorgeous killer, unable to believe she did this for me. That's good. Is it? Cass asks. Is it okay that we took care of her? If one of you will just hold open the door, I'll take care of things from here, Eli offers. I go over and open the door, stepping outside so he can drag her out and I can talk to Cass alone. If she doesn't run. Thanks, Eli says as he clears the opening with Amber's body. Amber is dead. She can't bother me or demand more money ever again. Too bad I didn't have the balls to end her before sending her that last 20 grand. I go back inside the basement, letting the door slam shut behind me, which makes Cass jump.
Cole, she asks, you didn't answer my questions. Are you upset?
God, no. Scratching my head, I tell her. Actually, I was just thinking that I wish I could get my most recent 20 grand back. At that comment, Cass launches herself at me. It's just a hug, and she pulls away far too soon. But at least for a few seconds, she was in my arms.
Sorry, I'm just relieved. I wasn't sure.
She's relieved because she was worried about how I would react. She was worried about me. She cares about me. I know she does, even if she keeps trying her best to push me away. The two of us stand there staring at each other silently, within touching distance, both of us thinking the same damn thing. I wish there was a way to thank you, I start, but all I can think about is that I want to kiss you.
But kissing leads to fucking.
I know.
I think I still owe you a blowjob.
You don't owe me anything, I tell her honestly.
Yes, I do,
she says before she jumps me. I barely keep us upright as her tongue prods mine. I expect her to wrap her legs around my waist. Instead, her fingers slip between our bodies to undo my pants. She drops to her knees a moment later. Jesus, Cassie, if this is... My dick is quickly freed from my boxer briefs. If this is some sort of payback or apology... Oh, she's stroking me in her snug fist so good, while staring at the appendage like she missed it, even though it hasn't been an entire day since it was inside of her. It's completely necessary. Her hot, wet tongue swipes over my head. It's necessary, I groan, when I watch my cock part her lips. Grabbing the back of her head, twisting her hair, I tell her, don't you ever fucking stop. There's no teasing me with her mouth. Cass sucks and sucks some more, taking me down her throat while looking up at me. Her eyes are unfocused, turned on, as she bobs her head past her. And when she closes her eyes on a moan, I'm deceased. Her right hand slips between her legs, not even going down into her black dress pants, just rubbing the seam between her legs like she's already close. God, you're so fucking sexy, I tell her. Her suction increases, and I beg whatever God is listening to never let it end. But of course it does. I'm coming, I warn Cass, a second before my dick jerks in her throat. She looks up at me and moans again, like my cum tastes better than anything else in this fucking world. Fuck, I had forgotten how much I loved her mouth. After the tremors subside, Cass remains kneeling, licking me clean like my dick is a spoon, and she wants to get every drop of ice cream off of it. When she pulls her mouth off of me, I ask her, "Why, Cassie?" She starts tucking my dick away in my pants, zipping them up.
Why did I suck your dick? I owed you one. And I thought you would enjoy it, obviously.
Cassie, I say with a happy sigh. Why? Why did you kill her? Why did you walk away from me last night, is what I want to ask.
I figured you were too much of a pussy to kill her.
I've killed 2 men in the past week. Getting to her feet, she swipes her manicured fingers over her lips and chin, then levels me with a glare.
That was different. You had a relationship with that woman.
It was just sex. Scripted sex.
And that's why I wanted to kill her,
she says triumphantly.
She wouldn't have ever stopped extorting you, and you know it.
I do. I agree. Good riddance. Doubt anyone will miss her crazy ass either.
If your mom had known about her extorting you, she would have done the same.
I don't know. Fuck, maybe so, I reply softly. I don't want Mom to ever find out about the pornos. I know my mother loves me enough to kill to stop someone from screwing me over, even if she found out I had sex with them for cameras. Holy shit. Cass killed a woman because she loves me. Isn't that why I killed the 2 guards? Because I love Cass so much and hated the thought of anyone, especially those bastards, hurting her? Is murder a normal human response when someone wrongs the person you love? Or are Cass and I fucked up, vicious killers because of our Mafia genetics?
I won't ever tell Vanessa or Dante, Cass promises. Let's just take a moment and pray that Vanessa doesn't ever see you on any porn websites.
Closing my eyes, I bow my head and press my palms together in front of me to begin the prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, I come to you in desperate need of your help. Please keep my mother off all porn sites for the rest of her life. And may everyone who knows that I'm the masked motherfucker keep their fucking mouths shut. Amen.
Amen,
Cass repeats, a grin stretching across her face when I open my eyes again. Was that your first kill? I ask her, as I drop my arms to my sides and treat this with the seriousness it deserves.
Yes.
I study her face, looking for any signs of distress or regret. I don't see either, which is a relief.
Am I a bitch for enjoying hurting her and watching the life drain from her eyes, knowing she can't ever touch you or threaten you again?
If you are, then I'm a bitch too. I felt the same way about the guards. Pulling her to me for a hug, I tell her, "Thank you for taking care of that annoying problem for me." Cass doesn't let me hold her long. She slips out of my grasp. Licking her lips, she glances toward the elevator as if about to make her escape. Instead of giving me an excuse and leaving, though, she says,
I wonder what my father would think about me killing someone.
If they deserved it, then Dante would be proud of you. And Amber deserved it. He expected you to kill Gavin for his betrayal. After a long moment, I ask her curiously, "Are you going to tell him?" She shakes her head without even taking time to consider it.
No, I can't tell him without explaining who she was and why I did it. My father doesn't need to know.
I don't want my mom to know I'm a killer either, I admit. It's pretty much what she tried to avoid since the day I was born. She didn't want me to be a part of this mafia world of death and violence.
Too bad, Cass replies. You're in it now, and there's no leaving it, not completely. You're different. You've changed. You'll be someone else when you go back to New York.
Giving her a cocky grin that I know she loathes, I say, unless Dante makes me his heir.
If he does, you'll still leave for school in the fall, right? August?
I don't know, I tell her honestly. Instead of saying I don't want to leave her, I say, I can't risk him changing his mind once I leave, or having my mom change his mind when I'm not around.
Maybe you could run things for him on the East Coast, and I can take over here,
Cass suggests out of nowhere. Frowning at her, I huff, Why are you always trying so hard to kick my ass back across the country? So I'll quit keeping you up all night? Is insomnia why you keep ending things between us? Because I can't think of any other valid reason.
It's not really all night, she huffs. It's more like half an hour.
Half an hour? You are so full of shit. Should I break out the timer app on my phone to keep track of how long I keep you awake, begging me to go harder, faster? Bet it's more like 3 or 4 hours. Cass braces her hands on her hips.
Do you always have to make everything a competition?
I wouldn't have to if you didn't provoke me by challenging me or making false allegations all the time. I like proving you wrong and rubbing my wins in your face.
Oh, I'm aware of how much you enjoy taunting me.
You do the exact same thing when you win, you know, I point out.
Only because you're an arrogant prick who thinks he's God's gift to women.
Chuckling, I tell her, Maybe I should tie a bow around my dick to make it official.
You would, wouldn't you?
She mutters with a roll of her eyes. And you would love it, I say, as I take a step toward her, reaching out to grab her face, to drag her lips to mine. But Cass dodges me, taking 2 steps back and away.
Wait, before you try to distract me with sex, we need to talk.
Okay, I thought that's what we were just doing. Her pale green eyes narrow.
We need to talk about something specific.
Fine. What is it, Cassie? She doesn't say anything. Her false outrage fades and is replaced with uncertainty, which isn't a normal emotion for her. In fact, her palm goes to her belly as she swallows hard, like she's going to be sick. Are you feeling okay? You look a little green. More now than you did with the dead body lying around.
There's something I need to tell you.
You're finally going to admit that I've got the best dick you've ever had? I joke to try and lighten her up.
No, Cole. This is serious.
More serious than having the best dick in the world, or killing one of my previous lovers? I tease. She nods solemnly, making my heart race with worry. What the hell could be more serious than murder?
So there's a chance we can find out who your father is this weekend. I just need your DNA to compare the samples to,
she explains in a rush. My brain has to hit rewind to try and replay her words over and over again to comprehend them. When I do, I finally tell her, "That's not fucking funny, Cassie."
I'm not joking, Cole. Do you really think I would joke about something like this?
Okay, she's serious. I don't even think the old psycho Cass would do something this cruel as a prank. So then who the fuck is my father? And how in the world did you manage to find him?
Please don't hate me for it, but Eli and I brought the frat guys who were at USC in 2002 to the casino this weekend.
All of them? I exclaim in disbelief.
Most. 15 showed up, so we're only missing 5. Odds are decent, but not the best.
How? I ask again. How did you get 15 old frat guys here? She shrugs.
A few lies, along with free flights and rooms.
15 of the men in the frat are here in the casino right this very second?
Yes.
Okay, that's incredible, I admit to her. But how do you plan to get them to give you a DNA sample? I doubt we can just walk up to each of them and shove a swab into their mouth.
The DNA tests are done. The men got free lap dances for an erectile dysfunction clinical trial. That was all Eli's brilliant idea, actually. He's like an evil genius.
Wow, they really believe the DNA sample is for a clinical trial and gave samples?
Yes.
Eli is an evil genius, and so are you, I tell her as I stare at her. Cass looks the same way as she always does, but it's like I don't even know her. Not really. She has more of a soft side than I ever expected, especially when it comes to me. I think she would literally do anything for me, which blows my mind.
Now I just need your DNA if you want to run it against all of theirs, she tells me. The lab can have the results within 24 hours, so before they leave the casino Sunday if there's a match. There may not be, so I don't want you to get your hopes up yet. I probably should have just plucked out some of your hair or something.
I pounce on her, and this time she doesn't back away when I cut the side of her face and kiss her. Cassie, I whisper against her lips. My eyes feel like they're on fire, but I refuse to fucking cry in front of her like a pussy in this goddamn torture dungeon. Cassie puts her palms on my chest to push me away, breaking our kiss.
Don't get your hopes up.
I don't care, I say, when I reach for the back of her head to bring her mouth to mine again. I mean, of course I care. I kiss a path down her cheek to her neck as I wind my arms around her. This is what I've always wanted to know, but I can't believe you would do all this for me.
It wasn't that much,
she replies softly. It's everything, Cassie. Her palms try to push me away again, but I refuse to let her have an inch. Instead, I suck on the most sensitive spot on her neck, making her gasp. Finally, she relents with a warm sigh that feathers over my neck.
If there was some way to find my mother, I'm sure you would do the same for me.
You're incredible. For a few minutes, she not only lets me hold her, but she also melts against me. But not for long, and then she's slipping away from my grasp.
We should go,
she says. The expression on her face is now angry, and I have no idea what I did wrong to cause the sudden change in her mood. Go where? I ask.
To take the swabs to the lab so they can get started.
Okay, I agree, rather than demand she tell me what's going on inside her head. I thought she had changed her mind about the shit she said last night, about how we were over. But maybe I'm wrong. When Cass and I get back to the casino after delivering the DNA samples and providing my own, we spend the rest of the night eyeing the Sigma Chi men in the club. We even place bets on who could potentially be the man who conceived me with my mom. Since I'm freaking out so much, I told the testing facility to email Cass with the results. This is all her doing anyway. She should find out first, and be the one to tell me if I will finally get to know who my father is or not. I'm nervous as fuck, wondering who he could be. Hopefully that he's actually one of the men Cass convinced to come to Vegas for the weekend. Not only do I want to finally meet the man I owe my life to, I also don't want Cass to have done all of this for nothing. She would be crushed, just as crushed as I'll be if my father isn't here. And I never want her to suffer for a second because of me.
Chapter 37. Cass. For the first time all week, the last night before our parents are to return home, Cole and I don't have sex. I caved and let him sleep in my bed because I know how nervous he must be. I am too. He doesn't even try to make a move, though. Cole sleeps rolled away from me all night. Not that either of us gets much sleep. My head refuses to shut up long enough for me to fall asleep. The next day, Cole barely says a word, as I help him deal with hotel issues and fentanyl delivery delays. We gave all the Sigma Chi guys another free night stay and another round of lap dances to try and keep them here through Sunday. Of course, it worked. I shouldn't have told him they were here. I should have just stolen a lock of his hair or whatever for the test. Then he wouldn't be filled with so much cautious hope. I hate seeing Cole in his sexy new power suit so quiet and withdrawn, but I don't leave his side all day. I would give anything to see a cocky smirk again on his smug face. While I told him not to get his hopes up, he obviously didn't listen to me. This is the first time in my life that I've ever really hurt for someone else. Is that what love is? Caring about someone else so much that you feel everything that they feel? If so, I don't want it. That shit needs to fuck off and leave me alone. But it's impossible to get rid of the feelings because love is not something that you can just stop. I know I'm in love with Cole. I think I've loved him ever since the night he came to my room covered in the blood of two men he thought wronged me. Maybe they did. I'm not ready to admit to myself that Cole was right about them, about what they did to me the first time. When it all happened, I was confused, but mostly happy about it, I think. I told myself it was a good thing to finally lose my virginity and have an exciting sex life. Now, though, I wish they hadn't come into the gym that night. I wish that Cole would have been my first. If I could go back in time, that's the only thing I would change. It's my only real regret. The fact that I am literally checking my phone for an email of the results every single minute of the day just goes to show how much I want this for Cole. I want him to finally know who his father is and meet him. Late that afternoon, when the email finally does come, I can't tap my finger on it fast enough to open it. Holy shit. Holy shit. There's a match. There's a match, I exclaim, drawing everyone's attention to the check-in desk, including Cole's. He abandons the computer and phone he was on scheduling reservations, hanging up on the person to get to his feet. There's really a match? He asks me softly when he's by my side. I nod and offer him my phone. He reads the results for so long, like he can't believe they're real. Eventually, I pluck my phone from his hand. Do you want to meet him? I ask. He paces away, rubbing the back of his neck. Yes, I think so. Are you going to tell him he's your father? I don't know yet. I'll figure out what to say once he's standing in front of me. Okay, that's a good plan, I agree. He could be anywhere, but hopefully in the casino tonight. Should we try calling him to the front desk? Yes. That's a good idea, instead of meeting him in one of the clubs while there are tits in his face. Agreed. When Cole returns my phone to pull his own out of his pocket, I know without even looking that he's searching up his father online. He had probably found him on social media while he was doing his research a few weeks ago. He's an accountant in Thousand Oaks, California. Owns his own business, Phelps and Embler, CPAs, Cole says. Nice. Oh, and he didn't play basketball. Coming over to me, he shows me old photos from the fraternity site. He played rugby at USC. Rugby, I say in surprise. I thought that was just a British sport. It's like a badass version of American football, he says with a smile. My dad must have been a tough guy when he was in college. Must have been, I agree. Glad to see him looking lighter, like his usual self. There's still some nervous energy coming from him, but he seems happier for sure. Thank you for this, for finding him, Cassie. I can never repay you, he says to me, his eyes filled with so much warmth it scares the shit out of me. I still let myself soak in his admiration, knowing that this is what it must feel like to be loved. And then I just get angry because I can't let him love me or he'll never leave. Page Andrew Phelps, I go over and tell the front desk manager. Neither Cole nor I bet on this man to be his father. What? Why? The mousy little woman asks. Tell him he has a phone call at the front door, I huff. Just a few minutes later, after the announcement is made, the tall, lean man from the photo comes strolling toward the front desk with the same swagger in his walk as Cole's. I can't believe we didn't notice it last night while we were watching the guys get drunk. Cole stops breathing next to me as Andrew comes to a stop at the front desk. Smiling genuinely and friendly at the clerk, he says, Hi, I'm Andrew Phelps. The announcement said there's a phone call for me. The manager looks nervously over her shoulder at me and Cole. When Cole doesn't say anything, or even take a breath, I step forward. Hi, Andrew. You're with the fraternity reunion from USC? Yes, he answers. Where can I take the call? Well, I hedge, glancing at Cole, then his father. Actually, there's no phone call. Sorry, we meant to call a different Andrew. Oh, he says, his smile dimming. Well, no harm, no foul. Wow, he seems like a really nice guy. And handsome for a man in his 40s. There's so much of Cole in him just at the surface level. No telling what else they could have in common. Have a good night, he says, before he turns to walk away. That's when Cole finally snaps out of his trance. Wait, he calls, halting the man's steps.
Cole. It's him. He's really here. My father in the flesh. The man who I share blood with. He not only has a name, but a face, a voice, and a seemingly kind personality. Yes? Andrew Phelps says when he turns back around. Thinking quickly, I clear my burning throat and ask him, Maybe you remember my mother from your time at USC. Her name is Vanessa. The man's brow furrows. My father's brow furrows. After a moment of serious consideration, he says, "No, I don't remember any Vanessas at all. Sorry, it was a large campus. Maybe she was there a different year than I was." "Right, yeah. Actually, she may have gone by a different name at the time. Maybe if you saw her again," I trail off, not ready to let him walk away just yet. I quickly pull up a photo of my mom on my phone and show him the screen. He comes closer to the desk, squinting at the image as I study his face up close and personal, searching for similarities. I swear we have the same nose and mouth. "Wow, she's beautiful," he says, "and vaguely familiar, but I can't place her."
"She should look familiar. You had sex with her at least once at the fraternity house,"
Cass bluntly informs him, thankfully letting the cat out of the bag when I couldn't. "What?" Andrew chuckles and glances around as if looking for cameras, like he thinks he's on a show being set up for laughs. How would you know who I had sex with when I was in college? I can barely remember myself." "She knows you had sex with her because I'm your son," I blurt out. Quick, like ripping off a Band-Aid, and it's done and over. There's no going back now. No. He shakes his head, still smiling good-naturedly. That's impossible." "Cassie, show him." "Even better," she says, while tapping on the screen. "I can print out a copy for him to keep." "A copy of what?" Andrew asks, glancing between the two of us in confusion. A moment later, the nearby printer spits out the page. I grab it and offer it to the man. While he reads it, I tell him, "You know that DNA sample you gave Friday night? It wasn't for a clinical trial. It was a paternity test." He eyes me dubiously, then the paper, staring at the words and numbers on the page before his jaw goes slack. When Andrew looks up at me again, studying me as if trying to figure out if I'm scamming him or what, I quickly explain to him, "I'm a grown man about to graduate from college, so I'm not asking you for child support. I don't want any money from you. I guess I just wanted to know your name, who you are, and I thought maybe you would want to know about me. If I'm wrong, I think I need to sit down," Andrew mutters as he spins in a circle, looking for a chair. Grabbing a rolling chair from behind the front desk, I push it around to him, and he flops his tall frame into it while reading the test results again. Cass comes up behind me and whispers, "Worst timing ever." "What do you mean?" I ask her, since there doesn't seem to be a perfect time to spring fatherhood on an unsuspecting man. "Your mom and my dad just got back to town." "Oh shit," I groan. "How do you know? Did they text you?" "No, they just walked in the front door and spotted us. They're coming over to us right now." She nods her head in their direction. Fuck. "Hey, how was your trip?" Cass asked sweetly, as both of us moved to stand in front of Andrew and block their view of the stunned man sitting in a computer chair in the front lobby. My father. "Bet you're exhausted, ready to crash." "No, it was a very relaxing week," my mom says, as she looks between us and around us to Andrew, who, when I sneak a peek at him, slinks from the chair down to the casino floor. Yeah, I think he's going into shock or some shit. "Is everything okay? We did worry about you two handling things," Dante says, slipping his arm around my mom's waist to pull her to his side. "Us? We're fine. This place runs like a well-oiled machine," I tell them. "The other businesses do too," Cass adds with a wink. "So why don't you two go on up and unpack, and we'll handle things down here for the rest of the day." I can't help but look back at my father again to see if he's going to pass out or something. Andrew lifts his face from the results, and his eyes bulge at the sight of my mom. Wow, he murmurs as he staggers back to his feet. Then he comes over to my mom and Dante. Not that he notices the imposing Mafia king attached at her hip. "You were that beautiful wild girl who came from nowhere one night and then poof, disappeared?" he asks my mom. I'm sorry, Dante says quietly, taking a step between Andrew and my mom. But who the fuck are you? I make the introductions, the sound bizarre coming out of my mouth. Mom, Dante, this is Andrew Phelps, my, biological father.
What?
My mom shouts loud enough for the entire casino to hear her. We had one crazy night with two of my friends. You must remember it, the dummy says around Dante, ignoring the death glare the mobster is giving him. I guess I got all my brains from my mother. Of course she fucking remembers, Dante says, while my mother stands there, frozen, staring at Andrew like he's the ghost of hookups past. Vanessa was only 16 when you and your buddies gangbanged her and knocked her up. Wow, I mutter, with a look in Cass's direction. That's a whole lot of TMI I did not need in my life. I never needed to know that about my mother. And I can tell by the embarrassed blush spreading over her cheeks, and the fact that she doesn't dispute it, that it's true. This is why she couldn't tell me who my father was. He could have been any one of those 3 men in the fraternity she fucked at the same time.
Let's all just go upstairs and sit down to talk, Cass suggests.
Turning to Andrew, I tell him, you can leave if you want. I could put my number on the test results if you want to ever talk. If not, it's cool. I'm trying to get him out of here before Dante fills his body with bullet holes and I never get a chance to speak to him again.
It's not cool if you don't, Cass loudly whispers to the man. He's your son, and while it's not your fault that you weren't made aware of his existence, you know now. Cole doesn't want any of your money. He just wants to get to know you, if you're worth knowing.
I'm supposed to be heading to the airport in the morning, Andrew responds. But I'll reschedule and have my partner cover my appointments so I can stay another day. If you want to talk? That would be great. I'm immediately filled with an immense relief that he's not running off. I still take the paper from his hand, jot down my number on the bottom, and return it to him before saying, I'll get everyone upstairs, and then I'll be right back down, I promise him. Walking away from the man who made me is difficult, to say the least, and the elevator ride up is silent as a graveyard. But as soon as the four of us walk into the penthouse, my mom spins around on me and yells, How the hell did this happen? Rather than let Cass take the brunt of my mother's ire, I quickly claim responsibility. I called up the frat bros from USC's Sigma Chi and invited them to a reunion here at the casino. Eli helped get the DNA tests for free lap dances, claiming it was for a clinical trial.
Well, that's genius, my mom says. Turning to Dante, she says, Isn't that amazing, for him to come up with such a plan?
Well, shit. Now I feel like a bastard for taking Cass's credit. Ingenious, Dante murmurs, still looking homicidal as we stand around like we're playing four squares. Actually, Cass thought, I start.
I thought it would never work, but men will apparently do anything for a free lap dance, even give a DNA swab, she says, interrupting me before I can confess that it was all her idea. Wow, that is so crazy, my mom remarks. And it worked. It actually worked. One of them is the man you were talking to.
His name is Andrew Phelps, I repeat. Does that ring any bells, Mom? She cringes.
No, not really.
Did you use the name Vanessa Brooks back then? I ask her. She considers my question for a long moment, then shakes her head.
No, not at that point. I think I just used whatever campus ID badge I found. And whenever I didn't need to prove my identity to anyone, I just told people my name was Kate, since it was close to Katya. That's probably what I told Andrew.
She suddenly throws her arms around me.
I know it may not look like it, but I'm so happy for you, sweetie. I'm just shocked. I felt so guilty for not knowing who your father was or where to find him, and I was embarrassed by the number of potentials that it felt impossible to find all of them for a test.
So, You're not mad at me for going behind your back to find him? I ask, as she pulls back. She lifts her palm to gently cup my cheek. No, of course not, sweetie. I just hope, I hope he's worthy of you. He offered to stay a day, so he seems decent, I remind her. He could have just called us all liars and ran away. You look like him, especially your height, she points out. I thought so too, but I wasn't sure if it was just in my head, making me see what I thought was there. You do look like him, Dante agrees, and I apologize for my reaction. I won't kill him. Not unless he does something to deserve it. Thank you, Dante. He had no idea how old I really was. My mom reminds her mob boss husband. I lied to him and his friends, so that is on me, not them. From what I remember, they all treated me with respect. Well, as much respect as you can have when... Dante holds up his palm to stop her from saying another word. Okay, Butterfly. I think you've said enough on that matter. Right. Sorry. We should let Cole get back down there and talk to him, Dante suggests. Assuming there were no other emergencies while we were gone that need to be discussed right away. I can catch you up, Cass offers, even though I was hoping she would come back downstairs with me to talk to Andrew. But I guess this is something I should probably do on my own. Thank you, I tell her, meaning for everything. She did something incredible, and she should get all the credit for it. When she notices me staring at her, she subtly shakes her head and whispers, Don't. She doesn't want me to tell them this was her idea. Fine, I won't. Yet. But someday, she deserves to get credit for giving me this priceless gift. One I have dreamed of for years, but never thought would come true. She's right about me doing the same for her, too. I would move mountains if it meant finding her some closure on what happened to her mother. And I hate that I can't return the favor for her. That Cass went to so much trouble to find my father for me makes me certain that she's in love with me. Maybe even as crazy in love with me as I am with her. I know she loves me, so why does she keep insisting that I go back to New York? It can't just be that she wants to be Dante's heir. There's something that I'm missing, something she won't tell me. God, she's so fucking confusing. And how the fuck does she think I will ever be able to just up and leave her in a few weeks?
Chapter 38. Cass.
So, let's hear the full report, my father says, as he takes his chair behind the desk in his office. Was it just me, or did it smell like smoke down in the lobby? Not cigarette smoke, but the kind from the place literally burning down. You set that cigar fire, didn't you? I ask him, as I take a seat as well. Why would I burn down my own casino? Crossing my legs, I say, I don't know, maybe to teach us a lesson, to see how we would handle a crisis. Oh, and to get the insurance money? Are you accusing your own father of arson and insurance fraud? He asks, narrowing his blue eyes. Yes, I am. I wasn't even in the city, he points out, which is step one of getting away with it. Aha, noted, I reply with a puff of laughter. So, what else happened? He asks, crossing his arms over his chest. There was a third-shift worker strike. Oh, yeah? His brows lift as if in genuine surprise. That wasn't you? Daddy shakes his head. Nope, definitely wasn't me. How did you handle it? I didn't. Cole did, I admit. He gave the employees everything they asked for within minutes to get them back to work. Fuck, he mutters, while reaching a hand up to rub his temples. That boy is going to bankrupt me if I make him my heir, isn't he? No. Dropping his hand, Daddy stares at me silently. I'm almost afraid he can see the truth about me and Cole on my face. Then he asks, No, you're actually going to defend your enemy. He's not my enemy, he's my competition,
I clarify. And I don't think he would intentionally bankrupt you if you put him in charge. I do think he would give away half, if not more, of your wealth to charity.
Like mother, like son, huh?
He mutters.
Vanessa gave her father's inheritance away.
She didn't need it now that she's married to you.
No, I guess she doesn't, does she?
He frowns a moment before saying,
She's putting a lot of trust that our marriage will last.
It will, won't it? I ask him.
Yes, it will. I didn't think about it in those terms. Her confidence in our marriage makes me love her even more.
Anyway, I groan with a roll of my eyes. Other than the strike and the fire, mostly it was only minor emergencies like staff calling in sick at the last minute.
Such a shame,
my father remarks with a small grin that I know means he was behind the staff shortage. So I guess we're all caught up. Cole suggested that we both write up the events of each day, so I'm sure he'll print those out for you.
Good. Cole will make a hell of a businessman,
Daddy says, pretty much wiping out the small remaining hope I had of proving that he can trust his legacy to me.
Yes, he will. I honestly agree as I stand up to leave.
But he'll never be as ruthless as you, sweetheart.
I freeze and look up at my father's face.
So, I'm not out of the running?
No, but if Eli gives Cole the win for running things while I was gone, you'll need to catch up, and fast.
How should I do that? I ask him.
You have a secret weapon that Cole doesn't, Daddy says. Being a beautiful woman in this world isn't a hindrance. It's an ace up the sleeve if you're willing to use it to your advantage.
How should I use it?
Use it in 2 ways in the next 24 hours, and I'll make you my heir. You'll start helping me run things immediately.
Okay. In what ways do you want me to use it? I ask him curiously. God knows I'm ready to do them if it means finally proving myself to my father.
Bring a Russian to the penthouse.
A Russian? Any Russian?
No, bring me one from Yuri's establishment who thinks he's going to spend a night with you.
And when he gets here, you're going to torture him for information?
Yes, unless he agrees to cooperate willingly.
Okay, I say, thinking that sounds easy enough. What else do you want me to do?
This one may be a little harder to accomplish, and if you mention it to Cole, I'll deny it, Daddy says.
Trust me, I know how to keep secrets from Cole, I assure him.
Good. Convince him to concede the competition to you by tomorrow night.
Certain I misheard him, I say, What? You want me to seduce Cole?
Wincing, my father says, Flirt, not seduce. That's a line you don't ever cross for anyone or anything. Understood?
I nod my head in agreement of what he's telling me, using my curves to tempt a man to do what I want, but never give him sex to achieve my goal. The worst part is, I think I can convince Cole, and it won't even require any flirting, because he's in love with me.
Cole. Andrew, my dad, is thankfully waiting for me at the lobby when I get back down. I'm still blown away that it's really him. His eyes scan me as if searching for pieces of himself. Hey, I say in greeting. Hey. Then we both stand across from each other awkwardly. Do you want to... There's a lounge nearby, the one where my mom worked actually, if you want to sit down and have a drink. Sure, that sounds good, he replies. Although I think I should stick to water. Try and sober up before going home tomorrow, so my wife doesn't lose it. You're married? Yes, for 15 years. Do you have any children? No. Lucy is... That's my wife. She's an attorney. The first years of our marriage, she was focused on making partner, so it wasn't a good time to start a family. Then, when we were ready, she couldn't get pregnant, even after a year. We both assumed it was me, that I was the problem. She didn't want to go see a fertility specialist, saying that if we were meant to be parents, then we would be. So, no kids. Slipping into the table in the lounge, I ask him, "Do you think you'll tell her? About me?" "Yes, definitely. We don't keep any secrets from each other. But she'll probably want to conduct her own DNA test to confirm, so don't take it personally. As an attorney, Lucy is just very analytical, I guess is the best way to describe her. She doesn't trust anyone. But once she confirms it, I'm sure she'll want to meet you." Understood, I agree, not really caring if his wife is warm and fuzzy. After all, it's not her genetics that I inherited. When a waitress comes over, one I recognize worked with my mother, we both ask for sodas rather than alcohol. "I still can't believe you're my son," Andrew says once the waitress leaves. "I mean, I believe the tests, it's just, you're a grown man, like you said. You were born, grew up, and had a whole life. Well, I never even knew you existed. I wish I had known about you sooner." "Me too. But my mom she has trust issues," I explained to him. "It was just the two of us until she got married last year. Dante, the man you met with her earlier, he owns this hotel and casino." "Really? Wow," he says as he gazes around. He blinks and then looks at me. "The fraternity reunion, it wasn't James who orchestrated it. He took credit, but it was you?" "No, actually, I didn't know anything about it until after all the DNA swabs had been collected." Andrew's entire face reddens. "I knew lap dances for a clinical trial was too good to be true. That is not something my wife needs to know about." Laughing, I tell him, "I'm sorry you and your friends were all deceived. My stepsister figured the fake reunion was the only way to get all the members from the fraternity here at one time. We've all had a blast. Who wouldn't enjoy a free trip to Vegas with all your old college buddies? I haven't seen some of the guys since I graduated." "Well, at least something good came out of it for everyone," I reply, just as our drinks are slid in front of us. Taking a sip from his glass, Andrew says, "You mentioned that you were a college student. Where do you go? What are you studying?" Andrew asks me. "I'm about to start my senior year at Lenox in New York, working toward a business administration degree." "Really? Business?" "Yes. I was a double major in accounting and business at USC." "Right. You're a CPA? I did a search of your name online." "That's right. What are your plans after you graduate?" "Oh, I'm not sure yet. I'd love to start my own business, and I may be taking over the casino." "This casino?" he says, with his brows raised as if impressed. "Yes." Laughing, he says, "Well, how can my little office compete with a casino?" "What do you mean?" I ask, not understanding what he means. "I was going to ask if you wanted to come work with me after you graduate," he says, which blows my mind. "I mean, it would just be administrative at first, but eventually—" Wow, I mumble. "You don't even know me." "Which is why I thought you could come to Thousand Oaks, so we could have a chance to get to know each other." "That's very generous of you to offer. Let me think about it?" "Of course. No pressure. I may still be a little in shock, but without a doubt, I want to get to know you better. I have friends in New York, and Vegas isn't that far. We can figure out when we can meet up." "I would really like that," I tell him. "Honestly, this is going better than I expected. I thought if I were hit with paternity results in the middle of a weekend trip, my first reaction would be to get angry or think it's a scam. My wife always says that I'm too trusting, and she's the one with an awful temper. It's my job to try to keep her calm whenever things don't go her way," he says, with a smile full of warmth for the woman he married. Even talking about her faults, it's obvious that he loves her. Isn't that what love is? Caring for someone, wanting all of them, even the flaws? Cass is a stubborn little liar with a penchant for violence, but she's my violent, stubborn little liar, and I wouldn't change a single thing about her. So, she can keep insisting I go back to New York, and I'll keep pushing back, reminding her how good we are together, making sure she knows that I'm not giving up on us.
Chapter 39. Cass. I'm just about to head out to go fishing for an unfortunate Russian man when Cole slips through my bedroom door. "Hey, wow," he says, his eyes widening when he sees me in my little black dress and heels, my hair pulled up off my neck. "Hey, how did things go with your dad?" I ask him, while trying to ignore how much I love the way he looks at me. Cole shakes his head and takes a seat on the foot of my bed, eyes lingering on my bare legs. "The talk with Andrew was good. Great. He's a really nice guy." "Okay, so why do you say that like it's a bad thing?" He chuckles and then gives me a sad smile. "Because I don't think I'm anything like him." "Of course you are. You're a nice guy. Or at least you were. It's my bad influence that's turned you into a murdering mobster." "I like being a murdering mobster," he says confidently. "So I guess I don't have to try to be a nice guy anymore." Tilting his head to the side, he says, "Where exactly do you think you're going looking like that this late at night?" "I'm going to Rasputin." "Rasputin? You're going to a Russian club? Why?" After smoothing my palms down my dress, then adjusting my thigh holster, I tell him the truth. "Daddy gave me a new assignment." "Oh yeah? One just for you?" "Yep." "What's the assignment?" "I have to bring home an inside man for him to string up in the basement tonight." "Wow, and how exactly are you planning to get him here?" Cole asks. His jaw ticks as he clenches it tight. "Oh, right. That's why you're dressed like that." "Want to come and watch?" He immediately gets to his feet and steps in front of me. "Watch you flirt with some unsuspecting man and then lure him to his death? Hell yes, I want to watch. And then I want us to both come." "That ship has sailed," I remind him. "No more fucking. And we should take 2 SUVs, one for you and one for me and the unsuspecting man." Shaking his head, he says, "Hold up, back up. You keep saying no more fucking, but then you got on your knees and let me fuck your mouth. So I'm sure you can see why I'm so damn confused." Placing both of my palms on his chest, I look him in the eye and plead with him. "Let me have this, please." "Let you have it," he repeats with a frown. "The Salvato legacy is mine. You know how badly I want it, how much I need it. Please." If I'm going to con Cole out of being a billionaire mobster businessman, I figure I should at least say please a few times. "Fine," he says without even 2 seconds of hesitation. "You can have it." "Really?" I ask, surprised he's willing to give up that easily after all the work he's put into our competition. There must be some strings attached to his forfeit. Probably tons of strings. "My father offered me a job. I won't take it, but I'll have plenty of options," he explains. "So I'll throw in the towel if—" Here we go. I heave a sigh and cross my arms over my chest, preparing myself. "I'll tell Dante you should be his heir if you'll let me tell him that you're coming with me to New York for the next year." "Cole, I can't," I interrupt. "Because we want to be together," he finishes, making it one hell of a string. Fuck. Why won't you just give up and walk away? I ask him softly, seriously. Isn't it obvious? You don't walk away from the person you want to spend every day for the rest of your life with, Cassie. So, you know what? I don't care if you keep trying to push me away. I can handle that and whatever else you throw at me, including all your crazy as shit moods. I'm not scared of you, even if you can kick my ass. I love you, and I'm not going anywhere. I shake my head while blinking the tears away. Your life with me would be way too short.
"What the fuck are you talking about?" he exclaims. "I can take care of myself. It's a dangerous lifestyle, yes, but you're worth the risk. We can rule this city together better than Dante ever did." "No, we can't," I tell him, before I brush past him and walk out the door.
Cole. That woman is so damn infuriating. Just when I think she's finally going to cave and admit she loves me too, she says shit to make me think it was all an act. That she slept with me and shit to wrap me nice and tight around her finger while waiting for the perfect time to beg me to drop out of our little competition and let her win. If that's what it will take to be with her, I would gladly do it. I just worry that once I forfeit, she'll laugh in my face, then tell me it was all a lie. Cass has abandonment issues. I'm well aware of that. It's why she acts like a bitch and pushes people away. Her issues and my own don't play well together. I have trust issues. Always have. The only person I've ever been able to count on is my mom, and it turns out she has lied to me my entire life. We moved so often when I was growing up that I never had any close friends until high school. Then, after graduation, we all went to different colleges and grew apart. At Lennox, I'm not like all the rich kids and don't have anything in common with them, so there's no one there I can count on either to be there for me if I needed them. I want to trust Cass and to prove to her that I won't up and leave her or mysteriously disappear like her mom and sister. But fuck, she doesn't make it easy. I grow even more pissed off at the crazy redhead when I make it outside to the casino parking lot and find that her and her guards have left without me. Texting her, I tell her, "Be careful. The Russians may have poisoned you once before. No telling what they might try next." Cass's instant response is, "I can take care of myself." At least I saw that she has her gun in her thigh holster under her dress if shit goes bad. I know Cass won't hesitate to shoot anyone who endangers her. "Ready, boss?" August asks when he holds open the rear passenger door for me, while Mike cranks up the engine from the driver's seat. "Yes, but I'm not your boss," I remind him. "You're one of them," he says as I climb inside. "Dante might be the big boss, but we take orders from you now too." "Fine, whatever," I agree, too busy worrying about Cass to even appreciate their loyalty to me. I haven't ever been to the Russian club before, and it's crowded, but nothing like most venues along the strip with a mile-long wait to get admitted. The music is too soft, and the bar must be slow since it's actually slam-packed. Cass's red hair should be easy to spot even in the dim club. When I don't find her right away, I start to panic. "Where are Cass's guards?" I ask August. "There," he says, pointing to the far side of the bar. "Why isn't she with them?" I ask, as I weave my way through people to ask them that question. "Where the fuck is Cass?" I ask the guy in charge. Brian, I think is his name. He's holding some sort of alcoholic beverage with a cherry on top, sipping away on the red straw like he's relaxing by the pool on vacation. "Calm down. She just went to the ladies' room," he says. "Why didn't one of you go with her?" I ask him and his sidekick. "And why the hell are you drinking on the job?" Brian eyes August, who says, "Don't look at me. Answer the man." "Not that I owe you an explanation," he begins, "but Cass asked us to order her a drink. One without alcohol in it, fuck you very much. And she wanted one of us to taste it to make sure it's not poisoned. I'm risking my life right now." "That's literally your fucking job," I remind him. "And Cass is wandering around alone in the club of Dante's biggest rival." Muttering a swear, he says, "Sam, go check on Cass, will ya?" The man, who looks even less competent than Brian, darts his eyes between him and me. "What, do you want me to actually go into the women's bathroom?" "No," Brian says, at the same time I tell him, "Yes." "There are stalls, you know," August tells him. "It's not like you're going to see her on the pod or whatever." With a nod, the man finally wanders off.
I'm about to stop him and tell him I'll go find her myself when someone grabs my arm. A familiar woman with white blonde hair. Inessa? I say in surprise when I take a step back out of her grip. Keep your hands off him, Mike warns her. She ignores him, speaking only to me.
Hello, Cole. I thought you might show too.
What are you doing here? I ask her, since she helps manage the sports bar.
Looking for you. Can we talk outside for a moment?
She asks. We can talk here. I'm not leaving this building until I see Cass with my own 2 eyes. And make it quick, I tell her, wanting her to be gone before Cass gets back. Going up on her toes, she cups her mouth and says into my ear so softly I miss several words. It sounds like she says,
Dante will never choose you. You know that, don't you?
I turn my head to look at her face, trying to figure out what the fuck she's talking about. Again, she speaks right into my ear.
He wouldn't choose anyone over his own daughter. That's why we need to take them both out.
Wait, did you say take them out? I ask her in confusion. You mean you want to kill Dante and Cass?
Once they're out of the way, you and your mother can take over the city.
Jesus fucking Christ, this is bad. Inessa is actually just saying this shit out loud as if it's no big deal. If anything happens to Cass, I start, before trying to rein in my temper. If I get defensive, Inessa won't tell me anything else. She's given away enough that she's waiting for my reaction, to see if I'm with the Russians or against them. The adoring, lustful look in her eyes says enough. She wants me to take over the city, but her and her crew don't plan on giving Dante the chance to hand it over. How exactly do you plan to, do it? I question her, needing more information if I'm going to stop her. Inessa's smug smile makes me sick. What have you done, Inessa? You're playing a dangerous fucking game.
Dante will surrender himself in exchange for his daughter.
You already have Cass?
She's being detained, yes.
How? Where?
Her guards should have gone to the restroom with her.
She trails off, glancing at the guards surrounding me with her brow raised. Oh. Fuck.
We made sure to handle it ourselves this time. We tried and failed the first time with the bombing, and twice with the youngest daughter because of Flynn Dunn's incompetence. We won't fail this time.
The Russians were the ones responsible for the bombing of the casino. We already knew that. But they also attacked Sophie with the drones, and then were backing Lachlan's brother when he attacked her at their house. Now these fuckers are going after Cass, and could be planning something against Sophie again. I have to warn Dante not to show up here and figure out how to save Cass. I can't let these psychos hurt any of the Salvados. I don't think I could live without Cass. And my mom? God, she's been through hell these past 20 years. Now that she finally found happiness, losing Dante would destroy her. Cass may drive me crazy with her roller coaster of emotions, but she's all that I think about, the only woman I will ever love. I can't even close my eyes anymore without seeing her beautiful face. And the few times she's been with me and actually let her guard down, I've seen how she really feels about me, no matter how hard she might deny it. Cass was never my competition. She's been my partner in crime this whole time. Bonnie to my Clyde. The past few weeks we've worked together more than we've worked against each other. I've killed for her, and I sure as hell will do it again.
Are you with us?
Inessa asks. Have I ever told you how much I fucking hate Dante Salvato? I lie to her, trying my best to convince her to trust me. He beats my mother and treats her like shit. I only wanted to be named his heir so I could bankrupt him, giving away every penny his family has ever earned. I can't wait until he's dead.
Chapter 40. Cass. I should have taken a nausea pill before leaving the casino, but Cole came in and distracted me. Now I've thrown up twice in the club's bathroom, and will need an entire pack of breath mints if I don't want to run off a potential target. Someone knocks on my stall door for the third time when I'm bent over the toilet, and have had enough. "Fuck off!" I shout at them as I stand up. Grabbing more toilet tissue, I dab at the smeared eye makeup on my cheeks and wipe my mouth. The door explodes inward towards me so suddenly that I drop. Spinning around, I hold out both palms to keep it from hitting me. It thankfully swings all the way open and misses me, but I'm going to kill the bitch who... "Keep your hands up and don't move, or I'll fill you with holes," a big, burly, bald man says as he fills the stall door. Uh-oh. Is this the men's room? My bad. No need to get violent about it, I joke, while my mind runs a mile a minute, trying to figure out how to distract the meatball long enough to pull my Ruger from my thigh holster. He speaks in a guttural foreign language. Then a hand shoots under the stall and grabs my handbag off the floor. They really should have purse hooks on the back of these doors. The floor in here is disgusting, I tell them. "Shut up," Meatball says. He says something else in what I'm guessing is Russian to the other person in the bathroom with us, and he responds in the same language. "You're going to call Daddy and tell him to come down here, or we're going to kill you," he tells me in English. Ah, this is a trap for my father. As if they're actually going to let me go once Daddy shows up. No, they're going to kill us both. I need to delay and distract until Cole gets here and figures out what's going on. Scoffing, I tell him, I don't think so. This time, when he speaks in Russian, I can almost guess the translation. Probably something like, "I told you she would be difficult." Because a second later, I hear the sound of guns cocking over my head. Great, there are more of them, one on either side of me. Two men who are apparently standing on toilet seats to point their weapons down at me. I can see them from the corner of my eyes, but I don't take my gaze off the meathead who is clearly in charge. The bathroom door opens and I hear a masculine voice say, "Cass?" My name echoes around us, right before Meathead turns toward the door and opens fire. In the blink of an eye, he's pointing his gun right back at me. Oh, God. I didn't catch the voice enough to distinguish who it was that came looking for me. Was it Cole? Or was it Brian or Sam? These guys, and especially Inessa, love Cole. They think he's going to fill his grandfather's shoes, so I doubt they would shoot Cole. Again, Meatball tells the other men something I don't understand, and there's one less gun pointing over the stall door as the guy goes to deal with the man on the floor. More conversation that I'm not a part of, and then a phone on speaker begins to ring. "Everything okay, sweetheart?" my father's voice asks, making me squeeze my eyes shut. "No, sweetheart, everything is not okay." Meatball drawls loud enough for him to hear him wherever the phone is. "We are sending you a photo of your daughter's dead guard. She's next unless you get your ass down to Rasputin right now. Come alone. No more guards." "Don't do it, Daddy," I yell. "They're going to kill me anyway." "No, they're not," my father replies. I wait for him to say more, to give me some sort of words of wisdom or reassurances, but there's nothing but silence. "Let's go," Meatball says. He dives into the stall, grabbing the front of my sleeveless dress to tug me forward. My heels throw me off balance as I'm jerked toward him. I reach down to my leg for my gun, but he's faster. Reaching under my skirt, he grabs the gun and holster and rips the whole thing off. He hands it over to one of the other guys so he can grasp my arm to pull me along. Out the door, where I see poor Sam, now lying near it in a puddle of blood, his sightless eyes staring up at the ceiling. My breaths turn shallow, coming too fast as we take a left toward a door at the end of a hallway, instead of right back to the club full of people. I'm fucked. So fucked. I try to figure out how to get myself out of this before Daddy shows up, and we're all dead. Well, everyone but Cole. It's not like they'll let him swoop in and save me, though. They hate me. While I could try and kick all 3 of the men's asses, I'm certain one will shoot me before I take them all down, so all my training is worthless. I suddenly remember how Vanessa got 6 kidnappers to back off her. She blurted out her real name, telling them that Yuri Petrov was her father so they wouldn't touch her. And it worked. It bought her enough time for my dad to get there and save her. Daddy or Cole will figure out a way to kill every one of these sons of bitches. I just need to give them time to come up with a plan. So as soon as the door to the club slams shut behind the 4 of us, sealing us in a dark warehouse that reminds me too much of our torture dungeon basement, I tell the men my truth.
Cole. My phone is buzzing in my pocket as I try and figure out what the fuck else I can do to make Anessa believe I'm on her side. Pulling the device out of my pocket, I look at the screen. It's Dante. What should I tell him? I ask Anessa. That if he comes down here, I'll make sure Cass walks free? Her lips pinch together, as if she's opposed to that idea. None of the girls want to take over for Dante, I lie. They're not a threat to you once I'm in charge. Before I can convince Anessa to let Cass go, someone across the club starts waving their arms over their head. What now? Anessa huffs before she starts in their direction. Me, August, Mike, and Brian all follow her. Looking over her shoulder, she says, No, we can't trust them. They have to die. August and Mike work for me, not Dante, I lie. Brian will get on board with us too, for enough money. Are you absolutely certain? She asks. Yes. When we reach the waving man who is waiting near the restrooms, the 2 speak in Russian, of course, so I have no clue what the fuck they're talking about. Oh, fuck. What if they've already killed Cass? No, they wouldn't kill her until Dante shows up, because he might demand to see her alive first. At least I hope that's their plan. Whatever the man tells Anessa doesn't look good for them, since she rubs her eyes and forehead as if in annoyance while he speaks. Come on, she says to me when she points toward a door at the end of the hallway. There's been a hitch in our plan. The guards all stay out here. No, I say, pushing my luck. One comes with me. Dante will want me dead first once he figures out I've betrayed him. Fine, she huffs. August. I tip my head for him to follow. Mike, you and Brian keep an eye out for us. Let us know if you see any of Dante's people. Yes, sir, Mike agrees. I follow Anessa, who is trailing the man who works for her, with August right behind me. I hear the quiet rustle of fabric of August removing his gun from his shoulder holster, while I do the same. Man, I'm glad the stupid bitch didn't make us walk in front of her. I flip off the safety without looking at it, while keeping the weapon just behind my right leg. Through the door at the end of the hallway we go, and there she is. I'm filled with relief and panic when I see Cass sitting on the floor, her knees pulled up to her chest, black mascara smeared over her cheeks. You're lying, Anessa says to her. I'm not lying. I'm pregnant, and it's Cole's baby, Cass says, stopping my heart. Doesn't blood mean something to you fucking Russians? Wow, the woman really can lie with the best of them. For half a second, even I believe she's telling the truth. The lie, thankfully, has Anessa and her guys hesitating long enough for me to lift my gun and pull the trigger. I hit the biggest one closest to Cass first. August doesn't need me to tell him what to do. He quickly takes out the other 2 men before they can even lift their weapons. They're on the ground and dead before they know what's happened. And finally, I send a bullet through Anessa's head as she spins around to look at me in disbelief. Killing her is as easy as breathing, thanks to my prior experience. Or maybe I would have been able to end her easily even if she was my first, if it meant protecting Cass. Either way, the bitch was stupid to trust me so easily. Lowering my gun to the side, I rush over to Cass while telling August, "Get Mike and Brian in here and let's find a way out the back." When I kneel in front of Cass, I ask her, "Are you okay? Did they hurt you?"
I'm fine,
she repeats with a heavy sigh, then swallows roughly as if she's going to throw up.
I thought they were going to kill me.
Me too.
You need to call Daddy and stop him, she says. One of them has my phone.
Okay, I agree. Hold this, I tell her, handing her my gun so she can watch my back while I make the phone call. Our guards will be back in a second, so don't shoot them.
I won't,
she replies. Cool. Where the fuck is Cass? Dante answers. She's with me. She's fine. Inessa and 3 Russians are dead. We're in a warehouse storage area inside the club. We're almost there, he says. Stay right where you are in case an ambush is waiting outside. Okay, I agree, before he hangs up on me. Our 3 guards come through the door, and Cass lifts the gun in case anyone follows them. Over my shoulder, I quickly tell them, Dante wants us to stay put. He's coming with backup.
Good. That's good,
Cass says, lowering her weapon as the guards move into position so we're covered on all sides while they keep an eye on the door. Her light green eyes are still a little too wide, her face too pale. She's probably in shock. Fuck, I'm glad you're okay, I tell her as I cup her cheek and press a soft kiss to her lips, not caring if the guards see it. That could have gone so much worse. I lower my voice to add, bullshitting them about being knocked up by me so they would hesitate was fucking brilliant.
It wasn't bullshit, Cole,
she replies softly. Oh, you got me good, Cassie. One of your best lies. My heart literally stopped beating in my chest. I mean, can you imagine the look on Dante's face if he heard I got you pregnant? Removing my palm from her face, Cass places it on her belly and whispers,
This is your baby, and I'm going to keep it.
What? I hear her speaking words, but none of them are making any sense. Maybe she hit her head.
Why do you think I wanted to date men and have an arranged marriage so fast? I'll keep it up until I can pick someone to blame it on if none of them want to get married right away.
In order to blame the pregnancy on some other man, she would have to... No. You are not going to sleep with a bunch of random men, I tell her.
It's not a big deal. I have to find a fall guy.
Jesus, Cassie. No, you don't. She's been dating men to pin a baby, my baby, on them. You are savage as shit, I say with a chuckle.
I know, and I need to do it soon, before I start showing any more than I already am. I also need to see Dr. Gates, too, to make sure everything is okay.
Cassie, are you serious right now? You're really pregnant?
Yes, but I won't tell anyone it's yours, and if you don't keep it down, the guards will hear us.
Are you crazy? I'm this baby's father. We can't pin this on someone else.
Well, we can't tell Daddy. I tried to convince you to give up and go back to New York, but you wouldn't listen because you just have to beat me.
That's why she kept pushing me away, telling me to go to New York? She was trying to protect me? God, she's ridiculous. And I love her so damn much. Screw the competition. I haven't gone back to New York yet because I don't want to leave you, I explained to her.
Me?
You drive me fucking crazy, woman. I've been jealous as shit and angry that you kept pushing me away to date those assholes. Like I could never be good enough for you. But I'm not going to let you give up on us. I know you'll give in eventually.
So cocky,
she huffs with a roll of her eyes. So true. Grabbing the sides of my face, I cover her lips with mine again.
Don't,
Cass says, turning her head away.
I just threw up. I have night sickness instead of morning. This baby is all backwards.
She's been throwing up at night because she's pregnant with my baby. No wonder she's been acting so nuts. The pregnancy hormones are what made you batshit crazy? Or more crazy than normal, I tease her, and she scoffs. Admit it, Cassie. You want me too.
I admit nothing.
Why go through all the trouble to protect me if you don't care, huh? I ask her.
Why host a fake fraternity reunion just to try and find my father and kill the woman I fucked a few times to stop her from blackmailing me? When she doesn't respond, I tell her, I love you, and you love me too. We're damn good together, and I don't just mean in bed. I meant it when I said that we can run this fucking city together. Or not, if you want to do it alone, while I raise our kid. It was just sex, Cole. It's more than that. It was always more than that. Shaking my head, I tell her, God, Cassie, I'm sorry you've been dealing with this alone. No more, though. You mean it? You want to run things together? You want to be a father to our... I kiss her so hard, she has no choice but to let the doubt go, not caring if she was sick. No, I definitely care. I'm the reason she's been throwing up. Cass eventually caves and kisses me back. And like usual when the two of us are together, Cass can't resist climbing on top of me for long, doing it right where I'm still kneeling. Her arms tightly wrap around my neck, nearly choking me. Her legs are wound around my waist, ankles crossed to hold them in place as I drop my phone to hold her to me. There's nothing in the world but the two of us. Well, the three of us. I thought Cass had so many doubts about us, about me, that she couldn't possibly love me as much as I love her. But finding out she would have married some stranger to protect me from her father's wrath? God, that's so fucked up. She would have sacrificed her happiness, spent her life with someone she didn't want or love, all for me. You're fucking crazy, you know that? I whisper against her lips. I know, but so are you. And I love you too, she says. If anything happens to you... Shut up, I tell her when I kiss her harder. Her dress is riding up so far, I can easily give her ass a slap too. Behind us, the door opens and closes, but I trust our guards to keep us safe. Instead of gunfire, though, someone says, Oh, dear God. Cass and I both freeze. I don't have to turn around to know it was my mother's voice. That's... Yep, Cass answers. At least Vanessa covered Daddy's eyes, she whispers before scrambling off me. We both get to our feet, and Cass tugs down her dress before we turn to our parents. What the fuck is going on? Dante asks, as he grasps my mom's wrist to lower it from his eyes. The Russians turned on you before I could rope a fool, Cass says simply. They were going to kill me, then you, so Cole could take over the city. Cole and August killed Anessa and these men before they could shoot me. But, Sam wasn't so lucky. They killed him in the bathroom when he came to check on me. Dante stares at us, then eyes the dead men and woman on the ground around us. Shit, I forgot they were there, and Cass and I were about to fuck right in the middle of them. So Cole saved your life? Dante asks. I would never let anyone hurt her, I tell him confidently. Pointing his finger at me threateningly, he says, Then maybe, just maybe, I'll let you keep breathing for a little longer. Dante, my mom huffs, and grabs his arm to lower his pointed finger as if he could kill me with it. They're both adults, consenting adults by the looks of it. Definitely consensual, Cass reassures them. And it won't be the last time, hopefully, I can't help but remark. You can bet your ass that we'll discuss this shit later, after we get this mess cleaned up, Dante says. Cass and I look at each other, and I know she knows exactly what I'm thinking. We're already in deep, so I may as well finish digging my grave. No, Cass whispers, and adamantly shakes her head no. But I blurt out, Dante, we have a resolution to who should be your successor. Oh yeah? Her father asks. I can now guarantee that it won't be you. Seriously, you won't even have to choose between me or Cass. Oh really? And why is that? Because we're a package deal now, Cass interjects, as if that will stop me. Package deal? Dante asks. We'll both take over for you, she tells him confidently.
And our son or daughter that's on the way will be a Salvato and have the Russian ties you wanted, I add. Son or... You are fucking dead. Dante charges toward me, but Cass intercepts him. Taking his wrist, she places his hand on the same bump I just felt.
Meet your granddaughter or grandson, and Vanessa's. Holy shit. Holy shit, my mom whispers while staring at me. I'm going to beat your ass, but first I need to hug you and Cass.
She comes over and wraps me in a hug, and then shoves a stunned Dante aside to hug Cass.
When? How? No, scratch that. Just how far along are you?
She asks her, while cradling her bump with both palms.
Almost 12 weeks now,
Cass says, which has me feeling equally surprised. Sophie's wedding? I ask her, and she shakes her head. That was the first night we didn't use a condom. So then when? Oh, shit. There was only one other time before the wedding, the same night I embarrassed myself. Guess I didn't pull out fast enough. The first night? I ask, and she nods. Jesus, that was so long ago. I thought it was just the other day.
Cole, please shut up about the conception until Dante is no longer around,
my mom advises me. Right, sorry. Cass, sweetheart, I can't believe you kept this a secret all this time, Dante grumbles.
I didn't find out for sure until you got Sophie all of those pregnancy tests,
Cass admits.
I thought you would torture me until I told you who the father was, then kill Cole after you forced me to get a DNA test. So I wanted to figure out what to do.
I'm sorry, Dante says, pulling her to him for a long hug.
I'm sorry we were irresponsible. I hope you will forgive me and him, Daddy.
There's nothing to forgive, other than keeping secrets from me. I don't like it, he tells her. I won't have it. You two both better tell me everything from now on. Dante winces as he pulls back, then adds, Tell me all pertinent information, I mean.
I will.
We will, I assure him.
Thank you for not taking it out on Cole, Cass says. It wasn't his fault. We're both irresponsible. You know what I mean. I wasn't innocent in this, or innocent at the time. You know what? I think I'll shut up now.
Don't worry. The two guards she was with first are long gone, I proudly inform him. Cass glares at me like she's going to literally drown me in the pool one day soon. You had sex with two of my guards? Dante shouts.
It was a while ago, and I regret it. They're dead now. Cole killed them.
They hurt her, I explain, when my mom also looks ready to drown me. Besides, even if they hadn't, they were both pussies for not wanting to be honest with Dante about being with Cass. And you weren't afraid of that? Dante comes up and asks me. Cassie thought you would kill me. That's why she was trying to find a fall guy to put the pregnancy on.
Oh, Cassie,
my mom says in sympathy. I know she also appreciates the fact that Cass was stupidly trying to protect me. I finished telling Dante. I thought your love for my mom would at least keep me breathing. Well, until Cassie told me she was pregnant, and it was mine. Then I maybe panicked just a little bit. I told you that if you ever touched any of my daughters, that I would make you wish you were dead.
Yeah, I remember.
So it's a good thing that for some fucked up reason, I've started to think of you as my son.
Ew, Daddy. That's very fucked up given the circumstances,
Cass remarks. That's not. I meant that I not only love Vanessa, but I love Cole as well. I was even a little jealous when you found your father. But he seems like a good guy, and I'm happy you have him in your life after all these years. So, Cole, despite how angry I may be right now, no part of me would ever want you hurt or killed. Not just for Vanessa's sake. Turning to my mother, he says, I guess your arrogant little bastard has wormed his way under my skin as well.
Good. Thank you, I reply.
I feel the same way.
Do you two need a moment alone? Cass teases us.
Oh, I'm still going to find ways to punish your ass, Dante warns me.
I would be disappointed if you didn't, I tell him honestly. Now that I have a baby on the way, I can't imagine anyone ever laying a finger on them.
Epilogue. Cole.
Cassie, it's time. My mother's voice calls through the bedroom door. Unless you've changed your mind. I haven't, Cass shouts back. And while I can't see to know for sure, since I'm surrounded by the skirt of her satin dress, I bet her fist is shoved back into her mouth to hold in her moans. I don't bother letting up for even a second, licking and fingering her pussy, even if my mom is trying her best to cock-block me. And I don't care what anyone says. It's not bad luck to see the bride in her dress before the wedding. At least it's not bad luck if you make her come at least once. A happy wife means a happy life and all that, or so I've heard. Your father will still let you go to New York with Cole, even if you want to wait. Since I have one more year of school left, Cass is coming to stay with me. She's not just going to sit around and wait for the baby to come either. Dante wants her to grow his empire on the East Coast, and is going to let her decide what legit businesses he should invest in. I don't want to wait any longer, Cass yells, both to my mother and to me, which is a relief. So I give her what she's currently waiting for. When I suck on her clit, I hear her muffled moan before she can hide it, right before her thighs clench around my ears and her walls throb around my pumping fingers. Before the last of her tremors stop, I'm batting away fabric, escaping the confines of the skirt, bunching the material up on Cass's panting chest. I quickly undo my tux pants to free my aching cock, and line it up while staring down at my soon-to-be wife's flushed face, fist still shoved in her mouth. So damn gorgeous, I whisper, before I bury myself inside of her. Before her teeth break the skin, I remove her fist and replace it with my own. Cass swipes her tongue over my knuckles, nearly making me come before biting down on my flesh. It's so damn hot. She's so fucking hot. And in less than half an hour from now, whenever we're finished here, I'm going to make her my wife in a small ceremony out on the patio near the pool. Have you seen Cole? My mom shouts through the door, making me wish I had some earplugs or noise-canceling headphones. Still, not even her constant voice will stop me from coming inside of my bride. Cass, she says, when she doesn't get a timely response. Cass pulls my fist free from her mouth and says, Maybe he changed his mind and left. Grinning down at her, I shake my head and then shove my thumb into her mouth. Cass sucks on it enthusiastically, knowing exactly where I plan to put it next. No, Cole's so pussy-whipped, he wouldn't walk away from you. My jaw actually drops at my mom's assessment. Cass glances down to where I'm literally banging her pussy. Fine, it's true. I'm pussy-whipped and I don't even care. I am, but you're also cock-whipped, I whisper to Cass. When she scoffs, I pull my thumb free from her mouth to press it to her clit, making her eyes slam shut on a gasp. Now I lean down to cover her mouth with mine, swallowing her moans while she does the same to my groans of pleasure. Both of Cass's hands grasp my back through my white button-up, trying to press more of my weight down on top of her. I let her, only keeping my weight off her belly. Even if the doc said sex is perfectly safe, I don't want to squish our son or daughter. Cass whimpers and bites my lip as she comes on my cock, taking me with her. I'm savoring the waves of bliss, even when my phone begins to buzz from where I left it tossed on the floor in my tux jacket as I empty inside Cass. The second trimester has been so much fun. Cass pukes less, and all she wants to do is fuck.
That's probably why Dante has recently decided that he and my mom are going to buy a house and give us the penthouse as a wedding present. I can't wait to be able to fuck my wife without my mom constantly interrupting. I know it's her calling me, asking where I am as I rock in and out of Cass's heaven a few more times while we both recover. Throwing her arms over her head, Cass closes her eyes and lets her tongue roll out of her mouth, saying without words that she's dead. I killed her with orgasms. Biting back a chuckle, I pull out, letting our combined cum gush from her. Now she opens her eyes to look up at me in concern. "Nobody will know," I mouth to her.
"I will,"
she huffs.
"Cole's not answering his phone,"
my mom informs us, making me roll my eyes. Getting out the bed, I hold up my pants and go to the bathroom to clean up, then find a towel to toss to Cass. While she's cleaning up, I retrieve my phone and send my mom a text. "I'm downstairs in the lounge having a quick goodbye drink with Eli. Is Cass ready? I figured she would be running at least half an hour behind schedule." What my mom doesn't know is that it's my fault she's running late. She probably has no idea that Eli left early this morning to start his vacation. Dante was furious that Eli knew about me and Cass and didn't tell him. So he told him he would be shot on sight in Vegas after the wedding today, unless he found Madison and brought her back safe and sound. It's basically like asking a man to find a needle in a barn full of haystacks. Eli seems confident that he can find Madison, even though no one else has been able to track her down. If he does find her using his torture techniques, then good fucking luck to Madison. By the time my mom responds by text for me to get my ass up to the penthouse, Cass is standing next to the bed, looking like a blushing, untouchable princess. She catches me staring at her and winks, while continuing to comb her fingers through her loose red waves.
"I'm going down to the casino to find Cole," my mom announces through the door. "I'll send Dante up to walk you down if you're sure you're ready." "I'm absolutely sure, Vanessa," Cass tells her. I better get down there, I say, giving her one last peck on the cheek, when I finally hear the click-clack of my mom's heels retreating down the stairs. "See you soon?" "Yes," she says, then grabs 2 handfuls of my hair to make me look at her. "If you even think about tossing me in the pool in my dress, I swear I'll name our daughter Amber." "I promised not to toss you in the pool today," I quickly agree, before I fully consider her comment. Palming her small bump, I say, "Wait, were you joking about us having a hypothetical daughter, or did you find out it's a she?" Smiling, she tells me, "The genetic blood test results just came back. We're having a girl." "Holy shit," I whisper, trying to wrap my head around that information. Throwing my arms around her, I laugh at the thought of our beautiful little girl bossing everyone around by the age of 2. "I hope she looks just like you, Cassie." Grasping her face in my hands, I kiss her hard, grateful every second of the day that this woman is mine. When I pull back, Cass says, "I look like my mother, the red hair and all." "Do you want to name the baby after your mom? Charlotte, right?" "I know we just found out it's a girl, but what do you think of the name Charlotte Katia Brooks? You know, for Vanessa, too." "That sounds fucking perfect," I agree. I can't wait to meet her, and I don't want to wait another second to make you my wife.